Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first ever live stream for 3CoSports. It's going to be an amazing day, 12 hours long for an amazing cause. We have an amazing guest to start us off, Mr. Andrew Davenport. We're going to be talking all things auction drafts. Of course, we're going to talk a little bit about Mindfulness First, the amazing charity to get things kicked off, and maybe a little Steelers talk mixed in. I'm joined by my lovely, lovely co-host, Angel.
Oh, you're so kind. Thank you, Luke.
And then, like I said, Andrew is our first guest of the day. It's going to be amazing. So let's kick things off first talking about the charity. Mindfulness First is an amazing organization that focuses on mental health and dealing with stress in classroom settings, mostly with teachers and students, and just in general. They're a fantastic organization, and please, please, please donate some money to them if you can today. That's what it's all about. But we're also here just to have a good time and talk some sports. So, Drew, how you doing?
I'm doing excellent. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, I'm very glad that you're here. I mean, it's going to be an amazing day. So,
Yeah, thank you for
Angel,
joining us.
You want to talk a little bit about mindfulness first?
I would love to. So, in order to talk about mindfulness first, I feel like I need to give a little bit of background into why I care about this cause. I work in the public health sector. I've been researching childhood obesity for like the past 10 years, really. And now I have a job at Tufts University that is about building a campaign, a social media campaign to raise awareness about holistic health. Doing research for this really opened my eyes up to some things that I'd overlooked in the past when it came to mental health, physical health, and just how hand in hand they go. When I started, when the idea came to me to have a charity live stream, I knew that I wanted it to be something related to mental health because the more you look into it, the more you realize that mental health and trauma in particular have a huge effect on the health of people. And I came across Mindfulness First, whose tagline is, I'm going to read it out. We believe that schools should prepare us for all aspects of life and create a foundation in self-understanding. And that was a mission statement that really got through to me. I really believe that schools are where we prepare for life and that this cause and this organization is doing something unique that should be supported by whoever comes across it. And I will keep talking about this charity throughout the live stream, but to introduce our first guest,
12 hours to talk about it.
We have 12 hours to talk about it, so I'm sure we'll be able to fit in at some point. But Drew, I know that you mentioned that you work, that mental health has a lot to do in your line of work. So I was curious to see if you had any thoughts on it. Maybe talk a little bit about mental health when it comes to you. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I'm a public defender in Southwest Ohio, and I've been doing that for, gosh, I guess about a little over 15 years now. So it's one of those things that I see every day, and it's one of those things that's underrated. It's still got a stigma attached to it that people tend to still use words that are not necessarily recognizing what a big issue we face as a society with mental health. Where it's like, oh, that guy's crazy or whatever, the things that people say just don't recognize that taking care of mental health and being mindful of your mind, it's interesting because people will work out, they'll work on their body, they'll try to eat right, things like that, but then they don't work on their mind, they don't work on their brain, and you need help with your mind just like you do with your body, and it's something that is very at first when you're working with it, you don't recognize it because it doesn't always scream at you with a neon sign that this person has an issue. But after you've worked with it for a long time, you realize that it's just a really big part of not only what I do, but of everyday people going through life. It's something that you need to take care of, if not on a daily basis, at least a couple times a week, is sitting down and taking stock of your mental health and of where you are mentally and where you want to be.
That's amazing. Yeah, I love that message. And when you were talking about how people work out a ton and don't really think about mental health, it made me think of this recent ad campaign. I'm sure you guys have seen it because it's on Sports Center and stuff all the time. Is the Calm app, the meditation app, partnered with LeBron. I know like LeBron does a ton of commercials with them these days about like you need to train your mind just as much as your body. I thought that was a really good message. But let's use that LeBron transition to get into sports. So, like we said, we have 12 hours to talk about all things mindfulness first. So definitely donate to them if you guys could. I'll contact the charity later today to see how many donations we have. I know we already have $100, Angel, from a friend of my mom's.
Oh, really?
She donated off Facebook today. Yeah, she donated $100.
Wow.
So shout out to her.
That is incredible. Thank you so much.
Yeah, amazing. We're already off to an awesome start. Some people are in chat, by the way, Angel. I don't know if you're looking. Jimmy French, a guy who did one of my breaks last night, and the super cool guy from Twitter, said he's here. He said, "Let's go." And then Alex said, "Hey."
Oh, who's Alex? I don't know that guy.
Yeah, I don't know who Alex is. Anyway,
I'm guessing he's a fan. Shout out to our fan Alex over there.
Yeah, Alex is a fan. Anyway, he's probably so mad. Anyway, so Drew, we know that you're an auction draft expert. Well, that's why at least I'll call you an expert. So I usually don't really do auction drafting for fantasy. I usually do Snake for startups or just redraft in general. So my first question is, like, what makes auction drafting so fun and different in your opinion? Like, why do you like it so much?
Well, boy, auction drafting is just a completely different animal. One of the things that I just can't stand when I'm in a snake draft is I feel like I just get pigeonholed into certain guys that are available when it's my turn to pick.
The value picks.
It isn't necessarily, it's not awful. It's just there are certain guys that I'm never going to draft. And each year I come up on, I do a couple snakes during the year, during the season. But I get into a situation where, okay, well, it's the middle of the fourth round. And, oh my gosh, this guy shouldn't be here still. Well, I think I have to take this guy because that's the value. And that kind of stuff drives me nuts. I don't like putting myself into a position where I have to draft a certain guy because the value is so good. That's just not, I don't think that's that fun. So I recognize the allure of the snake draft, but I think a lot of people that do snake drafts just haven't done the auction before.
That's fair. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't do auction, and that's definitely a good. Yeah, I agree with that. I haven't really done one, so.
Yeah, well, and what makes it fun is you have an ability to really construct your roster how you want to do it. I have a couple leagues where we don't even require two starters at each position. We only require one. Oh. So you could go into a draft like that thinking, well, I'm only going to have one running back and I'm going to have a bunch of wide receivers, or, the other way around. I'm going to load up on running backs and worry about receivers because they're easier to find off the wire, or however that works for you. But roster construction is one of my main arguments always, is that you can put together a roster that you want to put together. It's not dictated by, hey, I drew the sixth pick, so I'm going to have to take a running back in the first round, or there won't be any by the time it gets back to me. That kind of thing.
Yeah, I definitely see that point.
So what was your first exposure to auction leagues? Was it a home league? Was it just a random online league? How did you come across it for the first time?
Yeah, that's a good question, because funny enough, I think it was, I was in 8th grade or a freshman year in high school. I did a rotisserie baseball league, and it was at auction. And I didn't get into fantasy sports at that point real hardcore. But then a couple years later, I got invited to a fantasy football league. Now, I had already done a little bit of fantasy football. I'd never done the auction thing. Well, I got hooked on it right away because the first draft, I ended up with now, you guys look like you're a little bit younger than me.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think we're
You might not remember, but David Boston, does that name ring a bell for you?
No.
Okay, well, that's I'm dating myself here. David Boston was a stud who came out of Ohio State and then got into the NFL and had some mixed success because of his injury problems. But I remember my first auction. Gosh, it's been over 20 years, and I took David Boston and got him real cheap, and then he ended up blowing up for $1,508, I think it was. And I've been hooked ever since, because you get that first bargain and you end up with a guy like that on your team, and you can't wait to get into your next auction because that's all you can think about.
I'm asking the chat if anyone knows David Boston. See if anyone in chat can date themselves too.
I'm 19.
Okay, well, gosh, I've been doing auctions longer than you've been alive.
Wow, that's incredible.
I like that.
That hurts, but that's cool.
That means you have experience. I mean, you are an expert.
Yeah.
Well, I started out thinking that I wanted to call myself that, but wasn't sure if it was appropriate. But then I realized the amount of time I've spent in auction rooms.
Yeah.
There aren't many people out there who've done more than me.
The thing about fantasy football experts is it's hard to call yourself an expert because there's so many variables. But for someone like you that's done it for, God knows how long, I think it would be more than fair to call yourself an expert. There is someone that knows David Boston. Bradley from the Fantasy Football Fanalist, our partner, says he knows him from Madden 03. So you have someone with you.
There you go. Yeah, it's an old reference, that's for sure. But he didn't do a whole lot after that year. He had injury problems, and there was a lot of thought that maybe he was using PEDs or something like that. He was having trouble staying.
So he had one good year, and that got you hooked onto auction leagues.
And that was a year. I got him for a couple of bucks at the end of the draft, and I've been hooked ever since.
Shout out David Boston.
It makes sense. I bet the rush of getting a guy in the very end of the draft that hits huge is amazing. So
yeah,
let's get into the next topic actually. So, like, what is your go-to strategy in auction drafts? Do you like to swing for the fences early and build depth late, or do you kind of like to wait it out a little bit and then gather some good depth and get some guys later on?
Well, I tell you what, that's a loaded question because it really depends on the room that you've got. The general rule of thumb is the bigger a league is, the more balanced I try to become with how I'm bidding. So if I'm in a 12 or 14 team league, then I'm gonna lay back and I'm gonna wait for a lot of the top talent to come off the board first. And I don't mean that you shouldn't have some of those guys, but that you really just need to the amount of money in an auction, it becomes kind of complicated, but the short version is if you have more dollars chasing the same amount of players, the dollars don't, a lot of people make the mistake of thinking the dollars distribute themselves evenly down through the ranks, but that doesn't happen. It's not like because there's extra money in the room, all of a sudden the wide receiver 30 is now $10 instead of $2. That's not how it works. That money flows to the top. So then you end up with, okay, next year you're Christian McCaffrey in a normal 12-team league with a $200 cap. He should be $55 or $60. When you add teams, that goes up, as opposed to that money falling lower in the rankings. So I tend to shy away from that. I'm pretty risk averse, and anybody who's listened to me will hear me say that over and over. But I'm pretty risk averse. I don't like blowing 45% of my cap on one guy. No, not like I haven't done it before, but certainly it depends on the league you're in. So, like I said, the bigger the league is, the more balanced I'm going to be. But the smaller the league is, I go more stud heavy. I try to get the higher price names because I think that differentiation at the position is more important in the smaller leagues. So you're in a 10-team league, it's more important to have Travis Kelce to separate yourself from people. So, for instance, I was in a 10-team league last year where I ended up with McCaffrey, Devontae Adams, Watson, Metcalf, some of those guys. And I paid a little bit more money, and the back of my roster was a little bit weaker. But that's how I want to do it in a smaller league. So that's my general strategy.
So do you value positions differently in auction leagues than you do in redraft?
Well, you mean in snake?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. So certainly the trend in the NFL, and so therefore in fantasy, has been that the wide receiver position is getting used more. So the targets are being spread out. There's still your alpha wide receivers, obviously, guys like Adams and Hopkins and stuff. But on a lot of teams, the targets are just being spread out more. So the value in a snake draft comes in those middle rounds for wide receivers where you have enough wide receivers that it kind of doesn't matter who you're taking. There's a glut 15 guys in the middle rounds that you can go with. Whereas in an auction, that tends to devalue the wide receiver price, which is great for me because the running backs are so expensive. I'm not a huge running back guy in auctions. So I try to get one guy at the running back spot, and then I don't do anything. I completely punt on that position, and I get the wide receivers because in an auction you can compile 4 or 5 guys for the price of one top running back who might produce like that running back's going to produce. So it definitely changes the value.
And we have our first question from the audience, from Bradley, the fellow David Boston Noe. He asks, what are some mistakes that rookie auction players make?
Wow, that's if you guys don't mind a plug real quick.
Go
Go
ahead.
ahead,
I've got a series on Football Guys that is talks about some beginner mistakes. So if you head over to footballguys.com and check that out. But
Perfect.
I think that a couple of them are pretty easy, and they may sound real simple, but that's kind of the point. One of them is that people who are new to it, they don't have an idea what they want to spend on the individual positions. I got a little buddy popping up in the corner there on my TV.
Yeah, I saw that. I was just enjoying the view.
Weird. So what ends up happening is they go into it without a defined plan on what they want to do, and then they end up either spending their money too quickly or they don't spend it quick enough. Because one of the mistakes you can make is walking out of the draft thinking, oh, I got this really nice balanced team, but really what you have is a bunch of 4th and 5th round talent. And you really can't win a league with a bunch of 4th rounders.
Yep, that happened to me.
Will you take my first rounder and I'll give you 2 fourths? You wouldn't be that excited about it.
No.
So you have to remember to spend your money, but then not spend it too quickly. It's a balancing act where you just got to have an idea. So I say for beginners, you put some bumpers on like you're bowling and you're a little kid. You put the bumpers on, and those bumpers are you should have an idea what you want to spend at every single position on your roster.
Yep.
And so if you have those exact numbers, I'm not saying when you go into the auction you're going to stick to those exact numbers, but when you get in the heat of the moment, if you have an exact number that you want to spend on a position, it can tell you whether or not you should stop bidding or keep going, because you just have that staring at you in black and white, so that you know, okay, I should probably back off because I'm spending too much money on this position. So the beginners, they tend to walk in and say, well, I kind of want to do this or that, but you can't have a kind of when you're first starting out. You have to have it in black and white, concrete. I want to spend $51 on my RB1. I want to spend $46 on my wide receiver 1. And if you have those exact numbers, it helps. And it helps not to, spew your money off at the beginning or to sit back and wait too long. I see both. Beginners will do both. And it's a horrible feeling to sit there for an hour and a half and be like, oh, I'm saving my money, or you get a little nervous. And then you look down and you say, uh-oh, the top 7 guys at every position are gone and I don't have any of them.
Right.
That's a terrible feeling.
Yeah.
So, walking that tightrope is the best way to do it.
What do you think of people who artificially raise the price? What I mean by that is they'll bid on a player that they know someone else wants and overbid in an attempt to get the other person overbid. Do you think that's a viable strategy, or is that just not the way to go?
It's a viable strategy. I will tell you this. So I'm in a couple leagues that, they're my leagues that I run that I've had for a long time.
Right.
And the guys in that room are really experienced auction drafters. So they will try some of that stuff. Mm-hmm. For instance, this past year, I made no secret of the fact that I was all in on Will Fuller this year.
Right.
And I have the Will Fuller fund. I talked about it on every show I went on. That I was saving money to get Will Fuller on my team no matter what.
I like that.
So the guys in my league, of course, they follow me on Twitter or see me on the shows.
Right.
They know. And, they were, I got to say, though, to the guys that are listening, they were pretty cool about it. They didn't try to bid me up too much. But you can see some of that gamesmanship happening, and it doesn't just have to be because they're listening to me on Twitter. You can pay attention to that stuff in the room.
Right.
And if you're in a room with a guy who, and I know this sounds real cliche, but gosh, it happens. There are people who show up at a draft with a jersey on, and you're in an auction. Now, it doesn't matter if you're in a snake draft and a guy shows up with a Chubb jersey on. It's like, okay, well, he's only going to get one shot to get him.
Right.
But in an auction, when Chubb comes up and the dude's sitting there with a Chubb jersey on, it's like a neon sign. Like, I can get a few more bucks out of this guy.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, actually, people know in leagues I play in, I'm a Steelers fan, but I love Antonio Gibson fantasy, and I think everyone knows it. So, like, for example, I joined a league with Everybody Hates Rob on Twitter and Dynasty Beard and a few other people. It's an amazing league. It's super, super fun. I don't know if you guys saw with, like, all the whole Colin Mooney thing. It was hilarious. But it's that league. And we were doing our startup draft, and everyone knew I wanted Antonio Gibson. So I literally had to take him at the 111 and in a dynasty startup. But I was just thinking that could be a good example of like what you were saying in an auction draft. If somebody knows your guy is your guy, you're going to have to pay a little extra for him if you want him. Or, like you said, you could kind of maybe try to run up the price a little bit, but it'd be risky.
Yeah, well, that's the next part of it. That's the next part of the equation. If you're one of those that likes to run the price up, it's risky because it can ruin your draft. If you have a plan going into the draft and somebody's excited about a player and you're bidding them up and then they stop, boy, that's also a sick feeling because you don't want to be spending 3 months of prep going into your draft, and then because you got a little too greedy to bid a guy up an extra dollar, you got stuck with a dude you didn't want for a price you didn't want. That'll ruin your draft. It might even ruin your season. So I don't advocate beginners doing a lot of bidding up. It's not a good idea. If you know the people real well, here's a funny story. 2 years ago, my buddy and I, who are in a couple auctions together, we walked into a draft with a new owner, and he had a Chiefs jersey on. Well, my buddy and I had talked ahead of time about what his strategy was going to be, and because we weren't colluding, but he was just kind of saying, hey, look, I'm probably going to go after Kelsey. And I'm like, all right, I got you. That's cool. And, as soon as you see a guy with a Chiefs jersey on, your plans might be in trouble.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened. The dude with the Chiefs jersey just kept bidding on Kelsey, and my buddy, there was no way he was going to get him for a reasonable price. So that stuff, it sounds cliche. You hear it all the time, but it's 100% true.
I remember my only auction. I've only done one auction league. It was my home league. We were going through a transition year. Some people dropped out, so we figured why not try something new. We tried the auction league, and 2 people were late. And what some of my buddies did, and they knew what they were doing right away, is they were bidding on players and bidding $70+ and having the computer auto pick the players because they were highly ranked. So my buddies eventually joined the draft, and they had less than $100 left because the computer had picked 2 players that they did not want. So that's probably the biggest gamesmanship story I have. My buddies just being jerks to the guys that didn't show up on time.
Yeah, that's frustrating, and it can ruin your auction a little bit too because we had a guy that happened in one of my online auctions this year. But luckily for him, he ended up with Alvin Kamara as one of his auto picks.
Oh, he was fine.
It does tend to take away from what you're doing because that skews the entire pool. It's kind of like a guy who gets in there in the first round and decides that he's going to take Matt Stafford, and then all this talent falls where it shouldn't fall in the rest of the draft. And that's the same thing in an auction. If somebody's overpaying for a player. But that's a good lesson, too, because if they're overpaying, then you're going to get a deal later. So, but yeah, bidding up, I would not recommend bidding people up as a beginner strategy.
I'm sorry, the popping head behind you popped up for a second. That one was really good.
Angel, I wanted to give a quick update. My mom sent me a picture of the Facebook post she just posted, like plugging my stream or whatever. Moms.
Moms are great, yeah.
But her and her friends and everyone who went through the Facebook thing, we were already up to $150 just from that Facebook post. So
wow,
we're already from that I'm aware of. We already are at $150 of donations. That's awesome.
just for everyone that doesn't know, I'm personally matching up to $100, so it's already $250 just
Yep,
for
and
the
then I'm
stream.
donating 120 later today, so that'll be 370.
We are off to a roaring start. Thank you to everybody watching.
Thank you so much, guys.
This is incredible. But back to the auction leagues.
And then, yeah, real quick, FF analysts in the chat said Sleeper app announced that they will soon offer auction draft options.
Oh, so that's awesome.
Yes. You know, I saw that. It's funny you should say that. I'm in a snake with some analysts now doing we're doing like a monthly ADP check-in by doing a mock once a month.
I like
and that. I just logged into Sleeper and saw that they had updated that this morning, saying they're offering auctions. I tell you what, mock auctions are a mixed bag, but it's not a bad idea. It's just definitely a mixed bag.
What is your preferred app to use for auction drafts?
Well, let me just say, first of all, online auctions are not nearly as fun as live auctions.
I definitely believe that. I'm sure a live auction with all your friends is very, very fun.
Yeah.
Oh man, it's so much fun, and that's why it wasn't just David Boston. I mean, I felt
with it was just David Boston.
It was purely David Boston. No lie.
It was all David Boston.
Yeah. When you get 1,508 at the end of a draft for a couple bucks, you'll never forget it. But yeah, I believe in Yahoo's auction platform. They've done the most refining of the auction room, and there's one thing that's really important, that when you hit that bid up button, if somebody types in a bid, so for instance, somebody calls out Kamara and it's 10, 11, 12, 13, well, then somebody types in 50, you don't want to hit bid plus one and have it go to 51. So the most important thing that Yahoo did a couple years ago was the button to bid is just grayed out for a couple seconds after there's a typed in bid. And that's really massive. Now, I'm not saying other sites don't have that, but I noticed that in Yahoo a couple years ago. And their interface is real clean and everything's easy to find. I tried a couple on MFL. Now, I will say this. I use my fantasy league as a commissioner for my leagues that I run, because I believe it's the best software to run a league.
Shout out to my fantasy league.
What's that?
Shout out to my fantasy league, always retweeting our stuff.
Yeah.
They're so nice on Twitter. They retweet anything that you want, man. They're so nice.
Yeah, they're the best.
Yeah, I love them, and they're easily the best platform, I think, to host a site. I don't dislike their auction room. It's pretty Spartan, but I think Yahoo's done a great job.
Yeah, I bet it has. I actually never really played on Yahoo for any fantasy leagues of any kind. I played on ESPN for many years, just growing up, because I'm like I said, I'm only 19, but I played on ESPN since I was like 12, and then I started playing on Sleeper like a couple years ago. I like Sleeper. I play mostly Dynasty, fantasy, but I love Sleeper's my favorite personally. I haven't really tried out MFL or Yahoo or anything like that, but I actually played 1 year on the NFL app, I think, and that was okay, but I like the other ones better.
Quick question. Go ahead, Drew. Oh, okay. Luke, have you ever played in an auction league?
I don't think I have, no.
And then, Drew, is there auction dynasty leagues?
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely.
Interesting.
Now, I'm not a dynasty guy. I have a league that I run it's heavy keeper. It's 130 roster is keeper, but that's not really a dynasty. But yeah, that's an auction. And dynasty, for sure. One of the cool things about working auction in with dynasty is that those prices can carry with the player. And that's what I started out to do with my keeper league was you get to keep the player for what you got him for. And, I ended up getting a couple of deals early on. I believe that when we started, it was right when Antonio Brown was making his, debut as one of the best in the league. He had a couple of years where he was good, but not the superstar. Right. And I ended up getting him for $5 at the end of our first year of our keeper, and then I kept him for several years for that price.
Wow.
We had a $300 cap, and I got him for $5. Yeah, so I had the receiver in the league for a couple of years for $5. So that's a great thing about Dynasty. You find those guys, those gems, and I love it. I love mixing Dynasty and auction.
That's incredible. That honestly was super, super cool. I never even knew that there were auction Dynasty leagues, so that makes total sense. I like that a lot. Like what you said about Antonio Brown, I bet that's awesome because you can call your shots on players and then they can stick around for a very long time, which is super cool. I like that. And just a quick shout out to the stream. We've had over 10 viewers constantly ever since we started, which is amazing support for our first ever stream on YouTube. So thank you all so much for watching. We're at like 14 right now, I think. Let me check. 14 people. Thank you guys seriously so much. That's crazy for the first live stream ever.
And a quick shout out to our man Dallas, who made our layout, made it look incredible. We've gotten some compliments on it from a very inconspicuous man named Iron Fist VPG or VGP. Who is definitely not Dallas. Not Dallas at all. Thank you, Dallas. And Iron Fist VGP, aka not Dallas, thank you for noticing the incredible layout.
Angry Sports Couple also complimented us in the Twitter group chat, by the way. So, shout out, but seriously, shout out Dallas. He did it basically for free. We offered him $10, but he said donate to the charity. That's another $10, Angel.
That's right. Yeah.
Thank you, Dallas, so much for doing this, and thank you again, Drew, for coming on. I know we're still in the middle of our segment, but seriously, it means a lot to have an amazing lineup of guests today. So, glad you're here.
Absolutely. I'll be donating later today, so I'll let you guys know.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
So let's transition into some Steelers talk a little bit. I'd say let's Angel get the roast out of the way, please.
That was a good time. All right, so I've been looking forward to this. Just full disclaimer: I don't dislike the Steelers. I'm a Patriots fan, so I really don't have much crap to talk. This year wasn't the best for us, but losing to the Browns in the first round. How are we feeling about that, guys?
Well, it wasn't just they lost. It was like the worst Steelers game I've ever watched.
Oh, yeah. It literally... Here's my Steelers-Browns story. I was making dinner, and I figured, if I miss 5 minutes, it'll be fine. Nothing's going to happen. They're both pounding teams. They both run the ball. It'll probably be like a 3-and-out to start off the game.
Yeah.
I come back to the living room. I put it on, and it's 14-0 Browns. And I just had no idea what was happening. My friend Matt, who's also part of 3CoSports, just texted me saying, I hate life. And I figured something was going wrong because he's a big Juju guy, so he's a Steelers fan. I never could have imagined that the game would start with a touchdown for the Browns on the defensive side of the ball. So, starting off, at what moment did you know the Steelers just weren't going to come back?
Oh man, well, I tell you what, I have never seen a beginning to a game like that. But then I thought about it and I thought, well, gosh, yeah, I have against Jacksonville a couple years ago. We did the same thing. We got in a hole. When we got to 35-23 in the second half, I thought there was a chance.
So did I. When it got to that point, I was like, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it was weird that we went for 2 there, and then we came back later and scored, and we should have gone for 2 and then kicked an extra point. Like, it's been my criticism all along that I just don't think we have a coaching staff that really knows what they're doing as far as situational football. Yeah. So I have some criticisms of the Steelers in that regard, but I'll leave those for another day. I really didn't think. I text my buddy who's a big Browns fan. I live in Southwest Ohio. We talked about that here.
Yeah, you live like pretty near me.
Yeah. So it's tough because there's a ton of Browns fans, a ton of Bengals fans. So I was talking with my buddy who's a diehard Browns fan, and at 14-0, I texted him and said, "Nice win."
Wow.
I mean, if you had been watching that game, he says, "Oh no, the Browns we're snake bit. Don't do that to us." And I said, "Look, I'm not here to say we can't come back, but everything I saw to that point told me that this game was over because there was no energy from the Steelers. There was no sense of urgency. There was no feeling that was in the works. I didn't think Ben was playing well at that point.
No, he was playing terrible at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
we weren't doing anything that was any different. We had trouble in the regular season moving the football because of that short passing game, and we stuck with it. We kept going to the short crossers and getting the ball out of Ben's hands fast. I don't disagree with that general idea, getting the ball out of Ben's hands, because he went through a stretch there where he was getting hurt because he was holding the ball too long. I think that's generally a nice idea, but you can't just go for the short crosser every time. They've been sitting on it for the last half of the season every time.
Exactly. I was about to say that was the problem. The scheme is fine, but they ran the same scheme for so long. That's why they went on such a bad losing streak. Is because defenses finally caught on to what they were doing, and then they stopped it. It was really bad. I have a question for you though. Do you think that Ben should retire this offseason?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a huge Ben fan. People tell me I look like him a little bit.
Oh my gosh! Wait, hold on. Now that you pointed it out, the resemblance is there. Absolutely.
You can be cousins.
Yeah, we definitely have a resemblance. Ben's one of my all-time favorite Steelers. I've been a fan since I was 3 years old. I love Ben, but watching him play this year, he started off well, and I don't know if you guys are fans of Colin Cowherd, but I was listening to Colin this week, and he was talking about it's the grind of the long season. And I really feel like that. They were trying to protect him by getting the ball out of his hands. That's great. But that's not going to work over a long season, and you can't win a Super Bowl that way. My problem is I don't think the Steelers have a plan. Now, maybe, obviously, they're smarter than I am. They're running a football team, but I haven't seen any evidence of a plan.
Yeah, I'll get into that real quick. So what I think it might benefit the team if he retired this offseason, because salary implications and all of that, because his contract is huge. But the thing is, I don't think they're going to. I think anytime Ben's talked about it, he always says, I have 1 year left on my contract. If they have me back, I'll come back. But, it's not for certain that he's coming back, but I think he's going to. Just because he has 1 year left. He can go in for one last ride. But that's the thing. It's going to be one last ride. So the GM, everybody's going to push for one last attempt. So they're going to have some guys leave in free agency this offseason, which we'll get into here shortly. But they're probably going to reload again. I think in the draft, they're going to use rounds 1 through 3 to reload. I don't think they're going to draft a quarterback.
Yeah, I'm afraid of that. And they've been trying now for a while on the whole 3rd to 7th round.
Yeah, they got Dobbs. They got Dobbs in the 4th, I believe, and they got Rudolph in the 3rd.
Yeah, they've been trying that for a while. And I understand that idea. I don't have a problem with that idea. But they haven't been aggressively going after their solution to the post-Ben years. And all my buddies who are Bengals and Browns fans have been, I've been saying to them for a while, your time's coming because the post-Ben era does not look pretty. We have a salary cap problem already. We've got a bunch of guys coming up who are either free agents or need to have deals reworked. And I don't know why you would go all in on another season of Ben. Because I think that early in the year, the defense was good enough that I could understand why we wanted to take a run at it. But then we had a bunch of injuries on the defense, and that just took us out of contention. If that defense wasn't a lockdown, 17-point per game defense, we weren't going to win anything. And that's where we are now. So I don't know why we go all in on Ben next year, but that's probably what they're going to do.
Yeah, I think the problem for the Steelers' future is they got lucky with Ben. I mean, they drafted him at 11, I believe, 11, 10, 11, somewhere in there in the draft. It was not top 5.
It was a little bit later than that, but yeah, it wasn't. Yeah,
it was around there. It was pick 10 plus, which is lucky these days in the draft. I mean, Mahomes was at 10, but most of the time these days, the top purebred quarterbacks go in top 5. And the Steelers, their defense is so good. They're going to have somebody. Minka and Watt and Bush.
Number 11. 11
yeah,
overall.
Okay. They'll be there for the next 5+ years hopefully, and if the defense still becomes above average like it has been for a while now, there goes your background. You got it.
It worked.
Yeah, it looks great. I like
that. Wow, that is a setup.
But
look at that.
That's fun. But yeah, so if the defense maintains above averageness and we have a quarterback who's somewhat competent in there, they're gonna go 6-10, 7-9 every year. and they're not going to be up there enough to get a good quarterback. They're going to have to sell their soul to trade up, which the Steelers usually don't do very much, or they're just going to have to pick a quarterback around pick 13, and that's not going to go very well.
Well, one thing that really confused me last year was trading for Minka Fitzpatrick. I understand that.
Well, that ended up being a fantastic trade.
In terms of like for the defense, yeah, but wouldn't if it were you guys and you were able to go back in time and keep that draft pick and just forfeit the season, would you?
No, I want Minka.
You want Minka.
He was the missing piece. We needed a strong safety to lock up the secondary, and that's exactly what they got, I think.
Yeah. I think one of the things, too, that's a little underrated about last weekend was that we were missing Joe Hayden. And I wasn't a huge fan of them signing Hayden, but now that I've seen what he's brought to the defense, again, I love Minka. And when they made the move, I was a little irritated, like, what are we doing here? We're selling out a first-round pick for Minka. Now that I watch him, yeah, he's awesome. That was a great move. Mm-hmm. Having said that, I don't disagree that I'd love to have that pick now because the plan didn't work. But I don't think in hindsight I can say that that's a horrible move because I do think that the general idea behind it was, and like I said, early in the year, I thought we had a Super Bowl defense. But you lose Bush and Dupree and just that starts lining up. Things have to go right for you, and they didn't. I don't disagree with the move to sell out and try to win a Super Bowl, but now I think that's past.
Yeah, that's fair. I just think it was a good move just because the pick at the time was valued around top 5 because the Steelers were projected to be terrible because they were already 0-3. Then Ben goes down. Defense was just okay at the time. And then all of a sudden everyone's like, oh, that pick's going to be like top 5, top 10. So the Dolphins thought they were getting this premium draft pick, and they ended up picking around, where was it, like 18? It was not what they thought it was. So that's why I think the trade was a win, just because, I mean, I do not think, after we saw how good Minka played last year, that the Dolphins would have made that trade for just the 18th pick. They would have wanted more. So I still think it was a good deal for the Steelers at the end of the day, even though they did not win a Super Bowl. Just because it adds T.J. Watt, Minka, and probably Devin Bush, if he develops into what I think he is, will be a trio that the Steelers will have for the next 5 years at an elite level.
Yeah.
Speaking of the next 5 years, here's the next question. What is the position that you want the Steelers to address the most this offseason?
Angel, sorry, hang on.
Yep.
Our cams on the stream just went out.
Oh, did it?
Not yours, but mine and Andrew's did it.
Let's see if we can fix that.
But it's cool. We can keep talking because the audio is still working. So, but I think that the Steelers moving forward, they just need to draft a running back this year at some point to fix the running game. If Ben's coming back, draft a running back. I would like a quarterback in the second round, but we'll see what they do. I don't know, or a quarterback in the first round and then a running back in the second. But who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. The offensive line is starting to become a problem too.
It is. You're right.
And they're talking about Pouncey being done. So
yeah,
that would be brutal. I mean,
the good thing about the offensive line though is that we got Kevin Dotson in like the 4th round, and he's been playing fantastic. But yeah, we need a center badly.
Yeah, it sounds like Villanueva. I mean, that's no sure thing that he's going to be around. So that's going to hurt. But. Yeah. There are, unfortunately, when you sell out to win a Super Bowl with an aging roster, the bill comes due, and I kind of feel like we're in a bit of a position like the Eagles, where we don't necessarily have a bad collection of talent, but it's all just aging, and if it's not coming together, then you just got to blow it up. And I feel like there's some franchises who are not able to understand. And that's what the Dolphins did, and that was impressive. I tell you
the Dolphins did the best modern rebuild I've seen in a while.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Flores. Yeah, Flores seems like he really has a handle on it, and I was just impressed with when I was
looks good.
Better.
Yeah, go back.
Good. When I would watch the Dolphins games, I would think, okay, well, they need a run stopper, and they need this or that. Well, then they went out and got exactly what they needed. When they got Benoit and they got Ogba and they got, then when they got Byron Jones, they just plugged in exactly what they needed through free agency. And I don't know why that's so hard for some teams, but it is.
It is. It is. It just was so impressive how they tore it down perfectly. They got a ton of draft capital, mostly from the Texans. I mean, they have the 3rd pick this year.
Well, I think the lesson here is if you want to rebuild, just contact Bill O'Brien. And
dude, he sold those picks like they were worth nothing. He sold them at like maybe 2/3 of their value, maybe even.
That would be generous, I think.
Like it was a terrible, terrible combination of trades that put the Texans in a terrible spot. Watson's gonna be gone now. I mean, their franchise has gone down the toilet.
Watson to the Steelers?
No, the cap room. Everyone's saying that the cap would be an absolute nightmare.
Well,
it's impossible.
I don't care who they got to cut. If Watson to the Steelers is a possibility, you got to do it. But
they would have to cut Ben, but he would leave so much dead cap. They would have to cut Pouncey. They would have to cut Bill Wade, maybe. I don't know.
I don't think Watson to the Steelers is a real possibility, but I don't think that you can. I don't think any team in the league. I saw somebody on Twitter the other day saying, if that's true, 20 of the 32 teams should be making a phone call. I agree with that. Watson, he played at such a high level. I got to give a shout out to Deshaun Watson for my fantasy season in general.
Seriously,
I won 3 titles, and all 3 of them had Deshaun Watson as my quarterback. So
I was listening to the Fantasy Football Watch yesterday. They're my favorite fantasy podcast. In case you guys didn't know, they're my favorite. It's my personal favorite. I was listening to them yesterday, and they were saying this that Watson. I didn't know this. I don't know if you guys did either. He's finished at the quarterback 3 seasons in a row now. It's crazy.
That's consistency.
From losing the DeAndre Hopkins to Brandon Cooks and Will Fuller to still consistently be wide receiver 5. I mean, not wide receiver 5. Quarterback 5. That's insanely.
He could probably play wide receiver too, for being real.
Probably, honestly, that kid's a freak athlete. He's so good. But if I think some teams that let's talk about that. Actually, I have it scheduled as a question for some other guests later. But we can talk. It's 12 hours long. We're gonna talk about Deshaun Watson all day, probably. But if you had a perfect fit for Deshaun Watson, what team would you want to see him on? Dallas's pick, he's not here, but I'll say his pick first. He said the Indianapolis Colts, which I think is an amazing pick. But my personal pick is the Denver Broncos because they have a good defense with some good young players on it. They have a ton of weapons, but just Drew Lock can't access all the weapons because he's not good enough. But imagine Deshaun Watson with Hamler, Judy, Sutton, Noah Fant, Alberto, and then those running backs and a decent offensive line. I mean, that offense is deadly.
Yeah. I like that pick. I've seen a lot of people talking about the Niners.
Yeah,
that's my pick.
Yeah. There's a lot of. I tell you what. There are teams that have a quote starting level quarterback, but it's not the guy. So I like the Denver pick because I just don't think Locke is the answer. But
he's definitely not the answer. I think he's very mediocre.
Yeah. I mean,
don't tell me that. I have him in my Superflex league.
What's that?
He's like the only quarterback I have in one of my Superflex leagues.
Oh, jeez. Your team sounds like it needs to rebuild.
It does need to rebuild. I do have the number 1 overall pick, so I am getting Trevor Lawrence.
Oh, okay. Well, Trevor Lawrence is coming home.
Yeah, yes, he is.
Not bad.
Oh, question for you guys. I keep throwing this out there, but everyone dismisses it. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna happen. But do you think there's a chance that Urban Meyer drafts Justin Fields number 1
no.
because he's an Ohio State guy?
I don't think so. But
I don't think he does either. But it interests me because that's what happened with Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray.
So one of the things that I've been seeing on Twitter recently, there's some smart guys talking about it. He doesn't have any actual connection to Fields, other than the fact that he knows Coach Day. But I really, here's the thing. I love Trevor Lawrence. I'm not a high level analyst, so I don't look at these guys coming out of college and I grinded 20 hours of tape this week. Now that's not me.
Right.
But I will say that when I see Fields, he looks like a 2020 NFL quarterback.
He does.
Whereas Lawrence is the statue who sits back and he's what you think of as your old school pocket quarterback. But I think Fields can really sling the ball, and also he's just athletic and he looks like a 2020 quarterback. I don't have a problem with that idea, but man, I think that if you're in the position that the Jags are in, and you take Fields over Lawrence, and Lawrence is what we think he is, you'll never live it down. So I think just really for that.
That is very true. I mean, Lawrence is. I think he's a little bit more mobile than you're giving him credit for. I think Lawrence can move.
Yeah.
I think he has like an Aaron Rodgers, a minimum of like an Aaron Rodgers level mobility, where like he can get out of the pocket, make a play with his legs, like maybe like Mahomes-ish. But he definitely is more of just a pocket passer. But yeah, Fields is. He's the perfect blend of quarterback that the modern day NFL is looking for. He can make a play with his legs. He can make every throw. It's the perfect quarterback.
Alex often compares him to Dak Prescott. That's his player comp.
Yeah, I like that. He can do a little bit of everything, which is perfect.
All right. We're almost out of time, but I don't want to leave you, Dave, without asking you this one question, Drew. Where is Juju ending up, and do you want him back on the Steelers after all the shenanigans that happened this season?
Well, I prepared for this question because it's a big one. So short answer, no, I don't want him back.
Oh, snap.
Here's the thing. I love him as a person, but I have grown a little bit tired of the antics.
Okay.
And I will say that I've always been I've had a problem with Mike Tomlin for a long time. I think that his permissive atmosphere is what allows this stuff to happen. I think it's part of the reason that Antonio Brown went off the rails. Now, talking about mental health stuff, I think Antonio Brown had some mental health stuff he wasn't dealing with.
Yeah.
I'm not sure
I agree.
For Juju. I don't think that's what's happening. But I do think that, I always go back to this. I know Belichick's the greatest of all time. But if Juju was on the Patriots, would he be doing this stuff? No, he wouldn't. It wouldn't be allowed. That kind of thing would not be happening. And I just can't stand the fact that Tomlin won't come down on him and say, hey, look, this is nonsense. And then the Claypool interview comes out the day after. Now, Claypool's walked some of that stuff back. He said, hey, I did an interview right after the game, and I was upset. I get it. He's a young kid. We can't expect him to be perfect. But again, you've got two guys running their mouths, and I don't understand when we're going to learn the lesson. So I really think that, like when they ship Santonio Holmes out, I think it can send a message like, hey, you want to smoke weed and get in trouble, then you're gone. And I think that it sends a message like, yeah, we're not really going after Juju. We've got Claypool and we've got Deontay. Get the antics out of the locker room. And I do think it's a bigger reason why the Steelers have problems than they want to admit, is that these guys don't – it's not about the team. It's about themselves.
Right.
And that bothers me about Juju. Now, having said that, if they want to bring him back, whatever, I'm not upset. The guy's a great receiver. He's really young still.
Right.
And that's the crazy part about it. He's really young.
He's younger than Deontay Johnson.
Yeah. I mean, he came out of the league. He came out of college so young, and I really believe that when he's got a good receiver playing opposite him, what did he have? Something like 800 yards and 90-some catches.
Yeah, he did
let the guy go a little bit more, but that's beside the point. I'd like to see Juju go somewhere where they really need him. Somebody with a strong head coach that is going to come down on some of that. I put down a couple teams. First of all, Jacksonville needs another receiver. I think
they do. I think Chark and Laviska Shenault are a perfect combo.
Yeah, I think that it would be really fun to watch those three guys.
Yeah, no, it would be fun. I'm just saying, I don't know if they need him.
They don't necessarily need him. You're right. Tennessee, I looked at.
That'd be fun. That'd be really fun.
Oh my goodness, that'd be a
AJ Brown and Juju would be a sight to see.
Right. And Corey Davis had a nice year, but behind those two, holy cow, their depth chart is not impressive behind those two.
Yep.
So they've got a little bit of an issue there. And everybody, whenever a receiver is mentioned, everybody talks about Green Bay, but again, I would love to see a guy like Rodgers throwing to Juju for a couple years.
That'd be incredible. All right, well, Drew, thank you so much for joining us as our first guest on the live stream, kicking us out for 12 hours. I really appreciate it. We had a good time talking auction draft and the Steelers and everything. So
David Boston, shout out.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see you. What'd you say, Angel?
David Boston, shout out.
Yeah, shout out David Boston.
Drew, any last second plugs?
Yeah.
Yeah, just find me on Twitter, Drew FBG Auctions. That's football guys. So Drew FBG Auctions. You can find my auction series. I don't think there's anything like it. Now, I'm not saying definitively I've seen every piece of auction content on the internet, but I don't think I've seen anything like this series on auction drafting. So check that out on footballguys.com.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, we will be right back. So, Angel, I'm going to cue up that screen, and we will be right back with Matt McCoy talking all things Eagles for the next hour.
Can't wait to see you guys.
I'll see you in a second. Get Madden.
are live.
All right, we are back from 1 to 2 p.m. We got our man Matt McCoy in the building. He's a super cool guy. We're going to be talking all things Philadelphia Eagles today because he's a big Eagles fan, and obviously he knows himself some good old fantasy football content and all that jazz. So shout out Matt, though. He's the first person who's ever had me on a fantasy live stream of any kind. So big shout out to him. But real quick, before we hop into all that, let's talk about Mindfulness First once again. You'll see the link to Mindfulness First at the top of the live stream overlay. It says mindfulnessfirst.org. Please go over there if you want to make a donation. If you donate, just let us know in the chat. We'll definitely give you a huge shout out on stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's an amazing organization. They do a lot of mental health awareness work, and they do a really amazing job. So, Angel, if you want to talk about Mindfulness First, or Matt, or anything, real quick, go ahead.
I can start it off. Like I mentioned earlier at the top of the first hour, I really believe in Mindfulness First's mission of investing in the youth and helping them learn about mindfulness. It's a lot easier to learn all of this when you're a kid, when you're young, and your brain is still a sponge. And quite frankly, it's less stigmatized when you're a kid. You're just learning how to be mindful of your own behavior. Mindfulness First is an organization that deals with promoting mindfulness in young students, especially when it comes to trauma, which, that is definitely, especially during this pandemic, it's going to be something that comes up a lot in the future, the trauma of just everything that's going on in the world right now. So it is a great organization. Like I said, I'm matching all donations up to $100, which I believe we've already exceeded, which is fantastic. The link to donate is now in the description, so feel free to check it out. It's also in the chat. And if you do donate, please let us know. We'll shout you out on here, and we just love to know. So that being said, Matt, I'm wondering if you might have any mental health stories you want to share, your thoughts on it, the importance of it. Let's take it away.
Sure. I mean, first and foremost, just in life in general, one of the quotes or mantras I live by is, if you're not doing something to make the lives of people around you better, you're wasting your time. And
right.
I think what you guys are doing, getting behind this cause, is a great thing. Very appreciative of what you guys are doing this weekend. And it's cliche to say every little bit helps, but it's a fact. Every little bit helps to not only raise funds, but also raise awareness. Mental health is something not to take lightly. And I think now that our society has transitioned their mindset and takes mental health very seriously, I think it's a great step in the right direction. I can only speak for myself, man. I've been involved with youth organizations for the better part of 15 years. Currently, I reside as a board president for our local Boys and Girls Club
That's amazing.
area in our city. So
I love that.
I think anything you can do for youth in our area, children right now, who, quite frankly, they're battling things that when I was their age, I never even thought about.
Yeah.
I never even considered a lot of what they're going through, what they face on a day-to-day basis. Unfortunately, some of the children, their home life may not be the best, so you never know. You never know what's going on in the life and the home life of a child. A lot of times, your positive interaction might be the only positive interaction they get all day long. So you really never know how strong of a positive effect you have on the life of a child. So highly recommend being involved. I mean, there are children everywhere throughout our country and our world who need people's help on a variety of things, mental health being one of the primary objectives. So again, circling back around, very appreciative of what you guys are doing. I think it's an unbelievable mission, and I'm here to help any way I can.
Thank you. And to circle back to our first guest, Drew, what he said was really powerful too. In his line of work, he sees mental health cases all the time. And one thing that I believe in is just like any physical activity or anything like that, where you say intervene while the person is young in order to prevent problems in the future. Same thing with mental health. Drew mentioned exercising the brain, practicing mindfulness in order to prevent issues, and that's something that I myself, I'm trying to do. Just in general, the pandemic is affecting all of us in ways that honestly we might not understand for years to come. We've been isolated for close to a year now. Some parts of the world for more than a year. And like you mentioned, this was not an issue that we had to think about when we were young. I work with kids. I work with an organization called the Youth Ambassador Committee, and they're trying to lead a social media campaign to promote physical health through the investment into mental health. And the conversations I have with them, the work that they're doing is just awe-inspiring. I have 16-year-olds telling me about their own mental health, how it's deteriorated over the past year, and how, quite frankly, their physical health is almost at the back of their mind. They just want to focus on their mental health first. And that's why I believe Mindfulness First is such a great organization. And like you said, there's so many ways to get involved with youth. And quite honestly, I feel like as the more you grow, the more people tend to not realize that in many ways, today's youth are probably the best teachers in the world because they can tell us what they're experiencing from their perspective.
Well, I can tell you, man, I'm blown away by the youth in our area now. It's amazing how well they handle themselves, how cool they are under pressure. I mean, again, I think back to when I was their age, I had none of those qualities. I was a nervous wreck. And just to see their mentality and their maturity at such a young age, it blows my mind. I coach football here in the city that we reside in. And
that's cool.
Yeah, so like I got guys who I've coached for 3 or 4 years, and what blows me away is when they become seniors and they come talk to you at the end, season's over, and how many of them always say, "Man, I appreciated the fact that you asked about sports secondary. You always asked me, how's the family? How's your mom and them doing? How are your school? How are the grades? Then you asked me, how's football? How is training?" And so you really cared about me as a person off the field, ever before we got on the field. And that resonates with a lot of young men I've been able to coach over the years. And we still have great bonds to this day. Some of them, they call me dad. They call it dad. I need advice. And it'll be something about college or a girl or something. And I'm like, I'm here for you, man. And they come back, they go off to college and they come back and they come visit us for practice and stuff. And, those bonds you make, whether it's coaching, mentoring, you talk about being involved in life of a child, man, again, they far expand farther than you can ever imagine. Those moments, those relationships can alter the life of somebody forever. So again, the fact that you guys are involved to the degree that you are, man, I'm very blown away about you guys are being behind this. So again, thank you guys for doing that.
That's amazing, Matt.
Thank you so much for the kind words.
That's an incredible message. So thank you so much for sharing that. Just to transition to the sports world, I got some breaking news for us. It's reported that Ben Roethlisberger will plan on returning next season, and also he wants Juju back if he comes back, which is very interesting. Ben wants Juju if he's coming back. So,
I wonder how Drew feels about that. Drew, if you're watching still, put your thoughts in the comments.
Yeah, I don't know how Drew feels about that. He was just saying that he doesn't want Juju back and he thinks Ben should retire. His worst nightmare. But I actually like that. I think that Juju adds more value to the Steelers than people realize because most of the time he draws double teams and he's a really good slot receiver. As long as he takes a team-friendly deal, I think it's a good idea. And we didn't really have time, Angel, to discuss the Steelers takes, but I personally am a big fan of Mike Tomlin. I think he's a really good NFL head coach, and the grass isn't always greener. I think if you fire Mike Tomlin, Steelers fans will quickly realize how poor NFL head coaches could be because they've been blessed with 3 amazing head coaches over the past, 60 years. It's been incredible how good the coaches have been. So I think we have it better than we know we do, and I think we need to appreciate Tomlin a little bit more. And I mean, they went 8-8 last season with Mason Rudolph and Devlin Hodges. I mean, that's an incredible accomplishment. So yeah, that's my opinion. But let's transition to some more Pennsylvania NFL talk. Goes to some Philadelphia Eagles. So first up, I want you to talk about the Eagles firing their head coach and the head coach opening, and what do you think about that?
Yeah, speaking of worst coaches.
Well, again, we are in relatively uncharted territory on some level. The minute they fired Doug Peterson, I went back just to look. And it had been, I want to say, 30 months since the Eagles won a Super Bowl. That's crazy to think about.
Yeah.
It's still less than 3 years since the Eagles hoisted the Lombardi Trophy and won the Super Bowl, Doug Peterson as the coach. So, it's been quite the rapid decline here in 2020. But you saw signs. You saw signs in 2018. You saw signs in 2019. The Eagles were getting by the skin of their teeth, quite frankly. So there were a lot of times where they were 4-7 or 5-6. They go on a run at the end of the season. They sneak in as a wild card. They sneak in winning a division that's not all that strong to begin with, and that gets them by. So on some level, this goes better. We'll talk about this a lot, I'm sure, in the next few points, but it can tie into your Pittsburgh point. What ultimately is the goal? If your goal is to win an NFL championship, then I think the goal and to move on from Doug Peterson is the right move.
Right, yeah.
Really? I was surprised that they fired him. I thought he was doing a good job. But obviously, I'm not an Eagles fan.
I was surprised as well, but again, I'll take y'all way back. So I'm significantly older than you guys. So I remember when the Eagles and Andy Reid parted ways, like almost 10 years ago. So, and at the time, the vibe around the team was, hey, Andy Reid is still a premium head coach. He's a really, really good head coach.
He was.
There was no doubt about it that he was going to go somewhere else and find success. Right. But the partnership between Andy Reid and the Eagles, they needed a divorce because it had just gotten bad as the seasons went along. So you needed something fresh. And a lot of times that's what happens. You need a fresh take, a fresh look on things. So the Eagles moving away from Reid, while somebody look back in hindsight and say that was a mistake, at the time, you heard none of that. Everybody said it's time to move on from Reid. But again, the fact that he moved on somewhere else and finding out as much success as he is was not a surprise. It was just better for a separation between the two. I feel the same way here now for Peterson and Eagles. I'm not saying Peterson's a bad coach. I think he'll find some success wherever he goes. However, it was time for him to leave Philadelphia. Things have gotten pretty bad here in Philly. And I think it was on both sides. I think the Eagles wanted to split. But from Doug Peterson's standpoint, everything I heard about around Doug Peterson was, hey, man, if they tell him to pack his bag, he'd be happy to get out of Philadelphia.
That's really? You think that's it?
Wow, I did not know that.
I didn't know that there was tension there.
I'm certain. I am certain that Doug Peterson, from people around him who spoke to him after it happened, it was like a breath of fresh air. Like, okay, now I get to move on to somewhere that, and we'll talk about the Eagles as a whole. The Eagles are not currently constructed as a team you have the brightest of futures in. So if you're a coach and you're the head coach of that team, you're looking around and saying, man, where are we trending? We went from Super Bowl champion in 3 years. Now we have 4 wins. Maybe if I go somewhere else that has more talent, has a stronger brass, a better foothold in their division, might be better off for me to move on. So Peterson was relieved, quite frankly.
Do you see him getting another head coaching job?
I think he does immediately.
See, that's the thing. So, like, timing is everything, right? So, I tweeted out this morning, isn't it a bit surprising that a guy who has won a Super Bowl recently is not getting much buzz as a head coach anywhere else? I have not heard of one organization even saying, we want to bring Doug Peterson in for a look for head coach. Now, Seattle this morning came out and said they want him as offensive coordinator. That's the first thing we've heard. So, maybe it is good for him to go to Seattle for a year or two and be OC, but isn't that odd? Isn't it odd for a head coach of a Super Bowl team to have not a lot of buzz out there? I think that says a lot about the perception of Doug Peterson as head coach around the league.
Yeah, I agree with you. It kind of feels a little bit to me like the Mike McCarthy firing with the Packers recently. It feels like a similar undertone there. Like he won a Super Bowl. It was a bit of a falling out with the organization and the head coach, and they wanted to move on. With all that being said, though, who would you like the Eagles to hire as a head coach?
Adam Gase.
Oh, man.
Adam Gase, definitely.
So I saw that pop up on my timeline the other day, and just had a gut reaction. Anger entered my veins. I was like, wait a minute. And then I realized it was the phony Bleacher Report Twitter timeline. So Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know part of Adam Gase. I think, what the Eagles want and what I want are somewhat similar. The Eagles seem to be fixated on a young and up and coming head coach. And I think that is the right approach for this team because of where they currently are, if that makes any sense. So if you were a team like the Pittsburgh Steelers, for example, you bring up Pittsburgh earlier, that's a team much more prepared for contention in 2021 immediately than, say, the Eagles are. So for the Steelers, I would want a more veteran coach who's head coach before, somebody to step right in and get you immediate results in 2021. The Eagles, for my money, are not going to be competitive next year.
Yeah,
so,
I think that's an accurate take.
Yes, I'm not looking for a 60-year-old head coach like a Bruce Arians to step in and have immediate results. I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for the long-term future, which I think Philadelphia is. You look at the coaches; they're kind of sniffing around. Report came out this morning. Brandon Staley from the Rams are interested in. Mike Kafka from Kansas City is a guy that they're sniffing around. A very young guy. Joe Brady from Carolina.
I would want Joe Brady. Joe Brady is a genius.
If I had my choice, if I was in the Eagles brass right now, I would not let Joe Brady get to another team to interview. I would have held him down and said, hey, here's the contract, sign the dotted line. Because I think Joe Brady has a very bright future in the NFL. I thought so last year when he came to Carolina, immediately when he signed to Carolina to become offensive coordinator, I said, man, he'll be there 1 year, 2 year, tops before somebody comes and gets him. And a lot of people thought it would be in 2022. Well, Carolina had immediate success, and you saw what he could do with a relatively pedestrian, talented Teddy Bridgewater in Carolina. But to say, what could I do with him with a more accurate or not accurate board, a quarter of a higher ceiling, perhaps? So I'd be a little surprised if Joe Brady doesn't get a job this offseason.
He deserves it. I think that Joe Brady's the next bright offensive mind in the NFL, like a Sean McVay. I think he's a genius. I mean, he told what he did is was he the offensive coordinator or the passing game coordinator at LSU with Joe Burrow that 1 year? What was it?
Offensive coordinator,
I believe he was the offensive coordinator in LSU. Don't hold me to that, but
yeah,
I know that the success of LSU was attributed as much to Joe Brady as it was the head coach for LSU. That offense.
That's impressive. That's saying something. That's saying that people in the organization see the work the kid's doing, and they're saying, hey, he's special. And I think that's exactly what you want.
Ask the players about their time at LSU and why they had success in 2019 and 2020. To a man, Joe Burrow will attribute, hey, Joe Brady helped me out as much as any coach I've ever had. Just in the past week, somebody asked Justin Jefferson about how he could transition so quickly from college to the NFL. And the first words out of his mouth were Joe Brady. Joe Brady prepared me for the NFL game. They put me through an offense that was so close to what the NFL was asking me to do that it was a smooth transition. That's what you want to hear.
Yeah, that's that is exactly what I would be looking for if I was a franchise like the Eagles, who was going to take a year or two. It's going to be a 2 or 3 year window from now for competition, for success. And you want a young, up-and-coming head coach who can turn it around quickly. And that's exactly what I think that Joe Brady could provide. And I think it's going to be really interesting, let's say, if Joe Brady leaves, which he probably will, at least somewhere else to do something else, like an offensive coordinator. Well, no, I think he already is up. You know what I mean? He'll be out there probably.
Yeah, he won't leave Carolina unless he gets a head coaching position. Being the OC in Carolina, I have to imagine he has some, the fact that they brought him in, he feels pretty good about the organization. But head coaching opportunity for a guy, I want to say he's 33, 34 years old.
That's young.
Yeah, so I would snatch on. He's my number one choice for Philadelphia. I tweeted out the other day, I said, the Eagles have not made many great decisions here as of late. Don't have another mistake and bypass Joe Brady. Eagles, I dare you to sign Joe Brady, because that's who I want.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all, but let's transition to the next question I have now. So, who do you think is going to be the starting quarterback, and how much do you think that relies on the head coaching hiring?
Yeah, I'm really interested to hear your take on this one because I have some strong ones as well.
So there's a lot to unpack here, right? So
a lot. That's why I'm excited about this question. I think it's going to be very exciting.
I wonder. I think the head coaching hiring will give us several tea leaves to kind of decipher what the front office and Jeffrey Lurie and Harry Roseman want. So let's take a step back first, okay? So the current quarterbacks they have are Wentz and Hurts, right?
Right.
So Wentz, everybody involved signed on to make a huge trade up for Carson Wentz when they drafted him. Everybody in the organization, from Lurie to Roseman to Doug Peterson, they were all in on Carson Wentz. That's not a debate. The debate begins on who was behind the draft pick of Jalen Hurts last year. And that tells you an awful lot right there about what an organization is. From all accounts, that was a Howie Roseman selection, not a Doug Peterson move. That was a Howie Roseman move. So it's pretty fascinating that they let Doug Peterson go, and Howie Roseman, at least for now, appears to remain in Philadelphia. So I wonder what that signals for the future of the Eagles at quarterback. If Roseman's there, I think that signals Jalen Hurts. However, it gets complicated because now you're looking at the head coaching situation here. The Eagles, from all count, their number one choice was Arthur Smith, who recently became the Falcons head coach. Why would you bring in an Arthur Smith? What is Arthur Smith most known for during his time in Tennessee? I would suggest two things. One, developing an amazing running game with Derrick Henry. And two, really rejuvenating the career of Ryan Tannehill. Ryan Tannehill comes from Miami to Tennessee. A lot of people question the move at the time. Well, Ryan Tannehill has not done anything for Miami. Why do we think he's going to have success in Tennessee? The last 2 years, Ryan Tannehill has been amazing for the Titans. Amazing. His efficiency in that offense. Remember,
a top 10 quarterback for sure.
This is not an offense that throws the ball 575, 600 times. They throw it 470, 480. They are a run-first offense. So the fact that he's put up the numbers he is, with the amount of attempts that he's given, is speaking to a high level of efficiency. Last year, he did it. A lot of people said, well, he can't replicate that in 2020, and then he did. So it shows you how well he's playing for the Titans. So if the Eagles were highly engaged and really wanted Arthur Smith, what that tells me is they want Arthur Smith to rejuvenate the career of Carson Wentz.
That is true. Okay. I mean, that's a great point.
So it's a lot of moving pieces here. Not having the guy in place says a lot. So for me, if you're asking me and again, this is where we diverge, what the Eagles want to do, I think the Eagles want to rejuvenate the career of Carson Wentz,
right.
Keep him under center, and move him forward. If you're asking me what I want to do, this comes back to the question, and I'll ask you guys this. For me, and again, some people disagree. Some people say front offices want to make money, and front offices want to appeal to their fan base. Let's take that out of context. If your goal is to win a Super Bowl, your goal is to win championship. Do you believe Carson Wentz is your quarterback to win championships? Question number one. Do you think Jalen Hurts is your quarterback to win championships? Question number two. Where are you guys at on Wentz and Hurts?
For me, I think Wentz has shown you that he's capable. But I think personally, he needs to get out of Philadelphia. I think he needs a fresh start. I think he needs to pull Ryan Tannehill. I think he needs to be removed from the situation, go in and prove himself somewhere else, and give him the confidence again. I think Jalen Hurts has a high ceiling, and I think he's the perfect quarterback for the modern NFL. And I think that the Eagles want him to be the quarterback, honestly. I mean, it depends on the head coach hiring, as you just said. But I think the front office wants him because they drafted Jalen Hurts for a reason. They knew that they knew something about Wentz. They had to have. There's no way they just drafted him just to draft him because he was the best player available. That just doesn't happen with quarterbacks. They knew there was something wrong with Wentz, so they drafted him. And then I think they started in the last few games to see what they had in him, and they liked it, and they started him over and over again. I think the indicator that shows that he might be the starter next season is because they started him consecutive games in a row. Usually when teams want to see what they have in a young QB, they play him maybe once, maybe twice. And if he's not great, they pull him. But he looked pretty good. That last game was a little rough, but that one game against, I believe it was the Texans, he went off. and he showed you what he's capable of. And I think with how cheap his contract is as a second-round draft pick, you can't pass that up. You can trade Wentz for draft picks. You might not get a lot because his contract is so big, but you'll get at least a second probably. He's a quarterback. He's young. He has proven talent. I think you can get a second-round pick for him. You take the second-round pick, you have Jalen Hurts with a lot less salary on the books, so you can go get a big free agent, and you can assemble a team that's primed to compete in the next few years.
Where are you at, Angel?
So I disagree with some of that. I mean, speaking about trauma, shout out to mindfulnessfirst.org. You can go and donate. Link is in the description for that.
I'm trying to cut you off, Angel. My mom just texted me a second ago. She said that they're up to $170 in donations on the Facebook.
Nice. That's amazing. Thank you to everybody donating. Like I said, the link is in the description. Luke's mom is fundraising for us as well over on Facebook, so we're making a lot of money for this organization, and they deserve it. They're doing trauma-based work. And speaking of trauma, I really think Carson Wentz will not succeed in Philadelphia anymore. It stems to a lot of other things. There's a lot of things to unpack, like you said, Matt. One, I do think his injury changed him. Especially on the Super Bowl run, he was playing at an MVP level, probably would have been the MVP if he hadn't gotten injured.
There's no question.
And then having Nick Foles come in and win the Super Bowl, I know it's a team game. I know that they all won the Super Bowl, but that's got to be a little damaging to your confidence. And then two, coming back the following year, he didn't look like himself. It seemed like he was hesitant. He looked like he was playing scared. Understandably so, he had just torn his ACL. I don't blame him at all, but the fact remains that when I watched him, he didn't look like the same guy that led me to a championship the year before. He looked like someone that was avoiding hits and who knew that his offensive line wasn't going to keep him upright for most of the season. And then the next year, you draft Jalen Hurts in the second round instead of adding supporting blocks. And I really think that's what the straw that broke the camel's back. Spending that second round draft pick on what looked like your replacement had to have really hurt his confidence. And from then on, I think that's when the relationship became unsalvageable. Now,
there's a lot going on there, just as you say, the draft pick itself. So
yeah,
I will give Wentz some credit here. Now, here's the thing. Last year, 2019, you said the injury impacted him. I 100% agree with you. I think it impacted him more in 2018. Last year, 2019, Carson Wentz played some amazing football for the Philadelphia Eagles. I want to give him a lot of credit. If you recall, by the end of that season, they had so many injuries to all their skill guys.
Yeah.
You might as well had yourself, Luke, and I, wide receiver, for the Philadelphia Eagles down the stretch. They had guys off the street. I'm not kidding you. Guys they've gotten off the street free agents in the middle of the season, practice squad guys, and Greg Ward, who at the time was a former quarterback, who were the wide receivers, led them to the NFC East title, and he did it by throwing for 27 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. So virtually a 4-to-1 ratio touchdowns and interceptions. So the guy was playing good football with a lot of pieces around him falling apart. This year, I think the injuries around him, offensive line, receivers, and running backs again, which the Eagles for some reason cannot get healthy at all, I think that was the straw that broke the camel's back for Wentz. Earlier in the year, weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, he was playing okay. It wasn't that he was playing terrible. I think what happened was he started looking around the huddle and saying, man, I don't rely on anybody else around in this huddle. I have to do everything myself. And that's when you saw him start playing YOLO ball and just doing all kind of crazy stuff and running to his left and front ball 60 yards down the field trying to make a hero play. They get in trouble. So, I will give Wentz credit. I think that similar to how I talked about Peterson and the Eagles, I think Carson Wentz is still a very talented quarterback.
Absolutely.
There's no doubt in my mind. And I think he finds success in the NFL, but I'm with you, Angel. I think it's time to split. I think the Eagles need to find a trade partner, whether it be the Indianapolis Colts if they don't bring Philip Rivers back, or the New England Patriots, or somebody who may not have a top 5, 10 draft pick, but needs to take care of the quarterback situation. Luke, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think you're looking at a second-round pick, maybe a third round, but get out of his salary I would do it in a second. Second rounder, third rounder, you're gone. Get him out of here. Take the cap hit 2021 and move on to somebody else. So I'm right there with you. I just, you hear the reports of Philadelphia that the issue between Peterson and Wentz, the term you kept hearing was they had a fractured relationship. That was the term you heard over and over and over again. And it begs the question, well, how does a relationship where he was a MVP 2 years ago, essentially, a Super Bowl winning head coach, how does that relationship fracture? And what that tells me is, again, you listen to the reports and you hear enough of them, you start to believe into them. Carson Wentz is tough to coach. He wants to do things his way or the highway. He doesn't have a very amenable mentality to coaching, and it hasn't been the same for him since Frank Wright left for Indianapolis. So for some reason, Peterson and the organization and coaches are trying to tell him, hey, here's the play design. Wide receiver X is going to get open here, hit him, and Wentz isn't doing it. He's not listening, trying to do his own thing. At that point, he's going rogue. Get him out of here.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. And you harped on the salary. The big thing, just from a business standpoint, is the salary. His contract is huge. Jalen Hurts is a second-round rookie quarterback contract, which is dirt for how good he could potentially be. You can build a team around that. You can contend with that. I mean, if you get a second-round pick on top of that to get Wentz out of town, that's even better. So, for example, like if you're the Eagles, what are you doing by keeping Wentz around? Because then you'll have Hurts, whose ceiling is so high, just sitting on the bench. It's gonna be like a Jimmy Garoppolo situation.
And that's part of the problems in Philadelphia. So the Eagles have maintained forever, and they've proven it, that they value quarterbacks. They want multiple quarterbacks options in their franchise. And to some degree, it's hard to argue against it when your MVP caliber quarterback goes down and you still win a Super Bowl with the backup. So it's hard to argue against that model.
It works.
The following year, Wentz gets hurt again. Foles comes in, wins 4 straight games down the stretch, gets you to the playoffs and gets you a playoff win. So given their history and what they've been through as an organization, it's very hard to argue to them, hey, just get a starter and don't really worry about the backup. Like the Rams, they have Jared Goff, and then they have John Wellens, whatever his name is, some guy off the street. Eagles don't do that. They prioritize the backup quarterback, even a third-string quarterback to some degree. The problem is the Eagles' salary cap is a mess. And they knew it going into last year's draft. They said, we don't have the funds to go out and get an $8 million, $9 million backup like we want to do. That's what they want to do. They want to have a quarterback in that range who's a veteran, who's a solid guy. If Wentz falters, we can put him in. But we can't afford it. So how else are we going to get a solid backup option? We have to use a higher draft pick. So they use the draft equity to counter the salary issues that they got. So that's why they draft Jalen Hurts. I'm sure they like Jalen Hurts. I'm not saying that they don't. And he's a valuable draft pick for him in round 2. He paid off for him so far. But the money also plays a huge factor in why they went down that route.
So
certainly.
It looks like you believe that you and the Eagles have different opinions when it comes to the quarterback situation. Now, let's say that the Eagles do keep Carson Wentz and that they decided they want to invest at least one more year in him. How do you fix him, and how do you go from that fractured relationship that it seems like you have with Doug Peterson, but probably the organization to some extent, and rejuvenate and turn his career around in Philadelphia?
If you are married to the idea of turning around Carson Wentz, you have to get a head coach, in my opinion, that has enough esteem and enough confidence in the league that people say, man, that's a great coach, that Carson Wentz is going to listen to him. So that's where the issue is. If you bring a guy like Joe Brady in, who I love, him and Carson Wentz to me are like oil and water because he doesn't have the head coaching experience at the NFL level. Wentz, who has not listened to Doug Peterson, who won a damn Super Bowl, why is he going to listen to Joe Brady, a first-time head coach? So that's what, to me, a guy like a Bruce Arians, someone like that, now I'm not saying he's leaving Tampa Bay or anything, but that's the kind of guy. You need a hard-ass, kind of coach that got the reputation around the league that, hey, you're going to do it my way. That's how it's going to get done. That's the only way it's going to get done. You look at what happened in Tampa Bay. Like Bruce Arians came out publicly and was saying some derogatory comments about Tom Brady earlier this year. Like, yeah, Tom has to play better. Tom has to do these things.
Right.
That had to be a culture shock. The guy like Tom Brady said, wait a minute, I'm Tom Brady. I have 6 Super Bowl wins. And Bruce Arians is like, I don't give a damn. You're going to do it my way. It's how it's going to get done. That's the kind of coach you need if you're going to turn around a guy like Carson Wentz. You mentioned at the top there that my opinion about the Eagles situation and their opinion, my opinion is different than I would say 99% of people out there because, spoiler alert, what I would tell you is I don't think Carson Wentz at this juncture is the Super Bowl winning quarterback for the Eagles. I don't think Jalen Hurts is the guy either. So I'm not picking between one or the other. I'm telling you that if I'm looking for a guy who can win a Super Bowl for you, you don't currently have it on your roster. So for me, priority number one is finding that guy. So if I'm the Eagles front office, or if I'm GM, I'm Jeffrey Lurie, Eagles got pick number 6 in the draft, you better believe I'm eyeing a quarterback at pick number 6, and everybody's going to say, it's crazy, I can't believe you're doing it. Oh, the quarterback factor. Let him talk. If you're trying to win a Super Bowl, and you're being honest with yourself, and you look at your quarterbacks and you say, I don't think option number 1 can win me a Super Bowl. I don't think option number 2 can win me a Super Bowl. Then what are you doing? You need to find that guy. It's the number 1 domino to fall. You have to have it. There's been different models over the years. You've seen different teams, whether it be the Brad Johnson Buccaneers, the Trent Dilfer Ravens. Yes, guys like that can win a Super Bowl if every single thing around you is perfect. If your receivers are perfect, a good backs, an amazing offensive line, a fantastic defense, a great head coach, yes. All that, then you can get somebody to win a Super Bowl for you. But if not, the vast majority of teams, you have to have an upper-tier quarterback to take down the Lombardi Trophy. For me, the Eagles currently don't have it.
Yeah, I enjoy the thought of the Eagles drafting a quarterback at 6. I personally do not agree with that because I think that Hurts' ceiling is high enough to where they can tap into it, so it could be something special. I just want to see more of it before they try to draft another guy. So that's really fine though.
Let's talk about that for a second. So you talk about Hurts, right? Hurts is most compared to. If you compare Jalen Hurts to any quarterback in the league right now, who would you compare him to?
That's a good question. Actually, I don't really know. Do you have one?
I would say the closest comparison, and they're not apples to apples, is Lamar Jackson. That's the closest comparison you're going to make to a run-first quarterback who may not go very rapidly through progressions. He gets stuck on read number 1 first. If it's not open, I'm going to tuck it and run. Who are excellent runners with the football. So you look at Lamar Jackson for the Ravens, right? So even last year and this year, what were the questions about Lamar Jackson? Can he win a playoff game? That's after he won an MVP.
Yeah. No, I understand. I just think I need to see a full season of what's going to happen next year before I move on and try to get another guy in there. I think this year, if you want to give those quarterbacks a fair shot, you draft a wide receiver at 6.
And that's very possible, and that, to me, is probably the more likely option that they go. And again, let's say I am of the 1% of 1%. People don't agree with me. That's perfectly fine. I understand why you don't agree with me. It
makes sense. I understand why the take exists. I think the argument is definitely there is the guy in the room isn't good enough. They're good, but not good enough. And I understand that argument. That I think that a lot of NFL teams need to learn that. And as far as rebuilding goes as well, because I think I say this in fantasy all the time, you're either contending or you're rebuilding. No one wants to be in the middle. And I understand what you're saying with that.
So the issue is, when you look at the draft, right, if you look at your organization, you say to yourself, how often are we going to have a top 5 pick or a borderline top 5 pick? How often is that going to happen? Because primarily, that's how you get the upper echelon quarterbacks. You have to have an early draft pick. You can't be in the middle unless you mortgage the farm, which the Eagles do not have the luxury of doing whatsoever. So you have to look. If you have questions about Jalen Hurts, do you think a quarterback's going to be there at 6? That it would be a guy with a higher ceiling and a higher likelihood of bringing you a title, then you have to consider it. Same deal, say, for example, take Atlanta, for example. Atlanta picks 2 picks earlier than the Eagles. at pick number 4, Matt Ryan is still playing good football. I think if you are honest with the Atlanta Falcons organization and you look around that team and you say, what are our issues? You're looking at defensive line. You're looking at secondary. You're looking at offensive line play. You got no running back. You have an aging Julio Jones who's injury prone. You have all these issues before you talk about Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's not the issue for Atlanta. But you better bet your rear end, pick number 4, Atlanta's considering a quarterback. And why? Why? Because you rarely have those picks to get a guy. So if you take a Zach Wilson at pick number 4, no one's going to hold you against you because Matt Ryan's 34 years old.
No. Well, I was going to ask, if you're the Eagles at 6, who would you take at quarterback? Trey Lance?
You know my guy is Trey Lance. You know that's my guy. I love Trey Lance. And listen, I'm only on for a little while. I can talk with Trey Lance for hours. But here's the thing about Trey Lance. It fascinates me that at the beginning of the season, even the big guys, Mel Kiper, Todd McShay, hey, Trey Lance, top 3, top 5 pick in the draft. We love Trey Lance. We love everything he can do. He plays one game this year because of COVID. Declares, now you look at these guys, he's somewhere in their big board around pick 15, 16. What happened? He didn't play any games. How do you hold that against the guy and slide him all the way down? If your argument is, well, I moved these 12 guys ahead of him because of their performance in 2020, you point to me to 12 guys who rose their draft stock that much in the amount of games they played in 2020. I'm not buying it. What happens is we get the recency bias. You guys know all about this in fantasy, recency bias. The guy has a bad year, he stinks. The guy has a great year, he's amazing. So we didn't see Trey Lance in 2020. So for me, what you got to do to give it justice, go back to 2019 and watch what he did as a redshirt freshman. Some of the stuff he did as 19 years old was so far advanced for somebody that age, it was shocking. His jaw was on the floor looking at Trey Lance. And I rarely compare anybody to the best of the best. Like, to compare somebody to Patrick Mahomes is lunacy. It's tough to do that, right? I will say this, and I said it repeatedly. Trey Lance has Mahomes-esque traits. He has a lot of traits that are very similar to Patrick Mahomes. You have to give him time. You have to refine him. That's why, for me, again, go back to the draft, guys like Atlanta, Philadelphia, they're a perfect spot for Trey Lance because I don't need anything from you in 2021. We're not going to be any good in 2021.
Right.
Take your time to develop like Patrick Mahomes did in Kansas City. Take a year to develop and then get ready for 2021. If you listen to people around Kansas City talk about Patrick Mahomes, they said when he got drafted, there were questions all about Patrick Mahomes from the players to the coaches. Tyreek Hill called him out and said, man, this is the guy we drafted? This is the guy.
Tyreek Hill called him trash.
Yeah,
but also,
this is the guy we're banking on.
To your credit, this makes sense. Dallas, who designer overlay, is an amazing guy. He does a lot of fantasy analysis as well. He's coming on to the 11 p.m. time slot. He said that they have an out in Matt Ryan's contract in 2022. So they could draft a guy like Trey Lance or something like that early on this year and have him sit for a year, and then he can play in 22.
Guess who else has an out in 2022?
Who?
Carson Wentz.
Ooh.
That's what I'm telling you. These guys that they are forward-thinking organizations. If there are questions about your guys, I think the Eagles should strike while the iron's hot now. Trade Wentz for a second-round pick. Because if not, a year from now, if everything does not go right for Wentz in Philadelphia, which, given what I think the pieces they have around him, I don't expect it to.
Right.
It would be in the same boat, and more so, they're probably going to end up releasing him, taking a dead cap hit, and then getting something for him this offseason. So get out ahead of it, get something in draft pick, get him out of Philadelphia, let him go on greener pastures, et cetera, and then move on with Hurts. If you think he's your guy, I don't necessarily think that. I think you use pick on a Zach Wilson, more preferably for me, than where the Eagles are, a guy like Trey Lance, and then move forward. 2021, this team's not competing. It's not. Just go into it thinking that and knowing that, and then 2022 and beyond, that's where we start making progress, and that's where a guy like Trey Lance can be under center as a 22-year-old quarterback. That's how you have a bright future doing things like that. So let me measure this. How old do you think Carson Wentz is going to be in 2021?
27.
29.
29. He's going to be 29 years old in 2021. It's not like he's a rookie any longer, man. He's getting up there.
Right.
So, again, I'm not saying it's the end of his career or anything like that. But what I'm saying is, for a guy who's never won a playoff game, okay? Never won a playoff game. He's entering his age 29 season. If you're going to get value, even coming off of a bad season,
Get it now.
teams around the league, you go team by team, and you ask yourself the question, do they need a quarterback or not? You'll probably end up with more, they need a quarterback than you are, they don't need one. And there's not that many quarterbacks in the draft. There's not that many quarterbacks in free agency. So teams are going to want Carson Wentz, I can assure you.
Oh, for sure. We have a couple questions left to ask you real quick before I head you out of here. I think this one's interesting. Talking about the draft still is, what are your thoughts on Jalen Reagor and his future? I'll give my take on Reagor real quick first. I like Reagor. I think his ceiling's there, but the injuries scare me, and I think he was a bit of a reach in the draft, unfortunately.
I never thought he was that good to begin with, personally.
I think they need somebody else. So I want to hear what you have to say about him.
So again, this is where the Eagles get themselves in trouble, right? So they think they're contenders. So they pass on a guy like Justin Jefferson. Why do they pass on Jefferson? Because in their mind, they say, well, we feel like he's going to be best suited for the slot. And we already have a guy named Deshaun Jackson in the slot. Well, Deshaun Jackson is 35 years old. How long is he going to be around? He's going to be gone this offseason. So why do you even consider those type of things? You need to consider the long term, who's the better player. I think most people, even in the draft, and a lot of people like Reagor would have said Jefferson. I can tell you for sure, I had Jefferson and Reagor back-to-back in my wide receiver ranking. I had them back-to-back on my big board. I want to say like 20 and 21 overalls. They were neck and neck. So it wasn't like Jefferson was way above. So that's what I get this revisionist history around Twitter and gets me frustrated. Everybody, listen to them now, everybody had Justin Jefferson number one wide receiver. Everybody loved him.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't the case. Justin Jefferson had criticism because he played the vast majority of the slot, placed in the slot at LSU. People question, can he win on the outside? But those questions proved to be untrue. You can play him anywhere. But there were questions legitimately about Justin Jefferson coming into the league.
Yeah, I had him as my wide receiver 3 coming out behind Judy. Sorry, I had Lamb, then Judy, then Jefferson, then Ruggs.
So I had 4 and 5 between him and Reagor. The thing about Reagor is, okay, the Eagles did not put him in position for success. What you need to do for Reagor is get him in space, use him down the field, use him on jet sweeps, use him on wide receiver screens, use him in a way like the 49ers used Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk. They use these guys and put them in position for success. He's awesome after the catch. You get the ball in his hands, man, the guy's a freak athlete, and people around college love him. I think, to your point, Luke, if Philadelphia drafts, say, a Jamar Chase, a Devontae Smith, at pick number 6, that's going to do a world of wonders for a guy like Jalen Reagor, because I feel like he can be a great number 2. He's never going to be your number 1.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say. Is instead of quarterback this year, I think you get quarterback next year if they're okay again. Because I think you need to A, give Reagor somebody to pair him with, or B, give the quarterbacks a fair shot and surround them with weapons. That's what I think you need to do. And we had some comments in the chat that were interesting. So Dallas said that Lamb's greater than Jerry Jeudy, which is fair.
I think that JJ thinks with Justin Jefferson in that case.
That's fact.
But he was wide receiver 1, always wide receiver 1 for me. So.
Yeah, he was always wide receiver 1 for me as well. And then him from Angry Sports Couple said that people thought that Justin Jefferson was succeeding just because Jamar Chase was taking the attention off him, which is also a good knock. Jamar Chase is going to be so good. I think that recency bias is putting Chase below. What's his name? Devontae Smith, the guy who won the Heisman?
Devontae Smith, yes.
Yeah, recency bias. I think
I don't know how much you want to get into that, but here's my thing. Jamar Chase, at his sophomore, had 1,800 receiving yards in SEC with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, with Justin Jefferson, with Terrace Marshall, with Moss to the tight end. He had all these guys playing at the time. He still put up 1,800-yard receiving. Devontae Smith, I love him. I think he's great. Jamar Chase is wide receiver 1 for me. Devontae Smith really took off this year the minute Jalen Waddle got hurt, and he became really the only option for Alabama.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. We had some more comments here real quick. From Britt Sanders, we have Rager is a 1B alpha, not 1A. I think could change my mind, but needs another alpha. And then they also said Judy is overrated, going to be a wonderful fantasy wide receiver too.
I on the Judy take, I've been saying that since he came out of college. I think he'll be a wonderful wide receiver too, like Britt said. But people hoping for that top 15 wide receiver. No, I don't think he's ever going to reach that ceiling just because of the offense.
I think that he got too much coverage this year because he didn't have anyone to pair him with really, just because he's a rookie, he's a little bit of time to develop. But the elite route running is a coveted skill that most elite wide receivers in the NFL have, is the elite route running. And Jerry Jeudy coming out, some scouts said they were the best route running prospect he's ever seen. So I think the potential's still there. But
here's the problem: you got twofold problem. One, Drew Lock. That's your number one problem.
Yeah.
2, Cortland Sutton, KJ Hamler, Noah Fant. You have all these weapons. So even if he emerges as the quote-unquote wide receiver 1, if you're talking about fantasy, he's going to produce a wide receiver 2.
Oh, yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying real-life talent. I think he's good.
Oh. My man Tim Patrick relegated him.
What do you say?
Someone said my man Tim Patrick relegated him, and then him from Angry Sports Couple said the right quarterback can unlock Judy.
Oh, okay.
I'm just imagining, because Britt's her from Angry Him and Her.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm imagining the argument they're having in their living room right now, just about
you guys are both just in the living room on your phones, just watching the stream and commenting.
Right.
Tim Patrick's an interesting name because if you don't know, he's going to be a free agent this offseason. So I could see Tim Patrick getting a deal somewhere else and possibly starting without all these other young guys nipping at his heels. So keep in mind that name, Tim Patrick. And him, Her Sports, what's up, guys?
Yeah. All right,
man.
Time's about wrapping up. So, dude, thank you so much for coming on. Everybody who's watching, thank you guys so much for watching and for just watching the stream and commenting and being so interactive and just giving us a chance to be a part of your day. Seriously, just think about donating to Mindfulness First if you are able to. But thank you so much for coming on the stream, man.
A couple things before Matt goes off. I have been told that the Brit that's in the chat right now is not the same Brit as Angry Him Her. So
what are the odds of that?
I do not know. Brit, I apologize.
That's hilarious.
That is one of the funniest things that's going to happen on the stream. But I'm glad we have 2 Brits supporting us. Shout out to the Brits. And another thing I wanted to mention, Matt, you got anything you want to plug?
Yeah, man. So I can talk hours about the Eagles and all this good stuff, and had a blast doing it. I will say a bit of personal news I am pretty stoked about. I got a letter yesterday, and I'm going to be covering the Senior Bowl this year.
Really?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Oh, that's amazing. Congratulations.
That's so cool.
So that, as a guy who grew up doing the scouting stuff, writing down players' names on a piece of paper and kind of doing it this way, kind of nerded out yesterday when I got that letter saying I'm actually covering it. So I'm pretty excited to do that. Shout out to everybody that have let me be a part of their crew, man. Dynasty Nerds with Luke, man, it's been a lot of fun. Got a great group over there. Got to shout out those guys over there. Put out amazing content. If you have not checked it out, dynastynerds.com, great website. Our crew at fantasyteamadvice.com, I mean, these guys work their tails off, man. They put out different models every single week that help people win money, DFS, and from the NFL to NBA to hockey, whatever your flavor, man, those guys they're rocking the big time.
Amazing DFS.
Great DFS information over there. Highly recommend fantasyteamadvice.com. Fantasy Pros for letting me be a contributor. I really enjoyed helping those guys out as well. Fantasy Sharks. Again, man, I kind of do a little bit of everything out there, different groups, and I always want to be very thankful that they provided me the platform and opportunity because, again, I grew up a guy from a small city, man, just kind of enjoyed this doing myself. So being a part of all these guys who we all kind of fit the same game, man, it's really enjoyable. So, but yeah, shout out to you guys, man. Again, that's the most important thing, getting behind this charity today and really for our support, not only financially, but also our time and energy for youth around our area, man. I can't do a better cause.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate having you on board. We'll connect soon.
Absolutely, guys. Appreciate it. And Angel, feel free to pick on Luke all afternoon long.
Oh, I absolutely will.
He's used to it. I normally give it to him, but if he gives you any kind of gruff, man, you call me and Big Brother will come back on in. All right.
Love it. Absolutely. Thank you, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Appreciate it, guys.
All right, Luke. You heard it from Matt. I am going to tease you about the Browns for the rest of the day.
Perfect. All right, so we will be right back on stream, everybody. Up next, we're going to have my Fantasy Football Miami Executive Board. A couple members come on, so we'll be right back with that.
All right.
everybody. So I have my friend Walter here with me, who is the finance guy on my executive board for the Fantasy Football at Miami University Club, where I am actually president of the club. I don't really talk about it that much, actually, but Walter's also on my exec board.
How are you casually going to mention that you're the president or something and be like, oh, but I don't want to talk about it?
Oh, yeah, by the way.
Like it's no big deal.
I'm totally the president of the club, but it really doesn't even matter that much, honestly. We all pretty much do the same thing, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's super fun. So basically what we do on the campus is we have a club that meets every Tuesday during the season, and we have like an hour-long show basically that we do with the club members, and we just like have segments and stuff, which is super fun. And then we have a website called Banter that our former president made, Adam Weiss, who's the Total G. It's a super cool platform, and basically everyone in the club gets a brand new fantasy team every week, but you're missing a position, so you have to trade with people to like fill out your roster. It's super fun. But with all that being said, welcome, Walter. I'll leave you an intro here in a second, but just make sure everyone who's watching, you keep in mind Mindfulness First, the amazing charity that's doing amazing work. So, Angel, if you want to plug them real quick, go ahead.
Yep. So, like I've been saying at the top of every hour, Mindfulness First is an organization that believes in addressing mental health trauma through the education of young students. Their mission statement, I'll read it out loud real quick, is: we believe that schools should prepare us for all aspects of life and create a foundation in self-understanding. I think that's pretty straightforward. I think we can all agree that schools can and should do more to increase self-understanding. And anything that prepares you for the crazy world that's coming is an organization that I believe in. So if you guys have any time and you want to just check out what they're about, you can go and check them out on mindfulnessfirst.org. We have included the link to donate in the description. Feel free to, and if you do donate, please let us know. We would love to shout you out on the stream. Any amount would be incredible. So far, we have raised over, I believe, $400 at this point, right, Luke, between us and your mom's fundraiser on Facebook?
Yeah, I think it's about $400, which is awesome.
Yeah, which, is already more than we could have ever hoped for. So thank you all for coming
I think we talked about doing a goal of like $200 or something.
Yeah.
The entire stream, we're already at like 400. It's been like 2 hours. So
yeah, we were thinking 200 was ambitious, and here we are at 400 after 2 hours. 12 hours. So I'm excited and I'm thankful.
Yeah, very thankful. So anyway, Walter, let you introduce yourself a little bit here.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, Luke. Like Luke said, I am the finance guy. A lot of what I do is behind the scenes, getting money from the student organization that gives out money to clubs on campus. I have to go to hearings and I have to tell them why we need the money, and I have to submit a lot of requisitions, which is a lot of takes forever and it's boring, so I'm not going to bore you guys. But we do need money to get player data and to have a domain and to have, that many people be able to use the domain at once and have it for that long of a time period. All of it takes money, so I'm just in charge of getting that money and then reimbursing. It was Adam this year who purchased all the stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what I do. And then, like Luke said, we all kind of pitch in and we run our weekly, recaps, and then we get our teams at the end. So it's a lot of fun. I'm glad I joined. So
yeah, it's a lot of fun. So
I do really like your title though, the finance guy.
Yeah.
That's.
Well, the titles don't really matter that much. Like I said, we pretty much all work together at the end of the day to do weekly things. We only truly do our roles for big projects and stuff only happen twice a year. So we're pretty much always on the same page regardless. But anyway, so I thought it'd be fun if we did some kind of segments that we would do for our weekly club meetings during that. So I put together some of those, not the slides like we normally do, but just bullet points. So
yeah.
First up, we have to do a segment called "Change My Mind," and I'm gonna do this one. So "Change My Mind" is change my mind. So you make a hot-ish take, I guess, and you see people say. I tweeted this the other day actually, but mine is "Change my mind. Aaron Donald is pound for pound the best player in the NFL." Discuss.
He's definitely the best defensive player.
Yeah.
It's not a super sexy position, so you're not gonna. You're obviously gonna most people are gonna say Patrick Mahomes is the best player just because you see him throwing the ball all the time, and he makes more highlights. But I think it's a good case because Aaron Donald, how many sacks? He led the league in sacks, didn't he, this year?
I think Watt led the league in sacks, but he still had a he gets like triple teamed on like every
Yeah, so like even if he's not getting sacks, he's opening up the other side for his teammates to get pressure. So
he's so good.
I think usually like in the NBA, people say that MVP goes to the most valuable player on their team. You know what Donald does for that defense, and if you took him away, you know you wouldn't have nearly the influence when he's on the field. You know, even if he's not getting the sacks, if he's getting triple team, that means somebody on the other side has a free rush. So I mean, I don't have a huge argument against it, so he's definitely the best on the defensive side.
Dallas comes
here's
in
my argument.
Now that he won number 1 in the NFL Top 100 list by the players like 2 or 3 years in a row.
And
I think he had actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Good for him.
Yeah, he has. But Angel, who would you pick for like the top player?
Top player in the NFL.
Like regardless of position. Because like mine's Donald. That's what I'm saying. I feel like first instinct is Mahomes, but it's just because quarterbacks.
The first instinct is Mahomes, but like if you took him away and put an average quarterback, they'd still be able to win because of Tyreek. They have Travis Kelce, who's the best tight end and one of the best, pass catchers in the league. So I don't think it would be Mahomes. I don't want to say Russell Wilson because I got knocked out, but like I think Russell Wilson, what he does, like he's a team guy, so like what he brings into the locker room, I think he's definitely one of the top players.
That's a good one. Dallas also just said in the chat that it's Ben DiNucci easily. So Ben DiNucci is easily the best player in the NFL.
DiNucci.
Angel, who's your pick? I'm curious. You're making a lot of faces.
Tom Brady.
You.
You think?
No, I'm kidding.
I don't know about that.
I'm kidding.
He said he's kidding. Yeah, okay, thank God.
All right. I don't want to pick Patrick Mahomes. I do. I think that when it comes to the best player, it's hard to pick anyone other than quarterback. Aaron Donald would be my number 2. But in terms of who the best quarterback in the NFL is this year, I'm going with Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers is pound for pound the best player in the NFL this year.
This year, yeah, probably for sure. But I still like Mahomes more. I feel like he just has like the it factor about him.
Oh, Mahomes definitely has the it factor, but only reason why I put Aaron Rodgers above him is because I imagine what Aaron Rodgers would have done with Tyreek Hill, Sammy Watkins, Travis Kelce. Oh.
Dude, if Aaron Rodgers is on the Chiefs would be like 16-0.
Ooh, Dallas said DeAndre Hopkins. That's a good pick.
He's one of them.
Yeah, he might be number 3 for me.
D-Hop's so good.
He made Kyler so much better this year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you look at his QB history, the fact that he's even... Now that he has a good quarterback, I can't imagine what he'll do next year when Kyler's shoulder is healed. He'll probably be, by far, the wide receiver 1.
Yeah, probably. Well, I don't know. Adams might be again because him and Rodgers are still.
That connection is so deadly. That's why I think they'll make the Super Bowl this year.
Well, I think the Packers are brain dead if they don't sign a wide receiver 2 or free agency or something.
Well, what do you mean? They have Devin Funchess.
Oh yeah, Devin Funchess, of course. Stonehands, Devin Funchess.
How could you forget?
Yeah. But yeah, I thought that would be a fun topic to bring up. But let's do a little off topic. It's on the show doc. But so speaking of DeAndre Hopkins, do we all agree that he's the best wide receiver in the NFL, or does someone have another pick?
Easily.
Yeah. I think he's the number 1 receiver in the league.
I think he has the best hands in the league.
Who do you think the best receiver in the league is overall?
I don't know. I think D-Hop's overall the best receiver, but I think Tyreek's obviously got the speed and the deep ball.
It would be really interesting if NFL GMs had like a fantasy. Well, not like a fantasy. Like if they like redrafted the NFL, like which wide receiver would go off the board first?
I would love to see
Tyreek Hill might be up there.
Between Tyreek, D-Hop, and Devontae Adams, it would be so interesting to see, what teams think which one's better because I think all 3 of them are really close.
I think Diggs is up there for sure. Yeah. I think he's making a solid case to be number 2. Luke, I have a breaking news report that a source tells me that you got to know DeAndre Hopkins and Devontae Adams really well.
Yeah, Dallas beat me with both of them in the championship game, so that was fun.
So what would the argument be for Devontae Adams as the best wide receiver in the NFL? Because he has a better quarterback.
This year he was a lot better than Hopkins.
He has 18 touchdowns or something crazy like that. Like at the end of the year, he's getting 2 touchdowns a game. I think he was able to find the end zone. I think that's huge.
He literally had 1 million touchdowns. He doesn't even have anyone alongside him really. I mean, like in Arizona, there was Larry Fitzgerald, Christian Kirk, and Andy Isabella, and all those guys. Who like none of them are amazing anymore, but like they're still pretty decent. But Green Bay, it's just like MVS and who's the other guy? I forget.
I don't know why I'm blanking.
Valdez Scantling and what's his name? Why am I blanking?
Alan Lazard.
Oh yeah, Alan Lazard. Sorry, and then Robert Tonyan, but he's the tight end. So
I like Lazard when he's healthy. But...
Yeah, Lazard's good. But
yeah,
he's
I really like Lazard.
He's nowhere near like a competent wide receiver too.
Yeah, I agree.
So both of you go with Devontae Adams as your number 1.
Number 2.
Oh, so
I think I'd go D-Hop number 1 still. Yeah.
D-Hop number 1. D-Hop number 1. All right. So who's the best quarterback in the league? Is it Mahomes?
I think it's Mahomes.
I think it definitely is Mahomes is the best. Yes.
I think if you put him on any team, he'll still thrive just because he can throw the ball so far in arm angles. He can throw it, on the run or in the pocket.
So, Walter, what would it take? Do you play Superflex by any chance?
I do not.
Okay. Because I heard that Luke traded away Patrick Mahomes in the Superflex League.
I got a ton. It was a huge trade.
Really?
It was huge. I traded Mahomes, Kenny Galladay, and...
Which he never plays anymore.
Yeah, I traded Kenny Galladay, Mahomes, and Phillip Rivers for Aaron Rodgers. Who else did I get? Aaron Rodgers, Antonio Gibson, Tyler Lockett, Travis Fulgham. I got a lot more than that, but I forget. But it was fair on both sides. I think it was a big deal.
Yeah, I mean Rodgers and Mahomes definitely were the top 2 quarterback, and Allen, but they're both really good this year.
Galladay became my wide receiver 5, so I didn't need him. Dallas is in the chat bragging about his incredible team. I can't wait to talk to him about that later. But Galladay was probably my biggest miss of the season. I really thought he was going to be a top 6 wide receiver after Kenny Galladay.
Yeah, he just got injured. If he was healthy, I thought he was going to be a stud as well.
What was your biggest miss of the season in terms of just a raw take that, not because of injuries, but was just wrong?
Ooh.
One of my roommates asked me that question the other day, and I struggled because obviously you remember your successes a lot more than you do your failures.
No, I remember my failures. I mean, I thought Justin Herbert was going to be a boss, but so did a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I actually changed on it before the season started. On Hard Knocks, actually, I watched Hard Knocks, and everyone was like, "This kid's good," and I was like, "Okay, maybe he's actually good." And then he was amazing. But I missed completely on James Robinson. I didn't think he was going to be anything. I also missed big time on... What else did I miss out on? Nobody else, really. I mean, I thought Clyde Edwards-Helaire was going to be a little bit better than he was, but that's not too huge of a mess. I mean, he was still, like...
Well,
he was still, like, top 15. I forget what he was, but... Yeah. But I didn't really miss too huge on anybody this year. And, I also thought Gronk was going to be completely washed, but... I mean, he wasn't, like, amazing, but he was fine.
I think for me... I've been thinking about it ever since my roommate asked me. It became very obvious once you mentioned the Justin Herbert take. I thought Tyrod Taylor was going to be a top 16 quarterback this season.
Ew.
Yeah, I've always liked his game because he's mobile, but he's also someone that throws those short passes, that plays conservative and can lead you to wins. So I figured with the weapons around him in Los Angeles, I really thought that he was going to be a top 16 quarterback. I don't want to say QB1 just because there's so many really elite quarterbacks now.
It's hard to be a QB1.
Yeah, it really is. But yeah, no, I was convinced that Tyrod Taylor was going to be successful in that offense. Maybe he would have. He did, they casually punctured his lung. But I don't know. I think I would have been wrong about that one. And I thought Le'Veon Bell was going to be an RB 1.5, so like a top 16. But
yeah.
Yeah, I also thought Lev Bell was going to be like a really solid RB2. I thought he was going to be like around RB18. But the Jets just imploded, and then he went to the Chiefs. And then...
That whole offense, you just want to stay away from.
Yeah, the only guy I want from the Jets going forward is Mims, and then whether they draft a quarterback, maybe.
I don't think Mims is in a position to succeed in that offense, no matter who they hire. But B, I don't think that his game translates that well. I don't think he's that good for the NFL level. Convince me otherwise.
What do you say? I'm sorry.
I don't think Denzel Mims is going to succeed at the NFL level.
I think he won't see as a quarterback.
He needs to go to a different team.
So he needs to go to a different team, or he needs a different quarterback. Which one of those?
Wait until Justin Fields comes to town, and then his stock.
You think they're gonna take Fields?
Yeah, I think they do.
What do they do with Darnold? Keep him in the backup?
Trade him.
I think they stay with Darnold one more year. Pick up.
They do.
Offensive lineman.
They have the number 2 draft pick. I don't think you pass on a quarterback that high. That's that good.
You got to pick that tackle from Oregon.
Yeah, I mean that's also not a bad pick at all. You can have Becton and him and just have a stud offensive line for years.
I'll say I do think they'll take Fields. That being said, if Fields goes to New York, I don't think he'll be successful. I don't think that the Jets have enough around.
Well, apparently the head coach they hired yesterday or 2 days ago is a really good hire, so we'll see.
That's true. They finally made one good move, but I still think the talent situation is not ideal. People always talk about Rashad Perriman, and I get why. He always had potential, but he would be a solid wide receiver 3 in an offense.
Yeah, Perriman's the 3.
All right. What else we got here? Oh, Dallas also said that in terms of his top quarterbacks, it's a 2-way tie between Deshaun Watson and Russell Wilson.
Top 2?
For second, but Mahomes is number 1 for him. So who would you rather have, Watson or Wilson to win the Super Bowl next year?
Russell Wilson.
I think Allen's better than both of them.
Josh Allen.
Not yet.
I think he was better than Russell Wilson this year. And yeah.
How much do you think that had to do with the
addition
addition
still had a lot of
of
weapons this year. Even though he lost D-Hop, he still had Fuller and he still had Cooks.
Are those really good weapons though? Brandon Cooks is, I believe at this point, a bit washed, which is kind of weird to say given the fact that he's only 26.
I think Brandon Cooks is still really. I don't think
he's the stud. I really like him.
You like Brandon Cooks?
I think Fuller, when he's on the field, I think Fuller could be top 15 receiver too.
Do you think he goes back to Houston?
Depends if Watson stays.
So what do we feel about Deshaun Watson? Where would you trade Deshaun Watson if you were able to?
I think you should go to San Fran. I think that would be the best fit. San Fran, get everybody healthy, trade for Deshaun this year. I think they can make another Super Bowl run. I think that's a good spot for them.
How do you feel about the Colts? For Deshaun Watson.
I like putting them in a place where they have a nice defense, and I think San Fran, when healthy, they have a nice D, and then the Colts, obviously, their D speaks for themselves. I think if you put them on the Colts, and the Colts maybe drafted another receiver, added another guy, like a deep threat, I think he could be amazing on the Colts.
Dallas just said the Saints in the chat. I don't know why, but the feeling of Deshaun Watson on the Saints feels correct. That just feels like a perfect fit to me.
I don't like that fit.
I don't
with Kamara and Michael Thomas. I think that's a beauty.
I don't like him with Kamara.
I love it with Kamara.
I think he would destroy a lot of Kamara's value.
Yeah, I think so too. That's why I don't like it.
He would be like a more adept version of Taysom Hill. Sorry, what?
I don't know. I'm not talking about fantasy. I'm talking about real life.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, real life, you put any QB in New Orleans, and they'll probably be super successful.
Oh, no, I'm just saying Watson with those two guys would be so fun to watch. They'd be a really good offense.
A lot of rollouts.
Watson just needs to get out of Houston. He just needs to go anywhere but Houston, and then he'll be so fun.
Dallas says that Alvin Kamara would go down, but Michael Thomas would skyrocket. Yeah, Michael Thomas with Deshaun Watson
would be. Thomas would go crazy, I think.
He would go crazy.
Okay, is Michael Thomas even in the conversation for top 5 wide receivers though? Like in terms of NFL?
Like moving forward?
moving
I
forward?
think he is still. I think he's still in the conversation for sure. I would say so. He had a down year because he was injured a lot in quarterback things, but I think a year ago, removed from a record-breaking NFL season.
Yeah.
So.
Right. I don't think he'll be in the top 5 next year. I think he'll be top 10. But for me personally, I don't have him top 5 anymore. It would probably go.
He might be around like 8, maybe.
Yeah, that's around where I'd rank him. Maybe 7. But
there's a lot of guys that are going to be in the top 5 or competing. So
Dallas seems to agree that Michael Thomas would not be in the top 5 because he said that even last offseason. Ooh.
I mean, good for you, Dallas. Good for you, buddy.
I don't think Luke agrees with us, Dallas.
Nah, I don't. I just think that, like, it was largely just due to injury and the quarterback turnover constantly. I think if you got a healthy Drew Brees for the full season and healthy Michael Thomas, I'm sure he would be putting up top 5 NFL wide receiver numbers.
And I think if by some chance Watson does go there, he'll definitely be top 5.
Oh yeah, if Watson went there, then yeah, he would probably be number 1. I would say.
Top 3 at least.
In wide receivers. Luke was around for that argument. Oh well. Luke, were you?
I don't remember. It might have just been in the fantasy league that we were in.
Makes sense. Have you guys play in fantasy football league together, right?
We were in one, I think. Walter, were you in the one on the sleeper?
I was not this year.
Yeah, I actually had to leave it because I was in too many leagues. But we did have a club league, but we played in banter together. Is that like that club fantasy platform? But we talk about fantasy all the time because we're constantly doing it for segments and stuff. So
yeah,
I know where he is.
Have you guys ever made a trade that was outrageously one-sided?
Yeah. So I was this year. I ended up winning the whole league. It was just on ESPN. I was 11-0 or 10-0, and it was when Taysom Hill had that. He was at tight end, but he had the quarterback eligibility, so he was going to play at quarterback, but you could still plug him in at tight end. And I traded Taysom Hill, Giovanni Bernard, and Fulgham maybe, because Bernard was starting for Mixon.
Right.
For Mahomes and somebody else, because he needed to win that week so he could start Tom Brady at his quarterback and then Taysom Hill at the tight end and Giovanni Bernard. So he was getting all those guys for this 1 or 2 weeks, and I got Mahomes for my entire championship run, which I ended up winning. So I think that was super one-sided, especially after Hill lost his tight end eligibility that next week. So,
right. Those were the good days, the Taysom Hill tight end eligibility days.
Yeah. My friend, that Monday or Tuesday before they named him starting quarterback, he was like, dude, you got to pick him up. And I was like, why would I pick him up? He's projected 5 or something. And he was like, dude, you got it. And I picked him up, and the next day, they announced him as a starter. I was like, oh my gosh.
What a...
Yeah, the Taysom Hill tight end eligibility was a 1-week wonder.
That's a good transition to our 3 takeaways from the NFL season.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Let's all go around and share 3 takeaways we had from the NFL season. So I don't really have any prepared, honestly. I'm just going to kind of wing it. So up first, I think that the value of a franchise quarterback cannot be overstated. For example, Deshaun Watson with the Texans. It is incredibly valuable to a team to have that guy, and you need to do everything you possibly can to hold on to it. Because look at the Denver Broncos, for example, all right? They've been in quarterback turmoil for years. Ever since Peyton Manning hit the door, we went from Brock Osweiler to Drew Lock, and I'm sure there's still in between them forgetting Paxton Lynch. Remember Paxton Lynch? That was fun.
I remember the Paxton Lynch days very fondly.
The value of a franchise quarterback cannot be overstated. It is literally the most important position in football. Up next, I think we have my next takeaway is that the tight end landscape is transitioning. You need to be a receiving hybrid tight end to be successful in the NFL these days. Blocking tight ends, they're great and all, but you need to be at least a combination of the two. You can't just be a blocking tight end and expect to make big money in the NFL anymore. You need to be like a George Kittle at a minimum to be a star. I think you really just need to be very, very versatile. And then lastly, I think it's undervalued how good a power running back is these days in the NFL. power running backs have kind of been leaving the league a little bit, and receiving running back hybrids like Christian McCaffrey and Alvin Kamara and all those guys, Miles Sanders, have been coming in. But look at
running back. Yeah.
Look at Derrick Henry and see how much he's dominated the NFL the last couple of years, and just get back to me. That's all I'll say. That's it. But those are my 3 takeaways. I just think that the power running back is extremely underrated these days. So.
All right. Let's see. My number 1 take is going based off of that power running back take. Nick Chubb is the best runner in the league.
Thank you.
I think Derrick Henry's better, but
I don't know, man.
Here's the argument for Chubb, in my opinion. That now the Browns have an incredible offensive line, which helps a lot. I mean, the holes they were opening up against the Steelers last week, when they jumped out to a 28-0 lead and beat the Steelers in the playoffs, was incredible. It was, anyone could have ran through them. That being said, even when those holes aren't there, Chubb is quick enough to change direction like that, and he's powerful enough to do what Derrick Henry is and just run people over.
I mean, I love Nick Chubb. I love him. I just think that I would rather have Derrick Henry just because he can literally take over a game. So can Nick Chubb, but I think Henry doesn't.
I think Nick Chubb can. You just don't see it because it's not all on Nick Chubb. You have Baker who can throw. You have Kareem Hunt who they throw in the mix. Like, there's not just one singular guy. Where in Tennessee, it's mainly just Derrick Henry and then Tannehill throwing a bomb to A.J. Brown once in a while.
Yeah,
I completely agree with that. So I guess my first take would be Nick Chubb is the best player on the Browns. He's the best runner in the league, and he's the star of that team. To stick with the Browns, since we do have a Browns fan on, my number 2 take would be Odell Beckham Jr. needs to leave Cleveland. I think that would be the best for all parties. It looks like Baker Mayfield is a better quarterback without Odell Beckham on the field, and I hesitated to say that before simply because he came in 1 year in the new offense and you can't expect greatness out of anybody.
Give it a chance. Yeah.
Exactly. But given how he played his rookie year, where he played really, really, really well, and how he's playing now without Odell, and given that the offensive line was thriving even before Odell got hurt, it just seems like Baker's decision-making is better when he doesn't feel like he needs to force-feed it to OBJ. Now, I still think OBJ is a top 15 wide receiver in the league when he's healthy and playing like himself, but I just don't think the fit in Cleveland is there. It kind of feels like Stephon Diggs in Minnesota last year.
Yeah, Odell's just struggled ever since he's gone to Cleveland. It's a really weird phenomenon because he was such an elite wide receiver in New York. The second he leaves New York to a supposedly better situation, he sucked or got injured. Not saying that injuries are his fault, obviously. You don't root for injuries. You don't want anyone to get injured, but it's just so surprising to me that it just hasn't worked. It's just been so strange. I think he just needs to move on.
Yeah, speaking of bad taste, that was probably my worst one. I thought he was going to be a wide receiver 1 this year. And even when he was healthy, he wasn't playing like it. Yeah, I thought he was going to be top 12.
Okay.
My reasoning for it...
A lot of people did. A lot of people were like that. I remember this offseason during the summer, everyone was in on the bounce back for Juju and Odell, and they were both back-to-back in the 3rd round. It was almost like, pick your bounce back guy.
That was actually one of my articles. I wrote that if you were going RB to start off, you should go Juju Odell in the 3rd and 4th rounds.
I was so high on Juju, man. I drafted him in every league. I thought he was going to be a wide receiver 1.
I think he was up there. He was a wide receiver 16-ish, I believe.
Was he toward the end? He was
just bad this year, but he wasn't what people wanted him to be. He was still pretty solid, though.
Yeah, he was solid.
My reason for Odell was the play action. I really thought that they were going to establish the run like they have, and I thought that Odell was going to be able to get open deep and just torch teams that were trying to play the run. And the only game that I saw him do that in was against Dallas, and I could probably run past the Dallas cornerback, to be honest. So I don't put too much stock into it. Now that he had the injury, and even if he does leave Cleveland, I don't think I'd ever rank him as more than a top 20. Just injuries, his history.
He's very injury prone his entire career.
Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of jokes we could make that we won't because we're classy people. But he just played crappy this year.
Crappy.
But
Stop.
I think
Stop, Luke.
How many poop jokes can we get in like 30 seconds? Come on.
we could get a crap ton,
This year.
No, oh my, we probably just ruined the stream doing that, but
Maybe.
but
Speaking of the
first,
stream, though, real quick, it's 2:30, so if anyone wants to get a donation to Mindfulness First, please go ahead and do so. Mindfulnessfirst.org. You see it at the top of the stream, and it's also in the link in the bio, so go check it out.
and it's also a link in the chat. So if you donate, like I said, please let us know. We will shout you out. We have raised over $400 thus far, and it's for a great cause. They were kind enough to allow us to use their logo for all of this, so shout out to Mindfulness First. And we can't wait to hear back from them and see how much we were able to raise by the end of the day. But yeah, Odell needs to leave Cleveland. It's my second take. And my third take from this NFL season is Kevin Stefanski is top 3 coach in the league.
Ooh, top 3?
Top 3, yep. The way he was able to come into this team, which had the pieces, but yet was always struggling, and the way he was able to turn everything around and just change the culture after just the shit show that was last season, I think is incredible.
My top 3 is Bill Belichick, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay. Those are my top 3.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to make a lot of my fellow Patriots fans angry, but my top 3 is Sean McVay, number 1. Kevin Stefanski, number 2, and Bill Belichick, number 3. I think right now, Belichick...
Kyle Shanahan's not your top 3?
He's number 4. He's right
That's good
there.
head coach.
He's a really, really good head coach. And I can't wait to see what he does with an actually mobile quarterback. So he's number 4, but I really, really like Kevin Stefanski. I really think that what he did with that culture is unbelievable. Especially after just seeing all the Cleveland teams of the past. And even when they had talent, they wouldn't get more than 6 wins. And they've had talent throughout the years. So those are my 3 Cleveland takes, all from the NFL season.
Yeah, I like this guy, Luke. We should have him on our weekly talks, man.
I'm really just trying to suck up to Walt here so I can get invited to the club.
He's literally a Patriots fan, but he's also kind of a loser because he doesn't have too strong of an allegiance. So
What?
Why
do I not have a strong allegiance?
QB situation, man.
Dude, I defended Cam Newton, and I got yelled at by a room of 10 other Patriots fans. Not 10, 6. But
don't defend Cam Newton ever. We already have a guy in our club named Connor who defends Cam Newton constantly, and it's terrible. He thinks that Cam Newton's better than Teddy Bridgewater right now. And
he thinks Matthew Stafford is the best quarterback in the league when he's healthy.
I think Matthew Stafford's a top 3 quarterback in the NFL.
Okay, see, those are both 2 very bad takes. Connor, we gotta defend Newton, but we can't go that far. I feel bad for Cam Newton, man. I feel like in the right situation, he would have been a really good quarterback this year. And I think the allure of playing under Bill Belichick and continuing the Patriot way and trying to rehabilitate his image kind of just took center stage in his mind without realizing just how bad the Patriots offense was. And it's bad. They
need receivers really bad.
They need everything. At this point, they need to build their offensive line again because they're about to age. Obviously, their tight end situation is...
They need another running back, too.
Running back is the one position I would say they're fine in. Damian Harris is a monster. I love Damian Harris.
He is pretty good. And then James White's still good. But yeah, Sony turned out to be kind of a bust, honestly.
Sony, personally, I will never speak ill of him because of that playoff run he had when the Patriots won the Super Bowl in 2018.
Yeah.
But I would say I wish that they'd held off on picking him and pick someone else, maybe Nick Chubb in the second round.
Like Nick Chubb, who went right after him.
Yep. That was a painful one.
What a steal, dude. What a steal. I remember going into that draft, and I wanted Sony Michel, the other Georgia running back, more than Chubb, because I just liked his style more, and thank God we picked Chubb. Not that Michel's been bad, but Chubb's been so much better than I ever thought he would be.
Yeah, like you said, he's the best runner in the league. But Walter, I think that's a good transition over to your three takes from the NFL season.
Yeah, so I can do a few takes. I just wrote a few down. Going on the Cleveland bandwagon, Luke. I think Cleveland has a very bright future, and I think they have a culture and kind of a base where they can make the playoffs these next few years and contend for a championship for 3 or 4 more years, based on the guys they got under contract. Stefanski, who should be the coach of the year this year, especially after beating the Steelers.
I think it's Brian Flores. I'm not trying to cut you off, but Brian Flores turned the team around from nothing to 10-6 in 1 year.
Yeah, but I don't know. I mean, last year, the Browns went 6-10 with all the talent in the world, and Stefanski comes in, changes up the offense, changes the culture. Every single player on the Browns doesn't care about their individual performance. They just want the team to win, and that's something you didn't see last year and the previous years where the Browns have been so bad. I just think the turnaround he's done with the running backs and the offensive line, if we can keep them all, I think they can contend for many years to come, even if it's not this year. My second one is that Tom Brady still has a lot of years to play and contend. I think he has 2 or 3 more years, especially if he keeps doing the rehab he's doing. Like, I cannot believe that. How old is he now? Like 42?
Who?
Tom Brady's 43.
He's 43.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can play till he's 45 because look at the shape he's keeping his body in. He's got plenty of weapons over there. I think he's the perfect quarterback for them right now and in the next upcoming years. And my third would probably be that you don't need – I think this year proved that you don't need the best quarterback in the league to be successful. You need a coach. You need an offense that complements the entire team, and you bring in a quarterback that can work in the system. They're not a system quarterback. They can be better than that. But I think it proved that it's more important to create a team culture and have team players in a good locker room more than it is having a star quarterback. Because you saw that in Houston where they had the star quarterback, Deshaun Watson, and they went, 3-13 or something? And then you saw up in the Browns where Baker's not the best player or the best quarterback in the league, but the culture they have in there in the playoffs, they're in the second round. I think it just showed a lot about how important a team culture is this year. So
I actually really like that last take. I was going to counter Luke's take earlier when he said that the quarterback, I do agree that quarterback is usually the most important position in the league, but I do think that coaching and culture are even more important. We look at Josh Allen.
Coaching in the NFL is probably of baseball, NBA, and NFL. Head coaching in the NFL is like 3 times more important than any other sport.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The only sport you could remotely make an argument in would be the NHL, but even then, it doesn't compare to what NFL coaches have to do. I mean, that's why people talk about Sean McVay a lot, and we compared Joe Brady to him earlier, but what Sean McVay is doing is unprecedented. Being that good at that age, it's incredible. And much like the Browns, he was able to turn around a culture that hadn't done anything since 2001 and create a consistent winning culture with a quarterback that, personally, I don't even think is top 16. I don't think Jared Goff is a top 16 quarterback, which, kind of funny because I did say that Tyrod Taylor was, but that's another story. Coaching culture is probably, in my opinion, the most important part of an NFL team.
Very important.
I hate the Steelers, but the culture they had in the past few years, they'd have injuries, they wouldn't have the best offense, but their defense and the culture that Tomlin has, they were always in the playoff hunt. No matter how many star players were out.
They literally have never had a losing season since Tomlin's been the head coach.
And that's the culture I think the Browns are trying to get at, and I think they're going to have a good shot if they keep Stefanski of, contending every year and having a winning season every year. I think that's what they're going for, and I think this year has been a huge step in the right direction.
So as a Browns fan, 2 questions. 1, were you optimistic heading into this season? And 2, what was the most painful season you've experienced as a Browns fan? Which you have plenty of options. I'm curious if you'll pick the one I think you will.
Yeah, so I'll take the first one first. I was optimistic. I mean, as a Browns fan, there's a stat like there's been maybe like 16 different quarterbacks since like 2007, like different starting quarterbacks, and then you get like 15 different head coaches since like 2000. So like every time there's a head coaching change, which there was this year, you're always optimistic as a Browns fan, like, oh, I hope this is the one. And this year it happened to be the one, but I was, because I remember listening to Stefanski's first press conference being introduced, and he was just all about getting down to work, not talking. It doesn't matter how much talent you have if everybody's not on the same page and everybody just wants the team to win, as opposed to trying to have a better individual performance. From that, I kind of gained that he was a team guy and he was going to calm Baker down, because Baker's one of those guys who was talking a lot in the past few years, even at Oklahoma. He'd talk a big game, and I think Stefanski's been huge in kind of calming him down and being like, hey, like, you play a good game and they'll talk for you. So I was optimistic, and I'm super optimistic now that they knocked off the big Steelers. I think that's a huge change for the culture.
That's a hump to get over, yeah.
Yeah, like, I don't think we beat Pittsburgh in Pittsburgh for like 15 years maybe, or something like that, Luke. I heard that.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
With you, I don't think we beat you guys.
But I mean, honestly, as a Steelers fan, I mean, everybody knows that the Browns, the Bengals, or even the Ravens, like, the future's coming. Like, the Steelers aren't going to be the top dogs forever. Like, eventually something's going to happen. Like, Ben retiring is going to put them down for a while, but it's just the hope of the culture and the ownership and the coaching that they'll be able to bounce back quickly.
And to answer the second part of that question, I don't think a lot of people think that this is what I'm going to choose, but I'm choosing last season.
I knew it. Let's go.
Yeah, just because, like, when we went 1-15 and 0-16, it was bad, but like at the same time, you kind of knew what was going to happen based on the players we had, the coaching staff we had, the quarterback we had. You kind of weren't expecting a lot last season. You were expecting a lot. You had OBJ, you had Landry, you had Chubb, you had Hunt, you had Baker going into his second season after his record-breaking rookie season where he threw for the most rookie passing touchdowns ever, which has been broken now. But just the expectations they had, I think they were on Sports Illustrated cover as their pick to win the Super Bowl. And when you're in Cleveland and you haven't won in that long, and you hear that you're the favorite to win the Super Bowl, your expectations are so high that even if you make the playoffs, you're going to want more, and we didn't even make the playoffs. So it was just a huge downer year after the expectations that were set. So,
Walter, my question to you is, personally, I don't think Baker Mayfield is that great. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he'll ever be like a top 8 quarterback in the NFL. I think he's pretty average. He's very inconsistent. He can really be bad, and he can really be red hot and scorch a team. I don't know if I was an NFL GM how confident I would be in signing him to a long-term contract. What do you think?
I think the Browns should be really confident in signing him to a long-term contract. I think what Stefanski's built, and he's found an offense where Baker thrives, where he doesn't need to pass for 50 times a game. They have a nice running back complement where he doesn't have to win the game by throwing, but he can if they need to. So I think if you're, like if he was on another team, like if he was on the Jets, like I don't know, but I think the Browns, I think he's their guy because he's perfect for him. He doesn't want or need to throw 50 times. He's perfectly fine with handing the ball off 50 times and passing 10 times and winning the game. He's that type of team player. He fits the culture. Him and Stefanski, I want them to, I think that connection can kind of be Bill Belichick, Tom Brady-esque. That's what I want, and I think they're building.
Wow.
No, like I'm serious when I say that. Like I've listened to Baker's, post-game interviews, and I've seen how much he's grown. He's not talking anymore. He's letting his play show. You mentioned that he's streaky, but like he's been streaky for like 9 or 10 games now. So like I don't know if that's streaky as opposed to just finding his groove in the system.
Well, no, that is the definition of streaky, Walter. It's consistent inconsistency, and that's the problem with Baker is that, like Patrick Mahomes, you expect every game Patrick Mahomes to be elite, right? Baker, you'll get games where he's trash, and you'll get games where he looks like the best quarterback in the NFL. That's what I mean. I want consistency. I want to see who he really is, and I don't really know if I was an organization how I would feel. And I think Dallas just gave a perfect comp in the chat.
Yeah,
he said Baker Mayfield is a younger Kirk Cousins, and they should pay him. And I agree. I think he kind of does remind me a lot of young Kirk Cousins on Washington, where he was that quarterback who can win a big game. He had an underdog mentality about him, and he was inconsistent. But when he got hot, he got really hot and didn't trick people. And I think that kind of is the perfect match because, like, when Baker's at his best, Baker's really good. But when Baker's down, he's really down. And I don't really know how much money I would want to pay him, but I definitely think the Browns should pay him.
Yeah, I mean, especially knocking off Pittsburgh, I think a long-term contract is a must for the Browns. So
how much will you pay him though? Because I'm not paying him top 5 quarterback in the NFL money.
What's the average QB, like 25 mil maybe?
Probably somewhere around there.
I would pay him 30 a year. I think he's 30, 32 a year. I think even if outside people are going to think you're overpaying him, I don't think so, because I don't think you can pay a guy enough if you found the right quarterback for your system. You give him all the money that he wants so that you keep that core for as long as you can.
That's fair. I just think that I wouldn't give him too much because, I mean, let's say next season that Bacon has a down year again like last year, and you sign to a big contract, Cleveland will be nauseous. I'm just like saying that it could easily happen.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have as down of a year next year as he did his second year. I think the reason he had such a down year was because of Freddie and the play calling. So
I was going to say that as well. I think it's largely due in part to the play calling. So and Dallas, he just gave me some updates on the money. Walter, he said with tops like the best quarterback in the NFL reaching $40+ million a year, he says he thinks that he'll get $33 to $35 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try to stay on that lower benchmark, but you're not going to – if he wants 35 and you want to give 33, you're not going to not pay him. So
Yeah, $2 million at the end of the day is not that much. So yeah.
For me, so one thing I disagree with in terms of the Browns, because I don't think Baker Mayfield is a top 8 quarterback and he's going to be paid like one, I think their window is as long as Baker Mayfield stays in that rookie contract. He's the type of quarterback that will always be Kirk Cousins-like. But can Kirk Cousins win a Super Bowl? I would say no. Can Baker Mayfield win a Super Bowl? Yes, with the right system, which he's in right now. But in order for him to succeed, they're always going to have that fantastic offensive line and the Chubbs and Kamara Hunts of the world, Kareem Hunts of the world. So what do you think about that? Do you think that they can win with Baker Mayfield commanding $35 million a year?
I think they can. I think what you brought up, the offensive line, I think that's huge. I think they have a top 3 offensive line this year. Right. I think they have 3 or 4 Pro Bowlers on the front.
The best offensive line in the NFL, for sure.
Yeah, I would go that far, especially with the running attack you see. I think, you pay him 33 and you won't be able to pay other guys, but I think even if you retain 2 or 3 offensive line guys, you keep Chubb and sign him to a long term, maybe keep Hunt for a while. I think if you keep Chubb and Hunt both for 3 or 4 more years, keep a few guys on the offensive line, pay Baker, keep Landry, and maybe trade Odell, I think you're still fine.
Oh, I forgot I got attacked by your fan base about Kareem Hunt. I posted an article a little after he had a really good game, and Chubb had a really good game. It might have been against the Ravens. And I posted an article saying what teams I would like to see him on, just as a starting running back. And I did not realize how much heat I would get from the Cleveland fan base. There were people telling me that, why would I even suggest that? He's on the team next year. How could you?
Yeah, right.
He doesn't care about fantasy. He just wants to win. I was like, geez, what is going on? Y'all win one season.
It's crazy because, Chubb and Hunt, usually you see a lot of Chubb in the beginning, and then they throw a lot of Hunt in the end, and you don't see a lot of Chubb. They kind of do that type of thing.
Right.
But they're so carefree that they don't care who gets the ball. Like they're rooting for each other on the sideline, and I think having those team guys, if they can keep those two together for as long as possible, I think that's huge for Baker. So
let's see. Dallas is.
I love Hunt almost as much as Chubb, so like I'm all in on both of them. I don't know. Hunt still is pretty young, isn't he? He's like 20.
Chubb's 24.
26, I think.
26.
Oh, is he 25? Or Kareem Hunt? Sorry, I missed the question.
Kareem Hunt.
25, I think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you don't keep both of them, but you gotta at least keep Chubb. But I think they complement each other so well.
Yeah, definitely. All right, well, we're winding down on time here, so Walter, I don't know if you have anything to plug, but if you want to plug some stuff that you're doing, go ahead.
Nah, I don't really have a plug, but go Browns and be on upset alert. Kansas City, Mahomes, if you're seeing this, you will get picked off a few times tomorrow. So.
Ooh, Patrick Mahomes. If you're watching the 3CoSports stream, you're getting picked off tomorrow.
Yeah, Patrick Mahomes is watching the live stream right now, and he's like, damn it.
Yeah, if Patrick Mahomes is watching, he better donate some of that $500 million.
And Myles Garrett is due for a huge game. I don't think he's had a sack in a few games, so he's getting ready, man. He's coming.
He'll be ready.
So what's the final score?
So 38-35 Browns.
You think the Browns put up 38 points?
Yeah. They put up, I don't know, I don't want to say this incorrectly. I think they put up 40 plus 3 or 4 times already this season. And the Chiefs have the worst red zone defense in the NFL, so I definitely
see what happens. I mean, it's possible. We'll see.
Oh no, for sure. And if they don't put up 30 plus, they're gonna lose. So like that's why I'm saying they're putting up 38.
My final score prediction is 28-20 Chiefs.
Okay.
I see a Chiefs-Bills AFC Championship, so my prediction would be 31-23 Chiefs.
Yeah.
You're alone on this one.
I mean, I'm not gonna predict that the Browns win. I mean, the odds-on favorite is clearly the Chiefs, but the Browns have a chance.
That being said, I would love it for the Browns to win, not only for the city of Cleveland, but just how funny would Chase Claypool be the following week?
That dude's a clown. How can you talk after losing? How could you ever talk shit after you just got your ass beat?
Yeah, I don't even know. That was bad. Apparently he was saying that like it was right after they lost, so he was hella salty, but still it was annoying.
Well, what other people are saying, it was like taken out of context, but I don't think it was. I think he was salty.
Yeah, I think there's enough context there.
Yeah, you know, which it's fine. If I ever lost a playoff game to my hated rivals after 15 years of dominance, I'd be salty too. But
it's also funny seeing Sammy Watkins was talking on Twitter, and then he's gonna be inactive for the game. He's not gonna be playing. So.
Oh, he's not gonna play tomorrow?
No, I saw something yesterday where he's out. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe people just gotta keep talking crap about Cleveland and they'll win.
I think Clyde's questionable too. I don't know how much the Browns.
He's not very healthy at all, so that's another big X factor.
Oh, it's gonna be a good one. All right, Walter. Thank you very much for coming on board.
Walter. Have a good one, man.
Hey,
thanks for coming on,
guys.
And
I'll see you on campus probably, right? I'm sure we'll hang out on some exec board or something.
Yeah, I'm moving in Thursday, so we'll see.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I move on Saturday, so I'll see you.
All right, see you guys. Thank you.
And we will be right back with the stream in just a bit at 3 o'clock. Luke, who's going to be our guest?
Dave Fantasy.
Dave Fantasy will be our guest at 3 o'clock, and we'll be right back. All right, everybody. Thank you guys so much for joining us and continuing to watch this 12-hour charity live stream. My name is Angel. I'm being joined by my OK co-host Luke and by the wonderful Dave Stewart. We are here promoting mindfulnessfirst.org. You can see the link in our description to donate. It is a organization that is focused too, and I'll read off their mission statement. Believing that schools should prepare us all for all aspects of life and create a foundation in self-understanding. I think that's a mission that we can all get behind, investing in our youth, making sure that they're well taken care of, and that the generation of tomorrow is put in the best possible position to succeed. That being said, I do want to welcome our newest guest, Dave. Dave, how are you?
Great, man. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us. I'm sorry that Luke is being such an awful co-host and eating while you're talking. I mean, just incredibly indecent.
Angel, we're on for 12 hours. I have to eat, man.
I think it could have gone to 12 hours without eating, but that's just me. It's fine. It's whatever. I think it might just be me being salty from not having my burrito bowl.
Yeah, are you just fasting all day?
Oh, darn. I think I had the mic off the entire time. So people don't know my Chipotle. I had such a good intro, too.
You had an amazing intro. You're talking everything. He was talking about mindfulness first. But
I was nailing
he ordered a Chipotle burrito bowl to the wrong address. He ordered it to his old address, so he doesn't have it.
Yeah, so to recap my intro, I'm being joined by my OK co-host, Luke, and the wonderful guest, Dave. We were talking a little bit about mindfulnessfirst.org and the charity that we're promoting. Their mission statement is, we believe that schools should prepare for us for all aspects of life and create a foundation in self-understanding. And it's a mission that I believe in a lot. It's a mission that we all believe in on the podcast, on the live stream today. And speaking of, I'm making fun of Luke because he's eating on stream, but it's just me being salty that the burrito bowl I ordered from Chipotle will not be delivered to my address. So, Jonathan, if you're still watching, expect a burrito bowl within the next 20 minutes. Enjoy. I'll just have to order another one. But that being said, we can transition over to our guest, Dave. Do you want to introduce yourself to the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. My name is Dave Stewart. I'm Dave Fantasy on Twitter, @DaveFantasy. I have basically just become a fantasy football writer this season, so awesome to have some platforms. I'm writing for ContenderConnection.com and ProFootballMania.com.
Nice.
So it's a lot of fun to be given that opportunity. Get to, get my hands dirty a little bit in the fantasy football world.
I like that. That's awesome. And then I also know you're a fellow Steelers fan, so we have a lot of Steelers stuff to talk today. So we actually were before the stream, the segment started. We were talking about the Steelers just decided to promote Matt Canada to offensive coordinator from quarterback coach, and you said that you actually predicted that move. I didn't have it on the show, Doc, obviously because it's breaking news. But if you want to talk about that a little bit, go ahead.
Yeah, I really like Matt Canada. He's been an offensive coordinator at, it feels like, half the colleges in the country. I'm familiar with him, from being at the University of Pittsburgh, and kind of got to know his style a little bit there. I felt like when they brought him in to be the quarterback's coach this year that, they wanted his influence on the offense a little bit, that he wasn't strictly going to, be the quarterback's coach only, kind of have a hand in the offense at the same time. And so this move, it kind of seemed like it fit when they got rid of Randy Fichtner. And so I'm pleased with it. I think it's going to be a good thing for the Steelers.
Yeah, I'm glad that Fichtner's out the door. I couldn't stand his play calling sometimes, man. It was really frustrating, especially on those fourth and short situations. I mean, the play calling was horrendous. I mean, you knew exactly what they were doing, or it was just like really. I remember, I forget what game it was. There was this one game. I think it might have been against maybe Washington. I forget. It was, or I really don't remember. But it was a big game. They were losing, or it was really close. They ended up losing the game, I think, and it was 4th and goal or something. And they came out in heavy, and then they spread everybody out wide, and they threw a pass to Benny Snell or something on the goal line. If you're gonna pass, why come out in heavy? I don't get it. I don't know. I'm just not going to miss him very much. I'm hoping that Canada's a better hire.
Yeah, I had my frustrations with old Randy too. So.
I'm sensing a little bit of saltiness from Luke right now. It might be because we just had a Cleveland Browns guest, and the energy of that conversation is still in him.
Oh no, I just am not a fan of Fickner very much at all. He was not my favorite.
I think for me, as a Deontay Johnson stan, one of the most frustrating aspects of the season for me was how uncreatively they used him. It was always those short passes, and I think he's a smaller guy, so you might not think that he can get open deep or bring the you know just be a deep threat. But whenever they gave him the opportunity, he created separation. Whether it was deep over the middle, short, that's what he does. His footwork is top notch. His route running is top notch. So seeing him get 15 targets was amazing. I think, if Angry Him Her are on here, they probably agree. But I would rather take away 3 of those targets and have him go deep and incorporate a vertical offense at some point, rather than just those constant 1-yard passes and getting it out of Ben's hands.
We talked about that a little bit earlier with Drew, our first guest, because he's also a Steelers fan. But I think it was more because they were trying to get the ball out of Ben's hands quicker. But Ben Roethlisberger football isn't dink and dunk, and that was the weird relationship with the Steelers offense this season. Was they were going a lot, they were doing a lot of crosses underneath, and then the occasional 15-yard pass over the middle. But those deep shots weren't really connecting. I mean, it was a strange phenomenon because usually they do.
So, Dave, how do you feel about it, particularly Big Ben's future on the Steelers?
Well, I've been reading this morning, that they're anticipating he's coming back next year. So definitely.
See the caveat though that he wants Juju there.
I did not see that, but
apparently it came out that in a report I saw at least that he said that he wants Juju there. So that's very interesting.
Yeah, I'm kind of uncertain what's going to happen with Juju. Most of the season I felt like it was very likely that he'd be moving on. And now I'm not 100% sure that that's the case. It sounds like they may try and figure out a way to keep him. And, he's mentioned that he wants to stay. So, perhaps there's a hometown discount involved. They can get a sweet deal or something to sign him to an extension. I don't know. I'm just kind of thinking out loud.
Yeah, I honestly think for Juju, the player, it would benefit him more to go somewhere else. Because the Steelers use him as more of the slot guy instead of on the outside. Like he's even said in interviews before, he misses the outside days where he had huge production alongside Antonio Brown and such. But I think he kind of enjoys being the team player, slot guy, and like the leader of the wide receiver room. And people in the organization love Juju. I mean, he said he wants to stay in Pittsburgh if he can and all that, but obviously I think he could get money elsewhere and play elsewhere, but Ben loves him, apparently, so we'll see what happens. It's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, I think if money is his motivation, I'm with you. I think he's definitely out the door. Somebody's going to pay him
a lot of
nice
money.
Price.
So if the Steelers, as they're constructed right now, are they a Super Bowl winning team next year?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you saw during the 11-0 run. I mean, they were showing all the signs of being a contender, but then all of a sudden the wheels fell off. I think you just need to fix the running game somehow, and that team becomes the lead again.
Yeah, I think there were injuries that stacked up. Obviously, every team deals with injuries, but I just feel like they really caught up with Pittsburgh at a point, especially with all the linebackers that got injured and different guys coming in and out on the offensive line towards the end of the season. Kind of was an issue. It was a real issue. There was a lack of consistency because you had different guys in and out of the lineup. So I think that kind of led to the offense just really grinding to a halt.
It halted big time.
Yeah. It was really surprising.
Not trying to cut you off, sorry, but it just came out that Cooper Kupp is out for the playoff game today. That's huge.
Oh, really?
Wow.
That is big news, yeah.
So, that's interesting. All right, sorry, continue.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that it was really surprising how much they struggled to run the ball. I mean, they usually have at least a dependable running game in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So it was very out of character to just not be able to run the ball at all, and frustrating.
Do you think that falls more on Connor or the offensive line?
It was both.
Both.
I mean, they literally were 32nd in the NFL in rushing this year.
Yeah, last place. It's unbelievable. It's not the same old Steelers, obviously, where they used to just ram the ball down your throats, and run right at you over and over and over. But they have to be able to run the ball, at least some, because it felt a lot like the defenses just knew exactly what they were going to do towards the end of the season.
Exactly. I remember
it became so predictable.
I remember after they lost to Washington, they said, quote, Baltimore exposed some things. And I feel like that's exactly what happened. I feel like they saw Baltimore's amazing coaching staff get inside Pittsburgh's head a little bit, figure out the offense, and then the blueprint was there. And then Washington saw it, took it, used it, succeeded with it, and then every other team used it against them for the rest of the season.
Yep.
And can I add some breaking news on my end to follow up on my Chipotle story? I reached out to customer support asking to change the address, and instead they have refunded me the money. So Jonathan, I'm sorry, you no longer have a burrito bowl coming your way, but I can now change the address, which makes me very happy. So,
that's nice.
A happy ending.
What's the DoorDasher gonna do with the food?
I don't think they ever made it, so I think it'll be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I also have a little bit more breaking news, I guess, is the Eagles have submitted a permission slip Saturday to the Patriots to interview Josh McDaniels for their head coaching job, which is interesting.
I'm okay with that.
I want to see if McDaniels actually leaves now, because I remember it was 2 years ago where he was a hot commodity for head coaching jobs was it the Colts?
He accepted a job with the Colts.
They had a deal in place, didn't they?
Yeah.
I think so. And then Belichick kept talking back into it. I'm tweeting that to Matt McCoy, who was just on recently. He's the Eagles fan, so I'm asking how he feels about this.
So, Dave, out of all the running backs in the draft, in free agency, who do you see the Steelers acquiring?
Najee Harris.
And B, who do you want them to acquire? I think Luke is answering who he wants on the Steelers.
Well, there's been a lot of talk about Najee Harris, and I think that would be exciting. Obviously, I mean that kid's a real talent. I still can't get over that hurdle in the college football playoff game.
That was crazy.
It's unbelievable. The athleticism that takes is unreal. But I've also heard a little bit of chatter about people talking about them going after Chris Carson, which is curious. It's kind of an interesting fit. I think he'd do well there. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm excited about it. Chris Carson's not the kind of running back that gets me excited.
I was about to say it's probably the most unexciting good move they could possibly make.
Yeah, Chris Carson would be a very underrated addition. But I think Chris Carson plays like what James Conner thinks he is. I don't know. I would like a little bit more explosiveness from our running backs. I think that's why they drafted Anthony McFarland. I think we're missing some speed in the backfield. The thing with James Conner and Benny Snell that I like about both of them, but I also dislike, is that they're good at a little bit of everything. They both can do a little bit of everything, but they both don't really excel at one thing in particular. And I like getting guys who are really good at one thing. I don't think we really have that.
Yeah, I'd like to see, Benny Snell be more physical at the goal line.
Same.
They've kind of relied on him, or, tried to rely on him as the goal line back. And I don't know, he just doesn't feel like that kind of bruiser goal line back that you want to see. So if they were to bring in a guy like Carson, he fits that bill for sure.
Definitely. I mean, Chris Carson does feel like a Pittsburgh Steeler.
He
Someone
does.
said they try Aaron Jones. That'd be interesting.
Oh, that'd be unbelievable. I love Aaron Jones.
I love Aaron Jones as well, but I feel like he would not be cheap. So.
Not at all. Yeah, I don't know that they could afford to bring in.
No, I feel like the Steelers are gonna have to draft one, but I don't know if they'll use their round one pick on a running back, even though I wish they would. But I feel like they'll probably wait until second if I know the Steelers well enough.
Were you responding to the Aaron Jones comment?
I'd be surprised if they took a running back at first.
I was on the ground rolling, begging to draft J.K. Dobbins last year in the second, but they didn't. They took Claypool, which turned out to be fantastic. But I wanted Dobbins so bad, man.
Yeah, I like Dobbins. I'm kind of disappointed that he ended up going to Baltimore.
Yeah, I was about to say, maybe even more mad. So I was like begging the Steelers, like through my TV, of course, to draft Dobbins. And then they passed. I'm like, oh. And then Baltimore drafts Dobbins. I'm like, oh, you got to be kidding me. You have to play him twice a year?
Yeah. Yeah, I liked watching Dobbins in college when he was at Ohio State. And so, I would have loved to see him go to Pittsburgh. But I would have also loved to see him go anywhere besides Baltimore. Somewhere where he can still root for him.
Anywhere in Baltimore. How would you, let's do a little fun AFC North ranking of how much we dislike them.
Oh, gosh.
Pick them from, like, most likable to least likable. So, 1 is, like, the most likable, and, 3 is the one you hate the most.
Well, I'd give the 3 to the Ravens. I mean, they're our nemesis, obviously. Have been for years, and to me, they're still the real Cleveland Browns anyway. They've been the rival my whole life. So, yeah, they're the ones that I like the least. That I have the hardest time seeing anything cheerful or positive about. But I put the Browns next. I put them in 2 because, I mean, one part of it is just the nostalgia of hating the Browns. Hating that city, hating that color scheme, hating just everything.
The color scheme is awful.
It's pretty hideous.
It's bad. It's pretty bad.
Awful.
But, and then I guess, the Bengals, just because, they're the harmless kid brother. They've never been a threat. Even when they're good, they're not very good.
Right.
I mean, I could see things turning around with Joe Burrow. I really believe in Joe Burrow's talent. But yeah, I mean, they're just so non-threatening. It was weird, to have to struggle with them this year.
That is weird. But my rankings, this is funny as this is, they're actually the inverse of yours, I'd say. Just because where do you live?
I live in Idaho, so I'm far away from the whole AFC North,
Okay, well, that's fair.
area.
For me, I live in Cincinnati.
Okay.
So I'm so used to Bengals fans bothering me that they get on my nerves by far the most. Even though they're the least threatening team, they're so annoying. And Bengals fans, the reason I don't like Bengals fans is not because I hate the Bengals as a team. They have likable players always, usually. Like AJ Green, I don't hate AJ Green. But, the reason I hate the Bengals is because I'm only 19, so I don't remember too much of, the Ravens rivalry. And, I mean, they've always been, you know what I mean. When I've been growing up into football, the 2012-ish era to 2015, the Bengals were good. And the Bengals fans are really annoying and, perfect and all that. Really pissed me off. So, they're not, they're the team I hate the most because Bengals fans are super annoying. And they're also, very fair weather fans. When they suck really bad, they don't care that much. But when they're good, they'll let you hear it forever. And then the Browns are, middle. I don't really care that much. The Browns are cool, I guess. But, the Ravens, they don't bother me in the sense that I just respect them. I know they're intense rivals, but they're a respectable organization, and they're ran extremely well like the Steelers are. So I don't hate them that much. I mean, obviously I don't like them, but I don't hate them that much. But yeah,
I mean, I hear where you're coming from with the respect thing. I definitely respect that team. The organization's run well, but I just can't stand them. I mean,
I don't. We beat them twice this year, which hasn't happened in probably forever.
Yeah, I know. That was really kind of fun.
As a Patriots fan,
by the Browns was pretty bad.
Let's do this is probably pretty weird for you as a Patriots fan. You usually see them roll the entire division, but if you had to rank them from the team you hate the most to the least, how would you rank them as a Patriots fan?
Well, first, regarding the Ravens and the Steelers, both are kind of rivals of the Patriots. In terms of who I dislike more, just as a team and fan base, I'm sorry, Luke, you're one of the good ones, but it's the Steelers. I really respect the Ravens. The way they consistently draft, just studs in every round. It's something that they don't win through free agency. Like nobody goes to Baltimore. They just consistently draft greatness, which is why I'll always like them a little bit more. Now in terms of the AFC, my rankings, my least favorite are the Jets for sure.
Really, the Jets? They suck though.
Yeah, and they're annoying about it. They're all it's just Jets fans are always complaining about how bad they are. Now it's gotten a little bit sad. Before it was annoying. Now it's just really, really sad. But but I really
Now they're just pathetic.
they low key. It has become a pathetic situation in New York. They're my least favorite for sure. It's close between the Dolphins and the Bills between who I like more. I I deeply admire the way the Bills went about their rebuild. They got a quarterback that not a lot of people believed in. You know, they did okay for a couple of seasons, and then they saw their opportunity. They got Stephon Diggs, and they took off. And their fan base is also annoying, but in the best possible way. They're they're literally diving through burning tables.
Bills fans are like really, really good fans.
They're the best fans in the NFL. Yeah, they're incredible.
They're up there for sure. I'd say they might have the best fan base. Yeah.
Yeah, so because we interact with people online all the time as part of what we do, all of us, and every Bills fan I interact with has been cool, and I don't interact with that many Miami fans. I would say it goes my most hated is New York, then the Dolphins, and then the Bills. The Bills are my favorite in the division, so I'm pretty happy that the moment the Patriots went downhill, the Bills stepped up, but I don't think it'll last very long. I think in terms of the future, next year I see Miami win the division, and then the year after that, I think the Pats will be back.
No, I think the Bills will be on top for a while.
You think?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Miami is building something really special.
Miami is up pretty good right now, but I think that if Tua doesn't take a step forward next year, which he probably will, but if he doesn't, then I don't know. But it's gonna be tough. I think Miami and the Bills will have a rivalry for a while.
How do you guys feel about Tua?
I think he's going to be good. I just think that we saw how good Justin Herbert played this year and how well Burrow was doing when he's healthy. He had a pretty average year for a rookie quarterback, honestly. And, I mean, he was put in a weird situation. Most of the time, rookie quarterbacks who are drafted in the top 5 are thrown into terrible situations instead of being on a team that goes 10-6. I mean, it's pretty different. I don't know.
Yeah, it is unusual to have a quarterback drafted that high and have the team actually be a successful team.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
Right.
I mean, it's so different.
It is. But yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what I expect from Tua. I think he's talented, but I also thought it was really weird those like anonymous quotes coming out from teammates that said that they don't really believe in him. I mean, I don't know how much stock you put in something like that when someone just sort of spits it out anonymously, but if there's really people on the team, his teammates that don't think he's the guy for the job, that's not good.
I will say, I think benching Ryan Fitzpatrick was a big mistake, and I think that'll hurt Tua long term.
What?
Benching Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Maybe.
Yeah, I kind of didn't see why they made the move to Tua at the time that they did. I felt like things were going pretty good under Fitzpatrick for them. I understand, you don't draft a quarterback that high to let them sit anymore. That's not the way that it happens in the NFL these days. But at the same time, I just didn't see any need to make the move at that exact time.
At the time, I thought it was just a move in the confidence of Tua, but that didn't really work out. So.
Yeah, actually, Alex, our website co-founder, thinks that Tua will end up being the biggest bust of the draft. He thinks he'll be okay. I don't want to put words in his mouth. His exact words are he'll be okay and not anything special, which I'm inclined to agree with at this point. At first, I thought he was tripping very, very hard, but the more I looked into it, I really feel like Miami was a playoff team this year, and I think if Ryan Fitzpatrick could take them to the playoffs, which he would have, I think, and Tua didn't, that's not the greatest of signs. But like you said, we have been spoiled by these incredible rookie QBs that come in and break records right away. Luke, one thing I wanted to point out in the chat earlier, you were getting some heat for eating. Then again, he also said Patriots fans are the worst, so I'm not sure how much stock I put into Jordan's opinion here. But
are you eating? Yeah, I am.
Yeah.
That's Jay from the NFL Post. I know Jay. Jay, I'm eating it on camera for 12 hours. I'm not gonna starve myself.
Are Patriots fans okay? Let me ask both of you this: Are Patriots fans the worst in the NFL?
Angel, Patriots fans suck. We all know this.
The worst? I don't think they're the worst. No.
I don't think they're the worst, but they do suck.
They do suck.
Who are the worst fans, though?
Well, when you talked about being influenced by living in Cincinnati, it got me thinking, about around here. Like, I can't stand the Seahawks fans because here in Idaho, everybody's a Seahawks fan.
But the Seahawks are known for having like a great fan base, though.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I find them very obnoxious. You still, as a Steelers fan around here, I still get in conversations about Super Bowl 40.
Oh, Lord.
This many years later, people are still salty about it, and I'm like, man, sometimes you gotta let these things go. You guys have won the Super Bowl since then, I understood when they were mad when they didn't have any Super Bowls at all, and there were some questionable calls, I guess, in that Super Bowl.
Jay said in the chat that guy said Patriots fans are terrible. He said, seeing most of the AFC fans in person, New England were terrible.
I'll say a couple of things about that. Because I do think that New England is top 3 worst. I think Seattle's right up there too, actually.
See, I think Seattle has a good fan base.
They're obviously a great fan base for Seattle, but in terms of from the outside looking in, I'm not sure how I feel about them personally.
I feel like Jaguars fan, this is the angle I'm taking now, is fan bases don't exist. When's the last time you encountered a Jags fan in a while?
Oh gosh,
I really don't know any.
Single Jags fan. Jaguars have no fans. The Chargers, they'll have more fans, not Justin Herbert and everything, but they don't really have a lot of fans.
I like the Chargers a lot. If New England wasn't my team, the Chargers might be.
They have a lot of fans. I don't know.
But regarding New England fans, I do think that for a lot of people, we showed our true colors this season. When Cam Newton became the quarterback and they weren't doing as good, he was just getting trashed mercilessly. Now, did he deserve it? You could argue yes. But as a fan base, do you trash your own quarterback that much and ask for Jarrett Stidham because you think he's better? I don't know. Jarrett Stidham is not the answer. So that's something that does make me think that we might have some growing up to do, which I think the next 5 years will help a lot with that.
Yeah, I don't think Jarrett Stidham's the answer either.
I remember before they signed Cam Newton, everyone in the fantasy community was like, Jarrett Stidham, maybe.
Yeah, I still didn't want to draft him, even when I thought he was going to be the starting quarterback in New England. I still, it was hard to get excited about.
Yeah, it was hard.
Jarrett Stidham anywhere in the draft.
You really had to talk yourself into him, big time.
Alex was able to get a first-round pick for Jarrett Stidham in the Superflex League.
Really? That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a really good trade.
Yeah.
But the worst trade I've ever made in fantasy football history was this past, as soon as the season ended, in a really deep league, I traded, this is forever ago. I don't even remember what it was actually, but I traded a first rounder for Kerryon Johnson.
Whoa.
It was bad. That was the worst trade I've ever made in my life. That was before, that was during the Kerryon hype. After he got injured though, so I was like, no, it'll be good next year, because I needed a running back really bad. So I was like, yeah, just Kerryon is good. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Best trade I made this year though was right before the season started, or a week or two into the season. I traded a mid-first straight up for Antonio Gibson, which I'm very happy about.
That's probably a solid trade.
Yeah, I like that one.
I think Gibson's got a good future.
Hey, what's the worst trade you can remember making? That panned out bad for you.
I didn't have any disaster trades this year. I did trade Justin Jefferson for Deontay Johnson straight up, which was
Interesting.
probably a big overpay.
That's a little bad.
But at the same time, I don't hate having Deontay. I do hate giving away Justin Jefferson, especially the way he just finished the season. This was kind of early in the year, so I wasn't quite sure how good he was going to be, and now it's like he looks really, really good. So I kind of wish I hadn't done that. But
a lot of people calling him their wide receiver 1 in Dynasty.
Justin Jefferson?
Yeah, on my timeline.
Okay, am I gonna need to make another Jonathan Taylor tweet, Angel?
Do it.
Justin Jefferson is not a top 3 dynasty wide receiver yet.
Ooh, you'll get if you wanna stimulate some conversation. I think that'll get a lot of replies.
I don't think. What do you say?
I said if you tweet that, people will get mad at you. You'll definitely get some criticism.
He's not top 3 yet. This is what happens with. I think he's probably gonna have a better future than DK Metcalf for sure. But remember during the season when DK Metcalf was on fire for the first few weeks, and then everyone's like, DK Metcalf's the wide receiver 2 in Dynasty, and then now everyone's like, I don't know. So that's what I always I'm waiting until I can see it a little more. I need to see it a little bit more next year. I'm not putting him in the top 3. I think my top 3 right now are Hopkins, Adams, and I think Tyreek. I can look. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's up there yet. Let's see if any of the Dynasty Nerds rankers have him in the top 3.
Jay says that he's probably the biggest Justin Jefferson guy in the crew, and he's not top 3. Yeah, it feels like...
Dude, Jay was so right about Justin Jefferson, man. I play fantasy with him a ton. I'm pretty sure I traded him, Justin Jefferson, at one point. Or I traded for him and traded him. I don't remember. We do a ton of trades, but Jay was huge on Jefferson coming out. Really, really big.
Jefferson's is a really, really good talent.
Hey, what were your rookie wide receiver rankings before the draft? Do you remember?
Before the draft?
Or during it?
I had Jerry Jeudy number 1. I really like Jerry Jeudy. I don't like his situation.
I really like Jerry Jeudy too. I had him above Lamb for a while, but right before the draft, I flipped him. It was close.
Yeah, I had those two close together, very close together. I've always been a Lamb guy. I got Lamb in a couple drafts. I was really excited about that.
Nice.
But I had Jefferson up there. I would say he was definitely in my top 4, probably. And a lot of that was because I loved his situation. I felt like he, had one of the best situations for a rookie wide receiver because he was walking into a vacated spot, basically. Diggs was gone. It's like, here, there's a starting job here if you can take it, and so he did exactly that. He walked in and he took that job, and it's his. But,
so are you a talent over opportunity person or opportunity over person? Or which do you prefer?
Well, I really blend the two, but I think, opportunity is critical. If you're in a situation, especially as a rookie, where there's a lot of competition for passes, that's why I didn't like Lamb's situation as much, because I expected more involvement from Michael Gallup than we actually see. It feels kind of like Lamb passed him up on the depth chart already, but I didn't expect that. So
I expected Gallup to be a lot more involved this year. Lamb really took over.
I think a big part of that was with Dak, everyone was going to eat, And then Michael Gallup is really, really good. Probably the best number 3 wide receiver in the NFL, I would argue. I don't think it's particularly close.
Well, no, Antonio Brown, Chris Godwin, and Mike Evans.
Right, I forgot. That doesn't even count. That's like a Madden super team.
Yeah, it does. All right, let's play a little minute game. I'm on the Super Flex rankings on Dynasty Nerds website right now, Dynasty Jam. We'll look at what every ranker has Justin Jefferson real quick. All right. So first up, Andrew Buckler has JJ at wide receiver 8. Harl has him at wide receiver. Where is he? 3. Okay, he's in wide receiver 3. There we go.
Okay.
Frank has him at wide receiver. Where is he? Oh God, he's low on his 19. He's up.
Wow.
That's way low to me.
He's up there to his ranking. Jacob Vines has him at wide receiver 4. I respect that. Jamie has him at wide receiver 10. Joel has him at wide receiver 1. Excuse me. Joel, you're on crack. Sorry.
Oh my God, Luke.
I have him at wide receiver 7. I'm actually gonna bump him up to wide receiver 6 in a second here. Nate has him at wide receiver 7, and Phil has him at wide receiver 16. So yeah, all over the place with that. But Joel has him at wide receiver 1. So Joel would straight up trade his wide receiver 2 is Tyreek Hill. So he would trade Justin Jefferson straight up for Tyreek Hill. That's interesting. I mean, that's not a terrible deal, but like his top 5. Let's see how much people will agree with this. Number 1, Justin Jefferson. Number 2, Tyreek Hill. Number 3, Devontae Adams. 4, Hopkins, and 5, AJ Brown.
Those sound like mostly the right names. I just don't think the other.
Yeah, I feel like they're the right names. I just don't know if you can argue that Justin Jefferson's number 1 yet.
More breaking news. I just got a notification. Oh,
yeah, 4 or 5 feels right.
Feels like where I'd probably have him.
I would put him at 7.
I'm gonna live adjust my rankings right now.
Let's see. Exciting.
Good. I'm gonna put.
Hey, what's your top 6?
I'm putting him at 5. Hold on, let me actually move him down. Swap with you. Perfect.
Yeah, once Luke is done, I would love to hear your top 6.
Okay, my rankings now for wide receivers is 1 is still Hopkins, because I think Hopkins is just ridiculous. I have Hopkins, then Adams, then Hill, then I might move him to 4 actually. Hopkins, then Adams, then Hill, then I have DK there right now, then Jefferson. I might switch that. I actually am switching that. I'm putting Jefferson at 4 and Metcalf at 5. And then Michael Thomas is too high for me right now. I have him at 6 right now. He needs to go down. Where do I put him at, guys? What do you think?
I probably would have him around 7 or 8.
Yeah. So
I don't think you want to go too low with him, but yeah, I mean.
No, I'm putting AJ Brown above him right now. So AJ Brown's 6, he's 7. Who would you rather have, Michael Thomas or Terry McLaurin in a dynasty?
Terry McLaurin for me.
Yeah, I think so.
Let's move him down to another spot. I like this. This is fun. CD Lamb, Michael Thomas.
Lamb.
I think I'd rather have Michael Thomas.
I think, that depends on whether or not Drew Brees is retiring, I think. Because if Drew Brees is retiring, I would like Lamb more than Thomas. But if there's another year of Drew Brees...
Right. And I think I'm going to move Lamb above because, 2 years from now, I'm sure Lamb will probably surpass him.
I think the rumor right now is that Drew Brees is going to retire.
Okay, this is where I think we might stop. He's at wide receiver 9 right now. Michael Thomas or Chris Godwin?
Michael Thomas.
That's still Michael Thomas.
Yeah, so Michael Thomas is wide receiver 9. There we go. That was fun. We just live adjusted my rankings.
I would have my rankings very similar to yours, but I do have Devontae Adams as the number 1.
That's totally fair. I'm personally just a big Hopkins fan. So
I like Hopkins a lot too. Yeah. But
Britt's saying move DK to 8. Where's DK? 5. DK Metcalf or AJ Brown?
That's close. That's really close.
It's really close for me.
I'm taking DK Metcalf.
Yeah, I'm taking DK just because Russell Wilson's quarterback.
Yeah, that seems like a good, tiebreaker basically.
Yep. All right. Since we're still on the topic, let's look at my running back, shall we?
Well, I want to hear Dave. So, Dave, you have Devontae Adams number 1. Who's number 2?
It's close between Hill and Hopkins for me. I probably would say Hill just because of the, huge plays that he gets,
And he's attached to Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I mean he's got a young, mega talented quarterback, so that's comfortable. It doesn't feel like, obviously after signing that long deal. Doesn't feel like there's any risk of him, not being with Patrick Mahomes.
I really thought he wouldn't, get that contract extension. I was shocked when he did.
I don't know how they're finding all this money in Kansas City.
They have a lot of money.
Whoever's their cap wizard is a genius.
They're doing a great job. All right, so my running back rankings, so this will be fun. First, I still have Christian McCaffrey. I don't know if that's very controversial at all. I like Christian McCaffrey a lot. So, number 1 is McCaffrey. 2 is Dalvin Cook. 3 is Kamara. 4 is Saquon. 5 is Jonathan Taylor. 6 is Zeke. 7 is Josh Jacobs. 8 is Swift. 9 is Chubb. And 10 is Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Wow. Well, I'm surprised I didn't hear Aaron Jones in your top 10.
Aaron Jones is number 15 for me.
Wow.
I don't think Aaron Jones is going to stay in Green Bay. I don't know. I'm unsold.
I don't think he is either, but I like him better going somewhere else, actually. I feel like that's good for his body.
I think that's when running backs die, is after their first contract up and they go to another team. It's like when they die.
So Dave,
I could see why you'd say that.
Where would you want him to go that would raise his value?
I've heard a lot of talk about Arizona. I think that would be an awesome fit for him.
Oh, if he goes to Arizona, I would have to agree with you.
Clearly that's just speculation at this point, but
yeah,
I think that's a really cool idea.
Obviously, I'll have to see it before I adjust, but who were some guys I named that you have Aaron Jones over?
Who did you have at 10?
Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
Yeah, that's definitely one. I
Really?
have him over CEH.
See, I think that Le'Veon Bell's a 1-year rental, and the next year Clyde's going to take a step forward.
Yeah, it's possible. Certainly possible. But I just don't see him, putting up touchdowns, basically, in the same way that Aaron Jones does.
That's fair. The thing
I can see him getting a lot of yards.
The thing that's weird in fantasy is that touchdowns is so inconsistent, but Aaron Jones put up a godly amount of touchdowns this past season and the season before that. Everyone was calling for regression, but I think there's a case for positive regression for Clyde Edwards-Helaire because he scored so little. If you watched a lot of Chiefs games, there was at least 3 touchdowns throughout the season that were called back because of holding or something. It just it feels fluky to me. I feel like he has to score more touchdowns in that high-powered offense.
Yeah, I would definitely expect it to increase, next season, but I just don't know how much.
I'm just wondering. So, where does Clyde rank amongst your rookies for running backs? Because right now, I have Jonathan Taylor in order of rookies. I have Jonathan Taylor, Swift, Edwards-Helaire, Dobbins, and then Akers.
I have the same top 2, but I've got Akers at 3rd. I really like Akers.
So Akers above Dobbins and Clyde. That's interesting. I love Akers too. I
really like Akers. I love the situation.
I lied. I'm really stupid. Sorry. I actually have Antonio Gibson above Akers right now. I have him at 14.
Oh, do you? Wow. I like Gibson too, but I don't like him more than Akers.
I love Gibson. But
I feel like Akers is really close to the top 10 as well.
There's a lot of guys who are in that realm, I think.
Yeah, it feels like running back 10 to 15 is made up of 12 dudes,
There's a ton of guys who are in that range.
Yeah.
All right. Now to circle back to the Steelers because that's what we started off with.
Yeah,
we have you on the show, Doc, that we want to talk to you about TikTok, particularly Juju and Chase Claypool.
Charles Claypool.
I don't know what I just saw. Anyways, I was thinking about Jamar Chase. Do you think that TikTok had an actual influence on games? And if so, how?
I don't know that I believe that it had an actual influence on the games, but I definitely feel like, doing stuff like that is the classic bulletin board material situation. There's no reason to get your opponent riled up in a sense like that. It felt a lot like Juju's little dancing thing on TikTok felt a little bit like T.O. at the Dallas Star, like way back in the old days, when he came and slammed the ball at the Dallas into the Star in the middle of the field and caused a big uproar and everything. It seems so unnecessary. I don't understand what he's doing.
We have someone on our team. His name is Matt. Shout out to Matt if he's watching. He actually started a campaign to try and play a game with Juju on Twitch. And the way he's doing it is he's going around local high schools and dancing to Corvette on the school logo.
Nice.
I know, it's actually really funny. Luke, he was probably more mad about the Steelers losing than you were. He was really upset.
Oh, Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I was pissed. I mean, I literally threw a chair in my basement.
Oh, did you?
Not like really hard, but I did toss a chair across the room. I did. That was not after the fumble touchdown. It was after the fumble touchdown where they threw an interception and scored immediately. I was like, what is this? But it's fine. But, but the whole TikTok thing's weird because he was doing it when they were winning, and it was a non-story. But the second they start losing, it's an issue. That's the thing that's weird with it all for me. But I do agree that once they start losing, it makes you look bad. It makes you look cocky. But it's just strange because it didn't really matter when they were winning, but when they started losing, it was an issue. It was the only thing that's strange to me. But that's just the way the media works. So
it totally is. But I mean, I kind of felt like what Juju said when he decided to stop doing it was he doesn't want his teammates to be asked questions about this in press conferences about his dancing and stuff. I feel like absolutely when it gets to that level, it's a distraction.
Yeah.
Your teammates shouldn't have to talk about your TikTok in a press conference. It's a little much.
Personally, I was a really big fan of it. I liked it a lot. Just because if you win, then you look good and you can keep doing it. But if you lose, you do get that trash talk, and I liked it. As a fan, just watching the NFL, those memes going around when he got destroyed by the Bengals with that hit, I thought that was great. It just so happens that Mike Tomlin didn't agree and put a stop to it, probably. But I was a big fan of it. Do you think it's coming back?
I definitely didn't hate it, but I just saw with everything that happened how it got so out of hand so quickly with the media that it had to stop. Just because if he did keep doing it, it would just like everyone would have just hated him. So.
Do you guys think he comes back to wide receiver 1 status in fantasy football?
Not on the Steelers. If he goes somewhere else, I think it's a possibility because he can play on the outside. But if he stays in the slot in Pittsburgh, it's never going to happen.
Yeah, I mean that's if he gets a different type of role at a different team, I could see it happening. But even then, I don't have a lot of confidence in that he'd be a wide receiver 1.
Yeah, I think
it'd be the right circumstance. It'd have to take like specific circumstance, I think.
Yeah, he would have to go to the right spot.
Right.
It would be very interesting if him and Deshaun Watson teamed up somehow.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be.
They could afford it.
That would be something.
Maybe Miami, who knows? They got the cap space, they got the draft capital, and they got...
Yeah, Miami Dolphins. Would you trade Tua and the number 3 pick in like a second for Deshaun Watson?
Probably. Yeah, I think I would. I would. Watson's really good.
Yeah.
I feel like he doesn't get the credit of being as good of a real life football player as he actually is.
No, yeah, he's an elite quarterback.
Yeah, I agree.
Seriously, that quarterback draft class is some of the most interesting things ever, with Mahomes and Watson both being outside of the top 10 picks. Mahomes was 10, but like he was 9+, But I'm just saying that I just think it's so interesting that those good of quarterbacks fell to that point in the draft and no one took them.
I think a lot of NFL GMs will
I
be
always
behind the
make
game.
fun of the Bengals fans around here for taking John Ross 1 pick before Patrick Mahomes.
Well, the Chiefs traded up for Mahomes, didn't they?
They did, yes.
Yeah. Sometimes I forget these trades, but that one sticks out in my mind.
The Bears also traded up 1 spot ahead of the 49ers, who are not drafting a quarterback to take Trubisky. So Don't forget that either.
I remember that. That's one of my favorite Bears fan jokes. I have a friend who's a Bears fan, so every now and again I give him a hard time. You could have had Watson, you could have had Mahomes, you got Trubisky.
Well, there was also some rumors that the Texans were in talks with the Bears to trade Watson there to Chicago to like make right everything, but I don't know if that'll happen. So.
It's gonna cost a lot, you know.
Yeah.
Dave, before you head out, is there anything you want to plug? You mentioned a few of the sites you work for, but in particular, what can people look from you, from your Twitter? What are you all about?
Well, I'm gonna be doing some dynasty player profiles and stuff in this off season, and I'm gonna dig into some of the incoming rookies. So kind of just have little smaller articles that are gonna focus on a particular player, and I'll be doing a lot of that at ProFootballMania.com. And also at ContenderConnection.com. So those two places I should be sending out some work every week in the off season. Just kind of, like I say, dipping a toe into different player profiles and stuff, and who I feel like are up and comers in Dynasty, and who I feel like you might want to consider getting rid of before their value really dips.
If you had what's the one player that you're telling everyone to go get?
Well, the first article that I did in this offseason was on Cam Akers because I'm huge on Cam Akers. I feel like he is currently right at the cusp of top 10 running back, and I feel like his future is bright. He's going to cruise right in there into the top 10 over the next few years.
All right, you heard it here first. Go get Cam. Well, no, you didn't. You heard it here second. Go get Cam Akers. Dave, thank you so much for coming on, man. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
It was really nice to talk to you. I feel like we don't talk that much, so it was really nice to talk to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a good time.
And I'm sure we'll connect over the off season and get together at some point for something else, for another collab.
Yeah, sounds great.
Dave, take care, man. Thank you.
Thanks, Lucas.
And we will be right back with our next guest, Luke, who we have on board for the 4 p.m. time slot.
Yeah, Natty Daddy and the guys from the FF Affairs pod, so it'll be a really fun hour.
It'll be a great time. All right, and we'll be right back.
is the Fantasy Affair team. We're here, we're pumped, we're talking mental health, mindfulness, everything that needs to be talked about because we all struggle with it from time to time. But I am here with my crew, the Fantasy Football Affair. Luke, Fallen Angel, thank you for having us. We're pumped, and we are ready to just give you our all. But as we're talking about mental health, let's talk to Brian down there. He's a organ donor, organ transplant survivor, all made possible through social media, and I think it all ties into with mental health. So Brian, kind of tell a little bit about your story and just what's going on.
Man, I appreciate it. So I was looking for a kidney, a living kidney donor. I've started having kidney problems in 2017. I've also got multiple sclerosis and diabetes. So other than the kidney issue, I had several other issues. And so my wife helped me. We decided that we would get on Twitter. We would announce our issues. Because like you said, when you're dealing with kidney issues, trying to find a living donor, you go through a daily struggle. Because, most of the time, there are several people that I know that have passed away from the disease. So every day is like a mental struggle because you're like, how do you find a living donor? We'd had several people hit with the family that had tried to be the donor, didn't pass the testing. So it's a situation where we're really looking for a living donor. So we turned to Twitter, Facebook to reach out. We wound up finding a living donor in Arizona. We'd done a podcast here in Nashville, Tennessee, and we found a living donor that heard that. And the next day reached out to my wife and said, "Hey, I don't know if I'm your blood type, but I'm with you the rest of the way." So I would just encourage people that are, there's 113,000 people out there that are on waiting lists across the United States in the same position I was. Tell your story, please, because there's a lot of great people out there. And like I said, the mental part is just as bad as the physical part because you're just waiting, not knowing where you just hurt you next. So.
That's an incredible story. So thank you, Brian, so much for sharing that. Thank you guys all so much for coming on today. Yeah, Mindfulness First is an amazing organization. We're doing this all to support them and also just have a great time. So if anyone out there is watching who wants to donate, please let us know if you do in the chat, and we'll give you a huge shout out. And just thank you for the support for everyone for coming on the stream and everything. And let's have a great time this hour, gentlemen. So
and Brian's story is, it's awe-inspiring. It's just beautiful, really. And I'm just really glad that everything worked out for you. Just want to start off by saying that. And like you said, if there's anyone out there, no matter what it is, you don't have to give up a kidney either. You can, if you want to donate time, money, just having conversations about this sort of stuff, that it makes all the difference. Brian, I think you put that. I loved hearing that, so thank you very much for sharing.
Yeah, that was really cool. I think it's super cool that you went to social media and people helped you. Like that's
yeah.
You said it was next day.
Yeah, that's the odd thing. So we read about a story. We were with a support group out of Louisville, and they actually did a story. There's a horse trainer out of California that was in need of a kidney also, and he had the favorite for the Kentucky Oaks, which of course is the female race in comparison with the Kentucky Derby. So she ran a story on him, and I reached out to both the donor and recipient, and we did that podcast here locally. And the next day, the lady who wound up being my donor was a friend of the donor to the horse trainer. So she reached out to us, heard this podcast, reached out to my wife Sarah and I, and said, "Hey, I heard about your story on the, we posted it on Facebook." She heard her podcast, and the very next day, she came out to us and said,
amazing.
"Hey, you don't know me, but I know you're in need of it and in trouble, so I'd be glad to help." So.
It's a really good example. People talk down on social media a lot, and there are some definite downsides to it for sure. But it can also, especially in the fantasy football community, it's such a beautiful, beautiful community, and just the amount of good that people can do through social media should be talked about more. So, love the story. Matt Daddy, I also have to point out that intro was probably one of the best wrestling promos I've heard in a while. I can tell you studied the greats when it comes to it.
Well, let me tell you something, Angel. When it comes to this hour, the Fantasy Affair is going to bring it to you. Before we get too far, I want to give a shout out to these guys over here. Brian runs our DFS. He's pumped out a lot of articles, content, and you can find him in season doing our DFS pod. Britt Sanders, dude, he's all over the place, but he is our rookie expert, rookie fever forecast. drops every week during the off season. This is the time of year somebody like Britt can really come in handy for you from a dynasty perspective. And then, of course, down low, I don't know if it's like that on y'all's screen, but Quinn. Met him through a buddy, and dude, guys, the voice of the West Virginia University hockey team, Quinn Gusky. And not only that, but dude knows all sorts of sports knowledge, and he also is a ultimate, like, ranked Madden player.
Oh, are you?
Something we all love doing.
Oh.
If you want Quinn to give you his gamer tag, you can challenge him. He'll beat your butt.
Wait, you're on Xbox?
I am on Xbox, so if you ever want to lose a game, hit me up.
I would love to play.
Ooh.
You'll probably beat my ass, but it'll be really fun.
Luke, you got called out on stream. You have to.
No, I'm not getting called out. I'm not calling him out. I'm not.
I'll call you out. Don't worry. I'll
Okay,
use the Jets. I'll drop 50 for the first time in their franchise's history.
Whoa! Shout out to all those
What
Jets
playbook do you
fans.
like on offense? I'm curious.
I run the New England book on offense and the 46 defense.
Smart
I
man.
like the
46
Saints. I like the Saints offense.
That's a popular book too. I'm learning the Raiders right now.
Pistol bunch tight end is my best friend.
I think our next stream might have to be a Madden tournament. And the first, I'm gonna rig it so the first matchup is Luke against Quinn.
Well, that's not fair. Then Luke only gets to play one game.
He's got a point. I was like heavy in the Madden. I mean, I played Madden a ton every year, but my best year was like Madden 17. I bought like ebooks and all that, but I haven't done that in a while. But yeah, it's fun.
Before we start talking fantasy, Luke, I just kind of wanted to give you. I haven't met much of the Fallen Angel, but
Yeah.
Luke, I want to give you a shout out because you came on the Fantasy Affair podcast. You've helped me out tremendously with social media and just kind of grasping Twitter. So I just want to say thank you for that. And also, I used to be a card collector, so I've seen that you've kind of branched out to other things. And I see you unwrapping these, basketball, football cards. How has that worked out? That's what I'm saying. Like, that used to be huge for me. The Beckett's and things like that. So it's kind of cool to see.
It's actually, well, thank you for the shout out, by the way. But the pod I went on with you guys was so fun. The Table for Two episode, if you guys ever want to listen to that, if anyone watching, that was a really fun episode. We ended up talking about Wendy's pub fries at the end.
Oh, so good.
It was really fun. I was laughing like the entire show. But I showed these boxes. This is actually a really cool thing I did today. It's been super fun doing all the card stuff. It's been actually also a really nice way to make money while I'm at school. I mean, while I'm at school, home from school for the winter. I'm moving back in next Saturday, but it's been really fun just because I met a lot of people doing it. But for the charity thing, this next hour actually is just me and Angel. I'm doing a box break.
Good.
All the money went to charity. So both these boxes costing $40 total. But the money I got for that got me $120, so I'm able to donate $120 to the charity for today, which is super cool. So I like tripled my donation for free, basically, which is really cool.
You're like the Storage Wars of trading cards.
I guess.
You're picking up.
I'll take
I
that.
got a Michael Pittman rookie card. I paid 2 cents. I'm getting 10.
Yeah.
What about you, Angel? We haven't had the chance to meet you. Just like I said, it's kind of cool to talk to other, fantasy football, whatnot. Tell us a little bit about you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure. So, 3CoSports was founded by myself and my partner Alex. He's actually my roommate. He will probably make a cameo appearance at some point. And we just did it because we liked fantasy football and we wanted to talk about it. So that's how it began. It started off as a sports blog, and we lost all of our articles, so we got really upset. So we made an Instagram instead, and then we built the website. From there, over the past year, we've really put in a lot more work to it. Obviously, one thing that we're very adamant about is not treating it like a job. We never want to feel like a job. We want it to always be fun. We always want to be engaging. And over the past couple of months, I really just wanted to engage with more people because it's become glaringly obvious that our fantasy football community is really, really great. So, me personally, my job involves health. I am a youth engagement specialist for Tufts University. And the work we've been doing there has really informed the stream, talking about stress, talking about mental health, and the connection between mental health and physical health. So, I try to put everything that I do and all my work into this. Besides that, I am a huge AEW stan. I was actually giving up on wrestling for a while. Too much, too much BS going on in WWE for me to have enjoyed it, especially on Raw. And you actually mentioned that you had a wrestling podcast come up, and I was like, oh, I would love to be a part of that. And yeah, that's pretty much the 2-minute rundown on Angel, the Fallen Angel. I don't think Christopher Daniels will.
Did you at the Lions? I just saw the Lions hired.
It just came out.
Yeah, the Lions hired the Saints tight ends coach to be their next head coach.
So according to Jay Glazer, the Lions will hire Saints tight end coach Dan Campbell to be their new head coach after the Saints exit the playoffs. So the Lions stay bad. Here we go, babies. Here we go. Hello, TJ Hawkinson shares. I know who I'm selling. That's for sure.
Oh, speaking of shares, I did want to shout someone out. So there's a Twitter account called Blue Chips and Penny Stocks at Chipstocks on Twitter, and they tweeted out approximately 39 minutes ago that they will be donating all profits from their Predict Strike portfolio this weekend to Mindfulness First. So
that's sick, dude. It's 2 brands on social media for collabing.
Yeah, no, shout out to at Chipstocks. We really appreciate that. Mindfulness First was on here earlier and was expressing gratitude towards everybody that's joining. So if you do want to donate, please feel free to check the link that we put in the chat. You can also go to mindfulnessfirst.org and donate on their website itself. So far, as I'm aware, we're nearing $500 in terms of donations generated from this stream.
Awesome, man.
Our initial goal was 200. So yeah, it's overwhelming. Thank you all. And like I said, because all my work involves the stuff that we're talking about now, it means a lot to me personally. It's really fulfilling just having people come on board, talk, and coming up with my new gimmick names, which is always a good time.
Dude, Fallen Angel is actually super sick, man. Daddy, that was a good nickname on the fly right there.
Only problem is Christopher Daniels already has a trademark on that, so might have to.
Yeah, that's still sick though.
Angel, I look forward to having you on the pod, man, and we'll find something you're comfortable with, and we can break it down, get you shooting some promos, and just get that expert advice, Angel. I'm pumped to have you.
That sounds like fun.
Too, before we get hardcore into fantasy. The Wrestling Mat podcast. Like I said, fantasy booking, wrestling rewinds, and much more.
Yeah, and definitely go check out all the stuff that Matty Daddy's working on. He's a ton of fun, really cool guy. So definitely check all that out. So let's dive into fantasy, guys. We talked about a lot of stuff now. Let's get into fantasy. So let's do some hot buys this offseason for some fantasy football, especially Dynasty. So let's just go around. Who wants to go first? Who is your hottest buy this offseason?
I'll go first. For me, it's Chris Godwin. His price has taken a plummet for no reason at all. And I got him, so I'm in a couple of Debbie leagues because I'm a rookie ho. And I got him for Jalen Waddle, Tony Pollard, and Ramon Davis, who's a running back out of Vandy. I know Brian knows all about him. And I got Trey Sanders to come back. So it's ridiculous. Chris Godwin's value is taken a plummet for literally no reason except that AB's there. So, I'm absolutely going to slam a top 10 wide receiver for a low value. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
so
I love that pick. I love that pick. Chris Godwin's a total stud. So, who wants to go next? Go for it.
I'll go for it. He actually, surprising with all the players in the NFL, I was on the Godwin side as well. So, I've got to go to my alternative, which is I'm going to go with Logan Thomas because he was top 5. He was top 5 tight end, but his average draft position right now is 15 on Dynasty leagues. I don't really get that. I mean, he's got the athleticism. I get that he's a little older, but at the same time, he's got fresh rubber under the tires because he's not really played much prior to this year to speak of. So he's got a lot of time left. So I like Logan Thomas. So yeah, cool.
Yeah. So funny enough, that was Logan Thomas was my guy. So your alternative was my go-to. I guess I'll go to my alternative then, which was Cam Akers. I think Akers won the Rams' backfield in the back half of this season, and for me, anytime you can get I think I just took Matt's.
No.
Oh my gosh.
I have a vendetta about Akers. See, my thing is the committee style of running back is getting more and more popular in the NFL right now, and if you can get any back that's getting 20 plus touches a game, you want them in fantasy.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Our last guest, Dave Fantasy, was very heavy in the Cam Akers bandwagon as well.
He was.
He's about to shoot up after today's game. It's going to be beautiful.
It's going to be beautiful.
Well, I got two. I'm going to go with old school and new school. Old school, Brandon Cooks. Wide receiver 16 last year. Every year that he's been healthy, he's been a wide receiver 2 or higher. And the price you're getting him is nothing. I don't care if Watson leaves or not. I'd definitely offer something cheap for Cooks. And then another one that could really blossom into a beautiful flower, A.J. Dillon. Just for situation, for touchdown upside, Jones could sign back, or they could just use the guy they drafted in the second round and let him get 12 to 15 touchdowns.
I like that a lot. I also have two. I'm going to go one expensive and one middle of the road. My expensive buy low is Saquon Barkley. It's just because of the injury dip. He's been out the entire season. He'll come back and he'll be elite again. And Saquon's a freak human. There's no way the injury's going to slow him down at all. He's going to be a stud once again when he comes back and just shoot right back up in everyone's minds and hearts. So get Saquon while you can. And I know the second one is like middle of the road price is Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton was a stud. And he's Britt's very excited about Sutton. I love Courtland Sutton. He's a beast. And I think Jerry Jeudy being alongside him is going to help him, if anything. I think, if anything, it's going to allow him to get easier coverage, and he's going to feast. So I think Courtland Sutton's also a fantastic pickup.
So happy.
Those were a lot of really, really good picks. I think my biggest buy low in the offseason is Ezekiel Elliott. I think a lot of people are going to be looking to trade him before his last RB1 season, and I think you can use that to negotiate and get a really, really good value for your championship run. So if you're a contending team and you need an RB1, there's no way that Zeke is losing that job as long as he's in Dallas. And I feel like his contract makes him untradeable. And he just generates money for Dallas. And we all know Jerry Jones is all about that moolah. So one more RB1 season from Zeke. So that's my buy low.
All right, let's transition to the inverse. Who are you selling big time this offseason? Who do you want to get rid of now?
I'll go. All right, so for me, I've been ruminating on this take for a little bit now, and I'm going to sell DK Metcalf. So what I'm doing here is I'm seeing DK as a top 5 wide receiver for most people's rankings, right?
Right.
I don't think he's going to see top. He'll be maybe 10 or 12 in a PPR. But from what I've seen, I'm a Seattle fan. So what I'm seeing is Pete Carroll going to double down again. So you're going to have DK Metcalf of 2019, not 2020. So what I'm saying is if you can get DK Metcalf, pivot off to a similar wide receiver, and then get extra draft capital or another flyer player, it makes a ton more sense just to do that, because I don't think he's going to be at this high rate in terms of his value for the next 2 to 3 years.
So to spin off your Seattle pick, I'm actually going to jump in real quick. I'm going to go Chris Carson. I think Chris Carson is on a downward trajectory if he ever steps out of Seattle. I just don't like it. It feels kind of gross. But I feel like a lot of people still value Chris Carson in a good light. So I feel like you can still get like a second-round draft pick for him maybe. And I feel like he could be a career backup potentially. It's the risk, at least, of a career backup if he leaves. So I'm trying to get rid of Chris Carson if I can.
I think we're all hitting on the Seahawks. I've actually got two, but my first is the Seahawks. I think at this point in time, I would imagine everybody knows who. Actually, I got two of the Seahawks. I don't really like Russell Wilson, and I don't like Tyler Lockett, because being honest with Tyler Lockett, he's all hit or miss. I mean, He had 3 games this year where he got the majority of his points, and I had him in one of my leagues. Needless to say, I may have won those 3 weeks, but I sure didn't win a lot of the other ones, considering he's constantly below 10 points. So he's definitely one to get rid of. And last but not least is Mike Gesicki. He scored 50% of his points for the season in 3 games. So between Lockett and Gesicki, if you had those 2 guys, it may have been a long season. So beautifully said.
I'm going to have one that's not as it's ballsy, but Derrick Henry, man. I think the poundage he's put on, the contract he just signed, I usually like to get as much as I can out of an RB, but I think back-to-back or the 2 years he's had right now you take a chance and you go get a Dobbins plus or a Swift or a top pick and something and just kind of rebuild. But, Henry's a stud. I'm not saying that, but now in Dynasty would be the perfect time to kind of reload.
Yeah, Matty, I totally agree with that take. I think everyone in the fantasy community loves Derrick Henry, but is hesitant on Derrick Henry at the same time because it's going to come out from under you at some point. It's just a matter of when. He's not going to
28.
It could literally be next year. It could be 2 years from now. It could be 3 years from now. No one knows, but those big, hulking, bruising running backs don't last forever. And you have to get rid of them at some point. So the question is, do you keep them for one more year, or do you sell them? And I think that's a good pick because it could easily be next season. You can flip them for like a J.K. Dobbins plus in some occasions, and that's a gold mine, I think. So I like that pick.
Yeah, I actually I want to stay in Tennessee because I do agree with Matty Daddy's kind of concept with Derrick Henry. Because even if Derrick Henry has a good year next year, the same workload is not going to keep up. And A.J. Brown, his success comes off the play action. And if Derrick Henry's less effective, A.J. Brown's going to be less effective. And he's coming off a big year at receiver. I think this is the time to sell him.
Quinn, I think I need you to leave the stream immediately, please.
Look, I love A.J. Brown. He just won me a fantasy championship, but I don't know that it happens again.
I love A.J. Brown. I think he's just such a stud, but I don't know. That's my opinion. I think it does get a little hairy if Tannehill falls off a cliff with age or that he leaves, but the best wide receivers in the league are quarterback proof, so we'll see how that affects him. But
Quinn, I think you and I can leave the stream together because I was actually going to say A.J. Brown.
Angel, come on.
These guys.
My only reason for that is I think he's peaked, and I think he'll be a consistent low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 for the rest of his career. No doubt about it. But the return you can get from him right now is insane if they're willing to pay market value. But because I don't want to...
That's my thought exactly.
Trajectory is only pointing upward. I don't think he's going down at all, so I don't see why...
I think Quinn hit it right on the... I don't think there will ever be another running back of Derrick Henry. And the Titans scheme is fantastic. Their offensive line is fantastic. But there's only one Derrick Henry. And there's no one else in the league that will command 8 people.
I know, but
being the boss.
Derrick Henry might set up play action well for the Titans, but it's not making A.J. Brown a less talented NFL wide receiver.
Well, no,
yeah,
but
it's a lot easier to get open if the other team has to put 9 people in the box to stop Derrick Henry.
I understand. I'm just saying, I don't think it would impact him that much.
I just don't see how you can knock a wide receiver that's known for his efficiency for being not efficient in the future. And it's not they don't have some slouch behind Derrick Henry. I'm not going to pretend to say Darrington Evans is just this godsend. But he did really well at Appalachian State all 3 years, and he's certainly going to have the juice to make it happen. So A.J. Brown, for me, is someone that I'd probably pay market value for.
No Corey Davis either. He'll be a free agent. He'll go get some money. So.
Dude, I love
targets for AJ.
That was probably my best take this season. I wrote an article on Corey Davis calling him like this is Devontae Parker. And it worked out pretty well. I mean, he wasn't like that good, but it was the under the radar player pick for me, and it worked out nicely.
But to go back on the selling thing, because it's at A.J. Brown, I don't want to reiterate that again. But my biggest sell, like one person that I was really trying to get hard this offseason, and now I'm selling everywhere, is Amari Cooper. His value is probably lower now than it was last season, but CeeDee Lamb is the future there. CeeDee Lamb is so ridiculously good.
He also has an out in his contract. I think
after next year.
The end of next season, maybe? I don't really remember, but Amari Cooper, there's an out in his contract, and I wouldn't be surprised if Dallas just got rid of him, and they just wrote out Michael Gallup and CeeDee Lamb.
I mean...
The old pooper scooper. Always shitting on you a couple times a year.
He does shit the bed 2 times a year, but it's so inconsistent with him.
Maybe Cooper can go to the Eagles. I feel like he'd be a good Eagles receiver.
Oh, man. Why does that fit perfectly?
Yeah, he would.
Anyway. Oh, like in a bad way. Like it fits perfectly in a bad way.
Yeah, it'd be Rager and Cooper alternating every other week for like 80-plus yard games.
Don't you disrespect Rager like that. Don't you disrespect Rager like that.
I thought it was being nice to him with that take.
I don't love Rager, if I'm being honest. The injuries scare me.
Next year, I mean, I'm not going to get into this. If you want to, we can. But next year, I'll be here, and we can talk about Rager. It'll be a completely different story, I promise you.
I hope so. I mean, I like Rager. I just don't love him as much as most. But I like him.
I think most people are on our side, Luke. I think most people are pretty sour on Rager, so I would love to hear why you're so high on him still.
So for me, I had him wide receiver 1 coming into the class, so I'm battling tape lock, right?
Right.
Clearly that.
So that's entirely why. Okay, got it.
My top 3 wide receivers was Rager, Lamb, and Jefferson.
So you're on cocaine, is what you're telling me.
You know,
Mental health.
God, Luke.
I don't always give away my secrets, but you know, I do enjoy a solid mindfulness solitude experiment with
Oh, Lord.
So this is where I'm at, right? So I like what Rager did in TCU. He had a cardboard box thrown to him. He was incredibly efficient. He was incredibly athletic. Came to Philly, I was wheels up for him. He had a torn UCL. His messed up his shoulder. He's going to get surgery on this offseason because he tackled someone when went through a interception. Never going to change, right? And so, okay, random injury. I'm going to brush it off. And then week 4, he got injured. He had a grade 3 tear on his thumb UCL. And he had surgery again. And now he still made the catch. So all I'm looking for in my rookies is I'm looking for what they've seen in their numbers and what they've shown on tape translating to the professional field. And I think what I've seen, Maddie, I can't handle you right now. And I think what I've seen in terms of his speed showing on the field, his dynamic abilities, I'm willing to sit with Rager a little longer. I do think, as I said in your chat earlier, I think he needs another alpha with him. I'm not sure he's the 1A. I think Rondale Moore is what I'm better to be.
Pete the Lucha from the wrestling mat. Put me on opposite of Rager, and we catch everything.
I love this so
When the Rager take is so bad that you have to have your face in the company.
The Rager taker. Full Rager.
I don't know. I don't love Rager that much.
Here's the thing. I agree with everything he said. I think Rager can actually be really, really good.
I do too. I just don't like him that much right now.
Yeah, I don't think I really don't like the Eagles' direction right now. But Rager, oh man, I hope he gets it because I do have him in one league.
I will say, guys, Brent has an amazing hit rate on rookies. So what he's saying, I'm believing.
Yeah. That's totally fair.
So is he your dynasty buy of the offseason and you can get him low?
I've seen people. We had a staff member that was in a 14-team startup, and he was still in the 10th round. That's insane to me. 10th round. So what that means to me is if I can throw 2/3 at him, I'm trying to be realistic. That's our thing here, right? Trying to throw. I would go all the way up to 208 for this tier for Rager.
Yeah, if you can get him to 208, I think it'd be hard.
Personally, I'd sell 202 for Rager. Personally.
Yeah, that's fine.
So with the new coach, who's going to be the quarterback? Is my
It's
question.
Wentz. They're going to straight up Hurts. It's Wentz.
I think it's Hurts. Sorry, I think they're gonna trade Wentz. I think Wentz needs to change the scenery for his mental health. I think he needs to be somewhere different. He needs a fresh start.
I tweeted out an article that was written about the Eagles management, or retweeted it the other day. It was legitimately talking about how Howie Roseman has those fat head cutouts.
Yes.
Howie Roseman has one of those of Wentz in his office. That boy ain't going anywhere.
Wait, really?
He's going. Yeah, swear. He is not going anywhere.
That's
What's going to happen is they're going to go in with Hurts and Wentz in the offseason into
I'm
camp.
scared of what Matt's doing right now.
It's going to be miserable. I'm so excited. I love this man. Damn.
Who?
And then
snap.
Wentz is sticking around, man. Hurts is going to go to the Texans, but we'll see about that if that manifests.
Yeah, no, this does make sense because that's the wrong roster decision, and we're talking about the Eagles. So yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Exactly.
All right, so let's transition. I want Matty Daddy to lead me in this one because I feel like he's gonna take this one and run with it. Matty Daddy, who's an NFL player you'd love to grab a beer with and hang out?
Dude, it's my boy, Gardner Minshew, dude.
Oh, that's such a good one.
Yeah. That's easy. That's like a home run. I mean, as far as personality and just like swagger, Gardner's got it. And just dealing with what the Jaguars have put him through the last 2 years with Foles and with just different stuff and how they run their organization isn't perfecto. But yeah, dude, Gardner's probably got some crazy stories. Some girl chasing in college, and then literally 6th round pick or undrafted?
Six. He did go to
a starter to Bud Light pushing you. Like, that's pretty dang cool.
Yeah, I actually heard a story about him that he loves smelling salts, and that some guy saw him at a bar one time, and he was like, "Oh, you're Gardner Minshew." He was like, "Yeah, you want to do some smelling salts?" He handed him one, and they did smelling salts, and they got like amped, and they just like walked away.
Okay, cool.
That's one story.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gardner for sure. What about you guys?
I thought you were gonna say George Kittle because he loves wrestling so much.
George, no. Gardner's just what he's done and how he's anybody that's undrafted or that late, they come in and just light the NFL on fire. George is a monster in himself, but I think Gardner would be the guy. I'm interested to see what his future holds. Just with the Jags taking a quarterback, will he ever have a chance again?
He was pretty good too. Like I don't understand why they did him so bad. I thought Gardner was pretty decent.
Copy and paste what you said about the Eagles at the Jacksonville Jaguars. Except worse.
Does anyone else have a player they want to hang out with?
Ooh,
Yeah,
I'll take one. Go ahead, Ryan.
Gardner's probably a guy of all occasions, but I'm actually a Steelers fan, and they kind of have a split personality right now. So for the club, I think I'd have to go out with Juju and do the Corvette. But
Please do it.
If for somebody that I wanted to just, I think they're more of a low down. He went to Toledo, so he seems to be for a young guy really, really grounded. So Deontay would be my guy that I'd go out to dinner, have a really important discussion about kidney disease and all that. But yeah, like I said, for fun, I'd choose Juju. We could go out and dance in the middle of the field and all that good stuff. So
yeah,
we have someone on our team that's
actually. I mean, it's a bit of an unpopular opinion right now, but Juju's a really cool dude, and I feel like it'd be really fun to just like hang out and play video games with Juju, maybe catch a few footballs.
My coworker went to school and knows Juju pretty well, and she says he's a weird but really, really awesome dude.
Yeah, that's why I feel like
right.
exactly who he is. Like he actually reminds me of a friend of mine from high school who was on the football team, and he actually plays at UC right now. But like he literally, he's just like Juju. Like he just loves playing video games and just plays football, and he just kind of hangs out. Like I feel like that's exactly what Juju is. Like he's just kind of like a nerdy dude, but he's super cool and he just loves football. I don't know. I think it'd be fun.
What I was gonna say, Brian, was we have a guy on our team. His name's Matt. He started a whole campaign, a social media campaign, where he goes to local high schools, dances on their logo, to Corvette, because he wants to play a video game with Juju on stream someday. So, if he ever goes, where do you live? What state?
Tennessee.
All right. So if Matt ever goes to Tennessee, I'll tell him to hook up with you and, do that Corvette on some logo.
Yeah, I told somebody the other day I needed to get me an account and do Corvette. I could see a 52-year-old man doing that.
It would go absolutely viral. I support it 100%. Guys, convince this man to do it.
That'd be awesome.
What about you, Quinn?
For me, I think it's got to be Phillip Rivers.
Man,
dude's just such a fiery personality. But also for me, I would love to sit down with him. I'm a big analytics guy, and he's such a smart football player. And to be able to talk, because he pretty much changes the play at the line every single time. Literally tells the defense what they're doing and then beats it, which is fun to watch. But not just football, but also from a religion standpoint as well. Phillip Rivers being a devout Catholic and has been his entire life, and getting to talk about that kind of stuff along with the football would be a really interesting conversation for me.
I love that one. That was really, really good.
It's a really good one. I'm going to go Tyler Lockett. We're talking about someone who's kind of weird, someone who's not all about football. That's literally Tyler Lockett. He treats this as a job, and I think having a beer with him in a really quiet dive bar and just talking about life and about things, because he's so excited and knowledgeable about literally everything else. He would be such a fun brain to pick after you get him a little liquored up. I think it'd be really, really fun.
That really would be really fun, actually.
Luke, who would you pick?
You say?
Who would you pick to have a beer with?
I said Juju.
I said Juju earlier. Okay. So for me, I was going to say Tom Brady because he's my favorite player of all time. But I think that A, he probably wouldn't even have a beer. And B, he'd probably just talk about, what would he even talk about with me? He'd probably just be like, oh, thank you for the support, and then leave.
His treatment.
Best
Yeah.
ways to deflate air out of football.
Oh my gosh.
Why not to eat inflammatory vegetables? Yes.
Yeah, I don't think any conversation with Tom Brady would be too insightful. So I'm gonna pivot and just say Rob Gronkowski.
Oh, that would be fun.
Oh my God, Gronk would be a blast.
Just share a beer. Just a night with Gronk.
Oh my gosh.
A night with Gronk.
I just personally, I would just want to hear what was so bad about Bill Belichick to him that he decided to retire, then come back the moment that he was able to be traded. Like you can guess and you can infer, but I just really want to hear it from his mouth. Like, what was it that bad? Like, do they stifle people's personality that much in New England? I don't know. I think it'd be a really interesting conversation.
That'd be a good one for sure. I'm gonna skip this next thing about the trade scenario with Tyler Delaire, the 104. We'll get to that if we have time. I really want to get to this next segment, which is what team would you want to see Deshaun Watson on and why? Who wants to take it first?
I'll go.
Get it, Brian.
To me, I looked at the Vegas odds this morning. I was kind of curious who's in on to begin with, and the names off the top were the Dolphins, the Bears. There's a couple of other ones, but the one that I came down with was the Indianapolis Colts, because the 4 teams that have better odds in Vegas than them, they are really short on talent in regards to players around them. So I'm with the Indianapolis Colts because they got both Taylor and Hines at running back. They got 3 young receivers that are pretty good, with Pascal, Campbell, and they're just really solid with young players. So I think he'd be a great building piece with them. I mean, in terms of fantasy, it doesn't really matter where Watson goes himself; he's going to get his. But it's just a matter of surrounding him with talent. Plus, I think it'd be really interesting because they get to play the Texans twice too. So
they do.
I'll go. The Carolina Panthers.
Oh.
Teddy struggled. You got that offense. You've got cap room. You've got draft capital. You could finagle enough, plus the coach they have. So I think that would just be a premier situation to me.
That's an interesting one. I don't think anyone's ever really thrown that one out because they're a rebuilding team. But I like it. That's interesting. That's fun. That's cool.
I'll go next.
Go ahead.
I'm going Washington football team.
Yep.
Where I would love to see Deshaun Watson as the Washington football team. Watson, along with Scary Terry and Antonio Gibson and Logan Thomas. I mean, they just went toe-to-toe with the Bucs with Taylor Heineke at the helm. And I love me some Taylor Heineke. But you put Deshaun Watson on that Washington football team, they beat the Bucs last weekend.
Their defense is loaded.
Yeah. They have the scariest front 7, I think, in all of football, specifically because of that defensive line. It's a young, growing secondary. You throw Deshaun Watson on that team, and they're dominating the NFC East for probably 3-4 years.
Yeah, I love that pick. That's my second pick, I think. Who still needs to go? Britt?
Yeah, I'll go. So I'll give you one reality one and one, Britt using his mindfulness or whatever you guys want to call it. His galaxy brain one. So I'll start with the galaxy brain one. I want to see Deshaun Watson in Seattle, man. I know what Russell Wilson can do.
Whoa.
I know what he's capable of. I know what Pete Carroll's willing to give him, and I think what Watson's able to give is infinitely better for what we need and what Washington wants. So, or what Pete Carroll wants. So I think if we could find out a way to ship off Russell and bring in Watson, I would be enthused. And then my reality one is, if I was the San Francisco 49ers, I'd be saying, I want to give me some Deshaun Watson. I want to upgrade my old school Colin Kaepernick and run it back with a Deshaun Watson run option. And I think that would be that metric offense.
I like that. I like the Colin Kaepernick comp too, but from back in the day. That's cool. I like that. My pick, I actually really like mine. I think it's interesting. The Denver Broncos.
Nice.
The Broncos have a nice defense, and they have a ton of weapons. A ton of weapons. I mean, you got Hamler, Sutton, Judy, Noah Fant, Alberto, 2 pretty solid running backs. Good old line that's developing. Like, that team would be a powerhouse offense. And Mahomes and Watson in the same division would be wild.
Be fun.
Oh, that's huge, Luke.
I know.
I really.
Look, I'm still stuck on the fact that you said two good running backs while you're clearly referring to Melvin Gordon. So
Melvin Gordon, they're two above average running backs.
see, I'm a Chargers fan, so I'm a big anti Melvin Gordon guy. So
Oh, do you hate Melvin Gordon?
I can't stand him.
Why?
The whole concept, the way that he held out for money when he hadn't been playing that well. Austin Eckler already looked like the better running back on that team. You have a coach that is a former running backs coach at the time with Anthony Lynn. So from a career perspective, you want to stay there. And then he played the victim card, took less money than the Chargers had offered him in the first place to go to Denver because he felt like the team had wronged him. Even though he's taking less money so he can play them twice, proceeds to play them twice and sucks.
Yeah. You're right. Real quick though, how do you feel about Anthony Lynn's firing?
My Slack profile picture is a picture of Anthony Lynn with a black cap that says "I've been fired." So
not too bad.
Yeah.
Not too concerned about his mental health, I see. But if you are concerned about people's mental health, you can check out mindfulnessfirst.org. The link to donate is in our chat, and given that was probably the best transition I've ever said, I think you should go donate if you're watching. My pick for Deshaun Watson, it's San Francisco. It's easy. I don't really have to think twice about it. I think the things Kyle Shanahan could do with Deshaun Watson would be just a sight to behold. That man would probably be the QB1 by a wide margin with Kyle Shanahan. I would like him more than Patrick Mahomes if Watson went to the 49ers.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So I'm curious for the people that said San Francisco. Monetarily, how do you make that work? Because they're not done with that Garoppolo contract. They can't dump that off without taking a big cap hit, I don't think. So how do you make that happen from a money standpoint?
I liked one of our previous guests when it came to Deshaun Watson said, it doesn't matter, you make it happen. That would be my answer to that. If Deshaun Watson wanted to go to San Fran, you clear up any space you can, anywhere you can, and you bring him
Let me
up.
pipe in real quick as a Steelers fan, and Brian, you said you're also a Steelers fan, so I would sell my soul for Deshaun Watson for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Let me tell you, this defense with Deshaun Watson at the helm, that's a contender year in, year out, but the cap would be an absolute nightmare, so I don't think it's even possible.
Yeah, for San Fran, it's definitely a pipe dream.
But I just don't know how it would make it possible.
It wouldn't be possible. We would have to pay so much, but that would be insane.
I'll tell you what to do if I'm John Lynch. I'm calling Robert Kraft, and I'm saying, hey, listen, come get your boy. We don't want him anymore. And then I'm going to send that off, do whatever I need to do on the 2 or 3 draft picks, maybe in the next couple of years. And then I'm going to take, where's San Fran drafted right now? They're drafted in top 15, right?
Yep.
They're drafted in top, yeah. So I'm going to take that pick, and I don't know. You probably don't have to put on that much because it's the Texans, and clearly they have no idea what they're doing.
Well, they do yet now.
It's not Bill O'Brien. The clown show's been shipped out.
They put the clown mask on a brand new person. It's Easterby, right? He's literally no different. So I'm gonna go. I'll give him my first pick, maybe next year first pick, and say, listen, we'll take Boston off your hands.
Well, do you guys remember that trade that was it Houston that made it, where they
Brock
took Brock Osweiler. They just took the contract and they got a pick in return. That's something the 49ers could explore.
It was Houston that was shipping that out. They traded Osweiler and a third for nothing to the Browns, who had a ton of cap space and could eat the cap penalty.
Right. Yep. I think that's something the 49ers should definitely explore. I feel like the NBA does it very often.
I completely forgot about that Osweiler trade with the Browns.
I really thought it was going to be the beginning
the
of
Browns
something.
GM, I don't know if he's still there or not. At least at the time, was a baseball guy, and it's a very common baseball trade.
Right.
I'm turning the playoff game on my TV real quick. Look, I'm here. I'm just turning on the TV. Hang on.
You're not missing too much.
Can I ask a question to you guys?
Please.
This is something that's been on my mind, and I just want y'all can do rapid fire. Y'all don't have to go way too much into detail. I'll start with Angel. Chick-fil-A or Popeyes?
Popeyes.
Right?
Yeah, it's Popeyes for me.
Popeyes for me too.
I'm going contrarian. It's Chick-fil-A for me, primarily for sentimental reasons. My mom and dad had their favorite restaurant. My dad passed from Alzheimer's 3 years ago, so it's Chick-fil-A.
Do you think he ever forgot Chick-fil-A, or was he like No, I'm remembering that shit.
He always remembered.
That's right.
I saw something on the on YouTube the other day. There was a 91-year-old man that he lived across the street from a daycare, and he doesn't remember most things. But for 1 hour every single day, the daycare children come out and ride their bikes with him, and every single day he goes out to play with them. So there's certain things that are just worth remembering. So.
And even if you didn't remember Chick-fil-A, it would be such an awesome experience every time you go that you'd be like, "Holy what?" You know. Quinn, are you a Popeyes guy too?
I got my Popeyes right here. I had Popeyes today for lunch.
All right, let's do Brit real quick, man. This is.
I respect my body too much to eat Chick-fil-A.
Oh, what a statement!
That was a swerve.
Yes, geez, you ate Chick-fil-A, huh? Manny, sounds like next time I'm in Kentucky, we need to go to Chick-fil-A then, doesn't it?
Oh man, I'm a Popeyes guy all the way. I love the biscuits, I love the tenders, and I love a few little inside tip for anybody that eats chicken tenders at fast food. If they have gravy dipping sauce, take advantage of it.
Wow, I'm the absolute minority then, aren't I?
I like that.
What's your preferred sauce besides gravy? For me, it's honey mustard. It's
The
not
spicy
even close.
chicken sandwich from Popeyes is unmatched.
That's what I had today.
They're so good.
Yes, sir.
That's the one place where I disagree. I don't think it's that special.
Angel, get out of the call.
I will end the stream. I will make our whole brand look bad.
You know, I thought me and Angel were together off the AJ Brown take, but nah. Popeyes spicy.
Damn, I just turned heel with one comment.
Wait, so does Jared Goff still have a broken thumb? I'm confused.
Yeah, no, he does.
Yeah.
He's just playing in sub-Arctic temperature with a broken thumb. I hope you guys smashed the under in this game.
It's Blake Bortles for the win.
Oh.
Yeah, like Bortles, dude.
Shout out to Blake Bortles.
Dude, the Jacksonville Jaguars imploded more than any franchise in recent history I can remember recently with the Houston Texans now. But they went to the AFC title game. Went like 12-4 or something with Blake Bortles at the helm and then elite defense, and it all fell apart.
That's why I'm so mad at Seattle.
Yeah.
Because they're pretending like we're still elite and like we're still good, and Pete Carroll's he's shown. I'm just gonna rant real quickly. I'm sorry, guys. But with Pete Carroll, we're never gonna get to the Super Bowl again. We'll get playoffs, maybe divisional round. We're never going past there.
Why not?
Because if all he likes three things. He likes no turnovers on offense. He likes to win the turnover battle on defense. He believes in that strictly. He wants to limit explosive plays on defense and let them play loose and free, which is why they play a super vanilla cover 3 scheme. And then he wants explosive plays on offense. And so he runs to not only control the clock so that he can rest up his defense, but to also open up those plays for DK Metcalf and Russell Wilson's beautiful teardrop long pass. So as long as Pete Carroll doesn't care how you win, he'll win 12-9 and walk home smiling. He doesn't give a crap. He says his first half of play calling is specifically to exploit the second half, and he goes, as long as we're within 2 touchdowns coming at halftime, we've got the game. It drives me nuts, man. And it's just that the league's not that way anymore. The league's a passing league. The defense is no longer the best defense. Probably isn't going to win the Super Bowl this year. And I think that's just a trend that's going to be until the rules switch back to the defense if they ever do.
The funny thing is, he's already come out on record as saying he wants to be even more run-based next year.
Yeah.
Irish Penny.
So, curious, I heard this take from a buddy of mine yesterday, and I'm curious y'all's thoughts on it. Russell Wilson is today's NFL equivalent to Tony Romo. He's going to statistically always be great, but he'll never get over the hump of winning a championship.
Shots fired.
Wouldn't that take already be wrong, period? Because of the fact that
like from now, obviously he's won his champ, but from this point forward, he is Tony Romo now.
Yeah.
Let me level you up. Without the LOB, Russell Wilson never would have won a Super Bowl.
I agree with that.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
But Russell Wilson just doesn't have the capabilities with his coaching scheme to elevate that offense.
Well, he's good enough. The offensive scheme. Yeah, he is.
I'm not sure.
I've never thought Pete Carroll was that great of a coach. I'm not gonna lie.
He's not. He's tier 3. Shanahan's all alone in tier 1.
If Pete Carroll had the roster that Anthony Lynn had this year, would have been the exact same thing. Pete Carroll and Anthony Lynn are from the same mold.
Anthony Lynn's probably been our offensive coordinator, and I hate every second of it.
Oh, that
Prepare
would be
for
funny.
clock mismanagement and torture. It's a great time.
Hey, Pete already does that. It's cool.
Oh yeah, so you're used to it. Yeah, welcome to more of the same.
I'm inundated already.
All right, guys. We've come to pretty much the end of our time here. So, Maddie Daddy, you've already done a bit of plugging, but does anyone else want to plug anything before we head out?
Yeah, let's just run by everybody's socials real quick. At FF Affair, at Maddie Daddy 2652. We're always here for you, and we're always active. So, Quinn, hit him up, baby.
Yeah, drop me a follow on Twitter, Quinn_Cusky. If you ever want to check out some Madden gameplay, I go live on about a daily basis. It's Pens 1206, PENS1206 on Twitch.
What's your Twitter? Quinn_Cusky?
Yeah.
You can find me at TheSandman_25, otherwise known as Not On Brand, because when you follow me, you'll get 30% football and 70% a bunch of different bullshit.
I love it.
And I'm Vandegrad92 on Twitter. Like my Twitter handle shows and my page. You know, I'm big into football. I play football. I do fantasy. But to me, equally important is that living donation for kidneys, or in this case, mental support for your loved one. Because I was lucky enough to have a care partner, my wife, that was there for me every single day, and that means as much as anything. So, if you can be a donor, great. But if not, just try to understand your fellow man.
I love that. I love that, guys.
No, that was incredible.
Sharing is caring.
And just to follow up on that,
don't discredit the ability that mindfulness has on your ability to overcome these situations. This last 365 days have been unparalleled in anything our generation, the future generations have endured, and so you're not weak because you need to seek out help. Help is okay. Yes. None of us are holier than thou to seek help. It is not masculine nor feminine, too feminine to seek out help. Taking care of yourself is the utmost importance. I do not want to see you in my psych facility. Take care of yourself.
Flex on them, baby.
I would argue that taking care of yourself is the most powerful thing.
That was so fun. Please go check out everyone over at FF Affairs and Matt's Wrestling Podcast. What's it called? Wrestle Matt?
The Wrestling Matt.
The Wrestling Matt.
Yeah, I will definitely be on there and do some promos at some point, for sure.
Can't wait for you, Fallen Angel.
Fallen Angel's coming. All right, guys.
Guys, thank you so much. Let's do it again sometime.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I'll see you guys. That was a blast.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you very much.
Alrighty.
And we will be right back.
Thank you for having us.
That was awesome. Thanks for coming, Maddie.
Yeah, buddy. I'll talk to y'all later.
Yeah, I'll see you, dude.
Later.
That was fun. But I had the normal broadcast over here for you guys, so.
And we're back.
Perfect. Pacific.
All right, everybody on YouTube land, we are here with Luke. He's about to do an NBA box break. Now, for those of you who don't know, this break, all the proceeds from this break are going to go directly to Mindfulness First.
We're making a $120 donation today from these 2 boxes right here. So it's going to be really fun. Hopefully everyone in the break gets in here and watches. We're opening up these 2 boxes today, 2 Hoops Premium Stock Blasters. It's going to be a lot of fun. We probably will have some extra time at the end of this, Angel. So we have Atlantic, Central.
And while Luke does his box break, I'm going to be enjoying some Chipotle. So, Chipotle, if any of your representatives are watching and you want to sponsor our next 12-hour live stream, please do. We love your food. Or Popeyes.
Northeast? Northwest. Oops. Northwest. I'm putting in all the divisions in a random generator right now, guys. Sorry for the delay. Normally I have this done ahead of time, but I've been on camera all day. So
he's a star.
Okay. And then Southwest is the last one, which is the big prize. All right, everybody, let's get this going. So it's going to be a little different today. Normally I can just put my laptop in front of the camera. But Angel's doing a stream of us, so I don't want to screw that up. So you guys are going to get to see my basement a little bit, so I hope you don't creep on me too much. That's Angel and me on stream. Hi. Okay, so here is the spreadsheet. Up first, we have Guthrie's random division. So Guthrie, let's see what you get. The result will populate down here. So Guthrie, you are getting the Atlantic division for the break. That's a pretty good one, if I remember correctly. Atlantic division. Who does the Atlantic have? Let's take a look real quick. I'm not too familiar with the NBA ones. The Atlantic has the Celtics, the 76ers, the Nets, the Knicks, and the Raptors. That's definitely a good one to have. You can get some really nice RJ Barretts and stuff. That's definitely a good division. All right, let's take Atlantic out of here. Up next, we have Hunter. Hunter, your division's up next. Hunter, you're going to be getting the Central Division. Central Division. Some Cavs, some Celtics. A bunch of different players there. Bucks, Pacers, Cavaliers, Bulls, and Pistons. You can get a nice Kobe White, some nice Colin Sexton. A ton of players there. Take Central out. Alrighty. Up next, we have Phil. Phil, let's see what you're going to get. Southeast for you, Phil. Oh, that's my browser. Alrighty, up next we have Brant. Brant, you are going to get the Southwest. Congratulations, you are going to get Zion or Ja if we pull one. So, hopefully we get one for you today,
That's a good pull.
Southwest, and they also have Luka Doncic. So, that's a
nice
division. That's like the grand prize. All right, Zach, let's see what you're going to get. Zach, whatever you don't get, the last person will get. All right, Pacific for you, Zach, and that means Steven, you get I forget what it is. And Steven, you get the Northwest. You get the Northwest. All right, those are all the divisions. Let's take a look one more time here about all the divisions, see what you guys can get. So we have the Atlantic, we got the Celtics, 76ers, Nets, Knicks, and Raptors. Central has the Bucks, Pacers, Cavs, Bulls, and Pistons. Southeast has the Magic, Hornets, Hawks, Heat, and Wizards. Northwest has the Jazz, Trailblazers, Nuggets, Thunder, and Timberwolves. And the Pacific has the Lakers, Clippers, Suns, Warriors, and Kings. And Southwest, by far the best division, has the Mavericks, the Spurs, the Grizzlies, the Rockets, and the Pelicans. So, with all that being said, guys, I'm going to put you back on the tripod here. Oops. A second, get in there. Come on, tripod. There we go. And we're back to normal. Perfect.
For this hour, I'm pretty much just going to be watching Luke open and responding to comments. So if anybody is in there and wants to know a little bit more about trading cards, maybe I can ask Luke some of the questions.
I'll be showing everybody on the stream the hits and everything. So we show the stream, and then I'll show the other stream. So stream, this is the box we're opening. It's an NBA Hoops Blaster Premium stock. We have 2 of these today, the exact same box. We're looking for Blaster exclusive red prisms. We're also looking for Silver Mojo Prisms. There's 8 packs per box, 4 cards per pack, so we're going to be opening 16 packs today. You also can look for autographs in these, so that'd be huge. Imagine if we pull a Zion autographs, Angel. That'd be huge. These are a bunch of things we can get. We can get a lot of numbers, cards numbered to 10 and stuff if we get really lucky. So that's what we're looking for today. So let's rip open this first blaster.
Let's get that charity luck.
Yeah, let's get that charity live stream luck. Maybe we'll get some good karma pulls today, guys.
Hopefully.
All right. First pack. I just took the wax off. Let's open it. Let's get the packs out of here. Hashtag who do you collect at the top. Nice mini. All right. There's a lot of packs in here. 8 packs, guys. So we have 8 packs of this NBA Hoops premium stock here in this first blaster. We have 12 people watching right now. It's huge. Thanks, guys. 13 people. We'll shuffle these packs around a little bit so that way if there's an auto or hit in here somewhere, it's a little bit more random. Alrighty, let's open up these packs. I had a request by, I think it was Hunter, to open the packs on stream, so I will open them on stream.
And just a reminder, all proceeds from this are going towards mindfulnessfirst.org.
Yes,
and
yes,
if you
yes.
want to donate, you can find a link to that in our chat if you scroll to the top. And you can have the direct link there, or you can go to mindfulnessfirst.org and donate there.
Yes, please check out Mindfulness First, guys. This 12-hour charity live stream Angel and I are doing today on the 3Co YouTube channel is all in benefit of Mindfulness First. I'll be making a $120 donation to Mindfulness First as soon as this break is over on behalf of everyone who signed up for the break today. So thank you guys so much. Let's open these packs. So up first we have an Avery Bradley, Mitchell Robinson. So there's 4 cards per pack, guys. So let's see if we get anything good in this slot here. Tribute Anthony Davis. That's pretty cool. Stream. It's pretty sick. Anthony Davis, Angel.
Should have been in Boston. Should have been in Boston.
And last card in the pack. See if we get anything good in here. Upside down. I think that was a Rui I just saw.
Ooh.
Green insert Rui Hachimura Tribute Silver. That is a beautiful card. I think it's a teal insert. That's fire, guys. Look at that. That's sick. Rui Hachimura. Silver. Teal.
That's a beautiful card.
That's a beautiful card. That's a really nice hit for the Wizards. That's in the, I forget what division that is. But congratulations whoever got that one. Sorry I'm not too familiar with the divisions for NBA guys. I don't do too many NBA breaks, but that's a huge pull. That's a big hit. So congratulations to whoever owns the Wizards. Let's get on to the next pack here. Open on the stream for you. I really like the Hoops Premium stock product. It's a nice cards. Hey, we got Jaylen Brown right there for you, Angel.
Oh, what a beautiful man. Love him. Love him.
Jaylen Brown.
Yeah. Beautiful man, beautiful athlete,
Now,
just
let's see
incredible.
if we get anything in this slot here. Hey, RJ Barrett base. That's a good pull. Base RJ Barrett. That's probably worth some change. Nice pull for the Knicks right there. This box is off to a hard start, guys. Let's see if we get anything in this slot here. And we get an NBA City Zach LaVine insert. If you're a Bulls fan, that's a pretty sick card with the logo in the back right there. That's a nice one. That's a nice card. It's not shiny, but that's pretty sick. In the city.
I love that card.
It's nice. All right, next pack. Pack number 3. This box is off to a hot start. RJ Barrett base and then a Rui teal. It's pretty good. Obviously, we're hunting for Zions and Jaws, but we'll see. Hey, Guthrie. Joining in late, buddy. What division did you have? Let me look. This camera just keeps tilting the wrong way. Sorry, guys. Why is it tilting? Stop tilting. There we go. Guthrie, you have the Atlantic division. Just in case you're trying to follow along there. You have the Atlantic division. So you have the Celtics, 76ers. Oh, wait. Guthrie, you own this card. I just pulled you a base RJ Barrett a second ago, man. Beautiful card. Base RJ Barrett. That's probably worth some cash. All right, next pack. Sorry, guys. I'm not trying to delay too much. I think this is the fourth pack. Third or fourth pack. We have a Kevin Looney. Trevor Ariza. Lukas Samanic from the Spurs, rookie card. I don't know if he's any good, but that's a nice rookie. And John Wall, silver. On the Wizards still, so if you're a John Wall collector out there, if he's your personal collection, that's a pretty nice card. Even though he's on the Rockets now, but silver prisms are always worth a good chunk of change.
John Wall on the Rockets just feels bad.
Look at that. So shiny. Anyway, next pack, guys. Open on stream. Oops. Sorry, I'm not trying to spoil the last card in the pack here. I just did that. My bad. Looks like last card we have a D'Lo. Try to avoid that going forward. We got Bismack Biyombo, Tyler Johnson, Mario Shayok, The 76ers. Don't really know who he is. And then we have this. Oh, nice. This is a nice card, guys. I think this is the red prism. That is the box hit there. Oops, sorry, I almost dropped it. That red prism D'Angelo Russell silver. I mean, not a rookie at all, but it's a nice card. Look at that, Angel. It's a red silver D'Angelo Russell. That's pretty sick. All right, next pack, guys. We still have 4 packs left, so this is pack number 5 of the first blaster. We have a ton. Oh, sorry, I didn't open that one on stream. My bad, guys. I spoiled the last card. Packers just scored a touchdown, in case anyone's wondering.
Did they? Was it Devontae
Yeah,
Adams?
I don't know who scored it. Let me look. It's like Devontae Adams, maybe?
Makes sense.
Yep, it was Adams. Touchdown
Shocker.
Packers, Devontae Adams. All right, we have a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. That's a nice pool.
Nice. That's a really good pull.
Josh Okuge. Tribute Dr. J, Julius Irving. Pretty cool. And last card, we have a Ben Simmons Silver Mojo. That's pretty sick. Look at that. Super shiny.
It's a good looking card.
This is a beautiful card if you're a Sixers fan. Seriously, I mean, this is so shiny. These Mojo prisms are sick. Mojo Jojo. All right, pack number 6. The last card there. So I'm trying to open them on stream. I'm also not trying to spoil the pack. All right, up first we have a Larry Nance Jr. Harry Giles III. See if you got a nice rookie here. Cameron Johnson, rookie card. And last but not least, we have a De'Aaron Fox Zero Gravity. That's sick. Is that numbered? It is not, but that is a nice card. Dallas, are you watching this? I bet you're jealous. Dallas.
Dallas, if you're here.
Dallas, if you're here, I bet you're jealous. He is here. He just put fires in the chat. That's really cool. Let me show you. It's sick. There's like clouds. Zero gravity. It's cool as hell. Anyway, next pack, everybody. We have 2 packs left for this blaster. Ooh, last one feels heavy. I don't know if it actually is, but it feels a little heavy. Who has it? I'll let you know after the stream, Dallas. It's the Pacific Division. Let me check for you real quick, Dallas. Zach has the Pacific Division from the Cards group chat. Alrighty, next pack here we have a Matthew Dellavedova. I haven't heard that name in a while. Bogdan Bogdanovic.
Love him.
Rookie PJ Washington Jr. rookie card for the Hornets. I think he's decent, yeah. And last card, Thon Maker silver for the Pistons. Not bad. It's pretty cool. We're pulling so many silvers and stuff though. I mean, it's pretty sick. Silvers are pretty good. All right, last pack. This one feels heavy, guys. I don't know if it means anything, but it feels heavier than the others. You open on the screen, sorry.
Here comes the Zion.
I wish it was a Zion. I'm trying to look at the back, though. The back card's always good. Look away. I think I see something purple in the back here. Or no, it's a Mojo. It's a Mojo prism. I don't know. Dallas, I'll check for you after the stream, alright? We got a Malik Beasley, Fred VanVleet, Terrence Mann from the Clippers, and lastly, we have John. Yeah, that pack was really heavy, guys. John Henson.
Oh, man.
Pistons, so Mojo. Oh, well. All right, so it hits from the first box. We started off pretty hot and got cold, so we got a Thon Maker, Zero Gravity De'Aaron Fox, Silver Mojo Ben Simmons, SGA, Base D'Angelo Russell, Red Shiny. We have a John Wall Silver, RJ Barrett base. Oh, I just dropped it. My bad. RJ Barrett base. And then we have this really nice Rui Hachimura Tribute Teal Silver. So that's pretty good. I honestly really like the that Zero Gravity insert. Opening up the next box now. Come on now. Angel, who's our next guest after this? Do you know?
I can check.
Just wondering. Shout out to 10 people who are watching the stream right now, guys. That's a lot. Thank you. All right, wrapper is off. Let's open it up.
It is FF People's Champ.
Oh, nice. Love peeps.
Yep.
Let's open this up here. Hashtag review code. Let's get all the packs out of here. 8 more packs coming in hot. And this security tag just fell out of the box. That's fun. Okay. I'm not gonna shuffle the packs this time. I'm just gonna open them in order and see what Destiny has in store for us. Any packs?
I'm so excited for this one.
So?
I want to see something good on stream, so I'm really excited for this box.
I did too. I hope we get something good on the stream. It'd be exciting.
Oh yeah.
All right, we have Chris Levert. He's got traded. Carmelo Anthony. It's pretty cool. So we get a rookie here. Harrison Barnes, definitely not a rookie. And last card in this pack, we have a Jeff Green silver. So that pack is pretty bad, not gonna lie.
Not the best start.
Didn't get a single rookie that pack.
Shameful.
It was shameful. But we have 7 more, so it's fine. Alright guys. We have an Austin Rivers. Juan Hernan Gomez. Did we get a rookie here? Oops, insert. Get a rookie up top. DeAndre Hunter, that is a rookie. Nice.
Nice.
The tributes aren't worth as much, but that's a nice card. Tributes DeAndre Hunter. It's pretty cool. I like that one. And then last card in this pack. Let's see if we get anything good here. We got a teal. From the top there. It's upside down. We got Cabangeli from the Clippers, rookie. I don't know if he's any good. Is he any good? Any Clippers fans in here? I don't know how to pronounce his first name. It looks like Mufiendu Cabangeli. I know his last name's Cabangeli. Nice card, though. It's a rookie. Teal, once again. Pretty cool. I don't know if there's any Clippers fans in here, but if he's any good, let me know. All right, next pack, guys. I'm going to open him this way so I don't see the last card. Alrighty. All right, we have a Wendell Carter Jr. Julius Randle. He's been balling out recently. Did we get a rookie here? Tremont Waters from the Celtics. You know this guy, Angel?
He is not that good.
Good. All right, well, last card, we have a DeAndre Jordan Silver Mojo. And this box is off to a bit of a cold start, guys, not going to lie. These Silver Mojos inserts are so cool. I would love to get a Zion or a Jaw. We only have 5 packs left, so I'm hoping we can have some pack luck for you guys. I would love to pull a Zion or Jaw for the stream. Be hype. I would get hype. I would yell. I would cry a little. It'd be great. All right, next pack. We have a Wilson Chandler. Mark Gasol. Let's see if we get a rookie here. Jonas Valanciunas. Definitely not a rookie. And last card, we have
Come on.
Kyle Lowry.
Oh.
NBA City. That's a sick card if you're a Raptors fan. Because it has, like, the OBO jerseys.
Oh, yeah, it does look really good.
It looks really nice, but once again, not a single rookie in that pack, which is a little weird. All right, next pack. See what we got in here. Up first, we have a Justin Jackson, Terrence Ferguson, Jalen Nowell, the Timberwolves rookie. Don't know who he is. Last card, please give us something good.
Come on.
We'll do Cody Martin, rookie card silver. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I'll look up when he was drafted. Let's find out.
Who is that guy? All right, guys, we only have 3 packs left. I'm really hoping for some magic here to end things out. I want to pull a Zion or a Jaw or something really bad. I mean, we got an RJ Barrett base. I mean, that's pretty good.
Yeah, that's solid. Oh, man.
He was... We got green in the back, it looks like. All right, we have a John Collins. A Zach Collins. 2 Collins.
Nice.
Brian or Bryn Forbes. So please be something good here at the end. Lakers. Avery Bradley, teal, silver. Man, this box is tough. Right, we got 2 packs left. This second blaster is hasn't really hit much of anything, really.
Cody Martin was drafted in the 2nd round by the Charlotte Hornets.
2nd round pick?
Yep.
Yeah, Dallas said that in the chat just now. There's a silver prism in the back of this one, guys. It looks like. Don't know who it is, but yeah, Klay Thompson, Josh Hart. See if we can get a rookie. We haven't had a good rookie in a while. Get a tribute. Charles Barkley. That's not a rookie. All right, last card. Please be good. Nicolo Melli, silver Mojo Prism rookie card. So if Nicolo Melli ever develops, guys, we're gonna be rich. But not terrible, but not great. All right, guys, this is the last pack. Before we get rid of the last pack, thank you all so much for watching the stream today. Thank you for buying into the break. It's all for charity, so even if you got nothing for today's break, very good. But just know you basically were donating $20 to charity. So thank you for being generous, essentially. All right, let's open up this last pack. So
here comes Zion. Whoever's pack this is, something's good. Something good's coming.
It does look a little heavy.
Oh, if it looks heavy, they must.
Dallas calling a silver Mojo jaw.
Okay.
I don't think it's a Mojo in the back, but I do see something shiny in the back, Dallas. I don't know what it is, though. We have a Lou Williams, DeJounte Murray.
Let me do the drum roll.
Cody Martin. All right, last card of the entire break. Thank you guys so much for watching. Last card. Please be good, please. All right, we have a De'Aaron Fox. Oh, my God. It's the same card as earlier, but silver.
Oh. Is that good?
Well, I mean, it's a really nice pool, but it's the same card as earlier. So, unfortunately, it's pretty much a duplicate.
Rip.
But Dallas, if you want to buy the card off the person, go ahead. But sadly, no Ja Morant or Zion today, anybody. But I'll turn this card around real quick. You can see my ugly face. Camera. I mean, having the stream. There we go. Thank you so much for watching. The stream is pretty much over for this hour. I'm going to be hopping back on the one on YouTube with Angel. I'll get all these cards out in the mail on Tuesday. So thank you guys so much. I will get all these cards sleeved up here in a moment, and I will see you all in the next break. So thank you guys. I'll see you later.
And he's back on ours.
And I'm back. I need to clean up a little bit, but it was good. It was fun. Didn't get anything too crazy, but it was nice.
Yeah, I mean, it's all for a great cause. And that cause is mindfulnessfirst.org. I put the link to donate in the chat. If you feel so inclined, please do let us know if you donate. We would love to shout you out. So far, last we checked, counting the donations that I'll be making and that Luke is making at the moment or will be making, we've raised over $400 for Mindfulness First, and we're really proud of that. Our goal was $200, and we far exceeded it. It's for a great cause. The generosity of the fantasy football community is always incredible. So thank you to everybody that's watching, and thank you for supporting us on our first ever live stream, which we decided to make 12 hours. Luke, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good so far, honestly. I mean, we're not even halfway yet, which is kind of crazy.
I know. It feels like we've been here. I feel like it's 9 p.m.
Yeah, it feels pretty late. It's only 5:30. But yeah, I mean, I feel good so far. Nothing bad at all.
What was the craziest moment of the stream thus far?
Ooh, I really liked having the Ethical Fair guys on. That was fun.
I think the Lucha Libre mask broke me.
Yeah, that broke me.
That was unexpected.
I died laughing when he brought that on. I need to charge my phone at some point. I'm already at 19%.
Oh, what's mine at? Oh, mine's at 26. I didn't even notice.
I'm just going to take the rest of this time for this hour just to sleeve up the cards and clean up real quick. And we can kind of just chill out for a little bit on the stream, guys. And we'll be getting back to our guests very soon. So.
You know what I might do? I might put on some of that Dreams audio file to play in the background.
Yeah, that sounds good. It's only like 3 minutes long, though, so it's going to loop. But...
Yeah, it's going to loop sometimes, so I won't do that. I guess we can just talk a little bit while you clean up.
Yeah, you can put it on in the background. It's fine.
But,
I'm sure it won't get too annoying.
Yeah, probably not. But we'll see. It's going to be easy. There we are. For those of you that don't know, this is Luke's and I's first ever live stream on YouTube, which is honestly, I think it's pretty cool. You know,
It's really cool.
We're literally just doing this because A, we want to have fun on the Saturday, and B, we wanted to raise money for a good cause, and I think both have been very successful thus far.
Yeah.
Luke's in the beginning stages of his Unis Honest journey. Shout out to Markiplier.
Yeah, Markiplier.
So this is a pretty big step in that, I would say.
Yeah, it's been really fun. Sorry, I'm trying to get some stuff tweeted out, and I'm gonna clean up my stuff real quick because I have this tripod here, and then I have the whole jersey set up behind me, and I have to get these cards sleeved up for everybody and put them away. So I'll do that real quick.
Take your time. In the meantime, I will go ahead and put in some music if I can find it. Let's see if there's anything in the chat going on.
What do you say?
I'm gonna check the chat, see if anything's going on over there. Nope.
I expect it to be pretty chill right now. It's probably gonna be like a lull in the stream.
Oh, here's Dallas. What's up, Dallas? How you doing? How's work?
I don't think Dallas ever left. I think he's just been doing other stuff.
Yeah.
He really wants to buy that De'Aaron Fox off the guy.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, that card is gorgeous. Let me show it again. It's beautiful. Let me get it real quick. Let me move all these off to the right here. And I'll get them all sleeved up. Get back in my main frame of my setup here. And get my Claypool jersey back in the front. I forgot I had the Claypool jersey over there.
Oh yeah, Claypool. I feel bad for Claypool.
I do too. I feel like he's genuinely a good guy, but the media is putting him in a bad position right now.
I mean, it's a position that he got himself into. But
yeah, I know. I feel like he was just salty after a playoff loss. Like, I feel like we can't fault him too much for that.
How old is he?
Like 22, 21.
Yeah, if I lost the playoff game, what he did would have looked tame in comparison to what I did.
Yeah, I would have been like, they suck. He said that they're going to lose to the Chiefs next week. He's like, I hope they get clapped by the Chiefs next week. The Chiefs next week. Like,
oh, boy.
What's wrong with that? Like, I mean, obviously I understand you know what I mean. Like, it's not what's wrong, you know. It's just like, whatever. But that's just my opinion. But yeah, here's that De'Aaron Fox again. I mean, that's a beautiful card. It's tiny, zero gravity with the clouds and dunking. It's gorgeous. I'm honestly surprised this is not a numbered insert. That's beautiful.
All right, let's check on the game real quick. Oh, I'm gonna check my phone. Oh, my friend's watching. That's so nice.
Nice.
I still can't believe my process to getting Chipotle was so complicated. I just thought it was going to be a simple order and delivery.
Yeah, I mean, you never know what to expect, really, you know?
So pretty much what ended up happening was the woman from Chipotle canceled my order when I asked her to change the address instead. So I could never track it or anything. But around an hour after I ordered it, I got a notification from Chipotle saying your food is outside. Go pick it up and enjoy. That thing. I was like, oh, well, it's definitely not outside my house in any way, shape, or form. So I texted Jonathan, and Jonathan was like, I told him, hey, go get your Chipotle. He was like, what? And I told him that I ordered and that he can have some free food. And what he ended up doing instead was sending my dad to deliver it to me. So I feel like I just hurt the environment with all that driving that was caused because of my erroneous address. But, as long as my Enviro teacher Bob Chen can forgive me, it's okay. Shout out to Bob Chen.
Shout out Bob Chen. So you have to go through and sleeve like almost 80 of these cards now. So it's going to be
fun. My friend just said I'm such a professional. And meanwhile, I'm shouting out Bob Chen, my Enviro teacher who had a shrimp in a biosphere.
What?
Honestly, man, I don't know how I passed that class, so don't ask me.
Okay.
But he had like a shrimp in like a biosphere or some sort of life form that was in the biosphere. Let me ask my friend if she remembers.
Aaron Rodgers has scored a rushing touchdown.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
What's the score?
16-3.
Oh, that game's already over. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think they're coming back from that. TBH.
John. That I knew it would be around this time too. Oh, I left the door open. That's why. That's why it sounded so loud. Dallas, if you're there, we called it. I'm gonna go close the door.
Thank you guys who are watching right now. I know it's a bit of a lull in the stream. I'm just leaving up these cards real quick. We'll be getting some food at some point. I just need to get dinner. I think my parents are bringing me back food from a place around like 7 or 8 to eat. And then, I'm just gonna kind of hang out. We have another great guest lined up for the 6 o'clock hour. It's gonna be a ton of fun. This is pretty much the halfway point of the stream. We're almost there. Once 6 o'clock rolls around, we're halfway, and then we're gonna be pushing to the back half after that. So
Dallas called Chip Claypool, TikTok Junior, which I think is a fitting name.
Claypool TikTok Junior.
Yeah. Ethan says that the Chiefs are going to win by 30 tomorrow, and Dallas says 38-17 Chiefs. Wow, no faith for the Browns.
Which Ethan does it say? Ethan what?
I'm going to butcher his name, so I feel bad. Streckfuss?
Oh, yeah, it's my girlfriend's brother.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. Hey, Ethan. Wait, what'd he say?
He said the Chiefs are going to win by 30. And he
No,
also just...
They might, honestly. We'll see. I really don't think the Browns are that good. I mean, this sounds salty of me, but I really mean this in the nicest way possible. I'm really not salty anymore, I promise. I genuinely think the Browns got a little lucky. Like, I honestly think if the Steelers didn't snap that ball over his head and score a touchdown on the first play, the game would have been completely different. I really believe that. Because, I mean, in the second half, the Steelers came back, but it was too late.
Well, I would say that they came back largely because the game was over and the Browns were just playing conservative defense. But, it would have been...
I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying, like, I think if the game was 0-0 after that first drive and went 3 and out or something, the game would have been different.
Well, yeah, obviously. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it was just so demoralizing for the entire team and all that, and yeah.
Ethan asked, where do you think Deshaun Watson's going to end up next year? So taking apart where we want him to end up. I want him on San Francisco. You want him on Denver. Where do we think he actually is going to end up?
I think he's actually going to end up on the Dolphins. I really think the Dolphins are going to see their window of opportunity, and I think they're just going to pull the trigger. I mean, from like your heart standpoint, I mean, I think you want to stay with Tua. But give me Deshaun Watson on the Dolphins all day long. Ethan, do you want him on the Bears? I can't see chat right now. I don't have the stream pulled up. I probably could pull it up real quick though. But yeah, I think there's a decent chance that he goes to the Dolphins.
Is Ethan a Bears fan?
He is a Bears fan.
I think the Dolphins are the most reasonable landing spot. They're outside of the division. They have a good team. Offensive line is sturdy. They could use a running back, but that's really about it. That's really the only hole on the Dolphins, which is not a bad hole to have at all.
That's good, though.
Yeah, Miles Gaskin's okay. I personally think Matt Breida is still better.
Man. I like Breida a lot, but I think they would have given him a chance if he was that much better.
I do respect the fact that they gave Miles Gaskin the workhorse role when they had so many running backs available. I like that a lot. And I think that shows they have some confidence in him.
Dude, Cam Akers is looking good right now. I love me some Cam Akers. I really do. I really think that every top rookie running back from this past year's draft class is going to end up being good. Like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Jonathan Taylor, Swift, Dobbins, Akers, Gibson. I mean, like, they're all going to be good.
I think Gibson's probably the running back from this rookie class that I like the least. That's the most controversial. What I mean by that is I feel like a lot of people are really high on Gibson.
Yeah.
And for good reason. Right. But
I think that he has the 3-down back skill set, and that's really coveted for fantasy. And I think that's what makes him special.
I wonder what Washington's going to do this offseason. Do you go with Taylor Heineke?
If I were them, I would also try to sell my soul for Deshaun Watson, but I don't know.
I think every team should.
Yeah, literally every team should be making phone calls and offering like 3 first-round picks. And I'm not exaggerating. I would offer 3 first-round picks for Deshaun Watson. It's worth sacrificing 3 years to get that man on your team.
The thing about that is they probably won't even take close to that much, given that Watson has stated that he wants out.
Well, I think it would. I think it still would take a lot because I feel like I don't think I don't think he's gonna sit out or anything. I mean, he might, but we're nowhere near that point yet. I think we're at the point right now where he's just putting it on front. I mean, he's pissed, but I don't think he's actually as pissed as he makes it seem. Like, it all started because Houston didn't interview the coach he wanted.
Right. Ethan said he wants him in the Bears, but he can't see it happening.
Yeah, that's fair. He
also said he would sell 10 firsts and a deep dish pizza for Deshaun Watson.
Dude, Ethan, I would take that trade, man. Ethan, I'm asking you, how many mangoes would it take for you to trade him?
Mangoes?
Mangoes. Ethan loves mangoes.
Ethan's a mango man?
He likes mangoes.
A wise choice. A good fruit.
I gotta open up some more card sleeves here. We opened a lot of cards. We didn't get anything that good, unfortunately. The Prism football break went pretty well. That was fun. How
did you start getting back into sports cards?
How did I do it?
Like, what inspired you to get back into it? Like, did it just?
I never really got out of it, honestly. Mm-hmm. I mean, I wasn't really. Well, I never really got out of it. I pretty much got into it this past spring. I started getting into it around April.
Mm-hmm.
During quarantine, I would just drive to Walmart and Target and see if they had it back, and I would just buy them and open them for fun because I just love the NFL. But then it all really got huge one day. I mean, I started getting more and more into it over time, obviously. But then a lot of streamers and stuff, like YouTubers and Madden YouTubers, were starting to open packs and stuff. I was like, oh, it's starting to get big. It was cool because I've been opening cards for a few months before these guys. And it was nice to see they're doing that. And then they started talking about big releases and all that crap. And it all started with one day. I went to Target with Emma to shop for. Ethan was there too, I think, actually, to shop for her mom's birthday, which is on Thanksgiving, I think. Well, it was this year, but anyway, it was the day before Thanksgiving. It was a Wednesday. And we were at Target, and the vendor was there stocking the shelf. And I happened to note the time, and I got 2 Prism Blasters. And I was like, this is awesome. And then I went back next Wednesday at 3 p.m. the exact same time, and he came again. And I got more. And then I went the next Wednesday, and the vendor didn't come. And the guy there told me he came on Tuesday. And I was like, oh. So people this is the game. And then I figured out that. And then me and my friends Me and my friend hunt cards together. Like we go and like wait for the vendor to come, and you can flip them on eBay, make money, or you can do these box breaks. The reason I found out about the box breaks, started doing it, is I participated in one myself one time, and it was really fun. And I saw the money that you can make off it, which I'm not in it for the money. I'm in it for the hobby. But I mean, I'm a broke college kid. I want to make money, obviously.
That's right.
Everyone wants to make money. And then so I got into box breaks because I just started posting them on my Twitter. And the first one I didn't do very well because the product wasn't that in high demand. I thought it was more in demand than it was. But the first good break I did was I got a mega box of Rookies and Stars from a Target, and I came home and I broke it, and I got I'm so sad I didn't get to keep this card. I got an RPA, Antonio Gibson number to 99. I don't know if you know what an RPA is, but it's rookie patch auto. So it had a jersey patch and an autograph, Antonio Gibson number to 99, and I didn't get to keep it.
Wow.
It sucked, but it's okay. It's fine. But it was a super fun break, and then from there, I just started doing it with any product you can find that was good enough, and it's been really fun. Sorry, I'm looking at my dinner menu. My mom's texting me a picture of it. I'm going to try to order food real quick.
Please do. Ethan said that you also got a $10 bear that's taller than him that day.
What? He said I have a $10. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, at that day that we went to Target for Thanksgiving, I got cards that one day, and it was around Black Friday because the next day was Thanksgiving, and they had a special at Target. They had these huge teddy bears that were $10. So I bought one. My dogs actually play with it as a toy now. But it was sick. We got this big teddy bear. Let's see here. What do I want?
That's awesome.
What do I want? Do I want a burger? Do I want a chicken sandwich? Do I want a barbecue grilled chicken sandwich?
So many options.
There's a lot of options.
Oh.
They also have wings. And I want wings, but I don't know if wings are good for you on the live stream.
You'll be fine. Ethan said that he would never have a mango again if it meant Chicago getting Deshaun Watson.
Really? That's a big trade. That's a big trade, Ethan. Honestly, I'm kind of impressed that you would commit that much.
Ethan, what would he replace the mangoes with? You got to replace it with a suitable fruit.
Hey, touchdown Van Jefferson.
Oh, Van Jefferson, our man.
I tweet that out on every platform.
He's the best.
Every time I type in Van, it autocorrects to Can. Van Jefferson.
I'm going to sleep so well tonight. I can't wait.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be so tired.
Oh, yeah. I'm just really glad that everything's been working well. We had that scare last night where we weren't sure if this was even going to be able to happen.
Oh, Peeps is here. Our guest is here really early.
Great.
We can just wait a little bit.
Yep, I say we're gonna go to our Be Right Back screen in about 2 minutes. Then we're gonna bring our guest on board at 6 o'clock, and from then on, it is a full sprint till 12 p.m.
12 p.m.
p.m. Yeah, that's a new time. Ethan said he'll probably have to eat some apples or something like that.
Ugh, terrible.
Apples are such an overrated fruit. I do not like apples.
I don't like eating apples, just eating the apple like that. It's because it makes my teeth feel weird.
Okay.
But apples in general are pretty epic, I think.
Pretty epic. I just love the word for that. I think apples are a mediocre fruit. Which is probably not the best thing for me to say on stream, given that I work in health, and I'm eating a chip. But I much prefer bananas. I wish the saying was a banana a day keeps the doctor away. But I am not.
I've eaten 2 oranges and a banana throughout this live stream so far.
Wait, really? Oh, I hadn't even noticed.
Yep.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go get a banana soon. I can't eat that on stream though. I gotta eat it off camera.
Who? What, a banana?
Yeah.
I literally broke it off and ate it.
No, smart man.
Because I thought it'd be weird if I just like had a banana over here on camera.
Yeah, you know somebody would make a joke out of it.
Not even for sauce purposes. Like just because like I feel like it'd be hilarious if I was just like sitting here eating a banana midstream.
Oh, I'm here eating a chip. Dallas said 12 Pam Beasley. Shout out to The Office. The Office not being on Netflix anymore.
Oh yeah, it's on Peacock now.
Yeah. I watched The Office for the first time during quarantine.
Do you like it or no? Doesn't sound like you liked it.
I have mixed feelings about it. I don't think it's as good as everybody says.
You have to get past season 1.
I watched the whole thing.
Oh, you watched the whole show?
Yeah, I watched the whole show.
Oh wow.
Just, my friends at the time were very into The Office, and I wanted something to talk about with them. So, watch The Office. Here's the thing about it.
I'm getting this. I'm getting Maker's mac and cheese, which is Maker's barbecue pulled pork over smoked Gouda mac and cheese. Yes, that's what I want.
That sounds like a win.
What?
That sounds like a major win.
It does.
Bears are probably gonna get some trash QB and go 4-12 like always. Man, weren't they just in the playoffs?
Who?
The Bears.
Yeah, the Bears just made the playoffs. They lost, didn't they?
Yeah.
Wait. Yeah.
Yeah. They lost to the Saints because Trubisky couldn't complete a pass. To be fair.
Right. Let's put on the we'll be right back screen and get Peeps in here real quick.
But Ethan, we can talk more about the Bears in a bit. But
yeah, Ethan, we'll be right back. Don't leave me, Ethan.
You can leave him, but don't leave me.
Ethan, I'll pull up chat so I can talk to you.
All right, we will be right back. Thank you all for watching.
here with Dwight Peebles himself, FF Peebles Champ, DJ WD. He goes by several aliases. I call him Peeps, but it is what it is. So thank you so much for coming on the stream, man. Angel, let's talk some more about mindfulness first before we get things started for this hour.
Right. Thank you for the wonderful intro as always, Luke. We are here supporting an organization called Mindfulness First, at Mindful First on Twitter. It's an organization that deals with promoting mindfulness in elementary school students. The way they do that is they do it through a trauma-based model in which they address mental health issues from a young age through in education in schools. And the idea is that by doing this, they will be creating a generation of mindful students, of mindful individuals, and individuals that know how to take care of their own mental health. Now, as we've seen in 2020 and the beginning of 2021, mental health is of the utmost importance. It is not something that should be stigmatized in any way, shape, or form. And the work that Mindfulness First is doing is helping to ensure that in the future, mental health is not stigmatized as much as it is now. The fantasy football community, one of the best in the world, has been extremely generous, and a ton of guests were happy to join us today for this live stream. Dwight Peebles, aka Peeves, is one of those people. As a matter of fact, he wanted to come on so bad that he was our first guest, and even though the wifey had conflicting scheduling issues, he still made it a point to come on board at 6 o'clock. So we appreciate him. We appreciate his time. And he's a smart man because he knows that if the wife is happy, his mental health will also be great. So if you want to donate, please check out mindfulnessfirst.org. And of course, you can also click the link in our chat to donate. If you do donate, please do let us know. We've raised over $400 thus far, so thank you all very, very much. And shout out to Luke's mom for raising a fundraiser on Facebook. That being said, Dwight, thank you for coming on board. Do you have anything you would like to say regarding mental health? Anything like that?
Right, that's great, man. I love it. Yeah, I don't know if my wife being happy really helps my mental health. My mental health is gone at this age. But yeah, I understand what you mean, though. It's a great cause, and I mean, I do like how the community has started to embrace it more. You know, it was always a stigmatism for a long time that guys couldn't have mental issues. You know, like it was you had to be a guy. You know, you were too tough to to cry, to admit that you were, that there was something wrong. Right. And for so long, it's really good to see that that's not the case anymore. And I like that the mindfulness is also addressing it in children because, I mean, I can't imagine going through the stuff these kids go through these days. I mean, you screw up something, you drop something in the hallway and fall on your face, and next thing you know, it's got 6,000 views on Facebook. God forbid it hits Twitter, next thing you know. So it's not like now. When you screw up these days, like everybody can know. I can't imagine because I did some dumb things when I was a kid, and God forbid it would have ever hit social media. It would have. So these kids, they face such pressure to always be on, and I think it's great that it's being addressed at an earlier age, and it's a great cause, and I love it. So when I heard Luke talk about it, I had to jump at it. So yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
Good cause, guys.
I appreciate it. I'm actually putting in my donation of $120 from the box break I just did just now. So typing in all that right now. So very excited about that.
Yep, that box break was a huge boost for the charity. So Luke, great job on that. And I will also be matching. I mean, I was gonna say up to $100, but at this point we've exceeded it. So I'll match Luke's donation of $120 once the stream is over, or probably at 11. Most likely once it's just myself and Luke. But
yep.
Nice.
I think it's time to talk some rookies.
Let's get it.
Excellent.
Peeps, you're the rookie man. You're the rookie expert. Talk to us. What do you think about the incoming rookie class? Who has you excited?
Oh man, it's a fun one. I mean, as you guys have known, there's been build up to this class for a couple years. The wide receivers are just insanely deep in this class. I mean, you can go 15 deep probably, and have guys that might start day one, which is just crazy exciting to see that kind of talent coming in. Obviously the top of the class is huge with Jamar Chase and Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Rondale Moore, Rashad Bateman, all those guys are probably better than anybody we had last year. So that's crazy to think of this class is that deep. And the quarterbacks, we got, a couple guys at the top, Fields and Lawrence that have been hyped since they were like juniors and sophomores in high school. So it's just a huge class. The running backs, and you have the older guys, the Harris and the ETN. Other than that, it's kind of a decent class. But I think what it's got everybody most excited is the quarterbacks, the wide receivers. We even got a couple good tight ends this year. All three guys at the top there with Jordan, Pitts, Firemuth could all be like top 10 tight ends for a long, long time. So it's, yeah. I mean, I've followed this class for a long time, being in Debbie and stuff. So watching these guys finally get here is just, it's fun, man. It's going to be a really, really fun rookie draft. These mocks you're seeing, guys being taken in the third round are just nuts. I mean, they're guys that would have been late first rounders last year. So it's a lot of fun, man. So
it seems like I'm relatively new to Dynasty, but when I was getting into it a couple of years ago, 2-3 years ago, the 2020 class was being hyped up as one of the best ever. And you're telling me that 2021 has a possibility to be even better than that?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, last year was the running backs, and even then they kind of took a little bit of a hit with ETN not coming out and Harris not coming out as well. So it could have been even better last year. So it kind of stung a little bit. And if you're in Dynasty long enough, you'll know that every year the next class is better. That's what they always say. So
2020 was really good though with all the guys. I mean, the wide receiver class was loaded with the running backs, but I mean, talk about Lamb, Judy, Rager, Jefferson, Higgins. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, there's a ton of amazing guys, but I think the position that sticks out for me this year is the tight ends. You want to talk about them?
The tight ends are awesome. Yeah, the tight ends are awesome. I mean, I've talked so much about Kyle Pitts, and he's just amazing. I mean, he's got the ability to hit the ground running as a top 5 tight end, like year one. Like, I think he's going to hit that quickly. I know tight ends don't hit that quickly. You'll see people on Twitter saying that, that it doesn't happen. It doesn't historically happen. So, but he's got the ability to do that very, very quickly. Unfortunately, you're going to pay for him. So that's kind of the caveat of it, is where do you take a tight end that could be top 5 in your rookie drafts? Like some people are saying first round, but some people are saying that a tight end is never worth that much, so it's kind of a tricky spot with Pitts in particular. The detractors will say that, that he's not worth a first round pick, in your rookie drafts. So it's kind of tricky where he's at. Landing spot obviously will be huge. Then Jordan's also got that crazy, freakish Brevin Jordan from Miami. Sorry, make sure I say the whole name in case for some reason somebody doesn't know who he is. From Miami, he's phenomenal too. Athletic freak, can cause all sorts of mismatches. He plays like a wide receiver, so he's another guy who I call him like a more athletic, more polished Evan Ingram coming out. I mean, he's way better, but along that same line, the guy that's more of a move tight end that will create the mismatches and things like that. And Freiermuth's more of a Pat Freiermuth, Penn State's more. He's got the more of the old school type. He can block. He'll never come out. He's a good blocker, but he's also a red zone monster and a guy who is going to cause all sorts of problems as well. Very smooth, great hands, but more of like the old style. That does everything. Will never come off the field. Jordan and Pitts are both. Their blocking's okay. That's not what's going to make them money. So.
Yeah, no, I love that analysis. I think something I'm happily will be taking Kyle Pitts in the back half of first rounds and rookie drafts this year. I think that look at Travis Kelce, okay? The tight end won for what is it, like 3-4 years in a row now? That advantage that he adds to your team week by week is unmatched. I wouldn't be surprised if he creeps into the back half of the first round redraft this year, honestly. I really would. I really think that the industry has woken up to how big of an advantage he is. And I think that people need to invest in their tight end. Like, I, for one, like getting a top 5 guy for my tight ends in pretty much every dynasty league I'm in. I just think it's so nice to be able to sit him in there and not have to worry about playing some bomb every week. So, like, for example, like I'm targeting Dallas Goedert everywhere this year. I think he's going to have a big year. I love Dallas Goedert, but yeah, Ethan in the comments on the live stream just now brought up Darnell Mooney from last year. I think that just brings up the thought process is that the last year's draft class was known for its depth, wide receiver and other positions as well. So how does the depth compare to this year's draft class from last year?
Oh, it's night and day difference. Like, we go through my top 15 here. It shuffles all the time, so I don't want to give you an idea of, like, but I got obviously at the top Jamar Chase, Devonta Smith, Rashad Bateman, Rondell Moore, Jalen Waddle, Terrace Marshall. Those are all just guys that I think, could be like wide receiver twos year one. Like, they're all that good. And just depending on the offenses they land in, if they get the opportunity, the draft capital. But then after that, there's just this tier of guys that could go like 10 more deep: Sage Surratt, Elijah Moore, Tylen Wallace, Chris Olave, Seth Williams, Dami Brown, Tamarian Terry, Tutu Atwell. I mean, it just goes on and on. Those are guys.
And
that's not even.
Some of those guys are going to hit huge.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I did a mock recently, and we went all the way into 3 rounds, and we didn't even draft Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I'm like, how did we not? It's just so stinking deep. All these guys could have, like, a lot of those guys could go day 2. You know, they all could be top 3 rounds. So obviously some are going to fall down. You know, like, some of them are not going to make it in the top 3 rounds. So I just love it. And then I'm talking to those dark horses like DeMonte Coxey and let me see, I'm running in Nico Collins, who's really, really good as well. I mean, it just goes and goes. Like, and all these guys have the college production, you know, to match what they could do on the field. It's a good class. It's a really fun, good class. So
I like that. Quick plug, Dynasty Nerds Film Room.
Yes.
Only costs $3. Go in there, buy a $3 membership to the Dynasty Nerds Film Room. You can watch film of every rookie pretty much. They're constantly adding new film, constantly adding new players, new games. I'm sure you talk about it more than I do. I don't really use it that much. I'm going to be using it a ton, but I'm sure you use it all the time. So.
Well, I put in 6 this week, so yeah. That's yeah. So yeah, those are all just from the Ohio State Alabama game. I did everybody in that game. The Justin Fields, Mac Jones, the Najee Harris, Devontae Smith, all that. We did all that this week. That was just me this week. We're doing, I mean, shoot, there's probably 20 going in a week. And I think it's just going to ramp up too.
So much. I mean, I know that I don't tweet them out personally, but somebody, I think it might be Jared, tweets out like the list like every week or so. There's so many games getting added. I can't wait to sit down when I go back to school when I have some free time to sit down and grind some film. So definitely shout out Dynasty Nerds Film Room. Let's move on. Let's talk about the what are your thoughts on the incoming quarterback class? Like, how I know everyone knows Trevor Lawrence, everyone knows Justin Fields, but talk to me about some Trey Lance, some other guys like that.
All right, yeah, the next tier, as I call it, is I like Zach Wilson. He's my number 3 right now, but I realize there is, obviously there's detractors about the playing, the level of competition that he played. But what I love most about Zach Wilson is he's just a baller, man. He's a guy that has I use Moxie every time I can talk about him because he's got it. He's got it in spades, man. He's a guy that will take over the game and just do everything he can to lead his team to victory, and I love that. He's a leader. He's got a great arm. He does need to work a little bit on his placement of the ball. Sometimes his placement's a little and he leads his receivers into danger. Like he doesn't throw the best ball placement at times. So he's a guy who's going to have to sit for a year or 2. I mean, I think 2 would be optimal just to get him up to speed. And he's a student of the game. He likes watching tapes of the greats. Aaron Rodgers is one he has mentioned that he models his game after, and you can see a lot in the way he plays the gunslinger mentality, which I just love that. So
I know you're probably going to get there, but we just got a comment about Mac Jones. So I was wondering if you could talk about Mac Jones real quick.
Yeah, Mac Jones. I got him currently at 4. 3, 4, and 5 for me are just landing spots. I mean, these guys all have pretty good upside, things that you like a lot about them, but they have to land in the right system. Now, Mac Jones, obviously, he's been playing on the biggest stage all year, and he's looked phenomenal. I love his poise, his leadership. He throws a pretty good deep ball. I think his numbers are inflated a little bit by his wide receivers. He hits Devontae Smith on a 10-yard slant that goes 70 yards. So his numbers are obviously a little more inflated. I'm a little worried about that. I do see like his mobility is atrocious. Like in the pocket, he shifts around a little bit, but he's a statue. I mean, he doesn't move a whole lot in the pocket. He does read through progressions. He's really smart though. He doesn't make a lot of dumb throws. He takes care of the ball, and I think there is a spot for that in the NFL. I think he'll be all right. Definitely another guy who I'd like to see not start right away, but he probably will, depending on the draft capital.
How would you compare him to Jacob Eason from last year?
Oh, yeah. Eason was more like of the raw talent. The raw talent was there for Eason, but there wasn't like the mental processing and the consistency that you want to see from a quarterback. There's one thing you like about Mac is he's very, very consistent. I mean, the kid's just every game, he's very, very consistent. Eason was, I still would like to see him get a shot somewhere. I think it was there. I like the physical talent that he had, the arm, but I never feel like he got a good shot. To really put it all together at college. So.
I agree. And then thanks for getting to Mac Jones real quick, but I think you're working your way down to Trey Lance if you want to get back to him.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, and then Trey's the next one. He's right there with Zach Wilson, who gets those competition questions. Playing at North Dakota State, only having one full season as a starter, essentially, in really low level competition. But what he put on tape is it's sick. His mobility is amazing. The way he moves when he has the ball and he's on the run it's nuts. He had I think 1,100 yards rushing last year.
That's crazy.
In the full season, pretty close to 11 and 14 touchdowns. Then he also threw the 28 touchdowns with no interceptions as well. So he throws a beautiful, beautiful deep ball, man. Just the way he throws on the move, his ball play, he's man, it is beautiful to watch. Like this game that he played this year, his little, what do you call it? It was kind of crap. I think it hurt his stock a little bit. His first half, it looked terrible, and it kind of threw everybody off a little bit. But he's going to need some time too. But I think as far as what he has, the potential, the tools, and everything, is one of the highest in this class. Like you just want to see him put it. You want to see him put it all together. You want to see him sit for at least a year. Get up to the speed of the NFL.
The way you just described it reminds me a lot of Jordan Love from last year. People talk about him with the raw ability, but you want to see him sit for a while. So I think that's interesting. Right. And then we've got comments from Ethan again asking, do you think Kellen Mond will ever do anything in the league? I'm not too familiar with who that is.
No, I don't. I'm sorry, man. He's a great college quarterback. Just too inconsistent. Just way too inconsistent. There's times where
I don't know who that is.
Texas A&M quarterback. Yeah, he's a guy who's got a pretty decent arm and he makes some good NFL throws. But then there's games where he'll just disappear for entire games, which they need him. He moves well in the pocket, pretty agile guy. But just the inconsistency is maddening, man. And I think he's been the starter for 3-4 years now. Like it feels like he's been at A&M forever. And he might even come back next year, I thought. I'm not sure if he's fully declared or not. So
interesting. Well, thank you so much for that analysis. That was awesome. Angel, I'm sorry you haven't been talking that much. But
no, I've been listening because
that was awesome. So, thank you.
Personally, I haven't done that much.
Come on.
I haven't done much research into the QB class myself. So hearing all that.
I feel like I learned a lot.
Here's my one question. We had a guest earlier, and obviously this is a very optimistic comparison.
Are you talking about what Matt said?
Yep, probably. They compared Trey Lance to Patrick Mahomes in terms of skill set and raw talent. What are your thoughts on that?
And tendencies as well.
I can kind of see it.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I can see it. He's got that. He's definitely got that swagger that Mahomes had. Like Texas Tech, he definitely. Yeah, the beautiful deep ball, the way he throws on the run. I can see it a little bit, but I hesitate really to compare anybody to that.
Right.
Mahomes is different, but then even coming out of college, like most of us didn't think very highly of him. We're like, he's just gonna be a project, Just give me a project. So I guess you could say the same thing about Lance too. He's gonna be a project. He's not gonna roll in day one, but he's got a lot of the raw traits. Like I said, the upside of him is really, really enticing. That's why you throw away the level of competition, you throw away the one game we saw this year, you throw that all away, and you're like, man, this kid's got upside. He's got it.
So what would be if you had to pick one team from to go to, sit and learn, and start next year, which team would it be?
A lot of people put him in San Francisco, and that is really, I would love to see Shanahan with somebody like that. In one of my chats earlier, they were talking about Carolina too, and Carolina is the one that would be really enticing as well. See what Joe Brady could do with that.
Yeah, we were talking about Joe Brady a lot as well with Matt McCoy earlier about how he might be a good spot to take over for the Eagles.
Right.
Yeah, he's a genius. I was going to transition from the quarterbacks. I was going to talk about the wide receivers. This wide receiver class is interesting to me because it kind of reminds me of a little bit of last year, but it's a lot more top heavy. There's two studs. I know there's a lot of recency bias going around with Devonta Smith, but how do you feel compared to him and Jamar Chase?
Well, to me, Chase is just he's a monster. Like it stinks that he sat this year and got to watch his name kind of. And let him fall to me in the rookie draft, please. I love his route running, how physical he is. He's got that alpha dog, it's my ball mentality, and I love that in my receivers, man. He's my notes are like total badass. That's pretty much all. Most people. I saw someone earlier say something about quarterbacks weren't afraid to challenge him, and I'm like, I don't understand that. Maybe in the NFL that'll be a little bit of a thing, but. Curious to see how he knocks the rust off and plays next year, but he's a guy that should hit the ground running too. I just think he's a monster, and he's going to create a lot of issues in the NFL. Devonta Smith is a curious case.
Heisman Award winner, which was, who could have guessed that?
Yeah, he won the Heisman.
Yeah, he's a really curious case because I love watching this guy on tape, and the fact that he's only 6'1" and 175 is just crazy. Because he plays so much bigger than that. Like, if you ever get a chance to watch the all 22 of him, the kid is always freaking open. Like, it's impossible to cover him. He kind of reminds me of the way Antonio Brown was, that nobody could cover him. Like, he creates separation at every single level. He's great with the ball in his hands, catches everything thrown his way. His movements are very precise. The way he sets up defensive backs it's crazy. I mean, I realize the size is going to probably be an issue, but I don't know. I mean, he doesn't take a lot of big hits either, so he's very smart. He runs.
I'm not very familiar with this film at all. How does he respond to press coverage with that weight?
He just avoids it. I mean, he's so quick off the line. Like, he can.
Really?
Yeah, he uses subtle movements and kind of juice his. It's crazy how smooth he moves and. His lateral agility, it's great. I really wanted to see him at the combine. I just read that the combine's probably not going to happen. But
sucks.
I would like to see his agility and stuff, but I don't think it's going to be an issue. I mean, his size was the same as Marvin Harrison's coming out of college, so Marvin Harrison did pretty damn well. I think he had like 15,000 yards. He was always one of my favorite players from several years ago. So yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, if you wanted to just do the same thing you do with the quarterbacks, I would love that. Where you just kind of go through and just talk about the guys. I mean, that was amazing.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. The number 3 for me is Rashad Bateman, Minnesota. I absolutely love his game as well. He's very polished. He's got a good all-around game. He runs routes incredibly well. He wins early within his routes. He creates separation at every different level. He creates tracks deep balls really well. He's great against the sideline, body positioning. Another guy that could arguably make the case for the number 2. Some people have him that high. Some people have him number 1 even, but I'm not sure about all that. This year it seemed to be he would let the ball get into him a little more that I like to see. I like to see him catch him with the hands more than that. But, just little detractments to his game. There's a lot to love about his game. He could easily be a number 1 wide receiver right off the bat. Rondale Moore, I have at 4 just because of the potential. That's all it is with Rondale Moore. The potential of what we saw his freshman year when he torched the earth for over 2,000 all-purpose yards. He just does everything. and his size is always an issue to people, but I don't get it because the kid is incredibly smart, incredibly intelligent. He doesn't take a lot of giant hits either. Squats like 600 something pounds at like 5'10", 200. I mean, he's very, very strong. Like his core is really incredibly strong. Although his injuries are always going to be an issue. I have a feeling they plagued him all through college, but just the what is there, like the tantalizing ability of what he could be, is so much that I have no problem taking it for it. But then Jalen Waddle is obviously the athletic freak. Some people have him up really high. I just like to see him more. I felt like we didn't get to see enough of him in Alabama to know exactly what he can do.
Right.
But
right.
what was that?
I just said right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but what you saw was great vision, good low center of gravity. Obviously, the speed. The speed in and out of breaks was amazing. He would that speed that he has, this crazy speed. You'd see it through cuts, movements, it's just he's so freaking fast. Yeah. So you love it. I would have loved to have saw that a little more this year.
I've heard good things about his route running too.
Yeah, he's just quick, but I'd like to see a little more polishing in his game. I didn't notice his hands, whether they were all right, but I didn't think they were like a strength of his, but not like not anything to worry about either.
So how many guys do you think go in the first round in this class?
I think probably 4, if I had to guess.
Oh.
I would guess probably those 4, probably Rondale Moore. Of those 5, probably Rondale Moore will not go in the first. He could, but I think the injury history is enough to where it could deter some teams. There's some other guys that could potentially see round 1. I don't know. I like Terrace Marshall a lot. I have down for him freakishly athletic. Nightmare to cover. He also gets by defensive backs really, really quickly. He's got like a deceptive kind of speed. He doesn't look as fast as he is, and then he's just by. He's gone.
Yeah.
And some people have Chris Olave as a type of first round guy. He doesn't. I have trouble with Olave a lot. I think he's a great route runner who also creates separation really well throughout his route, but he just doesn't pop on tape to me like some of these other guys do. But he could. He's obviously going to be. I think he'll be a really good receiver at the next level. I just don't know if he's round 1 type. But some people do. So
yeah, definitely. I really like listening to you just talk about these guys. I'm going to dive more into these prospects in the Nice Nerds film room for sure. Like seriously, I mean the guys just talking about on the podcast. Like if you're just go take a poop, you can just watch film. I mean, the guys.
Dwight, you've been in the bathroom for an hour.
I don't know if you guys watched the teaser for the podcast that was tweeted out, I think, yesterday. Rich from the Nerds was doing a bit about that on the podcast the other day. It was pretty funny. Yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, I really just I love hearing you talk about these rookies. I usually get more involved in the process around March just because the drafts are going around, so reading on the big boards and mock drafts and all that. But definitely excited to get in the film room. I haven't really used it as a resource before because I haven't been a part of the Dynasty Nerds family for the offseason. So very excited about that. I was just curious if you had a couple sleepers for the draft process, and then after that, we're going to get into a couple prospects you think might be a little overrated.
Right. As far as a wide receiver that I like a lot, I really like Elijah Moore from Ole Miss. He's a guy that will probably go late day 2, possibly day 3. And just when you watch him on tape, just what he does as well is just he's got athleticism, really good long speed, very agile, great after the catch. He separates really well, just crazy elusive. Like when he gets the ball, he's really difficult to tackle. Really good footwork, makes people. He's probably a slot guy at the next level, but I could just see him doing all sorts of damage for some team, like really quickly too, because he's a little bit older, I think. I'm drawing a blank. For some reason on my sheets that I have all these notes, I don't have anything about their age or what year they're in or anything. So yeah, I'm not. Yeah. So anyways,
good man. Go off the conference.
Yeah, I love Elijah Moore a lot. I think he's just great. And then another wide receiver that I love a lot is De'Ami Brown from North Carolina. Another athletic guy, really good long speed, good body control, catches everything thrown his way. I think he didn't get enough of a chance in college to really shine, to really prove what he did. But then he put up some pretty solid numbers And I'd like to see him get in a situation where he gets a chance, to refine his route running a little bit. But I just love a lot about he's one of those guys that does pop on tape. When you do watch the tape, you really notice what he does. Like little subtle things, little subtle movements, things like that. So as far as running backs and stuff, I feel like we've talked about wide receivers, and we could. My list goes on and on. But I really love Michael Carter, the other guy at North Carolina. Javonte Williams is getting all the press this year, and rightfully so.
I've been seeing that a lot.
Yeah, his draft stock to go from nothing to running back 3 this year has been, and Javonte's awesome. But every time you watch the game, Michael Carter's pretty damn good himself. I love his quickness, his balance, his ability to run through tackles. He's got really good acceleration speed when changing directions, smooth catching the ball. He's not quite as shiny and, like Javonte Williams has this crazy ability to break tackles and to make all these big runs, but then Carter has broke off some big ones himself, and he seemed like he's more of the workhorse where Javonte Williams would get the thunder and lightning, like Carter would do more of the thunder
situation. So I don't want to speak too much on it, but what you're saying kind of reminds me of, well, personally, like with Georgia back in the day with Nick Chubb and Sonny Michel, is the way the thunder and the lightning on the same team is the way you're describing it a little bit. That it kind of reminds me of what they were doing. I'm just curious as well. I asked this question, a little bit earlier, but how many of these running backs do you think, if any, go in the first round? Because I remember going out of the draft process this past year, there were rumors that maybe a couple were going to go in the first round, but it only ended up being Clyde Edwards-Helaire, which was like the RB5 on some people's big boards. So I'm curious to where you think these guys are going to fall.
Yeah, I'd be fairly surprised if one went in the first round. One, maybe two. People have had Najee Harris going to Pittsburgh, which, dude, him in Pittsburgh would be stupid.
I want him there so bad.
Yeah, him in that offense. Oh, watch out. He's almost too perfect of a fit for them, man. That's just.
Yeah, no. I honestly, just knowing the Steelers, I don't know if they'll be able to pay a first round price for a running back. I don't know if they'll be able to stomach that.
I think he'd fall to the second, wouldn't he?
Yeah, that's kind of. Go ahead.
I just feel like there's a good chance that he falls down to the second. Or no?
You think so?
I would say
I feel
so.
like Najee will be a first rounder.
Yeah, if he falls to the second, I don't think he's going to make it to the Steelers, though. That's the problem. Yeah. It'll be pretty early in the second, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I love talking about that, and I just think that with this draft class, I think there's a lot of implications for rookie drafts. I think it's gonna be really interesting to see what happens in rookie drafts. Like, I'm really curious to see what happens with Jamar Chase in rookie drafts. Like, I wonder.
Yeah.
He might be the first skill position off the board, besides quarterback, of course. Sorry about that. He might be the first non-quarterback off the board as far as wide receivers, running backs, and tight ends go. And I wonder where he will be going in single quarterback or super flex rookie drafts, because I feel like he could easily fall to 104, 105.
Right, I agree because of the need for running back is always immense. I think the top 5 will probably end up being in most rookie drafts will be Lawrence, Fields, Harris, ETN, then Chase. It's kind of sort of the way it's shaking out. There'll always be drafts where someone does something crazy and silly, but that's kind of what I would put the top 5 as. And I think it'll be what I've been seeing thus far. That's pretty much the case. You see them jostled around a little bit. Sometimes someone will go crazy and pick Najee first or second, or we'll shuffle things around a little bit. Every once in a while, Javonte Williams, someone will creep up and take him in the top 5 of the ones I've been seeing. But I think that's a pretty safe top 5 there with Fields, Lawrence, Harris, ETN, and Chase. But
yeah. Another question for you. So, what's your opinion on Hubbard?
I was about to ask that. Ooh,
I wasn't too involved. I don't play Devy or anything. So I know last year
he came out last year,
but he apparently he's tanked this year. I've heard. So I was just curious on your opinion of it.
Yeah, I was not impressed at all watching him run this year. His upright running style kind of seemed to really show this year. Last year he would run through contact more. His balance looked better. this year he still had the speed. The speed is what is the most enticing thing. Is when he gets to that second level, he's just gone. He's got incredible speed. But it's just this year, I didn't see the vision of getting through the holes like you want to see. He just looked like it just looked like everything caught up with him a little bit. I don't know. It was weird. It's like watching two different guys. I mean, it was nuts. So the potential's there, though. I mean, he's one that if somebody were to take in the fourth round and give him a shot, who knows?
That's what I asked. Is I was gonna say, like, do you think he's gonna go around like the fourth round? You just said.
Yeah, I would think fourth. That's probably a safe spot for Chiba.
I feel like that's interesting because if I were an NFL GM and I knew I could get him in the fourth round, I would want to take a shot on him because you've seen the potential, but it's just that he fell off. That's really strange. And I also was curious on your opinion about Trey Sermon from Ohio State.
Yeah, this year it was nice to see him finally at the end of the year do what I think we thought he could do. To watch the potential finally come through, and then unfortunately we lost him in the national championship game.
Yeah, when he got injured, I was like, oh man, I was looking forward to watching him a little bit.
Yeah. But just before this year, he was just way too inconsistent. I like his size, the power, his contact through tackling is phenomenal. He put up some great numbers this year, but his vision was always kind of a knock on him. And this year, I don't know if he helped it, but if you watch those last couple of games, we put up those crazy gaudy numbers. He was running through holes. I mean, like I could have ran through the hole. I mean, they were just these giant holes, and so there's a lot of things to like. I do like he was very smooth as a pass catcher. The couple times they did throw him the ball. I don't know if he's actually declared yet either. So I think another year would help. But I think in this class, he could probably still be a top 5, 6 running back in this class, depending on what people think of him. He's kind of one of those guys, the second tier, that could kind of, it just depends on how he shows the combine, if he can even do the combine. So yeah, it's tricky. He's one that I just want to see a little more of. Two really giant games is not enough for me. I want to see a little more.
I love that. Just get off prospects for a little bit and stay in a similar realm. And, talk about Debbie for a little bit. I never played in Debbie League. Someone almost asked me to. I was asked to be in one at some point. I considered joining it, but I was just a little confused, so I didn't do it. But I know it's super cool. So if you want to explain that a little bit, that'd be awesome.
Sure, man. It's just I got started on it. I was listening to a podcast with Travis May, Justin McCaslin, and Andy Frechette, and they brought up this Debbie thing. It was probably 7 years ago, and I had never heard of it either. I'm like, college fantasy football? What the heck? And I've always loved college football more than the NFL. I don't know. It's before then. Now, I definitely love college more than the NFL. I could watch 20 college games to every NFL game and be happy.
Wow.
But so basically, it's nice to have. It's kind of cool how you think about how we invest in these rookies. You're all excited to get your rookie draft right now, and you're all excited to get this guy that you want, that you're hearing all this buzz about. It's cool to have had him 3 years ago. I've had Trevor Lawrence for 3 years. It's kind of fun to watch him grow and get into this, and they're fun chips and leagues. It's just it has a different element to it. If you're making a good run, you're holding on to this Trevor Lawrence, and you need one more guy. Hey, I'll give you Trevor Lawrence for Aaron Rodgers, and bam, you got a championship. So stuff like that. So it's a neat little chip. It's kind of fun.
How does that work with NFL players and college players in fantasy at the same time? Because did the college players score points? Because if so, I assume they put up ridiculous numbers. So how don't they become overpowered and whatnot?
Right. Most leagues I don't think they don't actually have points for college. Most Debbie leagues you just have those guys and they're on a taxi squad. The leagues where they accumulate points are your campus to Canton leagues, where you have 2 separate leagues that are running, and the ones I'm in, you have your college game running separately. Those guys score points, and you play other teams just like you would in the NFL. So you have 2 leagues running coinciding, whatever, at the same time. Couldn't think of that word. And you get those guys from your college team, And yeah, some of them put up crazy good numbers. A lot of college players that do put up crazy good numbers will never make it to the NFL. So most of your campus to Canton leagues, you'll have a team that will have a couple of those guys on there. Your Hawaii quarterbacks, that put up the 600 yards, but will never ever make it to the NFL. So you'll have a couple of those guys just to jack your college squad scoring up more or less. But then at their end of their career, if they're drafted, they just go over to your NFL team. So you get to play with them. It's kind of fun to have two running side by side. You usually have a championship game in both, so it's kind of fun. A little pot in both, which is kind of cool. So this year was rough. I mean, all the campus Canton ones I was in did not have games this year because of all the uncertainty. So,
what are some of the traits that you look for in these development prospects that make you take a gamble on them before they reach the next level? Like, is it arm strength, IQ?
Yeah, I mean, it is definitely a little tricky because you watch a lot of these guys that come in highly regarded. You watch their high school tape, and I mean, obviously, if you've got a guy that's 6'1" and 240, and he's playing high school, he's probably going to run over everybody. So you watch a lot. You watch the little things that he does. You watch the route running, the effort that they put in on the plays, blocking, things like that. You want to see the little things they do to make them stand out. Because some of these guys, they're just the physical specimens they are at the age of 18 is ridiculous. You guys, I was not big growing up. Like in high school, I was when I turned 18, I was 5'10", 190. So but we all, so. These guys are, you see them on their high school fields and they're just plowing over people. Oh, he's a 5-star. Well, you got to watch the little things they do, how they do in the championships. When they get in the playoffs, they tend to run up against players, that are more their size. Then they have their camps. You watch what they do in the camps, how they handle themselves. Quarterbacks are a fun one to watch in high school. You watch the little things they do, do they go through progressions? Do they, try to read defenses, not just, that guy's faster, I'm just going to YOLO it to him, and
yeah.
So you learn to just watch things like that. I don't scout high school a whole lot. I do a little bit, there are recruiting services like 24/7 and Rivals that I watch them to see what they say about players, listen to their podcasts, and listen to what they have to say, kind of inform myself on these guys as they come into college. And then I kind of take over from there.
Who are your favorite guys coming out this year? Who are your my guys for the 2021 rookie class?
Oh, man. Shoot. I don't know yet. I haven't really kind of stuck my foot down yet. Last year, it was Antonio Gibson, from day one. But
nice.
I was hyping him, early in 2019. One of his first games, I'm like, holy crap, look at this kid. And I started watching him closer. I'm like, this is my guy. 6 months before the draft. The next thing you know, everybody and their mother's on board with it. And I was pissed. When he killed the combine, everybody's like, oh, I'm like, damn it, he's not a secret anymore.
He still went the second round.
I know, it's crazy. So I haven't really done the flag plant. I haven't flag planted anybody a hole yet. I really do like Michael Carter a lot. I think that if he gets in the right spot, he's going to surprise some people. I mentioned Elijah Moore. He's one that I think I might be there for. There's guys that are lower down that I think could be really, really good in the NFL. And I've been on Zach Wilson for a long time. I really love the competitiveness and just what he brings. He's I want that guy to be my quarterback. He's just so much fun to watch, so much fun to root for. So I'm hoping he does something and he lands in a spot where he doesn't have the pressure to be the man right away. So I think probably those three guys. I haven't really gotten any deeper guys that have really wowed me or impressed me a whole lot. So
no, I like that. I like that a lot.
My own personal question, just because Alex mentioned him a few months back, and I haven't looked at any of his tape, but I saw it on Twitter as well. Kenneth, and I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Gainwell, yeah.
Yeah,
Kenneth
man,
Gainwell.
he was my running back 3 coming into the year. And I was mad as hell when he sat out. So I'm hoping he uses this year to put on some weight and some muscle. If he does, he's got scary good potential because he's got elite speed. He's incredibly elusive. I like his vision in the open field. He sets up his blockers really well, and he's got that home run speed when he does get a crease. He did show a little bit pass catching as well. So he's a guy that I still have him as my running back 4 despite not seeing him this year.
Wow.
But I really want to see what he did this year. You know, I want to see if he put on a little bit of mass because he was like 5'11", 190, I believe. Like I said, I should have those. I don't know why I don't have those wrote down. But he was just a shade under 200. And I would like to see him add a little bit of mass, a little bit of muscle. And yeah, he could be a 3-down back. I really do believe he could be.
Wow.
So.
I have one last question for you, man. This has been amazing. Just to say that right now, it's been awesome to hear you talk about all these prospects. I'm super excited about them. With saying all that, it's getting me really excited to watch film on these guys, and I haven't really sat down and watched film of college prospects before. So like thinking about the NFL. So what is some like advice you would say to like how to watch film the right way necessarily, if that's a thing?
You know, it's something I struggle with a little bit myself because I'm only a couple years into my journey down that road. But I really do think everybody should watch some tape and get your own opinions. The analysts, you know, I mean, I know we're not going to see the things they see. You know, the true scouts, you know, the little things that they do that you just don't see. But I really think that you should watch what you want. You should watch some tape of every rookie, I think. Even if it's just a little bit, a couple games, and go like 5-6 minutes a game. You know, just watch them and get a feel of what a player looks like. You know, I like watching a player dominate a team, you know, that he shouldn't dominate. You know, like watch him go up against a really good rushing defense and watch him, you know, just it's really hard to explain. Very hard question. And then, you know, you watch the things that they can do to succeed. You know, I really think the guy should pop on tape for you to really, you know, to make a difference. It's really hard to put into words. Jeez. You just gave me some notice on that one.
Come on, Luke.
No, it's tough, but I kind of, you know, you notice some of the little things they do, like what do they do when they're away from the ball? They keep playing. You know, I like watching a guy that keeps going through blocks. You know, that keeps doing. You know, you watch, just you kind of get an idea of what kind of player they are. You know, I tend to like those blue collar guys that block away from the ball. You know, even if they don't have the ball, they're still over on the other side. You know, blocking and doing what they can to stay in the play. And then, it's really hard. Like, I definitely do think you should watch some, even if you're not good at it. It's still a good idea to watch some and get a feel of what the player is like. You guys got me totally flabbergasted. So,
all right, last question on my end. So
it's tough.
That's a ton of questions, probably more than any of us have had, just because I feel like you're super knowledgeable about all this, and it's been really impressive and really fun to talk to you about because I'm not too familiar with the prospect myself, so I couldn't really carry out a conversation with you too much about it. That's why I talked a lot about comparisons to the 2020 class, and I'm more familiar with them now. But super happy you came on the stream. It's been a total blast. And one last thing I have to ask you, because I'm a Steelers fan, and coming out, I mean, I read up on Chase Claypool after they drafted him a lot, and I know there's a lot of comparisons to. People were saying they should put him at tight end, and he looked a little bit like Evan Ingram and stuff like that. And I was just wondering what you thought about Claypool coming out, and how different he is in the NFL than what you thought, or like how he surprised you, or anything like that. I was just curious.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see a tight end. That's for sure. I thought that his athletic traits were crazy. You know, like obviously he had measurables similar to Megatron, which is unreal, and it was good to see him. I still think there's a really good ceiling for him because of his physical traits and what the Steelers can do. They typically are pretty good at developing wide receivers. So I was kind of middle of the road on him. I didn't think one way or the other. I just kind of wanted to see where he landed. Steelers was a great spot for him. I didn't expect him to have quite that impact on year one. I thought it might take a little more time because he didn't really. In college, he was a ghost in college. I mean, he was. Yeah, it was weird. So I think he's got a good upside if he can keep his mouth shut.
All right. My last question would be: do you have anything you want to plug? Where can we find your work? Where can we hear more from you?
Plug it all.
Thanks, guys. It's nice to hear you guys say the nice things because I have my thoughts on these prospects, but I can put it into words better on paper, a lot better. Like sometimes by speaking, I swear. Anyway,
you did great.
yeah,
You did fantastic. I guarantee you.
I loved hearing all the measurables and everything. That was cool.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah, Film Room Dynasty at the Dynasty Nerds, and I do have my own film channel at Debbie Manuel on YouTube, and it's just I don't put a lot on. Yeah, I don't put a lot on there, but I've been putting more on nerds lately. But I still do some of my own on there. I have the Debbie Manuel podcast where me and Joseph Namor talk about just college prospects and things. We try to go a little bit deeper than most of the other Debbie podcasts, get a little bit more of it. Right now, it's just rookie season, so everybody wants to hear about the rookies. So it's kind of what we're focusing on now. And then at Nerds, I have a bunch of rookie profiles coming up. Like I said, I put my thoughts to words on paper a lot better. So hopefully you can read some of those and like those a little better than my talking. So.
Absolutely. And where can we find you on Twitter again?
Oh, FF People's Champ.
Perfect.
FF People's Champ. All right. So up next we have Angry Sports Couple and all their guests. I'm very excited about this hour. There's gonna be a ton of people. A lot of people from Dynasty Nerds. A lot of people. It's gonna be a great group. So.
Yeah, we have 6 people to get ready for on stream, so we're gonna take a break a little bit early.
It's gonna be a lot.
Peeves, thank you so much once again.
No, dude, thank you so much. It's been a blast. We talk a lot on Twitter, and it's really cool to actually talk to you a little bit. So.
Yeah. And for anybody that wants to donate, remember mindfulfirst.org, and you can find the link to donate in the chat. You can also find the link in the description of this video. But we will be right back in 10 minutes with Angry, him, her, and 5 more guests. We'll be right back.
Nice, him and her are fun.
Sports couple along with a couple Dynasty nerds in Detroit, BC. It's going to be a great time. to make sure to tune in. We're going to be talking a lot of New Orleans Saints. We've got a couple IDP questions for Mr. IDP123 himself, and we just have a lot of random NFL talk. So, Angel, we're going to talk a little bit about some mindfulness first before we hop into it.
Absolutely. Like we've been talking about for the past 7 hours at this point, we are supporting the organization called Mindfulness First, mindfulfirst.org. It is an organization that deals with helping youth, particularly elementary school students, deal with mental health awareness, mindfulness through a trauma-based model. The work they're doing is basically to try and prepare the next generation to be more mindful than any generation before. Now, as a lot of us know, 2020 and 2021 have not been the easiest years when it comes to mental health. And it's been challenging for everyone. Now imagine children and the youth of today, what they have to go through. Their whole lives were upended randomly last March in America and across the world. We're all going to be dealing with these issues for years to come. The effects of 2020 and 2021 are going to be felt forever, I would say. So that's why I think it's so important that an organization like Mindfulness First is doing this work and helping prepare the next generation for just the awareness of their own feelings, the ability to understand themselves, and to deal with these problems in a positive way. Mental health is important. It should not be stigmatized in any way, shape, or form. And I'm extremely happy to have all of our guests on right now because I know most of you, and in particular, Angry Him and I had a conversation way back in November about something resembling this. He was the first person that I pitched this idea to. So personally, I'm very happy to have Angry Him and her on board here and talk to them about this because it's been a long time coming. So guys, thank you for coming. And like I said, I will turn it over to you guys if anyone here wants to talk about any mental health thoughts they have before we get started with all the LSU and New Orleans talk. Please take it away.
Well, I'm just glad that y'all raising awareness for something like this. Like you said, problems. There's no matter what's going on in a year, there's always gonna be problems and stuff. So I think it's great that y'all are working for something that's going to help. If you start them young, people are gonna be able to handle stuff. As they get older, and hopefully it just carries over to each generation. So kudos to y'all for spending your whole day doing this.
Exactly. Yes, and the awareness is so important. I think that's a great thing. Just talk about it. So this is wonderful. We're happy to be a part of it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I'll chime in real quick as well. I mean, I have my own mental health stuff. I'm 12 years sober in recovery.
Congratulations.
Addiction and alcoholism definitely a form of mental health, and honestly, mindfulness was a big part of my recovery. Particularly in the early years, that was one of the things that really helped me kind of find my way. So I didn't even have all the context on this, and it's fortuitous that I'm here, and I'm glad I can be available and help support you guys.
Awesome. That's really cool.
If I can add something to that, just Eric, you mentioned the 12 years sober. First off, like I said, congratulations. Second, someone that's been a big influence on my life, very similar story to yours, was my dad. He also had mental health issues growing up. He grew up in El Salvador, very, very poor country, a lot of crime, just not the greatest place to be, and he dealt with a lot. He used alcohol as a way to, make himself feel better until one day, like you, he came to the realization that it wasn't okay. It was a mental health issue, and he's also been sober for 11 years now. So stories like that inspire me. They make the work that we're doing mean a lot more because you see the people that are going through it. And yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. It means a lot. It means a lot.
All right. So with all that being said, you guys ready to hop into some New Orleans Saints talk?
Yeah.
Let's hop in immediately to Drew Brees' future. What do you guys think? Do you think he's retiring after this season? Do you think he's going to stay? Like, what do you think? What do you think is going to happen?
I think the only time we're going to see him is Sunday night on NBC.
Yes, I agree.
Is that what you want?
No, I mean he's like a god here. He could play till he falls apart, and I'll still watch. For everything he's done, he gave us the Super Bowl. I wore a bag on my head when I was a little kid. No, he can do whatever he wants, whenever he wants, and I'll still support him. But I think he's done.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think the, 12 fractured ribs and a slap helped very much either. probably on his way out. With that being said, though, let's say next year Drew Brees does retire. What are you doing with the quarterback situation moving forward? Anyone can hop in on this one. I don't care.
I think they're gonna play Hill, right? It's not Winston. I mean, it's not him. He's the antithesis of everything that is a Sean Payton quarterback, right? Like illusion fast, cannon down the field. That's not that offense. They would have to completely redesign that offense to make it work with him. I feel like Drew Brees' vintage was like that, but not bad football, right? But I can't see them throwing him in there.
Who knows? It could literally be anything. I feel like they really like Taysom Hill, but I think it'll be really interesting to see what they do.
I think 2022 it's going to be Mr. Outside Hire.
Yeah.
Did you say Teddy Bridgewater?
Listen, I think y'all aren't giving Winston enough credit. Yeah, he threw a bunch of turnovers, but what's the value of a turnover in an NFL where people are dropping back to pass 60 times a game anyway, running the score up? You know what I mean? Like I feel like the turnover doesn't mean as much anymore because teams are so high powered, and when you have a guy like Winston who can throw for 5,000 yards and can throw 30 plus touchdowns. I mean, the thing about Winston is we've seen him do all this while being a complete and total idiot. Like he's a kid, like he's just a giant child. He hasn't played football in a year. He's been in an organization where we have a head coach who, like you guys said, I mean, he runs his offense that way. He built that offense. He brought Winston there for a reason. He could build an offense around Winston that could be successful. I mean, he didn't. It was not an accident that Winston's sitting on the Saints bench right now, in my opinion.
Yeah, Jordan, I actually agree with you. I think that Jameis Winston, he's a project, but I think the potential is worth giving a shot. I mean, literally everyone saw that graphic before, I'm sure, where it was like comparing him to Peyton Manning that one season, and the stats were almost like identical with the interceptions and everything. I'm not saying he's Peyton Manning.
Breaking news.
But
James
literally
Winston,
just take those interceptions down by like 30%, and that's a damn good NFL.
He can throw with the best of them in the NFL right now, and he's sitting on a bench. And we had clowns like Carson Wentz starting games this year. Like, get out of here. What's his name? Dwayne Haskins. Oh, boy. These guys are getting shot. I mean, Jameis Winston, they're the reason that I think the Saints are going to use him. Taysom has been, like, fun, and I think Taysom will be a part of it. I think Taysom's role will be the same when Winston comes in there. Maybe a little bit different, but I don't know. That's my opinion.
It'll be the first quarterback by committee.
I mean, maybe we go that way. I mean, look at what they're doing with Phillip Rivers and Jacoby this year. I mean, they just sometimes on those short yardage situations, they just rolled him out there. It was like it wasn't a thing, and it wasn't a thing. They just got the first down and they just putted right along.
He got the LASIK. Maybe that fixed everything.
Yeah, maybe.
Just saying.
The LASIK surgery.
I'm just saying.
It really is interesting, though.
Chris, how do you feel about all this? Winston, Hill, or someone else?
You said me, correct?
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. I'm a Detroit Lions fan. I have so much to worry about as a Lion. I can't even wrap my mind around another sports right now in terms of football here. So I think I collectively agree with everybody here. They will let Drew Brees play until his arm falls off. I think it'd be wise of him to retire and call it a career. I think, not to be rude, I think as you age, you tend to get shorter. So before we know it, playing professional quarterback. So I think it's time, whatever happens this season, and more importantly tomorrow, let this be it for you, and you can ride off into the sunset, as they always say.
Someone should tell Tom Brady about the shorter things. He's not getting the memo.
In terms of Taysom Hill and Jameis Winston, I don't know. The own organization doesn't know what to do. Everybody rushed to the waiver wire to add Winston, and then Winston didn't even start. They let the kind of the Swiss Army knife in Taysom Hill play, which was okay, but he buried Alvin Kamara, so you got to deal with that.
Oh, God. I forgot about that. But listen, okay, Mr. Detroit, let's see. So what are you going to do with Matthew Stafford, huh?
I'd like for them to, grant him, a release, trade him away, let that be done. Matthew Stafford and his wife they're phenomenal phenomenal people. They've been good to the city of Detroit. They've been good to the franchise. They've done nothing wrong, and yet his entire career has been suppressed and tanked here playing for this organization. Playing for this organization. So I think it'd be wise of them to let him go, let him try and win somewhere else, and get anything and everything in return for him.
What about Dan Campbell though, Chris?
Yeah.
You know what? That's a great question, and I'll be open and honest with you. I'm not going to sit here and try to, excuse my language, bullshit my way through this. I don't know anything about Dan Campbell, and one thing I've learned in the last 6 or so months, being on other broadcasts or watching other people broadcast, people tend to want to lie or embellish things. I don't know about Dan Campbell, so I'd be a fool to sit here and try to talk and act like I know Dan Campbell. So I think the wise thing for me to say would be, I don't know a lot about him. If that's what the organization is going for, I can't say that I trust what they're going to do. They keep making bad decision here. I mean, I love the GM hire. That was a very good move here. But in terms of the head coaching staff, I'd like to think that that they brought in Spielman, they brought in Barry Sanders, Sheila doesn't look like she's fooling around here. I trust what she's doing. Bringing in Spielman and Barry Sanders was huge, so I trust what she's done so far. In terms of Dan Campbell, I don't know enough about him to talk live on air about him, so my opinion will be on hold until further notice.
What a reasonable
We
take.
have 2 Saints fans in the call. Do you know anything about that man?
I think you know more than me.
It's an unusual transition because usually, you go assistant, coordinator, head coach.
Right.
And he's going from tight end assistant head coach to a head coach. Now, I know he filled in Miami, so he's got some experience, but no, I mean, I didn't even know. I knew when we signed him. I didn't know he was going to be on anybody's head coaching radar, though.
I thought they should have kept him in Miami. That team turned around when he took over. I don't remember all the details that well, but I just remember them doing markedly better with him than before he took the job over.
I mean, anything is better than Marvin Lewis and Matthew Patricia. And I feel like they had a real good thing going with Jim Caldwell. And again, they made a very bad decision, and here we are.
Yeah, I feel you're a Detroit fan, and I mean you're a brave soul for sticking with them. And like you said, more dark days are ahead, and you seem just to be just to know that it is what it is, and you're here for it. Not too invested, but you're definitely gonna be here for it. So.
Well, if you guys and angry her, I should say, I'm fully invested in DFS. So aside from the Lions, I'm able to pick and choose my team on a weekly basis. So DFS, I'm telling you now, DFS is the best option for anybody that follows a crappy football team.
That's funny. Destroy all your money at DFS and just drown your sorrows.
Yeah, mortgage your house, live on the streets, play DFS.
Yep, perfect.
The life of a Detroit Lions fan.
It's not click for me.
Me neither. I'm bad.
Yeah, if you want to just lose a little bit of money every week, listen to me about DFS.
So up next, I have an IDP question for the IDP man in the chat.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, sit up a little bit.
Here we go.
I don't play a ton of IDP, but I was just wondering. I have one league where I have like an IDP flex slot in there, and I thought it was pretty interesting because there's a lot of guys in IDP who aren't necessarily big names in the NFL, but they are ballers for IDP. Obviously, you know this. I was just wondering who your number one under the radar IDP guy is for Dynasty.
All right, so I saw this question coming in, and I got a couple of guys that are kind of under the radar, maybe coming up this next year might do something for you. There's a kid in Philly, Josh Sweat. He's been there for a couple of years. This is the first year he really got any starts. He ended up with 6 sacks, 38 total tackles, 9 tackles for loss. That's only with 3 starts. I mean, those are respectable numbers just in a general sense. Not great, but for a guy that's, for Philly, a team that is crappy at the pass rush, and they're aging out Brandon Graham, he could be a guy that steps up, and if he gets out there and plays 16 games and starts 16 games,
with the kind of numbers he did this year, he could take a big leap this next year. Leonard Floyd, who's playing right now, he's another guy who's benefiting from playing next to Aaron Donald. He never really had a good season. He showed a little bit of promise, like his early years in Chicago. He had a 7-sack season as a rookie, but right now he's got 10.5 on the season. The most tackles he's had. And it's interesting because last year Dante Fowler, who used to be with the Jaguars, went to the Rams and played next to Aaron Donald, and he turned in his best season of his life. So if Leonard Floyd is sticking around and Aaron Donald's healthy next year and everything goes great, expect another good season from Leonard Floyd. And then I had one other guy, Leonard Williams, New York Giants. He's a defensive lineman. He kind of fell off a cliff with the Jets, was not good. I don't know what they were doing wrong with him. But he popped off this year with the Giants. He had a couple of really big games, and he was having pass rushing success that he hadn't had since entering the NFL. So those are 3 guys, that are under the radar. As far as I put an underrated guy in there too, because you're all probably like, who the F are these guys he just rattled off about? I've never heard of any of them, and that's totally normal. But Joe Schobert, you might have heard of him, linebacker for the Jacksonville Jaguars. Used to be the linebacker for the Browns. He's a boss. He's majorly underrated. He's had multiple top 10. He's finished top 10 at linebacker basically every season he's been healthy. Gets 140 tackles a season. He's had multiple interceptions back-to-back seasons. Quietly, he's on his 4th straight season of multiple sacks from the off-ball linebacker spot, and he just doesn't get any credit. He did get paid, and I'm excited Lawrence is headed down there, and he might get some notice. So there's my spiel.
I love that.
What do you look for in? Yeah, can everyone clap? Can we all clap just for all that?
No, but seriously,
Dynasty Nerds, you can find me over there.
Oh, good plug.
I'm about to say about that real quick. Talk about your whole IDP 1-2-3 thing.
So basically IDP 1-2-3 is a scoring system that I developed in Detroit, BC. My dude over here, he knows about it. I mean, everyone here knows about it because these are many of my earliest adopters of the scoring system, which I appreciate you all for that. It means a lot. I love you all for that. So it's an IDP scoring system that's simplified, unified, and balanced, which means the points are applied the same to everybody. People are probably like, okay, what does that mean? In IDP, there's this thing where it's like a normal thing, which there isn't anything normal in IDP, but it's normal to put premiums on certain players, which is not normal on offense. So when people come from the offensive side to the defensive side and they see this sort of system where nothing really makes sense, it drives them away. That's why a lot of people don't play IDP. So when I came into the space, I saw this and I said, who's fixing this? And nobody's fixing it. So I was like, okay. So I thought about it, and essentially I came up with this system. It's 1, 2, and 3-point plays. Tackles are worth 1 and 2 points. Anything that is an impact play, which is behind the line of scrimmage, sacks, tackles for loss, or anything that forces a turnover opportunity, so forced fumbles, blocked kicks, or pass deflections, those are all worth more points. Those are worth 3, 4, 5, 6. The scoring system makes offensive and defensive players have the same weekly and season-long upside. So, your top-end PPR guys get, 350, 360. Maybe if they're Christian McCaffrey, they get 420. In IDP 1-2-3, your defensive players can get up to that score without going incredibly far over it, which a lot of premium leagues, those guys can score up to 500, which is a major flaw in those. So that's a long-winded way of just saying, IDP 1-2-3, it's an easy scoring system for people new to the IDP space, or even people that are experienced in the IDP space, because it's taken from a lot of IDP leagues that I was in, and I just said, this is a good aspect of this one, this is a good aspect of that one. And there a lot of IDP leagues that are well put together are very similar, and they're very similar to IDP 1-2-3, even though people don't realize they are. So
I think it's just super sick because you're taking something that you see all a problem with, but the potential for it is huge. There's a future out there in some timeline in the multiverse where IDP 1-2-3 is huge and you're a billionaire. So.
Well, hey, Matthew Barry hasn't DM'd me yet, but if he's watching, Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew.
I'm ready.
I
can rebrand. I can rebrand. I can stop dropping the F-bombs, bro. I can get on that Disney money.
Jordan, clearly you're very much into IDP. You're very knowledgeable about it. You developed a whole new system. When you're scouting players, what are the traits that you're looking for in, say, let's just do linebacker, because that's, I feel like, the most popular IDP position.
Yeah, well, okay. For me, what I look for what I call impact players. Basically, it's guys that everybody has a tackle baseline. You're efficient at tackling or you're not. That just is a thing. But the real way you can separate yourself is: do you do the auxiliary things? Do you jump up to bat passes down? Do you have the hands to pull down an easy interception? Do you have the speed to, on a blitz, actually get home, 1 in 10, 1 in 12 times, so you actually pull off those sacks and your coaches put you in that position? Or are you so slow that they're just making you stay back in coverage, so you're not getting that high leverage snap of going behind the line of scrimmage? So you're looking for guys like Devin White, like Roquan Smith this year, who are young, they're athletic, they're fast, they're good-ish in coverage with Devin White, but Devin White behind the line of scrimmage is probably at 9 sacks this year, which is insane for an off-ball linebacker. So I look for guys that get auxiliary stats, things like that, pass breakups, forced fumbles, and these guys, talented players are talented. People like, oh, I don't watch the box score. I'm like, if you're good, you have numbers in your box score at the end of the day. So every fake metric that everybody studies is based off a real metric in a box score somewhere. And at the end of the day, that's what I get fantasy points for. So I'm looking for those disruptive guys.
Yeah, I love that. That's super cool.
Yeah, and the scoring system really does. It made it better because we played a bunch of us all, and we either play IDP or positional, like all flex or something, and the system works no matter what your setup is. Like if you're playing just all IDP flexes, or you're playing all positional, it's the best way to go.
Yeah, I guess I'm spoiled because I'm only in IDP 1, 2, 3.
Bro.
Yeah.
So I missed all the chaos that got you guys there. It's all and you that started, the leagues that we're in, or the spin-offs of the angry.
You're in a bunch of high quality IDP leagues, which is awesome. When you get in one that's like really funky scoring, it can be a little bit tedious and really just make you be like, I want out. Like this isn't, it can be a pain.
The last one we did too, my offense is horrible, and then I just drafted like a bunch.
I can't believe y'all let me get Devin White in that triple flex league. I got Devin White as like the 7th or 8th linebacker off the board too. I was like, oh.
Yeah, I waited for
too
long in that draft.
I did too. I always do, and it's a mistake.
I feel like drafting an IDP league with you would be the most stressful thing ever.
Dude, it's so
I would be so intimidated.
I would just be like, what does he know that I don't?
Right.
Nothing. I promise.
Yeah, I'll watch all your YouTube videos too, nice nerds and stuff, just learn everything that you're saying.
Yeah, I've been trying to pump out some shorter videos on Dynasty Nerds versus like our own channel, just because it's quick hitting. Just people want information they can consume quickly. So my man Detroit Beastie and I and a couple other IDP guys, we're going to be doing a show once a month that's going to be a live stream. That's just going to be all IDP based, kind of like a Q&A. I think we got a Dynasty mock draft. We're gonna just do 8 or 9 rounds, just kind of draft just all the IDPs basically for a Dynasty league, just to get a full team, and then not bench or anything, so that'd be forever. But feel free to check that out if y'all have any interest on. We might need some people to hop in there too, so I might drop it in one of the league chats and we can get some of y'all involved.
That's a really good plug. And speaking of plugs, please remember to check out mindfulnessfirst.org if you wish to donate. Oh, I'm getting better at this. Guys, I'm improving.
All right.
Anyways, Angry Her. I saw the LSU Hydro Flask there, and Luke and I have been talking a lot about Joe Brady throughout the stream. Just real quick, do you guys think he deserves a coaching job? A head coaching job? Yes. Unanimous.
Yes, I mean, he ran our offense, 2019, LSU Tigers, best college football team ever. So, I mean, it was his offense. I think it was great. I think he did well last year. I think people are looking for that young, new mind to come in, and I think why not give him a shot? I think he's great.
If you had to pick a team for him to go to, which would it be?
It's not the Falcons. Anybody but them, or anybody in the NFC, not them. Houston. I'd like to see him in Houston.
Ooh.
I had that thought too.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
With Watson. Keep Watson.
Watson's
Yeah, with
gone.
Watson.
He's
With
already
Watson.
backed up. He's gone. He got a new number. He changed the locks. He's not.
Yeah.
I think Luke's getting dinner right now.
You keep Watson. I don't care.
I can't believe. Imagine messing up your franchise so bad that he wants out.
Or, yeah, the GM, right, that he's pissed at, and then the director of scouting is the other guy, right, that they're in it.
He's got no ties there either. Like, they screwed that up so bad. Hopkins is gone. David Johnson's an old head from another team. He's on the way out. The coach is gone. He's on, like, what number coordinator? I mean, he has no loyalty to anybody there. I mean, he looks around and it's all new faces, you know, and everybody.
Him and JJ.
Yeah, and
Fuller's
JJ's gone too, and JJ's fed up. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like, that's it. He, like, this. It's not a good thing going on there. I feel bad.
There's a team just one state over that would have all kinds of awesome pieces for him to come work with next year if he needed one.
It's just not fair. You guys have had Drew Brees.
Imagine going from Brees to Watson. Oh my gosh.
I actually mentioned that during the stream today. We talked about Watson a ton today, but I said that he just feels like a New Orleans Saints quarterback.
Look at his eyes light up. He's like, yeah.
Like, I don't know why. Like, I can just picture him with the uniform and his face.
Nah, he looks like a Steeler to me, baby.
Okay.
Steeler.
I know. I want it so bad. Listen, how would that cap be possible?
I don't know. I want Winston or I want Watson, and I want Big Ben to just like go away. Like
he's not though.
I love you so much. Go away.
He's definitely starting next year.
I think Winston on the field would be interesting.
Speaking of old LSU coordinators, Matt Canada is probably going to be Steelers.
He is. I saw that he's getting promoted. Interesting. Yeah. I don't know if I love it or not yet. I'm just glad that we don't have Randy Fichtner anymore because he sucked.
Yeah.
So I got dinner delivered to me, so I'm eating on stream, so don't mind me.
So
we don't mind you,
unprofessional.
dude.
Wow.
Do your thing, bro. Hey, you pull any good defensive cards? I see you pulling all these cards all the time. They're all these offensive guys. What's up with that?
Have you ever wanted to get the cards and like just defensive players? They're way cheaper.
I know because nobody wants them. I never see anybody post them either.
I think it's stupid because like they're just as
I'm
good.
telling you, if we can get people to play IDP, look at everything the offense has. The riches, okay? The card game, the commentary game. I mean, how many jobs are based off of just talking about wide receivers? How many people's entire lives are just talking about quarterbacks? Okay? There's a whole other side of the ball that gets zero attention. None. None of the money, none of the gambling, none of the DFS, none of the fantasy talk shows, none of it. There's a whole side of the industry that's completely left at the wayside. The card game, like you said, I mean, what if you pull a Nick Bosa last year? I mean, that should be damn near priceless, probably.
This
but I
year,
mean, it's
like
probably
Chase Young.
It's probably nothing.
Chase Young cards you can get.
Like, you can probably pull like a rookie Denzel Mims and it's worth more than Chase Young. You know what I mean?
Denzel Mims is
I almost threw up.
Makes no sense. Denzel Mims is garbage and Chase Young is a generational talent. But because he plays defense, it means nothing. And it bothers me a lot. And it bothers me honestly that more of these defensive players, these guys all want to run their mouths about wide receivers get paid this and everybody do that. I'm like, what do you guys do to gas up what you do on the field? Like, you could pump up the fantasy industry. Look at all these auxiliary people that are getting famous off fantasy football. What are you guys doing to empower the people on the defensive side to get your names out there a little bit more? I mean, like, you got to think big picture. Yeah. Well, I can't do anything. All you got to do is get one or two of these guys that care enough, And it's crazy because, like, doesn't Underdog Fantasy now, like, aren't they, like, part of the NFLPA? So, or, like, partnered with them? So, like, the NFL players are already partnered with a DFS company, but the defensive players aren't probably going to get any of that money. And they can't gas it up. They can't promote it because nobody plays defensive DFS. It just doesn't make sense.
One thing
Yeah, I mean, anything that adds something to the aspect to it. I mean, it's more fun. Like, like with big league that we do. I mean, we do a full setup like it's an actual team. We have one quarterback, two running back, three receiver, tight end, and then we have 3 linemen, 4 linebacker, 4 DBs. That was fun as hell to draft.
Dude, I love that team. I just made a trade. I traded the first round pick to get Roquan Smith because my linebackers are crap. And in that league, we start more defensive and offensive players. So, I mean, I need a strong one, and this makes sense. And he's that kind of a player. I mean, he's a superstar on defense. And, you know, you can probably pull a Roquan Smith card. It's probably not worth nothing. It's just wild to me that the players don't care more about it. It's wild to me that more people that do, like, fantasy football stuff don't care more about it. Because, I mean, think of every goofball, you know, that, no offense, that has a DFS show. I mean, now give him a counterpart that does that on defense. There's a whole other world you could have there.
Literally a whole other world. The whole other side of the ball.
A whole other ecosystem.
The other half.
And then there's the people that blend it together, you know, that are, you know, it's crazy. It's like exponential profits being left on the table.
I think 5 years from now, IDP will be way bigger than it is right now. For sure.
It will. And I hope and I pray that IDP 123 is a big part
Dude,
of it.
I really think it might be. Like, I'm not even joking.
But, I know. Like I said, Matthew.
I have a question for you. We were talking about this earlier today, one of my segments I was doing. I don't know if him and her heard it, but we were talking about our opinion on who the best pound-for-pound player in the NFL is, and my answer is Aaron Donald.
Yes.
And I was wondering what everyone else would say for that question.
I agree. I think it's Aaron Donald.
Yeah, I mean, you can't argue against that.
Well, I could say Darius Leonard and tell you that straight face that I'm not kidding.
It's Patrick Mahomes.
If we're saying pound for pound, now we got to talk height and weight and all that. So pound for pound, Aaron Donald is probably bigger.
Austin Eckler, probably. Yeah.
It's going to be Devontae Smith.
He's a little batty too.
Yeah.
Wait till we get Rondale Moore next year, and then we can come back to this.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like a known Aaron Donald hater, so
really?
I feel like everything I say is completely biased because I feel like he's just. And I know I look like a fool saying this. I know it, but I say it anyway. I feel like he's pandered to by everybody in the NFL. The same way that, sorry y'all, Drew Brees is pandered to a little bit. Aaron Rodgers is pandered to a little bit. I mean, they just kind of want to give him things. Like the MVP this year, they want to give it to Aaron Rodgers so bad.
He deserves it.
He's been by far the best.
How many plus 500 teams did he beat this year? He only played like 3, and I think he lost like 2 of them.
He's probably only made like 3 mistakes all year too. If you watch it.
I was gonna say I think Josh Allen is the MVP, and I think if Josh Allen's name was Aaron Rodgers, he'd get the MVP.
That's a reasonable take.
I think if you posted a blind poll of their stats, I think people would pick Aaron Rodgers.
And the team wins that they play. Josh Allen has beat basically every good team in the NFL already this year. He had a murderer's row.
I still think
there are chosen faces to the league. Aaron Donald is the defensive chosen.
Exactly.
After J.J. Watt, went down a little bit. It's Aaron Donald. He's the face of defense in the NFL.
And that's my only problem. And my issue with that being a defensive person is when it's hyper focused and you ask a person, oh, well, who's your favorite defensive player? And the only person they can say is Aaron Donald, that bothers me. Because there are so many good defenders in the NFL that nobody even knows exist. But the only people we can talk about are Aaron Donald.
Like big names from small markets, like
people don't even know. Most people didn't even know Zadarius Smith. He's in this game right now. He got snubbed last year. You saw him in the playoffs, pull his shirt up, snubbed. He did get snubbed. Why? Because he didn't get the run. Why? Because he's not Aaron Donald.
You could definitely make a drinking game out of how many times they kiss Aaron Donald.
How many times they pray on
the podcast.
I know. So it bothers me.
They kiss his ass a lot, but he's so good though.
And that's what he deserves it. But it's low-hanging fruit. It's low-hanging fruit.
Okay, well you pick Patrick Mahomes. That's also low-hanging.
Well, he's a god. Okay. MVP, Super Bowl MVP. He went down, and people were like, "Oh, he's torn his ACL. He'll never." Do you remember the 5 minutes after Patrick Mahomes went down with that knee injury? The 5 minutes after that, I mean, every doctor in the world said he was done for the season, all this, and he was, back out there 2 weeks later winning games. So
Rodgers did the same thing though. Remember when his knee got destroyed by Khalil Mack in the first game of the year, and he was just hopping on one leg, throwing bombs.
Yeah, the Bears are a tough team to beat. I'm sorry. I'm probably not making any friends.
If you want IDP 1, 2, 3 to take off, you're gonna have to be nicer to Aaron
I
Rodgers.
know that's my problem. Is like I'm not palatable to everybody. Unfortunately, I need to rebrand. I need a PR person. Somebody come fix me.
Oh my goodness. No, I honestly, I agree with the Aaron Donald take. He's definitely. I think we can all agree with that. He's definitely pandered to.
Definitely.
Best defensive player of the last decade, probably. Still pandered to. So that can it's like Tom Brady.
Like this year is one of his worst statistical seasons ever. And no one has said that. Like those words have never come out of anyone's mouth. But if you look at stats like I do, like this is like second lowest I think tackles for loss in his career. First year he hasn't got even close to 20 in a long time. What else is he his lowest? I think it's his lowest solo tackles of his career as well. So I mean, he's affecting the play. I understand that. I'm not a football maven or coach, so I'm missing a lot.
Jordan, have you seen him shirtless?
Yeah, I have. And I saw him fight the guy with knives too. So I mean,
I forgot about that video where there's this guy in Pittsburgh who's like a trainer. He's like legendary. His name's Knives, and he like does like pads drills, like knives taped to his arms, all shirtless, and they're just doing drills. He had knives on his arms.
That was during his holdout. He was posting videos of himself hand fighting a guy with knives attached to him. And I was like, oh my gosh. This is your leader. This is the guy you guys want to be.
Black Panther with Killmonger is like, this is your king.
Yeah. I mean, and he's great. Yeah, but there's so many other NFL players that get just swept under the rug and ignored on defense because they don't get the attention they deserve.
I agree with you. But thinking back to offense, because we have so much more to talk about. Sorry. How do you feel about Tua's future? Like, actually, do you think he's legit or no? Because I don't really know, honestly. I'm kind of 50-50.
No, that's the right mindset to have for it. You don't know yet. He shouldn't even played this season. Everybody thought, after the injury, he wasn't going to play. It's too soon to close the book on it. I mean, Patrick Mahomes didn't play his first season at all. Not that I'm comparing him to Mahomes.
He played one game, I think, but yeah, basically.
But I mean, he wasn't pushed out there. They had Alex Smith. Okay, you're gonna ride the pine for a little bit. I mean, to write somebody off after a season like some of these extreme views are, I mean, that's just a little short-sighted.
With the rotating cast at wide receiver, because everyone's been hurt.
I don't understand. And Brian Flores has made every right move. I don't understand what compelled them to sit Ryan Fitzpatrick. They were doing fantastic with him. He's a winning quarterback in the right system, and they were doing fine. They weren't going to win the Super Bowl this year, but they probably could have made the playoffs with him, and that's a huge boost to everyone.
Huge.
Exactly. Yeah. It seemed rushed. It was very rushed.
He needs to work on his confidence. I mean, obviously he's a little gun shy. That's why they put Fitzpatrick in when they needed a closer for games. And part of it might be he's afraid to sling the ball too much. He might be nervous to take a hit right now because half his lower body is robot right now.
Right.
He's not in great shape still. So I mean, I think at least give him one more year.
Would you trade him as part of a package for Watson?
You do? I mean,
you can.
I think Tua's going to be okay, but I also think you go get Watson if you can, just because Watson is like a top 5 quarterback, right?
If you were Houston, would you accept the number 3 pick and Tua for Deshaun Watson?
No. Should they or would they?
I don't think so.
If you were in the GM chair, would you accept that?
If I'm the GM of the Houston Texans, I'm not going to leave that office until Deshaun Watson's happy. That's the number. We have a big whiteboard, and all it says is "Make Deshaun Watson happy."
I totally agree with you.
I'm not Tua. If I'm thinking about Tua, I might as well resign at this point, in my opinion. No. Make Deshaun Watson happy.
They haven't grasped that concept over the past 4 years, but I hope they do.
Now, if Bill O'Brien was still there, this trade would have already happened, and it would have been Tua in a second. And
No, it would have been like 2 and a 4th.
2 or 4th and like Jordan Howard if he was still on there.
Yeah, Tua and Matt Breida.
That's a good package.
Yeah, I think, just to the thing, I think, like you said, angry him, it's just too soon to say. He's a rookie. He's coming off a big injury. It's the Miami Dolphins. It's not like anybody who was going to go there was really going to be, world changing anyway. He did fine for a rookie. They won more games than I think they thought they would. I think they were a little bit more competitive overall than they thought they would, especially considering just kind of how much they're still loaded up in drafts and how young they are. So, to the pass catchers, those will come. There's always free agents. There's always big free agents that move around. We've seen the last couple of years, big free agents can go and produce. We got Antonio Brown towards the end of the season did well. DeAndre Hopkins did well in his move. OBJ kind of had some games, but Diggs, basically led the league in receiving. So you could move teams and be an awesome pass catcher still. So I think that will sort itself out. But as to is Tua it, I don't know. I think we will know this time next year. But I think right now you just gotta hold on or just hold on.
Yeah, I like that point a lot. I feel like we've been spoiled this year before Joe Burrow got injured and with Justin Herbert about how just electric rookies can be. But Tua really wasn't that bad. It was just by comparison, it was in a weird situation, like you just said. I think the Dolphins were better than they thought they were going to be, and it was a weird situation because usually when you're a high pedigree quarterback like that, you don't have to come in and win with high expectations your first season. So it was kind of weird for his confidence, I bet, being fooled and all that. So I feel like a full off season to develop for him will be really helpful. So with that being said, let's go to the next segment, which is if you could re-rank the top 3 rookie running backs from 2020, how would you do it?
All right.
Basically, rank your top 3 rookie running backs from last year.
So are we saying how they produced or who we want for next year?
Just redraft them.
Knowing what we know, not knowing what we know now.
Redraft. Yep. So basically, rank them going forward.
I want to hear Chris's first.
Oh boy, so I'm gonna go Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, and Cam Akers. Off the top of my head, I feel like I'm forgetting somebody though. Oh, Swift is in there too. But no, knowing what I know now, honestly, yeah, JT. No, let's go JT, Swift, Akers, Dobbins. I know that's 4, 3. Yeah, let's keep it there. I don't have any notes. Clearly, when we got to the broadcast and you were asked an IDP question, you were fully briefed. You had notes. I got nothing. I got my hands in the pen, so I'm not prepared for this at all. So off the top of my head, let's go. JT, Swift, and Cam Akers.
Yeah, cool.
I think the dog.
Yeah, I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead.
Okay. That sounds like a scene from a horror movie.
Hey, whoever wants to go next, man, I don't really care.
I think I take Akers second, just because he's getting a workload. I don't buy any version of, and this is coming from, I was very pro Henderson the first half of the season. I don't buy any kind of work share next year, workload share. It's Akers. It's Akers backfield unless he gets hurt. So I think JT, Akers, and then you could put Swift, Dobbins, or Gibson third, and I can't argue with you.
All right.
Yeah, Gibson's a good one.
I think with Taylor's one, and then for that next after Taylor, it's there's a bunch of slashes next to him, and it's Akers, Swift, Dobbins, and James Robinson.
I was just going to say,
I'll say his name. Yeah.
You mentioned James Robinson when I left. That's what I was going to say. Yeah, I say Taylor, Akers, Robinson.
Yeah.
For me, it is. I think I'm the only one who still has him in the top 3. I still believe though. I'm going Jonathan Taylor, DeAndre Swift. I'm going Clyde Edwards-Helaire for number 3 still. I still believe in him. I think I have him ranked at my RB10 right now. I have all the other guys from 10 to 15. They're all right there for me. Dobbins, Akers, Gibson. They're all right there. I'm honestly not really on the J-Rob train. I think he's really good, but Jacksonville just terrifies me because they're.
Look what they did to Fournette. They ran him all through training camp, and the day before the season, they said bye.
Yeah, it just scares me because he was undrafted, so his salary is so disposable. And he can they can bring in another guy so easily to compete with him if they want to. I'm not really too in on that, but I love all the other guys. I love all of them. Seriously.
Why would you bring someone in though to compete with James Robinson? You've got
Yeah.
him so cheap, and out of all the rookie running backs, this dude came out week 1 and looked the most pro ready.
Oh, I'm not saying they have to. I'm just saying from a business standpoint, his contract is so cheap that
They'll
business
have the money and they'll want to.
Yeah, from a business standpoint, they're going to use him up. Why would they get rid of him if it's so cheap? NFL,
I'm just saying he's easy to move on from. I just don't know if he has the staying power yet.
They pay him like $200,000 a year.
We got James Hardison. Wow, I'm tired.
Money on wide receivers and edge rushers.
The guy that
is
making more money than James Robinson.
For me, if I had to rank my top 3 running backs, I'd probably go J.K. Dobbins number 1. I'm a big Dobbins guy. I know, but I don't want to be like everyone else and say JT1. But I genuinely believe Dobbins is the best running back in this class, especially in the scheme he's in. He's my RB1 of the future. And I really regret not getting him in any dynasty league. Number 2, Jonathan Taylor, for sure. He was my favorite running back coming out last year. But I really like the way Dobbins looked in limited time in that scheme. I think he's going to do incredible. Number 3, James Robinson. I love James Robinson. I think he's ready. He's proficient. He's good at what he does. He's got a cheap salary. Even if they bring in a pass catching back, that's not where he gets most of his points. And adding Trevor Lawrence, adding a better offense, and I think the future is bright for him. I view him a lot like I did Chris Carson back in the day. He's someone that's good enough and cheap enough that they'll want to keep him for 4 years and build every other part of their offense until he's ready. Will he be brought back? No. He's got a 4-year lease, unfortunately. That's just how it is with running backs. And he wasn't drafted high, so unfortunately he won't make what he deserves. But he's legitimately a really great running back.
I like it.
Yeah.
If I ranked him, I'm going to go JT1. Underrated part of his situation is next year is probably not Phillip Rivers, which means whoever it is, the narrative is quickly going to be this offseason that they're going to lean on the running game. We've seen what he did towards the end of the season here as a pure runner. We know what the offensive line is. The coach, everything should be pretty simpatico except the quarterback. And it could honestly be an upgrade. We don't really know. I don't know if it's going to be Phillip Rivers or not, but I imagine it's not.
Carson Wentz is a great fit there, though, with Frank Reich if they trade him.
Yeah. So whatever the situation is, the offseason narrative around Jonathan Taylor is going to end up being, I think, they're going to lean on the run in Indianapolis. So I think next year he's probably going to perform the best, and he did really good this year. And, that's just par for the course for him. He's a guy we heard about 2-3 years ago coming out. He's going to be that good. He came in the league. We got a little spooked, as we are prone to do in the fantasy community, but the faithful got exactly what they paid for. 2 for me would be Dobbins. I think the talent of Dobbins is, he's probably not going to be a 25-touch guy, but I think he can do enough for you on 12 to 15 touches a week to be a weekly starter, and maybe even, if they need to lean on him more, that could go up. So I love the situation there with how they run guys. I know Gus Esser's going to probably be back, but Lamar Jackson's Ingram's already a healthy scratch. Like they were so confident in what they had with Dobbins down the stretch that they were deactivating Mark Ingram.
Yep.
That just bodes well for what he's going to have next year. And I think Cam Akers is number 3 for me. Honestly, though, Cam Akers I think has the same ceiling as the other 2. I don't trust the Rams in a very general sense of the word. I would rather have a player on the Colts team, or I'd rather have a player on the Ravens. Just based on what we saw this year. Malcolm Brown, Darrell Henderson, he's hurt, he's going in, he's playing 40, he's playing 60, we're going to use all of our weapons. I'm Sean McVay, I know everything. Like,
I don't want that. It did not dick me over. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. At least dick me around. He might not dick me over, but he'll definitely dick me around. So get me out of there.
I want to see what Gibson can do if they can actually get a quarterback that's a deep threat on that team.
Oh man, don't even get me started on Antonio Gibson. I love that man so much.
I know you tried
You
like
do.
9th overall on that.
Something like that.
Or if they just start throwing the ball to him.
Yeah. Well, if McKissick leaves town, then they will.
Oh, if he had McKissick's receiving work, which he should have had, oh my gosh. Think straight.
Don't even tell Luke that. He's gonna start imagining.
Antonio Gibson RB1 campaign will be on if he gets McKissick receiving work.
Hey, attach yourself to him and ride the brand, baby.
I will. I'm pretty sure it's in my bio. Unless he got rid of it.
Well, Luke looks at his bio. We're running out of time, so I always try and make sure that everyone is able to plug in anything they want to before we part ways. It feels like this hour flew by. I'm kind of upset.
It's gone by really quick.
Yeah, it was a good time.
Yeah,
that was good. Never last, kids.
That's the party message you want to give the viewers? Good times never last.
Nothing fun never lasts.
I'm sorry. Yeah, it's a little dark.
No, but I really enjoyed learning about IDP 123. I'd never heard of it before today. So,
dude, you gotta get an IDP.
If you guys have any openings at some point, hit me up. Be happy to join.
Have to. They, him and her, they are probably. They're always scheming another league somewhere. So you'll probably hear about it. It's so fun though, dude. I mean, and I really like the triple flex, which what we've been doing, and what they do in that one is it's just you don't do positional, you just do all defensive flex, and it allows for flexibility, and kind of team building, and it allows you to not necessarily get pigeonholed. I know some people will say they like the conformity of whatever else, but I really enjoy it. So IDP
Those have been some of the most fun startup drafts.
Yeah, because there's no rules. I mean, it really
the two tight end premium on the two that adds a lot.
Yeah, so your team, and that's the thing about IDP is, you're bringing in 3 more positional variables. So your team building, your formulas, I mean, if you're talking algebra, I mean, you're getting more variables and you can get more complex, but you reach the same solution in a way, So it allows for crazy team builds in ways that when I look at an offense-only league, which I haven't joined an offense-only league in 2 years, it's just so... you can look at a team and I can move my thumb one time and know if that team is terrible or not. I barely even have to move it.
Right.
But with IDP, there's so many variables. You do have to scroll through and you're okay. Well, this is terrible. Oh, he's really strong at this position. He has more spots. He can make that up. And then there's just like I said, just more variables. It just makes the game more fun. And when you watch football, it makes it more fun too. Instead of just being like, oh, I want Devontae Adams to catch this ball. All of a sudden, it's an interception, and you're like, oh, shit, I have that safety. Oh, that's even better than that catch. And you're just like, oh, and he's running back. You're like, oh, my gosh, don't fall over. Keep going. And it's just it's not like, oh, shit, I didn't get that catch. I hope they get it back on the field soon.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hype when you have, a defensive lineman get, a pick six.
It is. I had Montez Sweat on Thanksgiving. He got a pick six on Thanksgiving. It was incredible. Montez Sweat, there's a plug for you.
Rashawn Jones won me my home league title about 4 years ago. Whatever that week 16 we had that big six before he lost his mind.
I'm gonna have to get into it. I'm absolutely going to have to get into it.
And I mean, it's taken over. You're gonna hear. I mean, I said, was it 2 years ago? Superflex came on the scene hot. It had been around for a little bit. Last year, Debbie came on the scene hot. It had been around the year before. This year, IDP is going to come on hot. It was around a little bit last year. This is the IDP year. So, just stay in tune, inject yourselves in those conversations, retweet that stuff, at everybody you see in here. Let's make it part of the overall existential fantasy football narrative that we have going on out there.
Got you, man.
That was beautiful.
Nice, Jordan.
All right, who else wants to
I
plug?
know, right? John the Baptist. Where's Jesus? Somebody come fix this stuff.
Well, his name's Angel, so.
Oh, gosh. I got you. Jordan, we're going to make it happen. All right. Anyone else want to plug themselves real quick?
I'll throw a plug out there. I'm at EK Baller on Twitter. Cranking out rookie profiles right now. Rookie and Debbie profiles. I'll probably have 3 more coming out this week, and I'm going to keep doing them until they're done. And then I'm going to rewrite update the whole Intro to Dynasty series I wrote last year. So if you're not in Dynasty yet, you're watching this, you want to know more of this, we are all obsessed with it. I am in leagues with all these people, at least multiples, and Dynasty fantasy football is a heck of a lot of fun. you have questions about it, you can hit me up on that. I'll drop the articles. There's a lot of information in there, and a lot of direction to other resources that cover stuff that I don't know myself to talk about. So
awesome. Good one.
At him_her sports. We don't write stuff, but we do things.
We have fun.
We do. You guys are like always on Twitter. It's perfect.
The best Deontay Johnson content on Twitter, bar none.
Oh, and this offseason, me and Detroit Beastie, we're gonna do a James Bond movie draft at some point.
Nice.
No crap.
Nice. All right.
Oh, I can't wait.
My wife. Oh, go ahead.
Well, on that note, you can find me on Twitter at Detroit Beastie. Anything and everything DFS. We still have tomorrow's slate of football games. We have Championship Sunday, and then even the Super Bowl. There will be a bottom of the barrel for each round of the playoffs. And hockey is starting back up, so come follow me at Detroit Beastie. I don't know what the heck Jordan has going on over there, but he's overshadowed what I'm trying to say. So either he's nervous at what I got going on.
He's ruining your plug.
Absolutely ruined it. So do not hashtag IDP123. Nix it.
So nervous.
Just hit symbols whatever you can do while Jordan talks. We don't want to hear a thing he has to say.
Oh boy. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for coming on board.
Yeah, thank y'all for doing what you're doing, man.
This is awesome. Seriously.
Yeah.
Thanks so much.
We'll all meet up again
This is
soon.
wonderful.
Have a good night, everybody.
Take care, guys. Have a good night. Enjoy the game. Game tomorrow. Bye.
See everybody.
Thanks again, guys.
What a fun hour.
Indeed. That was a good time.
Sounds good.
All right, we getting Jesse in here, right?
Yeah, whenever Jesse joins.
All right. We are gonna go ahead and transition real quick. We will be right back with the stream. And right, and
I honestly am excited for the last hour a lot.
Me too.
I really am. I think it's gonna be a really good time. The last hour.
Yeah.
It does. Oh, I'm sure we'll find some dumb shit to do, and it'll be great.
I'm excited. All right, ready? We're back on. And welcome back, everybody, to our 12-hour live stream in benefit of Mindfulness First. As we've been saying for the past, how many hours has it been, Luke? 8, 9, 10? I've lost track.
It's 8 o'clock, so 8 hours.
Oh, yeah, that's math. I can't do math. Ask my high school teachers. For the past 8 hours, we have been raising money for mindfulnessfirst.org. It is an organization that is dedicated to providing mental health awareness through the use of a trauma-based model that is used in elementary schools. The goal of Mindfulness First is to raise awareness and to help prepare students to be more mindful in the future. Luke and I feel very passionate about this cause. We feel like the youth of the future deserves the chance to be mindful. They deserve the opportunity to grow. And what better time to grow than in elementary school? What better time to be mindful than when your brain is a sponge? And what better time to donate than right now? You can donate at mindfulness.org, mindfulnessfirst.org. The link to that is in the chat. It is also in the description of our channel. And as you can tell, I've done this intro multiple times now, so I am now getting a little bit better. Luke, off to you.
You've done it 8 times.
I've done it 8 times.
We did so good on that intro with the last group. We
both
did so well.
That was a good one. That was a good one.
That was a good one. But yeah, I'm messaging with Jesse on Twitter right now, trying to get our guest is having some technical difficulties with Zoom. So in the meantime, you're stuck with us too. But whatever, he gets in here, we're gonna be talking some sports trading. Some sports trading cards, and we're gonna be doing a Dynasty Superflex mock draft through 2 rounds. So which I think that'll be really fun too. Until then, Angel, how are you doing?
Well, Luke, I'm happy you asked because I was a little tired. I was feeling the effects of the 12-hour stream, but then I got my Dunkin' cup. And
Dude, you just fumbled the bag. They were about to give you a brand.
I know. I was really trying to be great for that one. But my Dunkin' cup, and it is what's inside? Can you guess? Yes, it is Dunkin' coffee.
Lemonade.
Imagine, that'd be great. But it is Dunkin' coffee because America runs on Dunkin'. Okay. Let's get that sponsorship.
You get promo, but don't get free advertising. There's a difference.
we need Dunkin' Donuts now to like make a cup with our logo on it.
Dude, that'd be sick.
Dunkin', if you're listening, that would be great.
Okay. Here's my pitch. A color changing cup that starts off all black and then it gets blue.
Ooh, Dunkin'. We have visionaries on our team. Contact us. I drink your coffee every day.
That one time we talked about the merch, we need to get somebody on the board to make the merch so we can get merch.
Yes, the merch is coming for sure.
With the new logo and everything, we need it.
I would love to make some merch. The thing with merch is, there's a lot of merch out there that, just doesn't look great. Yeah. Like, it's to support a brand, but personally, for me to buy something, it needs to look good. I love any brand, but it needs to look good. So, if anyone's watching this and knows how to design black and blue shirts that look aesthetically pleasing, please let us know. We would love
black and blue shirts that look aesthetically pleasing.
Yes, we're not asking for much. We're not asking for much.
No, we're not asking for much. We're just asking for black and blue shirts that are aesthetically pleasing. Very simple.
Yes. And that have a football on them.
Yes, and that have a football on them.
All right. So in the course of this
call, I'm trying to admit Jesse back in right now.
All right.
Let's see if it works here. Jesse's in. See if it's working.
It looks like he's on mobile, which is perfect.
Jesse, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
All right, cool.
All right, so we will transition over to that now.
I got you guys on my phone, so it's going to be a little difficult because I had all my notes written on my freaking phone, but it's all right. I'll try to wing it the best I can.
That's what we're all about.
Yeah, we don't have notes.
Yeah,
we have the show doc, but we don't have notes. And our topics are pretty loose anyway. It's just sports cards and all that, and if you were an NFL head coach, what team would you want to coach? Opening, the mock draft if we have time. So.
Yeah, the mock draft was the only thing that I was really concerned with, but I'll just pull up some stuff and then the computer that I got behind me.
Oh, cool.
I think I'll be alright.
Yeah, for sure. How are you doing, man? I've interacted with you a lot in the card collecting group chat, but I haven't really got the chance to talk to you at all. So.
Yeah, man, I'm doing well. You know, just got I worked today, so I had that, and then I'm chilling. How you guys been, man?
Good. I mean, we've been sitting in our chairs for 8 hours now.
You look tired, man. You guys look tired.
Oh, I'm good. I'm chilling. Angel said he was a little sleepy, but I'm good for now. I think like 10 o'clock is gonna be the hour we hit the wall. 10 to 11 p.m. I think it's gonna be a tough one.
Yeah. So what time are you guys going to exactly?
Midnight. It's noon to midnight. 12 hours.
Noon to midnight. Woof.
It's been fun. You know, we figured the logic behind that was go big or go home. So it's our first ever live stream, so we figured it'd be really cool to start it off with just a challenge, both mentally and physically, which this has been. Speaking of mental challenges and mental health, we would like to plug our organization, mindfulnessfirst.org. As I mentioned at the top of the hour, they are a fantastic organization doing great work. They were generous enough to lend us their logo to allow us to talk about their work in support of this live stream. It's a really good cause for anyone watching. Like I've said, if you donate, please do let us know. We would love to shout you out. So far, we've raised over $400 for it through Luke's donations, my own donations, and Luke's mom's great idea to do a fundraiser on Facebook. So, shout out to Luke's mom. If she's watching, you're cool.
Mom's the MVP, right?
Moms are always the MVP, man.
Moms are always the MVP. But yeah, it's been a great day so far. We've had a lot of people watching. Right now we're down to 5 people watching right now, including myself as one of them. So 4 people, but we for most of the day we've had over 10 people watching at a time, which has been awesome. Have a lot of people in chat. It's just been super cool to have a bunch of different people in here and talking about fantasy and sports and everything we're passionate about for an hour at a time. And we've met a lot of people today, so it's been really cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Bills-Ravens game has something to do with that. You know, it's a really good game.
It is a really good game. You're right. Everyone's probably watching that instead of this.
And there's a hockey game on the Rangers playing. No, I'm just playing. The Bills game is definitely more important.
Oh, wow. I just got a notification for the game right as I said that. NFL stopped creeping on our
screen.
Yeah,
the game is starting right now. I'm watching it. I have a TV to my left. I can look into that. The game's just starting. The Ravens have the ball on offense first. I'll do like some play-by-play. Just kidding, but Jesse. So I set aside this hour to mostly be about sports cards because I know we both dabble in some card stuff. And do you do any breaks or anything yourself, or what do you do with cards that you enjoy the most? Really?
No, I haven't done any breaks. I never get enough retail to do any breaks, but you know, I like to rip, and then I sell a little bit on eBay just to get some more money to rip. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm doing.
All that Jay pulled that check to us.
Yeah, that was crazy. And in his car, he's just in his car, like, I think this is good.
He was like, "Oh shit!"
Yeah, must be nice, man. That's
nice.
That would have been the best rip I ever had by far.
Yeah, I was freaking out yesterday with that base Justin Herbert I pulled, which is still pretty sick, but just a base. But
it's nice. Hey, man, I would love to pull a base Justin Herbert for sure.
Yeah. I opened 2 boxes of Prism on a break last night, and best card we pulled was an orange Disco Dobbins. Pretty cool.
So nice, man. They're beautiful cards.
Oh yeah. But I was mad. I don't think you were watching the break, but we got trolled so many times. Like they were like, because with the Prism Blasters, they're 4 cards per pack. So the first 2 are usually vets, and then the third can be a good rookie, and then the 4th is like whoever, but it's a disco or an insert. So I knew like the rookie spots, so I was like, okay, let's see if it was a rookie. And there's at least 5 times that it said searchers at the bottom. I was like, ooh, Burrow or Herbert. And the Bengals both times were Geno Atkins. And then the Chargers was like Derwin James or I don't even remember. It just
Kenneth Murray is typical, the typical rookie troll, or what's his name, Joshua Kelly.
Yeah, we were getting hype over that for a little bit, but it didn't work too well.
You could maybe you could speak it into existence, you know.
I was like, hey, possible Herbert here, possible Burrow, but it ended up being garbage, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's how it goes sometimes, man. Or if you rip basketball and it's like wrong Pelican Japanese rookie or wrong,
Yeah,
brand
I
clog.
took a break earlier during the stream actually from 5 to 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And ripped 2 Hoops Premium Stack Blasters. They're actually sitting right here if I can show you some of the hits we got. But I just sleep them all up. We didn't hit anything crazy, honestly. The best card we pulled was a teal, like silverish insert Rui.
That's still nice.
No, nice, but nothing. We didn't hit a Zion or a Jaw. We also got a base RJ Barrett, which is pretty solid, but it's only like worth like $6. Nice card.
Yeah, dude. I mean, he's a Knicks, so I love RJ.
Oh, you a Knicks fan?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I'm a fan. You can tell by the banner.
Yeah, I see.
But
that's cool.
And he's a Celtics fan, so this is interesting.
You guys.
The 3 biggest markets in the NBA, pretty much.
Yeah, and my market never wins.
I was about to say, the fact that New York is still a big market boggles my mind.
Well, it's New York, man. It's New York. They'll turn it around. Eventually, I promise.
I'm not sure where you guys are from. Have you guys ever been to New York? I don't know.
I've been to New York twice.
I've been to New York 3 times. I have to say, personally, I'm not a fan.
Why? Too crowded?
Too crowded for me. Boston, I used to love Boston a lot.
You live in?
Yeah, I live in Boston. But the older I grow, the less the city appeals to me. So going to New York, it's a little too much for me. It's a little too crowded.
I like New York. I like the vibe of it. One of my favorite memories, actually, I'm also a Yankees fan. It looks like I'm a bandwagon, I promise I'm not. But I went to the only game I went to Yankee Stadium with my dad one time when I was younger. I forget what year it was, but you can probably look it up. But me and my dad went to a Yankees game at Yankee Stadium, the only one I've ever been to in Yankee Stadium, and Alex Rodriguez hit his 600th home run. It was super cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
If you're gonna be in a game, that's the game to go to, right?
Yeah, it was awesome. It was really cool. That was super fun. So I went then to New York one time, and we went like 4 years ago, and we did an Adventures by Disney trip, which was super cool. Right?
That's
the last time.
I think it was in like 2016.
Did you crush any New York pizza?
Yeah, we did. I don't really remember where we ate, but it was good. New York pizza is 100% superior to deep dish in every way possible. By the way,
that's
100%. It's so much better.
Deep dish pizza, it's so good. It's so good.
Deep dish pizza isn't pizza.
Oh my god.
It's not. It's really not. I eat pizza like every day of my life.
I mean, I love pizza. Deep dish pizza is good. I just don't like it as much because it's too filling. I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta cut it with a fork and knife. I don't want to eat my za with a fork and knife.
Nah.
I want to plug in my New York story real quick. The last time I was in New York, it was on my way to Costa Rica. For some reason, the flight was Boston to Newark to San Jose.
Oh my god, I hate the New York airport.
Oh, it's so bad. But
it sucks.
We had a 5-hour layover, so we figured we might as well stay in New York for a little bit. So we go to New York, and we're thinking, we're going to walk around, we're going to enjoy the city, get some views. Because we were all from Boston, we were also just tired of New York after 1 hour, that we spent the next 2.5 hours in a Chipotle, and we just took a nap.
You slept in a Chipotle?
We literally slept in a Chipotle. I slept. I took a quick 5-minute nap, and we just chilled there. Because we just didn't want to be
Did
in New
anybody
York.
give you money thinking that you were, Did you have a little can in your hand?
Oh, I should have. That would have been a good fundraising idea.
I see a lot. Yeah, New York is a different vibe, man. I don't particularly love it that much. It's exhausting, actually.
Yeah.
It's just a very tiring place. I've been to Boston once, and I like Boston too, but it was really cold, so I didn't get to enjoy any of the nightlife. But I did go to the TV Garden, and that was nice.
The TV Garden is a really good place. The TV Garden is a criminally underrated venue. Because every seat in because it's so small, every seat in the Garden is a good seat. It looks like you're right there.
Now they're making those stadiums like the Bloomin' Onion, I like to call it, where even the top, the nosebleeds are right on top of the game.
Yeah.
So it's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
The Bloomin' Onion, that's funny.
I like that a lot.
Yeah. Do you collect cards, man, or just Luke?
Ooh, let me actually I don't have that many. I used to have a ton. I'm about to expose someone on the stream real quick. I used to collect a ton of cards. Basketball, baseball, football. But my little brother, who's watching right now, so Jonathan, I'm sorry. But my little brother used to eat everything in sight. And you already know where this is going. And I left for school one day, and I come back, and just all of my cards, all of them, like, there were very few salvageable ones. Like, the corners were just ripped, like, up until here, they were just, like, gnawed on, chewed on.
Dude, I would flip out. I would punt.
Kick the baby?
I would kick the baby.
He was young. He was really young. I don't even think I was mad. I was just so sad. I was heartbroken. I had a Charizard, had a Ted Williams baseball card that I really loved.
You had a Charizard
and he ate it?
Oh my god! That confirms it. The baby would have been punted through the moon.
I tell him that he's probably, I don't remember what type of Charizard it was, but because I want to make him feel as bad as possible about it, in my mind, it's one of the most expensive ones. So I always tell him that his net worth is already like $20,000 because he ate a Charizard.
I like that.
That's brutal, man.
So Jonathan, if you're watching, which I know you are, love you, but you owe me a Charizard. But for now, I don't really have that many cards. I want to get back into it. This is the collection I have. I got all of these from Luke. A lot of they're all Celtics players. Peyton Pritchard, the next best point guard in the league.
Didn't he hit a game winner the other night?
Against Miami, yeah. That was wild. That was wild. He's looking good. I think he's got a bright future in the league. When my friend and I were comparing him to, he's got a ceiling of Kyle Lowry, which, given how late he was taken, is fantastic. That being said, I don't think he'll ever reach that ceiling because he just came in pro ready. But I like the idea of having a young point guard to pair with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum.
I mean, Tatum's a monster, man.
Oh,
he's an absolute monster.
Personally, I'm a bigger Jaylen Brown fan, but I think I just like
really?
Yeah, I've always liked Jaylen Brown a little bit more than Jason Tatum. Just by the way he carries himself, he's very quiet. But whenever he's given the opportunity,
Or on the topic of NBA, that James Harden and Kevin Durant combined for 74 points tonight.
Yeah.
KD dropped 42 and Harden dropped 32. Harden dropped 32, 11, and 14. And KD got 42 points on 16 and 26 shooting. Dear
God.
That's great.
They'll always be little brother in New York, though, so it's all good.
Yeah.
I'm just joking, man. They'll probably win the East.
Oh, yeah, they'll definitely win. They'll win the championship.
I feel like... I don't know. I feel like... I'm a Lakers. I avoid bias in all my sports takes, but I would still favor the Lakers in Vegas a little bit, just because the Lakers play defense. The Nets don't play defense, and the Lakers bench is one of the best in the league this year.
Okay.
And the Nets don't have a ton of depth after the trade, so we'll see. But
I'm basing my take off of the fact that I faced Alex. Alex is the co-founder of 3CoSports. I faced Alex in a 2K game, and no matter what I did, I could not stop James Harden. And then when he got bored of using James Harden, he used KD, and I couldn't stop him either. So based on my one experience playing 2K, I can tell you that the Nets are going to 100% win the NBA championship this year.
I would not base the NBA championship off 2K, because if that's the case, then Giannis is the greatest player of all time, because he's absolutely busted in 2K.
Oh,
yeah. Especially if you throw him at the point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh
my God. Giannis, the point guard, is...
Yeah, I haven't played 2K this year, but last year you couldn't put him at the point because I played threes. So when you played threes, they went by height. So he was like 6'10", I think 6'10", and so you can never get him at the point. But yeah, I think now they have special cards where he could be like a point.
Yeah, in my team, the triple threat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, in terms of my card collection, that's about it. I got a few Pokemon cards that my brother bought me to replace the 200 plus that he ate. So appreciate him for that.
Valid.
Yeah.
Do you live near Luke? Because you guys could go hunting for cards together. Oh, you guys don't live near each other.
No. He lives in Boston. I live in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati. Oh wow. Wait, dude, and you're a Steelers fan? I mean, I
guess.
guess.
Okay, I'll explain all of it. My dad's side of the family was from the Pittsburgh area, so I'm a Steelers fan. My dad's side of the family was also, like, they just grew up Lakers fans during the 70s and 80s, so I kind of just inherited that. And my dad didn't really care that much about baseball when he was growing up, but his best friend was from New York, and he was a huge Yankees fan, so he became a Yankees fan, too. And I just inherited all of them. So, here we are. Yeah, it's interesting. I am a diehard fan of all three teams. I'm not a bandwagon at all. I will never jump ship. So, it's
how old are you, bro?
Huh?
How old are you?
I'm 19.
19. Oh yeah, dude, you're youngin', man. You're youngin'.
Yeah, I haven't seen tons. Like, I don't even remember. The only championship I've really got to enjoy fully was the Lakers championship this year. But I haven't really got to fully enjoy a Yankees title or a Steelers title or anything like that. Like the first Super Bowl I remember ever was the one the Steelers beat the Cardinals, but I barely remember it at all.
Wow. So, dude, I remember growing up in New York, being a Yankees fan, man. They won every year when I was a kid. Yeah. And then they lost the year 9/11 happened to the Diamondbacks off that Luis Gonzalez bloop. But yeah, that was crushing because it was during 9/11, man. Flags and all that cool stuff.
It felt like destiny.
It did, and then just shattered dreams. But it's all good.
You know what's weird? Baseball isn't my favorite sport. But when the Red Sox win, it means more to me probably than any other sport. Okay, so in 2013, last time they won.
We're definitely an NFL fan first, I would say, yeah? Or Celtics first?
I came to the U.S. because I was born in the U.S., went to college, and then came back. I came back to the U.S. around 2004. So I wasn't really cognizant of sports, and I didn't really know anything about the Red Sox. The first time I started watching sports, really, American sports, was the Patriots Super Bowl loss in 2007.
The Giants.
Yep, that's my first big sports memory. And I knew that I loved that sport because the Patriots lost and I started crying, and I didn't know why. I was like, wait, but no, they're supposed to win. But I was so new to the NFL that the next season, when Matt Castle was quarterback, I thought Matt Castle was one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So obviously, I've grown up a lot since then. Yeah. But even then, the Red Sox championships have always just meant more to me. I think because I go to their parades more than I do the football ones, because not as many people go. But in 2013, obviously the Boston Marathon, that championship meant a ton to me. The whole city rallied behind the Red Sox that year. 2018, I was going through it. It was my first year of college, which is tough for everyone. And then the Red Sox won, and that was one of the best times of my life. In the parade, Rafael Devers was throwing beers, and I caught one. I can't confirm whether it was, ingested or not, but it was a good time. In the streets of Boston.
Oh, because you're young. That's what you can't confirm.
I could have just kept it as a souvenir, but the world may never know. No, yeah, no. Cool, but it was a good time. But yeah, that's why I like baseball. Just whenever they win, it seems like either I'm personally going through something or the city is. So when they win, it just feels more important.
Dude, I probably am a Steelers fan first, Lakers fan second, and then I love the Yankees, but I just don't follow baseball as closely as the other two. I probably couldn't name every single player on the Yankees roster, but I could probably name every single Steeler who touched the ball this year. I know all of it. And the Lakers, I know pretty much all of it. But the Steelers, I know all of it. But during the playoffs this past year, with the Lakers, I watched every second of every playoff game, and dude, during the finals, I was flipping out in my dorm. I was freaking out. That one game, there was game Game 5 that they lost, where Jimmy Butler went crazy and Danny Green missed that shot at the end. I don't think I've ever screamed louder at a TV in my life than when Danny Green missed that wide open 3-pointer that would have won the title. I was freaking out, but yeah, it's joy. So.
See, I've never been able to go to a football game live because in New England they're so ridiculously expensive and we didn't have money like that. I was able to go to a lot of Red Sox games and the bleacher seats and all that. And two of my favorite memories are, and this is not to crap on you, Luke, it's completely coincidental, but I went to Yankees and Red Sox games, and one of them was a 2018 4-0 sweep in August, which is when we knew we were gonna make a deep playoff run. And I went with one of my best friends who's a Yankees fan, and we were in a crowd where there were a ton of Red Sox fans and they were heckling him, but the Yankees were winning, so he heckled them back all game. Red Sox came back in the ninth inning. We won. I started heckling him really bad. He got really, really mad at me, but that just made me happier. So that's one of my favorite memories ever. And then the second one is Game 1 of the 2018 ALDS against the Yankees when the Red Sox just popped off, beat the Yankees, and it was clear that they were the team. So I
see, because you guys are so young that you guys don't remember when like Pedro was going against the Yankees and all that.
No,
that was when the rivalry was amazing. Like nowadays, it's all right, but like back in those days, the rivalry was so intense, man. It was every time they played, you were glued to see what was going on because like the Yankees had all the superstars, Boston had everybody. It was a good time, man. You know.
Yeah, I watched the documentaries on it, and I really wish that I was old enough to have lived through that. 2004. Man, just watching the documentaries on it. I'm so jealous for anybody that was a fan of. I don't want to say a lifelong fan, because if you were a fan of 80 years and then you saw that, you probably died of a heart attack the following day. But for people that were like 30 and had lived a long time and were fans and got to see that, that's probably one of the best feelings in the world. Waiting so long for something and seeing it in that fashion. Oh, jealous of all those fans. Not that I can complain.
You know, it's funny because like I was going to mention a comparison that I saw on Twitter from because if we did that mock from Kyle Pitts, somebody had mentioned Kyle Pitts and Vernon Davis, and I was going to mention that to you guys, and then I was thinking, I was like, you guys probably don't remember Vernon Davis's early part of his career.
I don't at all, but I know how good it was.
Yeah, see, he struggled. Like I think it was his first 3 years in the league, he struggled, and then Mike Singletary came in and really changed his culture because he had that amazing workout, man. It was unbelievable. There's another guy, if you guys want to look at a really good workout, Vernon Golston. He went to Ohio State. He was a defensive lineman. He got drafted by the Jets. I think he was 6th overall. And he might be one of the biggest busts in NFL history. But Vernon Davis had a similar combine, and it really skyrocketed him. And this person, I can't remember who it was, but was comparing them, Kyle Pitts and Vernon Davis, and they were like, you can't compare them because Vernon's such a good athlete. I'm like, dude, but if you watch Kyle Pitts play, the player he is no comparison to Vernon. Like Vernon was a good tight end, but he wasn't great. He was just an exceptional athlete. He was an amazing athlete, actually, probably one of the best athletes freaking ever in the NFL. I mean, he was a monster. I think he ran like 4.43 40, something like that, at 6'6", 6'5".
I didn't know any of this. I didn't know he was that much of a beast.
Oh, dude, his combine was insane. They pushed him right up. I think he got drafted 6th overall, something like that.
That's wild.
But Vernon Davis was a monster, man. But coming out of Maryland, I mean, he was highly recruited, highly touted and everything. But I don't think he would have went, top 10 if he didn't have that blow-up combine. You guys should watch it. It was amazing.
So, is it safe to say you think Kyle Pitts will live up to the hype?
I think he will. I definitely think he will. I think Kyle Pitts is a generational talent for tight end, and I think he will if he goes to the right system. Obviously, I mean it's all about development in the NFL, but I think it's definitely fair.
What do you think, Jesse?
You guys went in and out a little bit. I think you asked me what do I think of Kyle Pitts as a prospect tight end moving forward. Right?
Yeah. Do you think he'll live up to the hype?
In today's NFL, he probably will because they'll use him as a move tight end. I'm not sure how good of a blocker he is, but if he's, serviceable, he'll be exceptional because I mean, dude, he's such a mismatch nightmare, man. I think he's 6'6", 240. I mean, dude, if you put a linebacker on him, he's abusing him. If you put a safety on him who's not Derwin James, he's abusing him. You can't really do anything with the guy. You can split him out. You can use him in the slot. You can put him at the H-back. I mean, he's just a monster, man. It's going to be interesting to see where he gets pushed up the rookie draft boards because he's a tight end, and typically they struggle year one. So, like, you might not be able – you might take him 107, let's say, and, he might struggle year one. And then that's when, smart dynasty players come in and swoop him up, for cheaper than what these guys paid for him.
Yeah, well, Ethan in the comments is making a good point. He's saying Mitchell Trubisky is the only quarterback to win Nickelodeon Valuable Player, which means he's the best quarterback in the NFL, and that Patrick Mahomes has 0 Nickelodeon Most Valuable Player.
Did you guys watch the Nickelodeon stream?
Yeah,
Nickelodeon said it is confirmed.
So Jesse, let's get into some card stuff. We've already been talking for so long. It's been amazing, actually. It's going by really fast. But what's like your favorite card you own? I'm just curious. Like, what's like your favorite one?
Probably that Jaw Laser that I pulled, just because I pulled it.
Oh yeah, that one's sick.
Yeah, I really liked it. I wish I would have took him out and showed it, but yeah, I happened to pull that, and I really like that card. I just got a Tyler Hero. I think I sent it to the group chat. The crown, the royal crown one, and it's short print, and I like that card a lot. It's pretty clean. What about you? What's your favorite?
Are you gonna get your the jaw graded?
I want to. I got to figure out how all that grading stuff works, man. It's very confusing to me.
It is pretty confusing. My favorite card probably is the only graded one I have. I bought it off eBay. I got a PSA 10 John Morant Instant Impact Prism card for $65 on eBay, but it's already up to like 100. So I'm just happy to have a PSA 10 Jaw rookie card. I think it's sick, and I also have the I'm very happy with that base Herbert I pulled. I'm gonna try to get it graded. The card looks perfect to me. I mean, if it gets a PSA 10, that card will be worth a ton. I mean, it's awesome. I'll definitely hold on to that for a long time. So
yeah, I like that base Herbert a lot, man. Them Herberts are really clean looking cards, man. Because the photo they used for him is awesome too.
Yeah, I was gonna say I think it's the picture they used, the throwing motion they have is it's so clean. I love that card. I also just think it's weird right now how cheap Tua cards are compared to Burrow. It's weird. He's so much cheaper. I don't get it.
Yeah, and he was so overhyped early. It's kind of I don't know, man. The card market's so awkward and strange. I think some of it is guys who really don't know sports too well, but just are trying to hit something. And then the other of it is just people getting nervous, and because it's so expensive early, because you're buying a blaster for $65-$70. You hit a Tua, and then he was at 110. Then he drops down, so you panic sell him. Because I watch. Do you guys know Vegas Davis? I think his name is.
Yeah, somebody was talking about him recently.
Yeah, he spent. I don't know. He spent a ton of money on graded David Carr cards because he thought that David Carr was going to Vegas, and if you led them to the playoffs, the card would blow up. And the logic is good, but if you know football, David Carr is a very mediocre to maybe above average quarterback. Yeah. I don't see anybody paying a ton of money for his cards, no matter how good Vegas does. I think he just missed because he doesn't know football that well. He knows gambling, but maybe not the sport.
Yeah, that one thing that he did really well was I think I saw him buy. He bought that Mike Trout card.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. He bought that insanely expensive Mike Trout that went for a ton of money. Have you seen? I don't know if I sent him the card group or not. There was this card found in Puerto Rico or something South American country of that kind of Latin America. They found this card that's a holy grail, and it's a picture of LeBron and Michael Jordan, dual auto, dual NBA logo jersey patches.
Wow,
it's insane. Well, it's a 1-of-1. Yeah, it's a Michael Jordan, LeBron, dual auto, dual NBA logo jersey patch. It's insane. They said they're probably gonna take it to auction.
I mean, yeah, dude. I just saw the Mickey Mantle card, PSA 9, just sold for like $5 million, and there's PSA 10s that have been graded. So I mean, that card's gonna go for probably 15-20 million, which that's absolutely bananas.
You know what's even more bananas is that there's probably the exact same card sitting in some grandpa's attic somewhere that he forgot about.
Yeah, no, you're not lying. My best buddy, his wife, he went to his wife's grandparents' house, and her grandfather brought down all his cards and was showing him. He's an older guy. He was like, "You think they're worth anything?" He had Mickey Mantle cards. He had all these like old time studs, and my friend's like, "Yeah, dude, of course they're worth something." He's like, "Oh, I want to sort through them, and maybe you could sell them on eBay." And my friend got like a little intimidated by it because he doesn't know what anything's worth, and it's hard to comp those old cards because there's none of them.
Right.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, imagine if you had like that $1 million Mickey Mantle line around.
Yeah, I mean, see, because like Pokemon cards are about to blow up again because of the 25th anniversary, I guess.
Yeah, the 25th anniversary set's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
Be huge.
So,
I sent in a Pokemon card to get graded recently. A Zacian Amazing Rare from Limited Voltage. It looks pretty cool. I don't really know if I could get it in the stream at all, but it's a pretty sick card. Actually, I'll put a link to it in the chat if anyone wants to look at it.
Did you guys play Pokemon when you were a kid, or did you just collect the cards?
Oh yeah, I grew up on Pokemon.
Yeah, so you played it. What about you, Jesse? You ever played Pokemon?
Dude, when Pokemon first came out, it was like '96. I remember watching the first episode in my aunt's house. Like, yeah, I mean, we all had so many of them. I'm sure you'll hear it all. I'm 33. You'll hear from all of us. We had them all, and we just didn't take care of anything because we didn't know anything because we were idiots. And like I ran into some of my old Pokemon cards, and I can't find them anymore. I don't know where the hell they went, but I didn't have anything great. No Charizard or anything like that.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. I almost got, Steven from the card group chat. He has a base set Charizard. He has the entire base set Pokemon collection. I almost got him to trade a pink Mosaic Tua that I have and a Mystique Joe Burrow for it. I got this close to getting the trade. And he was like, I just can't, sentimental value. But dude, I was so close to getting my hands on a base set Charizard. I would have lost it.
How much do base sets? I know the graded ones go for a ton, but if it's not graded, what do they go for?
Let's look it up. Just a raw base set Charizard.
Yeah.
So if we have any young kids watching, if you play Pokemon, save the cards. Don't be like us, and keep them away from your younger siblings.
Save your cards. Looks like around $300 raw.
Wow.
In condition.
Yeah, that's crazy. I wonder what it was going for pre COVID boom.
Literally, a PSA 2 sells for $300.
I mean, PSA 2 is pocket. You owned it in your pocket.
Yeah.
I mean, I think any card can get a PSA 2. Jeez, man, these Pokemon, these Charizards go for a ton.
They go for a ton. Like
Shiny Charizard, Champion's Path, Secret Rare, 300 by now.
Don't even talk to me about Champion's Path. Okay, let me tell you a story. So basically, at Target the other day, I missed the restock by a little bit, but they had these Champion's Path boxes of Pokemon for $20, and I had a gift card. So I was like, all right, I'll buy this box. I opened it in my car as soon as I got at the Target parking lot. I got Jack, pretty much. Didn't get anything that cool. Got one, Gardevoir V card that was pretty cool, but, nothing great. And then my friend Chase, who is huge into Pokemon, he does, over, $100,000 in sales, and he's my age in Pokemon stuff every year, because he has a huge Discord. It's nuts. The kid's a genius. But anyway, he just flips cards, man. It's crazy. But I go card hunting with him and stuff all the time, and he wasn't with me at the time. He went after me. He didn't even tell me he was going. But he literally went to the same Target as me, went to the same pile of boxes as me, picked out a random box, and pulled the freaking Rainbow Charizard. The Charizard was in the pile, and I got a box that got nothing, and he got the Rainbow Charizard.
That makes tilt.
That,
You know,
I would
I don't
tilt
know
so hard.
if you guys know anything about hockey or whatever, but
Not really.
so the Rangers just drafted a kid number 1 overall, Alexei Lafreniere, and you know, I was like, there was like one pack of Upper Deck, you know, the hockey. I pick it out, because I looked, I seen what his rookie cards were going for. It was like $250. I was like, you know, whatever. Got $5. Why not? Ripped it open. There it is, Young Guns, Alexei Lafreniere. I was like, get the hell out of here! I freaked out in my car. That was a pretty good goal. That was probably one of my favorite ones. Yeah,
That's pretty solid.
Yeah, just the last pack sitting there.
Yeah, those hockey packs are just sitting on shelves, sadly.
Yeah, they don't sell, man, because nobody freaking follows it.
Ethan in the chat. Ethan is Jesse. You don't know this. It's my girlfriend's little brother. He's super cool. He's sending me pictures of these like really obscure football cards he has. He just sent me a picture of a Jarius Wright RPA.
Who?
He played wide receiver for the Vikings, I think.
Yeah.
In the chat, he said.
Where get these cards, man?
In the chat, he said, "Luke, I bet you don't have a star rookie Alameda Tamu card like me."
I love how you say little brother. How young can this guy possibly be?
He's like 15 or 16, I think. I think he's 16.
Hey, shout out to Ethan. He's a smart man, you know, but he does root for Chicago, so I'm not sure how smart that is. But he is a Red Sox fan, and he likes deep dish pizza, so he and I are cool.
He does like deep dish pizza. JC LaPlante in chat said Pokemon Shining.
Shining. He also said
he's a fan on that little.
He also said you always talk shit about the kid who had a binder for his Poke cards. Yeah, they did, and now look at it. Those Poke cards worth hundreds of dollars.
Dude, I'm so mad about this too. I had a binder when I was like 10, and I sold it on eBay for like $40.
Oh.
And I'm sure there was some crazy shit in there. I don't know. Oh, Jimmy French. What's up, Jimmy?
That's brutal, man. Yeah.
But like, I also literally have no idea what was in it. But I'm sure there was some crazy stuff in there. But
well, at least you didn't know that you gave up basic Charizard. Like, you know, I only had first edition Charizard in there. No big deal.
Dude, if I like knew that, but I didn't know what it was worth at the time, I just sold it. I would never forgive myself. I'd be so mad.
Bro, my buddy sent me a picture of this Michael Jordan card. I'll send it in chat when we're done. And his dad bought it from back in the day. In the vending machines, you used to be able to buy packs of cards. They don't have that anymore, obviously, because you know, people would just buy them all. But anyway, he opens it up. It comes down. Bam! Hits on the corner. It's like, oh, what the hell? He opens it up. This Michael Jordan card, PSA 10 goes for like $13,000, I think it was. It's so clean, but one corner of it is so bent, so brutal, that I'm like, dude, you could probably get like $700 for it, which is great for a card that would be like a PSA, I don't know, 6 or 7 maybe. But I mean, PSA 10 goes for like $10,000, and it fell out of the vending machine.
That's brutal. Oh my god.
The worst luck. That's worse than never pulling it. I wouldn't even want to pull it. Because, like, dude, if it just landed flat, like every other pack, it would have been perfect. And it would have, would have been maybe $5,000 card.
I'm just shook by.
Jimmy French in chat saying he's smartening up on Yu-Gi-Oh! Dropped all of them in binders. So he's collecting Yu-Gi-Oh! Dude, I keep staring when I'm waiting for the vendors to come to Target and stuff. There's all these boxes of Yu-Gi-Oh! In the store that say first edition English set on them. I'm like, dude, I need to buy one of these someday, because if I pass out like a booster box of first edition Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards and Yu-Gi-Oh! Blows up one day, I'm gonna feel like such an idiot.
I mean, dude, just buy it and just store it in your basement somewhere and just never look at it again.
I really
What's
might.
it, like $40? Who cares?
Probably.
Yeah. Dude, by the way, man, you guys are getting into Dynasty stuff like at the right time, because how long you guys been in it?
I've only really been playing Dynasty Hardcore for like 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, same. Maybe 3. I don't know. But, I mean, Twitter and stuff. like it's finally blown up. Like you see Matthew Berry retweeting a lot of these guys, he's following a lot of them.
Yeah.
So it's starting to really get like its steam and everything, which is really cool because it's a really fun, different outlook on fantasy. I mean, daily obviously is where everyone wants to make all their money, but dynasty is just a fun thing to do.
Yeah, I really do think Dynasty's the
Dynasty's the
future.
way to go because not only do you get to enjoy the redraft mindset with contending, but you also get to scrap your team and get like 6 first-round picks and just like rebuild, and that's so fun. I love doing that.
Yeah.
I think I like rebuilding more than I like contending right now because I'm new at it.
That might be an issue, Angel.
What is that?
Angel. That might be an issue because you don't like winning. But
No, I mean like right now while I'm learning about it, I really like rebuilding more than I like. I like the upwards mobility aspect. You know?
I do too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Jesse, we're pretty much out of time, man. Do you have anything you want to plug before you head out of here?
So I still do, but I haven't done them. But I did rookie spotlight videos for the Fantasy Authority YouTube page. So I was doing those for a while. I think I had maybe 8 or 9, and I'm going to be working with those guys again in the off season. So you guys can find me on their YouTube. Subscribe to them; they're great. My Twitter handle is Dynasty Humble Senior. You guys can obviously DM me, follow me, send me messages, whatever the hell you guys want to do. I'm on there. I talk cards. I talk basketball. I talk Dynasty, obviously, but we're starting to get into the off season, so I'm just settling down a little bit with Dynasty. But then draft and all that nonsense is going to be coming up, so I got to really, sit in there. I do the Smash Accept group. I don't know if you guys see them, but I'm involved with them a little bit. I'm in their Dynasty League, so it's the inaugural season, so we're playing 7, of the Smash Accept guys versus 7 listeners or whatever. So that should be fun. Yeah, but that's where you guys can kind of find me.
Thanks, man. Thanks for coming on. I appreciate you. It's nice to actually talk to you. I'll see you in the card group all the time, obviously. So.
Yeah, for sure, man. It's good. It's always good, chopping it up with some people that enjoy the hobby and enjoy, Dynasty football, obviously. And yeah, man, I'm happy I made the group, man. I met some really good guys, and it's 25 solid group of people, man.
It's a solid group too. Like I genuinely really rock with everybody in that group chat. It's a good group of dudes.
Yeah, man, we really appreciate you coming on board for this charity live stream. Of course, we are supporting mindfulnessfirst.org. The link to donate is in the description, in the chat as well. We've had a great lineup so far, Jesse. Honestly, man, I really did love our conversation. It was really chill. It was good to talk to. Just talk sports.
It was fun, man. It was a fun show combo. Thanks for having me on, guys, and good luck with the rest of the stream, man. Keep chugging those cokes, man. And enjoy the game when you can. And we'll be catching up, man. This ain't gonna be last, guys.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk later.
Definitely be good, boys.
Bye, Jesse.
Thank you.
And we will be right back with our next guest. We have 3 hours to go.
The Dynasty Drive, we only have 3 hours left. It's been crazy. We're 9 hours in.
But we will be right back with our guest.
We'll be right back. Perfect. Let me know.
And you are on, my friend.
Alrighty, welcome back everybody for the 9 to 10 o'clock hour. It's already been 9 hours. We are going on 10. Tonight we have the very handsome Anthony from the Dynasty Tribe.
Whoa, good intro.
Yeah. I mean, I did a pod with you before, man, but it's a beautiful face.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, well, we're rocking out this hour. We were just talking a little bit about some Denver Broncos before the stream got started. So we'll get to that in a second. Angel, if you want to give the people a reminder what we're doing this for today.
Absolutely. So we are on hour 9 of our 12-hour charity live stream in recognition of mindfulnessfirst.org. It is an organization that is trying to raise mindfulness in the youth of, I believe they're based in Arizona. But, hopefully we can start doing that somewhere else as well. Because their mission is basically to promote mindfulness, to promote self-understanding in students in elementary schools. And it's something that I deeply believe in. I work in the health sector. I mostly work with childhood obesity. But as I've been doing research over the past couple of months, it's become glaringly obvious that stress is something that not only impacts mental health, but physical health as well. And especially when it comes to trauma. It's something that I feel very passionately about. And I was super happy that, A, Luke was on board to come on and join me for the stream, because as we all know, he's got all the connections in the fantasy football world. And B, that so many amazing guests in the fantasy football industry were willing to join us for this.
Yeah, seriously, shout out the guests. I posted the question asking for guests, and like within an hour or two, we had a full lineup.
Seriously. Yeah, no, it was crazy. It was an insane response, and everyone that's come on board has been so nice, so funny, so receptive to talking. I think it goes to show what the fantasy football community can do. A lot of times sports fans, we can be a rowdy bunch, we can be an insensitive bunch, but at the end of the day, it's all in good fun. We all love each other, we all care about each other, we're all humans, and doing something for the kids is something we can all rally behind. So, that being said, do it for the kids, exactly. That being said, Luke,
Yeah.
you have reserved the handsome designation for only one of our guests today, so I'm going to turn it over to said handsome.
I haven't reserved it. I was just feeling it in the moment, you know.
Oh, wow, that's even more of a compliment. Look at him blushing.
I love it. Hey, he loves it.
But Anthony,
turn it over to Mr. Handsome. Let's talk, especially Mr. Jerry Judy.
Yeah, let's do it, man. But first, before we get into all that, regarding the mental health, all that, is there anything you'd like to share? Any thoughts, any experiences you've had? Please take it away.
I love it. I think you guys are doing an awesome thing. I think it's an exceptionally awesome cause, especially to try and make sure that the youth out there, that the kids are right. I think it's something that is really probably overlooked more often than it should be. And I think everybody's kind of had, times where it would have been beneficial if somebody else, reached out or helped them through something. And I think it's important to kind of ingrain that in, young people especially, since it makes me feel old that I'm now like an old person saying like the kids are the future, but it's true. I mean,
it is.
It's got to make sure that we're taking care of ourselves, but also taking care of them and helping them take care of themselves as well. So I think it's an awesome cause for sure. I think you guys are doing a very generous thing, and I will be sure to tweet the donation link and throw a couple bucks in there myself once we wrap up here as well. So I think it's a really good cause.
Speaking of the donation thing, I forgot to say this. Angel, I don't know if you got to look at the group chat a little bit, but FF People's Champ donated $44.44. Maybe his lucky number is 44. I don't really know why I did that.
That's so generous.
Donation, that's a big one. So
thank you so much.
FF People's Champ. I think that puts us at around $450 donation for the day, which is huge. Shout out everybody who donated so far. I appreciate you.
And we'll ask Mindfulness First today. Wouldn't mind sharing around an approximation of what we were able to fundraise. We'll hopefully post that on Monday. But already, just from what we know, from people that have told us, it's been an incredible success. And like I said, it couldn't happen to a better organization. One of the sentences in their About page really got to me, and it's, we envision a cohesive society where humans are able to engage in well-being through systemic changes for stronger, safer, and more humane practices. And honestly, isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
Promoting well-being,
I was trying
man.
to interrupt the charity work, but Justin Tucker just missed another field goal.
Oh my goodness. Justin Tucker doesn't care about the mental health of Baltimore. You heard it here first.
That's either his second missed field goal or third missed field goal of the game already.
Wow.
It's Justin Tucker, guy. Anyway, sorry. Keep going with Mindfulness First. I was just freaking out. That's crazy.
No, that's his mental health is probably not going to be great after this game. But
if they lose, the city of Baltimore is going to make sure his mental health.
He's probably one of the strongest. He's the best kicker of all time. There's no way Baltimore would ever say anything bad about him. But
I don't care how good he is. If he was the greatest if he's literally the greatest kicker who's ever lived, he's literally God. He's never missed a kick in his life, and then now he's screwing it up. Like, it's terrible. I don't even know.
That's fair. But yeah, man. If anyone here is checking us out, mindfulnessfirst.org. Feel free to read around. Feel free to read what they're all about. They just really work for good, and I'm really proud that they were willing to let us promote their cause on this stream. So that being said, Luke, I believe we do have a show to run with our guest here.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay, Anthony, you can leave.
All right, cool. See you guys.
Yeah, but we were talking a little bit of Jerry Judy before the stream started. I thought we could pick up right back there with the Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
You were talking about how you think that Jerry Judy is possibly the most underrated fantasy football asset this offseason. So get into that a little bit.
Yeah, I really do. And I know that everybody was like all over the dude, like constantly on his back over the drops. And, drops are not good for any player. But it feels like he was like more criticized than everybody else kind of right around him that had drop passes. Like, Deontay Johnson dropped a lot of passes. Deontay drops some. I call him Deontay drops and oops. Deontay dropped Judy dropped 9, and CeeDee Lamb also dropped 9. But I feel like the narrative around Judy was slightly different than it was around Johnson and Lamb. Lamb especially. Like Johnson, I know people got on top of, and where the targets were there, but the drops were also there. But I feel like nobody really said anything about CeeDee Lamb dropping the same amount of passes as Jerry Jeudy did. But I guarantee the cost to go acquire Jerry Jeudy is much less than it is to go acquire CeeDee Lamb.
I'm a big CeeDee Lamb fan,
much
so
less.
People are out on Jeudy in some spots, and
Yeah.
that's crazy to me.
As crazy as this is, I feel like you could offer the 201 and people would take it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think some people are so out on him, and he had terrible quarterback play, and
Terrible.
it's not like it was a total wash of a rookie season. He had 52 catches for 856 yards. Like, I think that it kind of gets lost in the minutia of Justin Jefferson is a stud, and we've had so many players over the last couple of years, especially where rookies come in and put up 1,000 yards, 1,100 yards, 1,200 yards, and you kind of get conditioned to like, oh, this is what happens.
Yeah.
But 856 yards with Drew Lock at quarterback isn't the end of the world, and I think it's only going to go up from there.
To speak on the loss in the mix of Justin Jefferson's and all those guys in the world, but a few years ago, before like DK Metcalf and Terry McLaurin's rookie year, rookie wide receivers weren't supposed to come in and produce immediately.
No,
Yeah,
they were
that's
almost
changed.
viewed the same lens as like tight ends. Like you're supposed to give them a year and then they break out. But now we're so used to like Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
It feels bad, but like I guarantee that next year with Portland alongside Jerry Jeudy, he'll be at least a wide receiver 24.
well, yeah,
I
that
told you. Sorry, go ahead, Adrian.
no, that I can see that. Wide receiver 20. I was eating a banana.
I was gonna say, I said to you privately before the stream started that I tweeted it to somebody the other day. I got a take that I've been kind of warming up on recently, especially. But I really think I think the biggest piece of this is I expect there to be improved quarterback play, because I don't think that there's any way the Broncos go into next season.
Deshaun Watson, please.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be great for my take if that happens.
That'd be amazing. I'm with you on the take. I love Jerry Jeudy.
Because I think that with improved quarterback play, I really think he can be a back-end wide receiver one. I'm not expecting him to be, wide receiver one, wide receiver two. I think somewhere in that 11 or 12 range. But I don't think it's a crazy, crazy leap if he gets improved quarterback play. And he can fix drops. I mean, he can get coached up on that, get out of his own head a little bit. And I think playing alongside Cortland Sutton will only help that if, attention's not keyed in just on Jeudy. But I really still love the talent. I mean, it's a guy that I don't want to say was the consensus wide receiver one last year in rookie drafts, but it was a coin flip between him and Lamb, like who you like better and what talents, the skill set you like better.
Now, people, myself included, I'm not a scout by any means, but I do my research before the draft, and I thought Jerry Jeudy, analysts on every major sports network at the time were saying that he was the best route running prospect they've seen that they could remember, and that doesn't go away. I think he's a generational talent wide receiver on paper. I mean, obviously, players can bust. I'm not an idiot, but I think that the potential is just so immense and the raw ability is so immense for Jerry Jeudy. I just don't see how his career does not blossom at some point. It has to.
And I think to your point, like what you said, if you were to go off of like the 201 for Jeudy right now, I think that is really, really plausible, and I think part of it is because it's it's another loaded wide receiver class that I think some people will be quick to be like just cut their bait and be like, cut their losses with Jeudy, and I know I can draft another wide receiver late round one, early round two that I feel just as good about, which I think minimizes, like you said, just how good of a prospect Jerry Jeudy was, like how clean of a prospect he was, how highly regarded he was coming into the league. And I don't know, it feels way too early to cut bait on Jerry Jeudy, and some people are selling low, like very, very low for my taste.
He was so clean as a prospect. Like, what was the knock on Jerry Jeudy?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy.
I don't even know. I don't think that's what I'm saying. Like, he was so clean. His route running is just so fantastic. Separation so fantastic. I really just think he needs, one, better quarterback play.
Mm-hmm.
Two, another wide receiver that can get off coverage. KJ Hamler's a good wide receiver, but he's the deep threat. He takes the top off. He doesn't give coverage advantages. They probably were teaming in Jeudy a lot, getting number one corner on Jeudy. With Sutton back, that will be a lot more distributed with another year to develop him. I think Jeudy easily has a great path to success.
Yeah, he's still somebody I'm really, really, really excited about, and he's getting lost in the shuffle a little bit with guys that are also had really promising rookie years or really outstanding rookie years in the case of somebody like Justin Jefferson. And like we said, another super, really, and I don't want to like minimize the wide receiver class this year either because it is electric. Like there is awesome wide receivers like as far as the eye can see. But I'm not ready to give up on Judy yet by any means.
Speaking of awesome, wow, the transitions are getting better. But I did want to shout out Drew Davenport and the family just donated $50 to the foundation.
Let's go.
Shout out Drew, first guest of the day.
Yep,
Let's
the
go,
first
Drew.
guest of the day. He started us off, and he just donated $50 to Mindfulness First. It's awesome. I'm kind of speechless. It's wild that's happening. I mean, I'm just really happy about it. So, Drew, thank you very much. It means the world to me. It means the world to them, I'm sure. And like I keep saying, the fantasy football community, one of the best in the world, bar none.
Seriously, I mean, I really just started to come on the scene in the fantasy community, like, come on the scene. I literally just got an internship for social media with Dynasty Nerds in August. I had 300 followers. Fast forward, like, 5 months later, and here we are. I'm sitting at, like, 1,300 something followers. We're doing a 12-hour charity live stream today. I've been on guests for people's podcasts, such as yours, and it's been incredible. Like, seriously, my favorite part about the fantasy football community is that everyone supports each other. Sure, there's weird drama every once in a while that I don't really understand always. But everyone's so nice. Everyone's always wanting to share people's content. Everyone's wanting to collaborate. Everyone's interested in what other people are saying. And I think even when people post hot take tweets and there's debates, but like it's all out of love usually. And I think it's just such a nice community to grow and explore passions of people. And I think it's really, really cool. So
it's the number one thing that I wish I knew like sooner before starting my podcast, because like I was in my own head for so long, like I can't do a podcast, like who's gonna listen to this podcast, and I don't know anybody outside of my group of friends. Right. But it's like you're absolutely spot on that it's like everybody kind of rides for everybody, and aside from the weird drama that does crop up every once in a while on Twitter. But yeah, it's like I've encountered so many awesome people, and been on people's podcasts, had people on my podcast, and I love that it's just constant like, yo, check this guy out, or check this girl out, or check out who's writing stuff, doing podcasts, doing this, rankings, this, that, and the other thing, and it's very, very, very awesome.
So heartwarming, like seriously, like I literally. I mean, occasionally I'll ask people like retweet content I'm really proud of, but I will never ask for anything for anybody, ever ask for shout outs or like ask for favors really, unless like you give my friend a follow or something. But I can't even begin to tell you how many times people like quote tweet my stuff or reply on my stuff. They're like, such a nice person, like up and coming kid, like make sure you drop a follow, like such a cool person. And like it's incredible to me that people are like will go out of your way to like say something about you like that. Like it's so nice. People are so nice. I just love the community.
I said not that long ago, it was like a couple weeks back, I had Mike from Fantasy Intervention on my podcast, and we were talking about it because I was telling him, I was like, dude, I love that you're like the most positive dude on Twitter, just constantly like promoting people, retweeting people, just like doing all the good stuff, because Twitter, like in and of itself, can kind of become like a cesspool sometimes, I think, just with like an echo chamber of negativity and people like just being horrible, but it is kind of ironic and hilarious at the same time that like a small beacon of positivity can come from the fantasy community. Like, you know what I mean? That's awesome. I love it.
That's one of the things that a little off topic in line with the whole fantasy football community topic. I really wish that there was a better way to connect fantasy football players and the fantasy football community. Because I feel like, and I don't blame the players at all. They get a lot of crap for things that are A, out of their control, and B, don't really matter in the grand scheme of things.
Sure.
But I wish they were able to see more of this side of fantasy football, the fantasy football community, and not so much the trolls that go on and DM them and tell them that they ruined their lives. Because in reality, most people in the fantasy football community, I'd be willing to say, are very good people. They're people that care about other people. They're sports fanatics, sure. They can get crazy. I can get crazy. But at the end of the day, we all just truly do care about each other's work, about each other's lives, about each other's mental health, physical health, etc. And it's awesome to see. Um, I've been okay to transition back to the football. Ethan has been commenting on our stream pretty much all day. Shout out to Ethan. And some of his takes are as follows. 1. Mitch Trubisky to the Steelers. 2. David Montgomery is a top 5 running back. Let's see. 3. Bears versus Jets next year in the Super Bowl.
Oh, let's go, Ethan. I am all. Ethan is the smartest dude on the street.
And 4. And 4 and last. If the Bears get Deshaun Watson, I will drink a full bottle of a mix of mustard and pickle juice. So, what I'm saying here is, if the Bears get Deshaun Watson, we are going to have another charity live stream. He will drink this full bottle of mustard and pickle juice on the stream. And it is going to be... Oh, yeah. We got to charge admission. We got to get the people in here. Would YouTube even allow that? Would that be child cruelty? I'm not sure.
Oh, no. He's doing it to himself. Fine.
But, no, Ethan, we appreciate you, man. You've been on board the whole time. We really, 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 really appreciate that.
Yeah. I mean, just shout out to everyone watching right now. Like, this is like, so we had 11 people watching right now. We have 9. I mean, there's a primetime NFL playoff game on, and we still have like 8 people in here watching the stream, checking it out. Like, that's super cool.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Very, very awesome.
Yeah, it's just been amazing. Let me go back to my notes here. We went so off topic. Let's see what we have left to talk about. There's plenty. Oh yeah, talk about your podcast, man. Let's plug it a little bit. How's it been going for you?
I appreciate that, man. It's been going pretty good. I feel like I'm really excited right now because even though the season and playoffs are here and winding down and the regular fantasy season is over, I feel like I'm getting warmed up. Like, I'm excited. Yeah. This is the kind of time of year that I really, really enjoy. And I started the podcast last year in the summer, so I missed all this lead up to the draft, which is really one of my favorite times of the year. Scouting combine, Senior Bowl, all that stuff, pro days, and kind of trying to see where the draft process is working out. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm really, really excited about that's coming up on the podcast. And as far back as like a month ago, Luke, like when you were on the show, and then Mike from Fantasy Intervention was on, and then Matt Hicks that does really awesome work over at NFL Draft Bible was just on this week. And there's a bunch of other stuff that I have lined up for the coming weeks to kind of, dive into the draft prospects is first and foremost. That's one of my favorite things. But also kind of hit on off-season trade market, who you should buy, who you should sell, touch on some Devy stuff. Because even though it's a Dynasty podcast, I feel like this year especially, it seems like more people are trying to dip their toe into the Devy realm as well. So we're going to get into some of that stuff, but got some good guests coming up and trying to keep cranking it out. No time to rest, even though it's the off season. Going to keep rolling along once per week at least, and then probably do a couple bigger things like around the draft, whether it's on the night of the draft or the day after, go live, do some stream stuff like that. But trying to get some stuff set up.
Yeah, Angel, we should do a live stream during the draft. Let's just do it right now, please.
It's cool, man. It's cool.
Do it.
No,
This is America. That's how it works.
That's a sick idea. I love that.
If Roger Goodell can stream himself from his basement and we all hate him, then we can stream ourselves reacting to the picks and people will like it.
We can really see people's reactions too. We can like see their face.
Yeah, maybe we could like put a different fan in after every pick. Oh, that'd be fun. See, ideas are being born here.
I remember my favorite live stream I was watching during the draft last year actually is one thing I didn't like about the NFL draft this past year was it was weird with quarantine and everything obviously, but I just don't like how when people for the analysts, like after a pick comes in, they don't talk about the pick. They just talk about what's gonna happen next.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
I don't like it either.
Bleacher Report's live stream this past draft, and they did a really good job of instead of talking about what's gonna happen next. Sure, they mentioned the team on the clock, but they don't like dwell on trades and everything. They analyze the player taken, and I love that. And I feel like it's cool to do a live stream where you focus on the team fit, focus on the intangibles of the player taken, just highlights, etc. Like, it's so cool.
Yeah, I think it's something that, like, there's so much, like, draft-heavy stuff out there, but there's not a lot that I feel like is simultaneously reacting to the draft and then in real time for some of the stuff, like, what those fantasy implications are as well, right? Because, yeah, it's an exciting time, man. I love the offseason.
We have a breaking news update from Ethan in the chat. He says, well, so Bears get Deshaun Watson. He will drink a full bottle of a mix of mustard and pickle juice. But if the Bears don't get Deshaun Watson, he'll drink juice out of a shoe.
Ethan is a wild one. I like it.
I know Ethan.
Ethan, buddy, what are you doing?
Oh my God, Dallas is right. Dallas is in the chat right now. He says, yeah, about the draft. I hate when they do this too. They just show the player crying in the room, hugging their mom or whatever. It's a cool moment. But
yeah, I love that.
In the nicest way. I don't care about how their mom died in a car accident.
Oh my God.
I want to know about
the nicest way.
Luke.
Angel, listen.
There was nothing nice about that. Why would you preface that?
It's the greatest moment of your life, all right? It's the greatest moment of your life. You finally got drafted. You achieved your lifelong dream. And the first thing was on the broadcast, and he's doing this for his late mother who died in a car accident last week. Like, you hear that immediately.
Yeah, that is kind of true.
I find it more annoying. When they just talk about, like, their socioeconomic struggle, in my opinion.
I totally. That's what I mean. I'm not saying just because, like, if their parent died in tragedy, obviously that's sad. It's fine to see them celebrate. I'm fine with that as well. That's what I mean. I hate all the unnecessary backstory. Like,
yeah, I would really like that's important to understand and to know.
Yeah.
But I feel like the players would rather talk about it themselves rather than have a network share their story for them. You know. So I do get what you're saying about that.
It's never the white kids who get the sad stories too. It's always the people of color who come on and they're like, he's lived in poverty his entire life, and they're like, dude, why are you showing this right now? Like, he just now achieved his dreams.
Yeah.
Dude, Jimmy French just commented the same thing I just said. He said, you never hear the white guy bio. Everyone expected him to make it, it says. It's true.
Yeah, and it is really messed up. It is really, really messed up. That's a really good point. And I'm sure, again, those are stories that they would rather tell themselves in their own voices, in their own
we
way.
went down a bit of a rabbit hole, but that's all to say. A broadcast for the draft that's more analytical and focused on, like, implications of the last pick is better than just, like, this backstory garbage that we've been fed. New take from Ethan in the comments, by the way. Trubisky is a top 4 quarterback if he gets 2 new eyes and a new arm.
He's not wrong.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a really good take.
Ethan, I feel like Mitch Trubisky would be elite if he got Jameis Winston's LASIK repaired eyeball.
Ethan, we need you to write an article for 3CoSports on how to make Mitch Trubisky a better quarterback. And honestly, all we want is that one sentence. Mitch Trubisky's top 4.
Ethan, when we get new merch, because we did a rebrand today, with the new logo, new overlay and header for Twitter and everything, we completely rebranded today for the live stream. When we get new merch, we will give you a free shirt or something. Well, not Angel won't buy it free. I'll buy it for you because I know where you live, so I'll shove it up here.
All right, that sounds good. Ethan, we appreciate you. Speaking of the young people, because Ethan is young, and I know my brother's watching, he's a young one. Podcasts have been taken off recently. Podcasts, YouTube channels, just forms of expression on social media. I feel like a lot more people are becoming comfortable with the notion of doing something along those lines. Personally, I'm 22. It took me 22 years to become comfortable enough to do something like this, even though I've wanted to since it became a thing, really. Anthony, you were just talking about your podcast, how excited you are to continue doing it, how it feels like you're just warming up. What advice would you give to someone that is looking to break into this, start a podcast, talk about it, or just, have some fun doing their own thing online on the internet?
I love this question because it is something that, like, you said you're 22?
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm 31, and I feel like...
I wouldn't have guessed that.
Thank you. Well, it's because I'm so handsome.
Handsome Anthony.
But I feel like even when like podcasts first started kind of gaining some notoriety years ago, I remember like saying privately to my wife and close friends that were into sports, like, we should start a podcast, we should start a podcast, we should start a podcast, and never did it. And then quite literally for years, I kind of had sour grapes. Like, I should have started a podcast before there was all these other podcasts, and like it probably would have been, good. And it got to the point where I got like too in my head about it that I was like, oh, I just can't do it now. And literally, like this past year with quarantine and everything going on, I was talking about it again, and it was my wife. It was like, just do the podcast. Like, I don't know why you don't just do it.
Shout out to Wendy.
And that sounds like the most basic advice, but honestly, I said it to somebody else on Twitter not that long ago. The best advice to start a podcast is just start a podcast. Like, there's the biggest thing standing in your way is you thinking you can't start a podcast. Literally, the first episode I recorded was just a mic plugged directly into an iPad. That's it. And it's really all you need to do, because especially if you're like a sports, whatever, doesn't matter what you want to podcast about, blog about, write about, whatever. If you want to do it, chances are you're already passionate enough that you know what you're talking about.
Right.
So
yeah, that's a big
authentic,
thing.
If you're just authentic and be yourself and like be, nice and, don't try and come off like, confrontational or hot takey or, trying to, go after people for no reason, people will find you, or people will, seek you out or continue to listen to you. So I think the biggest thing is have fun, be yourself, be confident, just you gotta own it. Like, that's honestly the biggest thing that stopped me for so long, was just thinking that either nobody would listen to it or that, like, would it be any good? And the two ends of the spectrum, right, are that say you want to start a podcast. The absolute best case scenario, like top of the tops, is your podcast is awesome. Like, it's the best podcast, right? Like, this is the best. The best case scenario is you're number one on the iTunes chart. Like, you're the best of the best.
Yeah, right.
The worst case scenario is that you're talking about something you already would have been talking about anyway, right? Like, the worst case scenario is you're talking about something you would have been talking about anyway, and you picked up like a new cool hobby along the way.
Right.
But the truth is, like, somewhere in that middle ground where like you're gonna have fun doing it, you'll enjoy doing it, you'll learn new stuff, but you'll meet probably a bunch of awesome people, and more people will listen to it than you ever would have guessed. Is honestly the thing. You just gotta kind of own it and take that leap of faith and be consistent. Get them out there, even if it's you don't think you have a lot to talk about that week. Put something short out, just get your thoughts out there so people can get used to seeing you pop up in their, whether it's their Apple Podcast feed or Spotify, whatever, podcast provider that they listen on. See you keep popping up, and then people keep coming back. It's just
I love talking about this kind of stuff, and I know for Angel and I too, this is kind of an obscure reference, but we're in the YouTube world right now. We're watching on YouTube, and one of our favorite YouTubers is Markiplier, and he's a very inspirational man himself, and he's always about following your dreams and doing what you love and being very passionate about what you pursue. And I really kind of embraced that mentality with doing all this fantasy football stuff. I personally started a 1-year mission to try to just like work as hard as I possibly can for a full year to see where it gets me. I also post on my TikTok now every single day for an entire year, try to like kind of diversify my own content there. And I do social media for Dynasty Nerds, 3Co, which I'm here now doing, and Prediction Strike, which is awesome if you haven't already checked that out.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that later for sure.
Yeah, Prediction Strike's so cool, but
yeah,
I just love following your passion, and it's been a really good year. But anyway, change the subject again. Ethan has another thing in the comments for us.
Fantastic.
I asked him to get any more takes, and he said the Bears punter is a better quarterback than Drew Lock. And honestly, I don't know if he's wrong. I like that.
All right, so we gotta get the Bears punter to get Judy to wide receiver 1 status.
We do.
We're cooking. We're cooking with something now.
All right, let's see. Let's look at some more questions I have right here. Who is the most overrated player in fantasy football right now?
You're gonna ask me so people come for me in my mentions. They're gonna swarm me and be mad.
I will. Yeah, they will.
They're gonna be mad because it's a guy that I feel like I'm the only person in fantasy football that doesn't like. I honestly doesn't like him, because that's not fair. I think he is a fine player, but it's Austin Eckler. It really is.
I understand where you're coming from. I love Eckler as a person, but I understand why you think
he's a great player. Yeah,
he's a great player. I want to hear this.
I feel like I consistently see him either ranked or valued as an RB1, and I just don't see it. I feel like he is consistently ranked somewhere in like that back end RB1 or like super high end RB2, and I don't know. Like, can it happen? Sure, but I'm way happier if I can sell him for RB1 value than I am to keep him on my roster right now as I think like a 26-year-old running back in an offense that will probably shift to being based more around Herbert winging the ball all over the yard. I know that it's just okay. Let me try and put this in a way that I feel happy with how it's going to come off, because he's a good player and has had the one season, I'm pulling it up right now, 2019, where he had just under 1,000 receiving yards. And I know this year he had the injury and missed time, whatever. But it's hard for me to value any running back, especially one that'll be 26 next year. Not that that's old, but it'll be 26 next year, who has never rushed for more than 557 yards, and he's got the one season with 993 receiving yards, and other than that, the career high in receiving yards is 404. So I don't think he's a bad player, and I don't think that he's an elite player. I think the truth is somewhere in the middle. But I don't know. I just feel like I constantly feel like I'm the odd man out on this, where people are like, oh, I have Eckler RB12 or RB13. And I am like reworking all my rankings right now, but he's going to be a lot lower than that.
I can't wait.
I definitely want to answer that question for myself as well, but we have some more action in the comments.
Ethan
and others.
I just love how you said that. Ethan!
Hold on a second.
You know what that reminds me of?
Jimmy French. Sorry, Angel. Mm-hmm. Jimmy French said Eckler is all I got, and then Dallas said his Austin Eckler is how I am with Derrick Henry every year, but it burns me every year.
That's fair too, because I did sell Derrick Henry. I sold Derrick Henry last offseason. I was like, oh, there's no way.
I would have too.
Deal. And then he got the deal and ran for 2,000 yards. So egg on my face with that one. So I don't know. Maybe trade for Austin Eckler. Maybe.
Yeah, I do like Austin Eckler a good bit. Dude, okay, so let me hear how you guys think about this trade. This is like one of the most smash accepty offers I've had recently. From a guy my main guy is in Dallas. If you're still watching, you know what I'm talking about. Tate. His name's Tate. He's a huge Austin Eckler guy. I mean, huge. Sorry, not Austin Eckler. I'm so stupid. Sorry. He had Austin Eckler. He's a huge Jonathan Taylor guy. Biggest Jonathan Taylor fan I know personally, rather besides Dynasty Beer, because he is huge on Jonathan Taylor. But he offered me, I had Jonathan Taylor at the time. He offered me Austin Eckler and 2 first-round picks. I had to smash accept that. I had to. This is before Jonathan Taylor broke out, though. This was like mid-season.
Trade?
But I love that trade. I still do love it a lot. Taylor's broken out, but I still love Austin Eckler, and I flipped those 2 first-round picks to make my team a contender. I lost in the championship game to Dallas, sadly, as Angel knows. But
he has made a point to mention that.
But yeah, back to the comment section now. So Dallas said that's how he is with Austin Eckler every year. So with Derrick Henry every year, but it burns him. Then Ethan said, I'm a better quarterback than Nick Foles. And then Dallas said, but that doesn't change that Kamara is greater than Henry, lol. So Dallas and I had a debate. I want to see where you guys stand on this a while ago, like a few weeks ago. I'll see where you guys stand. One game, you need a running back. Who you taking, Alvin Kamara or Derrick Henry?
That's tough.
Now, for me, it's Derrick Henry all day long. Dallas is Alvin Kamara all day long.
I think it is. Oh man, that is a hard question.
I'm going Kamara.
This is just like like if I have a actual football team and I need one running back, I need a running back for one game.
And you're it's like recess. Derrick Henry and
Derrick Henry. Yeah, Derrick Henry.
You going Derrick Henry?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah, I did too. But like I thought that was like the popular opinion because Derrick Henry is just like such a dominant force. I put out a Twitter poll because I do that with debates. Sometimes I put it out on Twitter polls. Sometimes if I ever put out a random poll on Dynasty Nerds, sometimes it's for like a debate I'm having with friends because it gets like votes in like 5 minutes, so it has like an amazing sample size.
Yeah.
I put it down my personal though, and I think Camaro won like 65% of the vote, and I was
really
surprised. Honestly, I thought Henry was gonna win, but I thought that's an interesting debate. Back to the chat though, and then Jimmy French said, "Question: Has Russell Wilson peaked in his football career?"
Yes.
It's close. He's 31. This is his prime right now. I don't know.
You know what makes me want to say yes is that, like, earlier this week or late last week, whenever it was, Pete Carroll comes out and says, oh, they're going to run the ball more next year.
Yeah.
Like, it just feels like we're never going to – we had, hashtag let Russ cook earlier this year, and he was winging the ball all over the place and then turned the ball over a little bit. And they decided to clam back up and turn back into the Seahawks of old, run the ball a billion times, and that's it. So for that, like, has Russ peaked for fantasy or for, like –
he's having his football career, so I believe that means that.
So we're talking real life. Like, is this season the best Russell Wilson we'll see for the rest of his career?
I say yes. I really think. Unless they get rid of Pete Carroll.
Yeah, I think yes, assuming he's on the Seahawks, which, I mean, it would be hard to project that he would be someplace else.
He's going to retire Seahawk unless when he gets really old, they'll have, like, a contract dispute or something.
Yeah. I don't know, though. He's such a... He really is a very great player, but I wish we could see him in a scheme that was more like...
the Chiefs.
Yeah. Something like that.
But, yeah, I agree. Let's get back to the chat, though, shall we? Ethan struck this. Quote, Aaron Rodgers is an off-brand Jay Cutler.
That would be my favorite take ever. It really might be.
Like,
off-brand Jay Cutler.
Ethan is my favorite person I've never met. He really is.
Dewey French, this is put on your hot take seatbelts, everybody, because Dewey French is saying Jonathan Taylor is a one-year wonder. Quote,
stop.
Put up all his points. He said put up all his points in a week that didn't count.
Because they didn't give him any carries before it counted. When it counted.
I disagree with Dallin, buddy.
Jonathan Taylor's a stud.
And Dallas's counter argument to Derrick Henry being better in real life, he says, yeah, but you never know what Kamara is about to do.
Okay, yeah, to sort of go around to that, the reason why I chose Kamara is I feel like no matter what the score is, he's a threat to be devastating. Now, Derrick Henry is often used late in the games, even when the Titans are down by 2 possessions, but is that the best strategy? Probably not, because it's unlikely
he'll rip off. Everyone hold your breath for a second. Justin Tucker is about to attempt a field goal from 34 yards. If he misses this will be his 3rd miss of the game.
Oh, no.
If he misses this, we're DMing him to donate to the charity.
It's really windy. We'll see. Actually, hold on. Keep talking for a little. I'll pause again when he's about to attempt the field goal. Give me an update. But anyway.
Yep, Kamara at any point in the game, he's a viable threat, whether it's running or passing. But Derrick Henry, I feel like there comes a point where using him is not the smartest strategy. So just because you never know what can happen in the football game. For example, your center might snap the ball over the head of the quarterback in the first play, and you'll need to pass it all game. I'm sorry.
No, that was good. No, seriously, like I think there's benefits to both players. So, like for Kamara, the argument you can make is he'll be out there on passing downs and running downs for the most part. But that's the benefit because like you don't know what play they're about to run. For Derrick Henry, you're not going to target him a lot in the running game at all. But you could set up the play action much better with Derrick Henry, like the Titans do. The play action is wide open with Henry because when he's in the game, you think he's running it. But then you play action, hit him deep, and it's beautiful. And I think it all kind of depends on what scheme you're running, honestly. But, okay, once again, shout out the stream. seriously, there's 12 people watching right now. That's insane. We've been live for 9 hours and 45 minutes, and we still have a consistent audience, which is incredible to me. I thought we'd go in points with 0 viewers. Okay, Justin Tucker's attempting a field goal. See how let's go. It's hella windy. 34 yards, though. It's not long at all. Kick is up. Bending left. Did he miss? Oh, he barely made it. It was really hooking right, but it barely snuck through.
I'm not gonna lie, I was really hoping that would be a miss because I would DM him and be like, hey, so on stream I said I'd ask you to donate. Do you want to donate?
It barely went through. Okay, pretend my water bottle is the goalpost, and this can of Dr. Pepper is a hypothetical football. It went like right through. Like it was barely through.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the high quality level analysis you receive here at 3CoSports on our live stream.
We have a question coming in from Jimmy French. 2021, Taysom Hill with the Saints, drafting Mac Jones in the first round, or Winston as QB1. Well, I mean, I feel like it's kind of the obvious choice to pick up Mac Jones if you're gonna switch it up. I mean, you kind of have to.
If you're gonna switch it up, but I really don't like Mac Jones.
Me neither.
I don't love him, but I think that Mac Jones is such an interesting case because he's rose so much, but it could easily be a fluke just due to Alabama's incredible wide receiver core.
Yeah.
Team, but it also could be the real deal, and we could all just be sleeping on it.
I just don't think at any point in his NFL career he'll have as good of weapons as he does right now in college.
No, ever.
Which makes me hesitant to put much stock into him at all, really. But real quick, before Anthony answers that question, I want to plug mindfulnessfirst.org once again. If you want to donate, we've raised over $500 at this point from the generosity of our guests, from the generosity of the people watching, and we're all really proud of this. We've had great guests like Matty Daddy and his Lucha Libre mask earlier.
Dude, that got me. I wish we could have
had a luchador mask on.
Yeah.
I can.
That's awesome.
Well, he was wearing eye black because he's a huge wrestling guy, and then he turned off his camera for a second, and then came back, and he was wearing a luchador mask.
It was fantastic.
Fantastic.
So yeah, shout out to all the incredible guests we've had right now. We have Handsome Anthony on board on the podcast. He's been fantastic. And yeah, if you want to donate, the link to that is in the description. It is in the chat. And yeah, thank you very much, everybody that's been donating. But Anthony, Taysom Hill, Mac Jones, where do you fall?
Real quick. I have an update. Emma, my girlfriend, who is also Ethan's sister, she texted me a couple updates regarding Ethan in the stream. She said Ethan is very invested. He told me about the mustard thing. And then she also said Ethan wants to donate $10 but doesn't have a card. So when you donate, add $10 and say it's from Ethan. He will pay you back when he see you next.
Ethan, buddy.
Ethan donated $10.
Ethan, buddy, we love you.
Way to go, Ethan.
Ethan, thank you.
He also, by the way, another comment update.
I want to hear his Mac Jones take.
No, I can't. You said, I'm sorry, the Aaron Jones being an off-brand Jay Cutler thing popped back in my head. It is fantastic. It really is.
Mac Jones take when we have live updates from the comments.
That's fair.
First up, Angel, your brother said yes, sir. And then Dallas about Mac Jones said situation is amazing for him. That's it. And then what we've all been waiting for, of course. Ethan said, my 7-year-old neighbor can throw better than Sam Darnold.
That cuts to the core of me. You turned on me after all this.
Are you a Jets fan?
I am, yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, it's a rough go.
I was just talking about it earlier on stream, actually, how I thought I wouldn't have guessed you were a Jets fan because usually Jets fans are just really sad, and I feel bad for them.
Well, we finally have what we're all expecting will be a good option at head coach, so I think everybody's a little more optimistic over the last day or so.
I know you were finally about to make your Mac Jones take, but I have another great question for you, so make your take and then I'll ask you.
Okay, the short version of the take is I think Mac Jones had an excellent situation in Alabama. And he's really great at throwing screen passes and, things very short around the line of scrimmage. But like Angel said, I don't think he will ever be in a situation that loaded in the pros. I think him and I could see both him and Kyle Trask from Florida both sneaking into the back end of round one, and I don't think either of them deserve it. I think they're both substantial downgrade from the top 3 guys in the draft at quarterback. So I think they'll both be overdrafted, whether it's in the first round or not, whether they go late round 1, early round 2, whatever the case is. I just don't really see Mac Jones and Kyle Trask. I think both don't fit what the modern NFL is looking for. Just kind of drop back, sit in the pocket, can't really buy time, can't really move around or create on their own. And I mean, what's the best case scenario there? Like, maybe you win a couple games, but I just don't see that. It's not the way the league's trending. You gotta, even if you're not like a running quarterback, you gotta at least be able to save yourself back there sometimes.
Oh, for sure. So we go live to the comment section again real quick before we go to the Jets question I had. So Ethan said, "Don't worry, I projected Jets versus Bears next year's Super Bowl." And then he said, "The Jets' new head coach is going to lead them to the Super Bowl where they lose to the Bears." Demon. He said to his brother, "Jonathan, we got to get you and Ethan on a pod." And then Jimmy French said, "Jones throwing to Kamara and Slant King? Question mark. That'd be a good fit, I guess. But
something to consider. Yeah.
You as a Jets fan, I don't know if I've seen your take on Twitter before. Is if you were the Jets GM, what are you doing?
Drafting a quarterback at 2. Yeah.
You taking Fields and trading Darnold?
I'm taking Fields and trading Darnold. However, I could potentially be swayed into the Zach Wilson camp.
Wow.
If Saleh really does bring Michael LaFleur and run that kind of shenanigan system.
And listen, Anthony, you're handsome and all, but I will not stand.
Oh my gosh.
No. Let me be clear. Justin Fields is QB2.
Yeah, so don't reach.
Don't pull a Trubisky.
Here's the thing, and I like Sam Darnold. Seems like a nice enough person, and I think the Jets have done him 0 favors in terms of development or surrounding him with even mediocre supporting cast in terms of offensive line or skill players. But the logical path to this conclusion is I find it extremely hard to believe that a general manager who didn't draft Sam Darnold, that has not drafted his own quarterback, and a head coach who just signed as the head coach or a new head coach who just got hired. I find it hard to believe that those 2 guys are going to hitch their wagon to a quarterback who's been subpar at best, like regardless of how bad the Jets have done by him, and with having to answer the question about the 5th-year option coming sooner than later. That 5th-year option, I think, is like $24, $25 million. And are you writing Sam Darnold a check for $25 million? Because as nice as he is, you can't do it.
I actually would.
Really?
I think Sam Darnold's legit.
Wow.
I just think it's probably in both parties' best interest to.
No, sorry. I'm not saying I would keep Sam Darnold over Fields. I'm saying in general. Sam Darnold,
Okay.
I would pay.
Because I think that he still has a chance to be a good quarterback in the league, but I just don't think it's going to happen in New York.
We go back live to the comment section where Ethan Streckfus spreads another flaming hot take. Quote, "My high school badminton team has more fans than guys."
Oh, all right, this is perfect because I haven't got to ask anybody like really on Twitter, live stream, or anything like that yet. What do you think about the Jaguars hiring Urban Meyer? Because I think it's going to be a train wreck.
Really?
Because I don't think it's going to be sustainable. I think Lawrence is great, but what's going to happen? I don't know. I just feel like it's a big leap of faith for a guy that never coached in the pros to come in and take a team who's been bad and yes has a bunch of assets in terms of cap space and draft picks and everything like that. But I don't know. I could see it being a year or 2 of not winning, and then Urban's got health issues and.
Urban's got health issues.
I want to hear your opinion on if you think there's a chance that Urban Meyer drafts Justin Fields in Ohio.
No chance. No way.
No one does. I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's likely, but I think there's a chance. But
okay, there's no absolute, so I guess there's a 0.00001% chance.
If Urban Myers, if the Jacksonville Jaguars pick or select Justin Fields over Trevor Lawrence in any way, shape, or form, that includes trading back or trading picks or anything, I would join Ethan in his drinking of juice out of a shoe. Because
if any of this happens, I will be doing my own live stream where you guys can come see me being very, very out of control on the internet because I won't know how to act after losing the rights to Trevor Lawrence and then gaining them back when we least expected it.
This is perfect. All right, to wrap things up with our stream tonight, thank you so much, you handsome son of a Drew. To wrap things up, we have 2 comments from Ethan and 1 from Jimmy French. First up, well, I'll go Jimmy French first. We'll see Ethan the last. He said that I love Urban, so many picks, good core, small market. It's going to take a few years, and they will be in the playoffs. He believes him, I guess.
That's fair.
I would prefer Joe Brady.
Live in my house than who ever gone to the Chargers games. So
does Ethan have Twitter? Because Ethan is a must follow.
He does. He doesn't really tweet it all. He just followed me today. He has like 16 followers.
Ethan, we are going to offer you a contract.
Ethan, actually, that's actually a really good idea. I'm going to FaceTime Ethan.
Yeah, tweet all of this stuff, bro. Like, come on.
Ethan, we are going to get you on the 3Co team. I guarantee you. When we're able to legally hire you, you will be hired.
Oh, we can't.
He's not 16 yet, right?
I don't know.
We might have to bring him on board in an internship. The hot take guy.
I love it. The Jay Cutler thing is still killing me.
Oh, well.
We'll get him on
that you
board.
should tweet what you're typing.
I feel like the next logical move is next time we do a live stream and we bring on Anthony, we got to get Ethan on here too.
Has to.
I'll just have you to be on camera with me because he lives down the street.
That's perfect.
I can't wait.
That's perfect. Anthony, before we head off, you mentioned your podcast earlier. Is there anything you want to plug? Any segments that are coming up on your podcast that you want to plug? Anything it is, take it away.
Man, I appreciate it. The show comes out every Friday. You can follow me on Twitter at Dynasty Drive. The show is called Dynasty Drive. We just did an episode last week with Matt Hicks from NFL Draft Bible breaking down the 2021 rookie running backs. So touched on the high-end guys like Najee and Travis Etienne, but got into some, more deep in the weeds guys that are flying a little bit under the radar. So really good stuff there if you're trying to kind of get an early leg up in rookie drafts. Have an episode coming next week that is going to break down players that might be time to consider selling in Dynasty. And then after that, I think we're going to touch on a little bit of some kind of beginner tips for anybody looking to get into playing Devy format. But show comes out every Friday. Like I said, I'll try and get some bigger, more kind of special event pieces, whether it's around free agency, the draft, stuff like that. But I appreciate you guys having me on, and we'll certainly, run it back on my show sometime. Always happy to do that. I think you guys are doing a great thing, and like I said, I'm definitely going. Wait, who was it that did the $50 donation when I first joined the live stream?
Drew Davenport.
Drew Davenport. All right, Drew, I'll match your 50 when I get off here. So I'll throw that in.
Anthony, you're the best, man.
SOB.
You won me over with compliments.
Also, okay, let's send you off with one more words of wisdom from Ethan Streckfus. He said, quote, "If I get the first pick, I'm going to draft Frank Gore."
A 17-year career. Beautiful.
I love it.
All right.
Honestly.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Shout out to the stream. We still have 12 people watching. Yep. 2 hours left in the live stream. Don't miss the end. We have a very special announcement coming. Don't miss that. It's going to be an amazing couple hours, so please stop by.
And one more thank you to the handsome philanthropist who's going to match Drew Davenport's donation. If he didn't mention that he had a wife, I would have told all you single ladies out there to hit him up. But unfortunately, he was taken. But thank you, Anthony. Thank you for playing along with us. Thanks for being a great guest. And thanks for your generosity. Take care.
Later, guys.
See ya.
And we will be right back. We're going to transition to the man that made this entire overlay and made this stream possible. Dallas FFO coming right up.
And Jay's coming too.
Oh, Jay's coming. Perfect. We will be right back. All right, everybody, welcome back to our 10 of 12 of our 12-hour charity live stream. We are here with Dallas and Jay, and guys, we're so excited to have you. Thank you so much for coming on board.
What's up? Thanks for having us.
Hey.
First off, like I always do at the top of every hour, I would like to plug the organization that we're doing this for, mindfulnessfirst.org. It is a fantastic organization that is looking to raise mental health awareness in young students, particularly elementary school students. They're doing that by promoting mindfulness in their everyday lives. So, this is an organization that does this by using a trauma-induced model that in which they follow, and they use it to just help these kids build an understanding of themselves, and that understanding will help improve their mental health and improve their health going forward in the future. Given everything that's been happening in 2020, it's a cause that I personally feel very, very passionately about, especially because I work in the health sector. I work with kids. I work with kids regarding the childhood obesity. And, in my personal quest to help with that, oftentimes I've neglected to think about the mental health aspect of it. So what I've been learning over the past couple of months is that mental health, physical health, it's all the same. It all goes together. And in order to improve one, you got to invest in the other as well. So far, we've raised over $500 for mindfulnessfirst.org.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, it's been incredible. Luke and I didn't want to set a goal, but we were thinking like maybe $200 realistically, because we were gonna try and donate a little bit, but then we decided to just do 200 ourselves, and people have been matching others' donations. Facebook fundraisers have been happening, and it's just been overwhelming support. So the
Yeah, I
fantasy
heard that
football
earlier.
community.
Did you say like Luke's mom was like over on Facebook, like
Yeah.
getting it going?
Like
That's
June
sick.
Son and like one of the charity, and she raised like $170.
Jesus, that's awesome.
Yeah,
That is
so
awesome.
to everybody watching, to the entire fantasy football community, thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. It's been an incredible 10 hours. It's been an incredible first live stream. It's the first time that we've done anything like this. And like I was talking about with Dallas personally, this is all thanks to him and his incredible work with the overlay, just allowing us to do this. So Dallas, thank you. And I want to turn it over to
y'all
you
would have had
guys.
it set up on something else. I made the overlay look good, but you guys did all the work here. You guys have been on camera for like 10 hours now. I threw stuff together in Photoshop because I've done it for years. I know how to. That is nothing compared to what you guys are doing today. It's awesome.
Thank you very much. But I want to turn it over to you guys. And, like I've been asking all of our guests, if you want to talk a little bit about mental health. Dallas, I know you're a big Dallas fan. And Dak Prescott, your franchise QB. Also feels very passionately about this. So do you want to maybe talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, no, I won't get into like crazy details. I'll just put it this way: my household has dealt very, very strongly with mental health and dealing with that and the very, very negative sides of it. And like I said, coming into the forming of this household, I was somebody on the outside that had that very, very ignorant opinion of like I just didn't understand it. I mean, if something's making you unhappy, stop doing it. Do things that make you happy, and then over this journey, like I said, with my family that's been building, like I was able to learn so much about like how so much of it is out of their control because of stuff that has happened in their life leading up to it, and then just how important it is for that to be at the forefront and understood. And so, like I said, I won't get into crazy details, but it was with my wife, and I had a big learning curve when we first got together because I was like, I don't understand it. In my household, we never really talked about it, anything like that. And so coming into it, I had to take a step back, and like there's times where I'm like, what in the world is wrong? Like, what did I do? And then I realized, like, there's sometimes not you. There's just stuff people are dealing with. And so the best thing you can do for somebody on the outside, but that knows somebody that's going through this, is just be there for them for whatever they need. I mean, it's somebody to talk to. Something as simple as that can help tremendously. So, that the whole, as soon as I heard, because I seen mindfulness first, but I had no idea what it was. I just knew you guys were talking about you're going to do an event for charity, and then you guys mentioned it was mental health, and I was like, oh, bang, right there. So that one hits home as well. So like I'm all for it.
Styles, Jay, anything you want to add to that?
Oh man, that's a tough one for me. Just because my day job is I work with. I mean, I'm a principal at school, so elementary school. So I mean, kids and mental health. I mean, that's an everyday thing for me.
Yeah.
So any type of like opportunity where it become more aware of what kids are dealing with, and kind of getting rid of some of that stigma about like kids don't have mental health problems or just being lazy or whatever, or the correlation of like the only kids who have mental health needs are kids who have had some huge trauma. Like it doesn't have to be like it's not the only reason why kids may need support. So I mean, I'm on board. I mean, I'm on board anyway, just from just being asked to do it. But outside of the fantasy football community world, that's what I do on my 9 to 5 every day is kind of support kids, and so I'm all in on anything that's helping kids out. So yeah, nothing huge to add except I'm all on board.
Yeah, man. And
so thank you all so much for coming on and doing this with us. And let's just have a good hour of some fantasy sports talk now, shall we? So I met both of you playing fantasy football on Sleeper in the last year, and I thought we could talk a little bit about like our main dynasty league, the Studs of Sleeper All-Star League, some of our favorite moments.
I've heard a lot about this. Yeah, I've heard the stories.
If you guys want to take this one away, go for it. And Dallas, your first moment better not be beating me in the championship this year.
It better be.
I made that my second moment out of respect. I actually made one that I don't know if you two remember or not, but this was your guys' matchup. And it was when that stat correction kept Jay from taking his first L. And he was undefeated up to that point and played you, and you beat him by 0.10 points. And then a stat correction came out, and you guys actually tied. And so that's why he went the whole year with that tie.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah, you beat him. Yep. Like he hadn't lost a game yet. And or had you? I don't know if you had lost to me or you were undefeated.
No,
I think
I hadn't lost to you yet.
Yeah. So he was undefeated at this point. Was about to take his first L. Did lose. Like the games were over. And lost by like 0.10. I was like, oh man, that's crazy. He barely lost. And I get on like 2 days later. I'm like, tie? Who did he tie? And I go and look. I'm like, are you kidding me? They corrected it. And so that was my first one. I'll let Jay off the top of I don't know if you wrote any down or just off the top of your head, but I'll let you take over another one.
Oh man, I just think in the semifinals against Luke when Zeke didn't play.
Oh yeah, he left Zeke in his lineup.
Yeah. Oh man, but it's one of those things where like as I said to you guys before, it's like I hanging out with my kids and stuff, and it's like there's a certain cutoff point to where I'm like, all right, I set my lineup, and then when guys get cut or dropped, and it's like 3 hours for the game, I'm like, there's no way. It's like, but it is what it is. I mean, and it's you two in there, so I'm not worried about it. It's a dynasty. If it was a redraft, I'd have been more upset. But once my team gets back healthy.
Yeah, next year is probably your year. So.
That's what I was about to say. Is like, I'll put it this way: like, the championship came down to between me and Luke, and I won, and it's still like, had I not won so like dominantly, I wouldn't have felt good about it at all because we all know Jay had the best team, but literally he had Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon, Ezekiel Elliott, like every single running back that he had on his team was getting injured, and then
George Kittle.
Well, yeah, and George Kittle. Like, his team was ridiculous. And so, like, me, I felt like all the way up to a certain point, I could still match him 1-for-1 because his insane running backs were my wide receivers.
Yeah.
But then you got Kittle, and I was like, that's just something I can't balance that.
Yeah, Jay's team was like running back central, and Dallas's was like wide receiver central. And then my team for a while, like a little while, was like the young team.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But then I transitioned it a little bit to the point where I can still contend now. But
yeah, me and Jay talked about that. Like I told you the other day, Luke. Like, we literally said, like, we thought you had one of the best teams in the league, and then you traded your way out of contention, and then you turned right around in that Austin Eckler trade you were talking about earlier. That was your turning point. As soon as you made that trade, you started shifting your team build, and although it's hard to say because where you lost, so like at the end of the day, it may have not paid off, or it may have. The trade, I genuinely think you helped your team when you made that trade with me with Patrick Mahomes. Now, you really helped my team. Like, I really appreciated Mahomes. You got a lot out of that that's going to end up – like, I paid for Mahomes. I didn't just, like, hand over a few guys where, like, I legit had to empty the wallet for him. But because of my build, I was able to do it. But, like, it really hurt my depth at that point. I was able to make a few more moves to make that better. But I remember making that trade. For me, it was I lost Dak, and so I was like, man, I'm literally starting freaking. Well, Aaron Rodgers was fine, like he was great, but I was like, I'm rolling dice every week between Matthew Stafford I had to acquire in a trade, or Mitchell Trubisky and Nick Foles rotation, and I was like, this is just not gonna work. I said, I'm not gonna win with this. I said, and at that time, Christian McCaffrey came back. He was healthy. I was like, here it is. I said, all year long he sat out just for Jay to still win games all year and then just clean house in the playoffs, which is what we all thought he was going to do. But then Mixon still didn't come back. Christian McCaffrey still didn't come back. Zeke still played awful or didn't play, and so it didn't happen. But that was my argument when we first went. I was like, well, he's got all these running backs. I've got all these wide receivers. So I'll take an L to him 1 or 2 years, but 3-4 years from now, I said my team's still going to be killing it because it's receivers instead of running backs. But knowing him, he'd probably just trade with Tate, one of his favorite players, and get like 5 running backs for it and make up for it. So
that trade would Tate offer me. I mean, it was not peak Jonathan Taylor value. Let's be clear, but Austin Eckler and 2 firsts for Jonathan Taylor.
No, that's that.
We take that today.
I don't know that I would pay that today. Like I love me some Jonathan Taylor, but like it's a PPR league, and that's Eckler's going to be a fringe RB1, and you're getting 2 first-round picks on top of that for one guy. You're on paper, you're going to look at the numbers at the end of the year and like how big of a spread are they going to be apart from each other. Now, longevity, sure, but if you can capitalize on those first with the way your team construct was, I mean, I think that was the best trade you made all year. I mean, I really do.
I like that one a lot. My favorite league memory, to get into that a little bit, was during the startup draft process, and like within the month after that. The combination of Saquon Barkley and Christian McCaffrey, both of them were traded 3 times. During the startup draft, Zoo got him, and then I got him, and then I think Jay got him.
And then Jay was a smart one that was like, yeah, I'm not going to give this to anybody else.
It was crazy. That was crazy. Like, it was crazy. I don't even know how that happened, but that was probably my favorite thing.
It shouldn't happen once, and then it literally happened 3 times. I don't understand.
That was probably the craziest startup draft, like maybe not the most trades, but like the most high-level people being moved early that I've seen in a while.
That was a lot of trades. Lamar just picked up a scramble on 3rd and 13. That was impressive.
Just to give Angel a little bit of a background, this league that we're talking about, the way we all met each other, our buddy Zoo, we got to give a shout out to him, or Rick is his name, but we call him Zoo because that's short for Zombie Universe, a huge tournament thing he runs. We all call him Zoo most of the time. He found like the most active and best people that he found on Sleeper and brought us all together in this one league. and
That's
called
awesome.
it the Studs All-Star League, and that's where most of us all met each other at, and so that's how that started. So.
That's really, really cool, man. Sleeper is probably my favorite platform to use.
Just it's definitely my favorite. I just like how the chat is so prominent.
Yeah.
ESPN, like, you, like, don't talk. Like, if you join, like, a random league on ESPN, you, like, don't talk to your league mates.
Yeah.
But in Sleeper, like, you, like, have to make it fun. Yeah. Like, it's so good.
Real quick.
We wouldn't be here if we didn't talk in the chat. You know what I mean? If it was just, like, trades and stuff, we wouldn't have, like, connected. And Dallas, huh?
I was gonna say, like, you're also, like, the most, like, probably, like, the best negotiator for fantasy football trades I know.
What a compliment!
Like, he does not budge. Like, he's like Rick Harrison, like Pawn Stars, like his knows what he's doing. Like, he's
got the most patience I've ever seen with somebody when it comes to trading. So, like, I could probably be there but my problem is I reach that point in negotiations where I'm just like, all right, man, let's just get this done before you completely back out. I've done these too many times. Let's just get it done. And Jay's like, that's fine. We'll talk about it next week if you don't want it right now. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna end up with him on my team, whether you trade him to someone else and I get him then, or you can just give him to me now. So it doesn't matter. If it's a player I want, I'm getting it.
We go live to the YouTube comment section for two updates from Ethan. First up, Ethan says, "Quote: My neighbor's turtle is faster than Tom Brady."
I agree with that.
That's a pretty good one.
I agree with that.
The next one is Mitchell Trubisky is going to be a 3-time Nickelodeon Most Valuable Player. Mark my words.
Did you guys watch the Nickelodeon stream?
I did.
No.
All right, Luke, you did. Dallas, did you? Jay did
I
it.
did.
Okay, so I want to hear your thoughts on that because I did not. What was it like?
The commentators were a little cringy. It's meant for kids, but I loved the like slime when they scored a touchdown and stuff. I thought that was.
Is his name? I may be getting his name wrong. Nate Burleson, right?
Nate Burleson.
Yeah, I really like him. He's one of my favorite people in the whole like TV world. So like having him on there, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was interesting. We got Nickelodeon on all the time with the kids, so I thought it was cool to like you're scrolling through the channels, you go to Nickelodeon, it's like NFL playoff game, and I'm like, what? Because I guess I missed that. I didn't know it was happening, and
it wasn't
me
either. And one thing that they did during the stream that was pretty cool was they like when like certain like fouls occurred or stuff, like they took a second to stop and like break it down for kids. But that was pretty cool. Like they like explained like a false start or like a neutral zone infraction and like offsides. So like kids at home who are like 9 watching a playoff game will like learn the rules of football.
Yeah, that's pretty cool because like with my wife, she didn't even know what a first down was when we met, and like now she's diehard. You guys are in leagues with her. She's diehard fantasy football player now, and it's just from learning the rules and then playing fantasy football, she fell in love with it.
Dallas, can you tell the story of your wife getting into fantasy football? Because I've heard it before, and I think it's
about the initial draft.
Yeah, it's a really good one.
Her first draft, she drafted her team based on names. My wife's name is Kelsey, so you can imagine what players she drafted. And so she drafted Travis Kelsey in like the second round, and then drafted Ezekiel Elliott his rookie year. This was her first year of fantasy football, and she had an insane year. And the one thing she took away from it is draft Travis Kelsey, which she's done in the second round for 4 years straight. And you can imagine how that's worked out for her. She won a championship this year in our main league, finally. She's been there like twice and lost. And so it was like huge for her. Jalen Hurts, that interception he threw against the Cowboys, literally dropped the guy's points down and she won. Like, it was crazy. I mean, she's got one of my cards of Trayvon Diggs she has up on the mirror because he's like her fantasy MVP for that interception he got, because that got her first championship there. And so, which I know Jay's going to sign off immediately for anything Travis Kelsey related.
Oh, I didn't think this real quick. Ethan just texted this to me. This is probably the greatest graphic that's ever been presented during an NFL game that happened on Nickelodeon. I don't know if you'll be able to read it, but it says
Dynamic duos.
That's incredible.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson punched in the mouth, and it's like SpongeBob and Patrick punched in the mouth.
Amazing. I love that.
That's so funny.
And to Ethan's comment about the 3-time Nickelodeon valuable player for Trubisky, did Nickelodeon announce they're covering the XFL next year or something?
Oh!
the Bears shots fired.
Yeah, I like that.
Yikes,
I
Ethan.
forgot the XFL's coming back this year, right?
Yeah, Dwayne the Rock Johnson owns part of it.
Throw a pick in the red zone.
Who threw?
Lamar. The Bills are running it back.
It's almost as if Lamar does these things.
Pick 6. That's
Oh.
That is huge.
Pick 6?
Yeah, the Ravens were down by 10, and they were in the red zone, and then Lamar just threw a pick 6.
Oh, snap. And there goes the Ravens season.
No, it's almost as if Lamar does these things.
I'm very excited for the Bills Chiefs.
That's going to be our T-shirt.
Yeah, tell us about that story.
Yeah, I told him about that yesterday while we were in a call getting everything set up. Just for people watching in context, over on our podcast, I had the take going into the year that I got absolutely blitzed for, and I look like I was generous now. I won't get in too much detail because we've got him as a topic coming up, but pretty much my take, somebody commented literally the words, that's all it said, was white dude, massive L. And like that's become like an inside joke with us. And like, I said, we probably will have to get that on a T-shirt or something like that. White dude, massive L. It was good.
That's a good merch idea.
Dallas. Ethan's replying to your shots. He said, Mitch Trubisky is 1-0 all time against the Cowboys.
Let's
right.
go. Get him, Ethan. Get him, Ethan. Yup. Let's go. All the Cowboys.
Andy commented.
I can't even say nothing against
devil
it.
Emoji with it.
No, like I remember when that game happened, I was like, there's no way Mitchell Trubisky is the quarterback out there right now. Like he genuinely, like I full credit. I was like, Trubisky showed up to play on Thanksgiving. Because I remember that was my point in the season last year. I was like, if freaking Trubisky does this to us, we got no shot if we manage to make the freaking playoffs. So I was like, I'm done.
Ethan
so
has
more of
won.
a jab. I will wholeheartedly co-sign anything they Cowboys this year.
Ethan has won the 3CoSports Most Valuable Comments Award.
Ethan wants to.
Which means he's as valuable to the stream as Mitch Trubisky is to Nickelodeon.
He actually has, if you've looked at Mitchell Trubisky, to Ethan's point, he actually has a really good record. Like, I maybe not after this year, but I know it's like
probably better than Dax, I bet.
Yeah, I think that's probably true.
It might be, honestly, because of that second year. Dude, Dak took so many freaking L's that year.
Yes.
So let me ask you this, Jay.
We have so many segments, and we don't have a lot of time. So
yeah, that's
up next is we were just talking about Lamar. What is Lamar's future in the NFL like?
I'll let Jay kick that off if you want first.
Go ahead.
Better than Dax.
We're getting started.
Yo, we might have to go over the 1 hour.
I mean, I just think Lamar, as he gets older, he's going to chill out on the range a little bit just to kind of protect himself. Probably watch some Kyler tape. I mean, not being funny, but just kind of the slide, get out of bounds, take care of himself, and continue to work on being a passer. I think 5 years ago, he probably would have been a 3-year project and then shifted out for somebody else. But I think it makes the most sense for Baltimore to kind of stick with that same system. And I mean, I think with Dobbins and possibly picking up another receiver, I don't know if Duvernay will pan out. That and Andrews, their offense is pretty much set. And so I don't think they need to make a big shift. If they lose tonight or whatever, I don't think they need to redo the whole thing and regroup maybe the defense and somewhere else. But I think they just kind of keep them there. I'm trying to think of a correlation in my head of a quarterback who was somewhat like that. Maybe kind of McNabb-esque, working towards that more passer, but run every now and then eventually.
What about
about who? Sorry,
Vic on the Eagles later in his career.
Yeah, Vic on the Eagles, maybe so. Yeah, just kind of that dual threat type quarterback. I mean, I wouldn't do anything different. I mean, we're gonna trade him. You're gonna cut him. I mean, it's just too much talent to just go away from the guy. So I see them kind of maintaining that system, even if they stick with Harbaugh or not. But yeah, I think he's gonna last a while.
So what I had down here, it kind of a little bit expands on what Jay just went on. I literally typed out, and this is my theory that I've had for Dobbins as well. I said if they go out and acquire wide receiver 1, I think he makes a lot of adjustments. Just because the backstory, what I was telling us put off was going into the season, I dropped Lamar to QB4, which was blasphemous going into the season. Everybody's like, if you don't have him 1 or 2, you're absolutely nuts. And I had this short little take that I made on it. And I basically said that, the NFL makes adjustments. That's something they do every single year. And last year, when Lamar absolutely torched everyone, they were guessing in the middle of the game how to cover him. Like, do we cover his run? If we do, he throws it over our head. It's like playing Madden, that guy who runs out with the quarterback.
Shout out
so you
to
pull
Alex.
the linebacker off the guy and then just throw it over his head to that player. It's the most annoying thing ever.
I play Madden so much. That pisses me off.
Yeah. That's Lamar Jackson.
Alex is going to watch this back, and he's going to see that we all dislike the way he plays.
Yeah. Oh, that was Lamar Jackson last year. That's what he did. And when they didn't pull off, he just ran. I mean, over and over, and so they had no way to plan against it. And then and this is why most people thought my take was really, really dumb, was I was like, if you watch that Tennessee Titans playoff game, they shut down his run. Now, he almost passed for 500 yards on him, but they shut down his run and finally gave the rest of the NFL something they could scheme for to try and plan against, and then go back and watch every single game this last season and see what worked instead of guessing in the middle of the games. So what I said, I was like, Lamar's going to get hit in the face with reality that the NFL makes adjustments. I had him at QB4 behind Mahomes, Dak, and Kyler. Dak got injured, but that kind of looked like all three of them were going to finish ahead of him before Dak went down. And one part of my take that I said, because most people are like, you're just a hater. I was like, no, because next season – he's going to do the same thing. I was like, because what's going to happen is he went into this season thinking he could just trot right in and do what he did last year. And the same thing happened to Dak Prescott after his rookie year. I mean, absolutely torched the league his rookie year. Comes into next year, thought he could do it just fine. Sucked. But a lot of people talking about how Dak was trash. And then he came out, made adjustments, and then he turned into the quarterback he is now. And I think Lamar's going to do the same thing if they get him a wide receiver one. I don't think Marquise Brown is that. I love Marquise Brown. I think he's actually really, really talented, but I just don't think he's that alpha receiver that you need on your team. I think they get a wide receiver one. So this is what I literally typed. I said, if they acquire a wide receiver one and he makes adjustments, he returns to being a top 6 or 7 quarterback in fantasy. And then on top of that, I said, if they do that, I think that elevates Dobbins to a top 7 running back. And that's why I'm full steam ahead, Team Dobbins. Like you were talking earlier, I like him better than Jonathan Taylor, too, as a prospect, but situation, I can't put him ahead of Taylor. But as a player, I think you put Dobbins there, he does just as much, if not more. So that's kind of how I feel about Lamar. Lamar did?
What? I think Lamar just got hurt.
Well, no. If that's not serious, what I said.
He's laying on the ground in some pain.
Oh, no, Lamar.
I don't really know what happened yet, but there was just like weird. I can't understand. I can't hear the ref. I don't have the volume on, but the Bills were calling for a safety, and Lamar might be flopping to try to get a roughing the passer, but it looks like he's actually hurt. So I don't know.
Well, positive thoughts out to Lamar Jackson.
Sign like Allen Robinson.
Yeah.
Which I don't know. I don't know the Ravens cap space off the top of my head, but something like that, possession guy who can get open. Doesn't need the ball. I mean, he's not been getting the ball perfectly from Trubisky or Foles, whatever, but
or
someone who can just get
in his whole career.
Yeah, he can just get the ball to him and then kind of open up Marquise Brown on the other side. Then I think he'd be fine. Somebody like that. I don't know if they're
the perfect fit for the Ravens. It's not going to happen, but Michael Thomas would be perfect.
I was thinking Michael Thomas because he's not a free agent, but I was thinking, just somebody like that.
You can see, and it's like literally the mirror image of the road I think the Eagles are headed down if they don't get someone. Because I think Jalen Reagor turns into what Marquise Brown is right now, and he's just never going to be able to handle that load as the one. I just don't think they can. I don't think they can create enough for themselves. I think they need the help of somebody else being out there, and that's why I said they get like A-Rob is like a perfect one. I would love for them to pull him, but. Just whoever. I mean, even as much as I'm not a huge believer in him, but he should be available is Odell. I mean, you could see Odell in Baltimore. I mean, we'll just see who it is. They just need somebody. And I think Odell is actually probably a good fit because he also doesn't need as much as he's been. We saw what happened in Cleveland when you try to force feed him over and over again. It's not a good recipe, but that team runs the ball a lot, and they still have Marquise Brown and still elite tight end in Mark Andrews. I think that could actually be a really good fit if Odell goes there. And I think that's what Lamar needs to elevate back into that elite level. He'll never have a season like he had last year, but that's what I was trying to say to everybody. I was like, this stuff doesn't duplicate itself. Like it just always comes back down to reality. But I'm not concerned about Lamar at all. I mean, personally, for somebody who got called a Lamar hater constantly, I actually am a big believer in him next year. So he's somebody I'll be buying anywhere I can in Dynasty that somebody's giving up on.
I like that. Let's go live in the comments, see what Ethan's up to. That Frank Gore is a better running back than Alvin Kamara if you cut off Kamara's left leg.
I would agree with that.
I mean,
okay.
Not a bad take. Not a bad take.
Spot on. No pickle
I mean,
juice for that
I'll
one.
say this much: I don't think he's been wrong about a single take thus far.
I don't know what was the one he had earlier in the last.
Aaron Rodgers is off-brand Jay Cutler. That was a cool one. All right. Next little segment here is who's like a list of running backs that you'd be willing to pay.
Nick Chubb. There you go, Jay.
And do you mean pay like me as a fantasy football owner or like as an NFL GM?
NFL GM, I'm assuming.
Like a list of running backs who haven't been paid yet.
Right. I thought GM, and then when you said it just now, I was like, wait, I had that wrong.
No. Yeah.
So they haven't been paid yet. I mean, I'm paying CMC. I mean, he's got money, but the guys I had right now were CMC, Barkley, and Kamara, which now are like it's kind of redundant. But I'm definitely paying Dobbins just because of that kind of what I talked about already with that situation. I think you lock him up, and then when Ingram decides he's done, you're kind of set at running back. And then if I'm a team, I'm going to pay Aaron Jones. I don't quite know which team that'll be, but the guy's good.
49ers.
I mean, yeah, wherever he goes.
The 49ers would be
wherever
so
he
good.
ends up, they're going to get if they're paying for a running back, they're going to have to run a team. I heard, was it earlier they were talking about the Cardinals? Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that fit a lot.
Yeah. I guess in my head I was thinking like he's a different player, but like how they used Kenyon Drake this year or like didn't use Kenyon Drake this year, which Dallas knows. I'd be curious, like they have to do kind of a scheme shift.
Dallas was huge on Kenyon Drake this year, by the way, Angel, in case you didn't know.
Was he?
And I'll still wholeheartedly stand on the fact that I don't blame Kenyon Drake for an ounce of it. I really don't. They shifted their running back usage. That's why, like, I've seen a lot of, like, this is the first time I've heard the Aaron Jones to Arizona take, but, like, I've seen a lot of the, let's get them Najee Harris, let's get them ETN, and I'm like, I don't want a good running back on that team. Like, I'm genuine, because what the system they have right now, I think they get rid of Kenyon Drake, Chase Edmonds steps up into that role, and then Eno Benjamin steps up into the Chase Edmonds role. I just think their offense, as long as it's that air raid, I just don't think it's going to lean on a running back heavy enough. Now, it probably should, and that's why if they would have done what I hope they would have with Kenny Drake, then great. But if they're going to keep doing what they're doing, I have zero interest in a valuable asset going there, but I don't have any control over that. I don't think if that's the direction they want to go, I don't think paying a running back or drafting high capital on one is really the smart move. I think you can go get some random vet like Chris Carson for cheap next year or something like that. You don't even have to go all out on somebody like Aaron Jones. I don't think that does anything for them. But to Jay's point on your question on who to pay, what's funny is I named 4 of them, and 2 of them are Dobbins and Aaron Jones. I mean, there are 2 that I wholeheartedly. Aaron Jones is the same as Derrick Henry for me. I've literally counted them out every single year in fantasy football. No, not like the same player.
Okay. I was gonna say that's a hot take.
Put it on the board.
No, I have year in year out not drafted either of them. I just was not a fan of their style of play. I just didn't believe. And I just never. Yeah, all right, Luke.
I told you about Derrick Henry. I'm just saying. I told you.
Well, yeah, everybody's done it 3 years straight.
Angel, here's the cool thing about me and Dallas is that because we record together so much, we have these debates and discussions. And so whenever there's a doubt, we can just go back and listen to the recording. And you can go find the, like, where Kenyon Drake fits in Dallas's ranking. And then Derrick Henry, it's like, and then, like you said, Lamar, and where he had Lamar, right? So all of that, all of it's live. There's no hidden takes. There's no hidden rankings.
That's the best part about having a podcast. Yep.
Yeah, and I like that too, and that's why I wanted to get it documented somewhere. That I said Dobbins is going to be top 7, but it's because I didn't have the guts to say what I really wanted, which was top 5. But I genuinely think Dobbins explodes next year. And the other hot take I had was that he finishes higher than Jonathan Taylor, but we'll see how that works out.
I like that one.
Definitely be higher than Clyde Edwards-Helaire, who.
Yeah.
I do want to just really quickly some breaking news in the chat.
Those guys.
Ethan.
For sure.
What was it, Angel?
Real quick, Ethan just made another comment, another correct comment, which is my 95-year-old math teacher has the same amount of Super Bowl wins as the Vikings.
That is correct.
That is accurate, and he followed that up.
Math teacher has the same amount of Super Bowl.
Doesn't realize he was on like the old Packers teams that actually won.
He also said that Mike Glennon's neck is bigger than the future of the Eagles, so not high on the
Mike
Eagles.
Glennon's neck is huge.
I'm fine with that if that's what happens.
Hey, Luke, one guy on the Aaron Jones thing, one place I thought would make sense for him was possibly going to the Steelers.
I think he'll ask for too much money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think the Steelers can't afford to sign a free agent. I think they'll have to draft a running back for cheaper.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't.
Their cap is
this offseason that I'm gonna kind of dig in more is like to see how much room teams really have. I kind of seen it here and there. Yeah, it's just I haven't kept track enough to know that like this much money they have, and here's the guys who's going to ask for that money because the NFL and their contracts are so weird relative to like baseball, well, not baseball, but like basketball. So it's like, oh, he makes 17 million. Like it's just not the
but
same.
But only 4 of it counts this year.
Yeah, it's such a mess.
With all like the dev cap and all that.
I have this really irrational fear that Aaron Jones is going to end up in New York, which would absolutely suck.
Which one?
The Jets, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like they see what happened with Le'Veon.
I hope so, because Aaron Jones deserves a lot better.
Yeah, my main one I've been sticking with the whole time. Every time I see it pop up is the 49ers. I genuinely think that's where he ends up.
That would make him. Would that make him a top 4 RB for the year?
If they use him that way, I don't think they will.
I think so.
I don't think they will. I think they'll still use him about what Green Bay does, but you'll still have the whoever the other running backs are that jump in like Jamal Williams does from time to time, which is fine. Like that's the one place where I'm okay with it because I don't think it really drops him in value. But they're absolutely. I mean, you got situations. I'll go a little bit more deeper in on a later question. So, but yeah, Aaron Jones, J.K. Dobbins, Jonathan Taylor, Nick Chubb were the ones I said I'd pay.
Aaron Jones should go to the Eagles so they can have a real running back there.
Oh my God!
Miles Sanders slander.
I'll die on that hill. Hey, I've not changed I've said that from the get go. I still have not changed.
I'm still not a Nick Chubb fan. I just think he deserves getting paid for
Wait,
like real NFL.
Whoa! What? Not a Nick Chubb fan?
No,
he's crazy. He doesn't know. I told him a long time ago.
No, it's fine. You'll learn really quick with me when it comes to running backs in the NFL. This is why I like Dobbins over Taylor. Is if you're a one-trick pony, even if you do that trick very, very, very well, I think your ceiling's capped, and that's literally.
He's not a one-trick pony though.
What else does he do besides run the ball the best?
I feel like his receiving profile is just as good as Jonathan Taylor's.
Oh, great,
Nick Chubb's.
Yeah,
Jonathan Taylor's is also not good.
I'm all on it.
No, I think Nick Chubb. If Kareem Hunt wasn't on the Browns, you would think that Nick Chubb is a very competent receiving running back. But Kareem Hunt is clearly better, so why would the Browns use him in that manner?
Oh yeah, for sure. And that's what I told Jay. I was like, I'd be all over Nick Chubb if he was forced into being the every down back, and then those dump offs, whether you can catch or not, are coming to you.
Jay, it sounds like you're the reasonable one. Please continue.
Oh, that's what I said. If I thought Hunt was gone, and then they re-signed him, and I was like, you got to be freaking kidding me. Because I love Hunt, man. I said...
don't even get me started on Dallas and Kareem Hunt.
Kareem Hunt, I'm telling you right now, if you take... Because he runs the ball really...
No, this is bad take already.
For a second. Dallas, shut up.
Go watch it.
Any league that he gets Kareem Hunt in, he's locked immediately. Kareem Hunt basically should just be deleted from the league because Dallas was forever. He does not trade Kareem Hunt unless you sell your soul.
I just traded Kareem Hunt.
Oh,
he did just trade Kareem Hunt. I saw it.
Ooh.
Anyway,
so here's the thing. At first, when Kareem Hunt went there, I was so upset because I was like, man, Nick Chubb, is going to kill his value, blah blah blah. But you know what I realized shortly after is everyone thought that exact same thing. So you know what I did and what I always do?
Hipster.
Bought up all the Nick Chubb I could for cheap. And now I have a top 5 dynasty, or top 6, whatever dynasty running back that I paid, RB2 prices for. And Angel, my thing is that, and Luke and Dallas hear me say this all the time, is that I don't really like or dislike too many guys. There's a couple guys that I'm like huge fans of, but like I'm all about like the market value. So like I love Kamara. Kamara's my guy, and then I don't like Miles Sanders. And then like everyone else between there, it all depends on what the market looks like. So one guy who I'm not high on is like CEH. It wasn't that I have an issue with CEH; it's the fact that he was going as the second running back off the board. Like it was literally or third. It was like CMC, Barkley, CEH, and I'm like, no chance, right? And so that's always my thing. So any of these guys we talk about, even Kareem Hunt or Nick Chubb, I don't really have a preference about the people. It's where are they being drafted? Are they sells or are they buys? Except for Miles Sanders, who I just don't like in general.
I think that's the way it should be. I really think that's the way it should be when it comes to fantasy football. Our first guest was talking about auction leagues and how that sort of mindset is what you need to succeed in an auction draft. I think it's the type of mindset you need in redraft and dynasty leagues too, just gauging where the value is. Stephon Diggs.
Back values. Ethan just put in the comments that David Montgomery is top 3. So.
Oh, God.
I hope that comes true. I haven't, but I wholeheartedly do not believe that.
Here's my thing with David Montgomery. And Alex and I talk about this often. I was really, really high on him when coming out of college. I thought he was the best running back in the class. I was huge on him. And then he disappointed me the first year. I traded him halfway through for my first-round pick back, which ended up turning into CeeDee Lamb, which I'm pretty happy with. But in year 2, Alex didn't give up on him, but wasn't as high on him like right at the middle of the season. So he traded him away for Dobbins and Keenan Allen, and some other players were involved. But
like, wait, what?
No, sorry. He traded him away for Dobbins, and Montgomery went away, and Keenan Allen and Chris Carson returned to Alex. So it was an interesting deal. Pretty okay. But the moment he traded away David Montgomery, he started popping off every single week, and it began. I don't think it's sustainable. I don't think he's even a top 12 running back when it comes to fantasy football next year. But with the right system, maybe? What do you guys think?
Yeah. My thing with David Montgomery has been and has not changed since he was drafted. I think he's super talented in one of the trashiest situations you can ask for a running back.
Yeah.
I mean, genuinely. I mean, I think he is a very, very talented running back. And you saw that going into the playoffs when they finally started featuring him and he's able to actually move around. I just think you literally go watch, and it's like watching Cam Akers in college last year. Like, there's nowhere for him to go. I mean, tackling in the backfield almost every single time. Yeah. When he finally breaks through, he gets 1 or 2 steps and somebody else is there. Like, he has no lanes to run through at all. And it's like you put him somewhere like Dallas or Indianapolis, and I think he absolutely torches. I wholeheartedly think David Montgomery is a very talented running back, but it just depends on the Bears. I mean, honestly, like it's if they want to focus more on the run game because Mitchell Trubisky is your Nickelodeon award winner, then that's fine. But they've got to fix that line for him to ever become relevant. So like I as a player and as a talent, I think David Montgomery is an exceptional running back. I just don't think it just depends on the team. I mean, that's the way I've always been with David Montgomery.
Dallas, we have some more shots fired back at you.
How's Zeke doing?
Snap.
How's Zeke doing is I genuinely, watching Zeke this year, looks like when Dak went down, he just didn't care. I don't think he cared at all about how the season went. I mean, he's kicked back, raking in that money, waiting for Dak to come in next year. I genuinely think that's what it's going to be. But I've got my concerns. I mean, he genuinely looked bad. I mean, so we'll see.
It looked like Zeke didn't care, right?
A lot better.
Yeah, he just looked like he didn't care.
But you know who does care? Mindfulnessfirst.org. Boom, nailed that.
What was it?
You know who does care? Mindfulnessfirst.org. Boom. Go donate. Link in the description and in the chat.
God, you're getting a little too good at these tricks.
Yeah, one thing here's my like hot take on some of the like guys like Zeke is that just I know like the kind of the pandemic and COVID stuff. I still think, and I've heard this a couple of times, that like guys who have had, depending upon the person who have had COVID, some of them just did not look the same.
Yeah,
after.
Absolutely.
And so I mean, and it affects in everybody's life, that people that have had it and stuff like that. But like there's a couple of guys that I've seen that have just not been. Cam Newton was one of them as well. But Cam had other issues, but just a couple of guys who've had like posts, they just never quite found the rhythm, even though they were back healthy.
Tyler Huntley is in at quarterback for the Ravens right now.
Oh no!
Oh, I got a rookie card. I need to go sell it.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
The last thing I'll say about the running back section is I'm not all on board with everybody saying like if they get rid of Zeke, Pollard's the guy. I mean,
I am. I think Tony Pollard looks legit.
I think he's good, but I don't think he's as exceptionally good as everybody says.
I see Tony Pollard and Alexander Madison in the same light. I think they are very capable.
Just to go back to what Jay said
real running backs.
about Zeke. Just to circle back to what you said about the COVID thing. I think that's a really overlooked factor. Just what COVID did to all players and just a season that was so strange in every way, shape, and form. But B, you're right. Zeke, when you look at his stats, he lacked a lot of burst. He lacked a lot of explosiveness. Not that he wasn't already trending in that direction, but it was bad this year. I think it's a combination of factors. Like Dallas said, it didn't look like he cared. It didn't look like Dallas cared, period.
I don't think any of them saddled up for those coaches, man.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. But
the defense definitely didn't.
Yeah, no, but yeah, I do think the COVID factor will be interesting to monitor. I would be interested to see how he looks next year in training camp, whether his burst looks like it's back, his speed. Because if it is, then he's the exact same player we saw last year, and that's a top 10.
Jay will have him on every single one of his teams because he is somebody everyone faded.
Exactly. Yep.
That's how it works.
That's how it should be.
He said that Kareem Hunt would have made the 43-yard field goal in the 2018 wild card game for the Bears instead of Cody Parkey.
That's not even fair to say anymore. Goodness gracious. Lamar Jackson has been ruled out for the rest of the game with a concussion.
Oh no.
So that's
I'm gonna trade for him. Sending out offers tonight.
I'm gonna trade for him.
Don't send Bo a trade.
Is Bo a big Lamar fan?
Look, on our list, we have like 3 teams left.
We rapid fire.
Yeah, we can just rapid fire real quick. Is there a way to fix the Texans once Deshaun Watson leaves?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll let you go.
But I think the best trade package for them, I've said it a couple times, is the Dolphins. I would love the overall pick in Tua and maybe some spare change, and I think that's a great trade for the Texans.
Yeah, I mean, if you get some first round capital back for him, I mean, ironically enough, look at the Dolphins. Just my thing is that you get your it's weird because I feel like you want to get a quarterback in place, maybe like the Bengals situation, but the Texans would have to trade away their quarterback to start that process, and Watson isn't that old. But I just don't see a way for them to like keep Watson and rebuild at the same time. Yeah, there's just no way. And then too bad they don't have like a receiver, like an older elite receiver.
The quarterback for the Ravens, I forget his name, Huntley, just overthrew Hollywood Brown on 4th down for a wide open, huge touchdown to bring the game within 7 with 6 minutes left. He just overthrew him.
Dang, Ravens fans Lamar's gonna fall down that list real quick and be like, it wasn't serious enough. You should have been out there.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to him. I wasn't watching, but
yeah, for me, concussed, Dallas. He got concussed.
Gotcha. Yeah, for me with the
I think.
Go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
I had a non-popular opposite take because one thing that I think that they're gonna have to face reality with is because Deshaun has made it so apparent he wants to leave. They may not actually get a trade that's worth it. And they may have to end up doing the whole bag of Cheetos in a box of tricks like they did for DeAndre Hopkins. So I think there is a few paths, and that is if they can retain Watt, there is a world where because they have no capital at all, even if you try to hit reset right now, you're 3-4 years away from it. If you can move Watson to somebody like Detroit or somebody like that and try to get a Stafford and some vets to try and make some one last minute, let's hold on to all of our vets, try to get anybody that's old and just see what we can do with it. And then if it doesn't work, that's fine. You're blowing it. The one thing I think they're going to run into is there's going to be like that Tua in a first sounds fantastic, but when you go to the Dolphins, they may be like, yeah, but we just drafted Tua. We really like Tua. Watson doesn't even want to be there. I mean, so we'll give you Tua, but we're giving you a second, not a first. And then there you go. You have a quarterback but you're in the exact same situation you were before the trade, except with a worse quarterback now. And so like there's so many different paths that don't work out for them. So I think if they do one of the whole like Green Bay's not a good example because they drafted Jordan Love, but like if they hadn't, you got Matt Ryan as well as another opportunity with Atlanta. If they go that route of screw it, we're in for it now. Let's just see what we can make out of what we got, and they get picks on top of some vet quarterback, and just try to retain Brandon Cooks and their older defensive guys and try to get all those that they can, where they stack the names that are about to head out of the NFL, but they still got some talent left. And that was the unpopular. I wanted to try to mix it up some because in reality, there's no hope for Houston for a while. But that was the fun example of something they could try.
Well, one thing that I hear a lot of times when we talk about like the difference between fantasy football and like actual NFL, I mean, honestly, what was the last time you guys saw a quarterback traded for a quarterback in actual NFL football? And then like for any kind of team, old guy, young guy, and a pit. I mean, in fantasy, we do it all the time, right? It's like, oh, like throw me a first and so. But like when you look at an actual NFL team and like the value of a first round draft pick or a second round pick, there's such a huge separation between how we view it with like our 12-team leagues and versus an NFL GM trading one player for another player. And so I feel like we talk about, oh yeah, trade him for two. Like I heard the Tua and a couple of firsts, and it's like, you know, you're not really making a bunch of trades in the offseason. You know what I mean? For the most part. And then you're talking about guys that are like, well, you know, we couldn't dump off so-and-so for a first. You know, we couldn't get a first for him, or they only want a second. I mean, think about some of the Carson Wentz conversations, and it's like, what kind of trades? And it's like, there's this kind of just difference of comparing how we look at it as like a fantasy football manager versus how NFL GMs are looking at it. And I think, I mean, talking about trading Watson for a single first, that seems to me like that's ridiculous. But when you break it down to how they really value your team, like that could be more reasonable and it could be less. So I don't know, just something to think about as we figure out when we trade Watson that it might be a first and a seventh or something crazy. Whereas
Texans are screwed. There's no way around it.
Well,
Bill
Ethan's
O'Brien
situation is the best trade package is 3 first-round picks from the Chicago White Sox and a deep dish pizza from the Bears.
Hey, I went to Chicago not that long ago, and that pizza definitely lives up to the hype. It was freaking delicious.
Oh, I'm gonna try it someday.
Let's go quick for the next one with the Jets. So, what are you doing with quarterback at the Jets? Let's just go real quick to say if you're keeping Darnold or drafting Fields.
Draft Fields, trade Darnold.
I'm keeping Darnold. No, because the same thing said about Watson though. Everyone knows you if you say you're trading Darnold and they know you're taking Fields, they're like, well, we will give you a deep dish pizza for him.
The difference is like Darnold's not on the block. They just have a good draft pick. So like what I think
but
can happen
he's on the
here,
block once you pick a quarterback. He's
you
literally
trade him
on the block then.
You trade
they
him
know what you're doing. They know. You call them and say, oh, we might take quarterback.
I think you can still get a second-round draft pick at a minimum for Darnold.
That's my point. Is like they can get a decent pick for Darnold, move him to Washington football team, which is where I think Darnold's going to end up. And then you're going to end up, you get a decent pick out of it, plus you then turn around and draft Fields as opposed to just keeping Darnold and hoping things work out for you with the next coach instead.
If you're the New York Jets, I think you have to take Justin Fields because let's say you pass and Sam Darnold is mediocre. Well, I think he has potential. Obviously, everyone knows that. Let's say he's mediocre for the rest of his career, and everyone's like, what if? And Justin Fields turns out to be just as good as, say, Deshaun Watson or Dak Prescott, and we all are like, wow, we passed on that and kept Sam Darnold. Jets fans will be pissed.
Well, let me clarify. I am saying take Fields and also keep Darnold.
Why would you?
I'm not saying because if you trade Darnold right now. No. You got to Patrick Mahomes him and hold him and then have him sit on the bench. And they say, unless you pay me what I want for Darnold, he can sit here and ride.
And then he turns into Josh Rosen, and you get like a random pick for him and nothing.
No, or you're Dallas and your quarterback gets hurt and you need Sam Darnold and you pay more. You change the need.
Or what if you start Sam Darnold for a year, let Justin Fields ride the pine, and then start him the following year once you have a better infrastructure around him?
Right. You let him learn, and you hold Darnold, and then if you need. And then you do not quite what the Dolphins did. But right now, everyone knows the Jets are trying to get rid of the quarterback. You hold that guy and say, we'll keep Darnold. We'll pull a Josh Rosen like the Cardinals did. We'll hold him if we need to until we get what we want for it. You put the leverage back on your side, and then he learns under Darnold or whatever till he's ready, or he starts, whatever. You kind of put the ball back into your court. I think we go out trying to send Darnold away. You're not getting max value because teams already know. And why send a second round pick for Darnold when I can just get some random quarterback then, like a Jordan Love, and just put him on the bench too? So I think you switch up the leverage if you hold them until someone else needs them.
I think because Darnold's absolutely worth the second round pick. Yeah. I think that's the difference there with the draft. So like, and I think it works for both sides. They're happy with the second, and then the other team's happy with Darnold for that second. I mean, because you're not going to get somebody who has NFL experience that's still super young for a second round pick.
All right. Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's move on to the Lions real quick. we're running out of time.
Oh, you're fine.
Ethan said real quick, giving his Bears fan insight. He said at least they won't trade up for Mitch Trubisky. It could be worse.
That is very true.
Sorry, I lost my speaker there. Okay.
All right, cool. And then lastly, how do you fix the Detroit Lions? Dallas, I know you have some fun notes for this one. So
2 words: hit reset. I mean, I think they do what everybody's been talking about with Stafford, even though nothing has came out that they have any intentions of moving him. I think you send him to some place like Denver, like everybody's talking about, and you get rid of anybody that's got value, and then hold on to. Honestly, I would go so much as far as moving Kenny Golladay too. Just because I don't know what he does for your team. I mean, they're not in contention; they're right there in that middle, and like you said earlier, if you ain't contending, you need to be rebuilding, and that's how we treat it in fantasy. I think that's how they need to look at their team. I mean, they're not going to beat these top teams, and so you hold on to Okudah, you hold on to Swift, any of your other young guys that are promising, and then you just start cleaning house. I mean, honestly, you get you a new coach, let him decide what he's going to do with draft picks, and
Miami Dolphins are the seriously.
Oh yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking about. That or the way Jacksonville Jaguars handled the last few years, where they were just trading everyone to get as many picks as they could possibly get. I mean, all the way down to Ngakoue this year. They are still making moves. And then now you look at them, they're about to get Trevor Lawrence. They have a good receiver core, and they're young. And they're a few years away, obviously, from doing anything. But, I mean, what are you just going to ride out the rest of Stafford's career as mediocre? Like, not Stafford, but the team. Like, I don't know what it does for you to keep pushing to contend, because you're not ever going to beat any of these top teams.
Well said. Jay, anything to add?
No, I actually wrote down trade Stafford and then focus on the O-line and D-line. Because, I mean, like Dallas said, receivers, whatever. I mean, unless you're the Eagles, like, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you got some decent – they got Marvin Jones is 30-something years old and still doing work. Yep. So I think you build around Swift and get the offensive line, try to get your quarterback in 2021, and then try to compete, get your defense ready to go. So,
yeah.
I like that.
I like that a lot. Gentlemen, before we part ways, please plug your stuff. Let us know where we can find you.
Yeah. At the FF Outpost on Twitter, and then on YouTube, it's Fantasy Football Outpost. Both of us co-host it. We're both the host of the podcast. We try to do weekly when we can. I've had a lot of stuff going on with my house. Everybody in this knows, and so I've not been here to record. But we try to do weekly. We don't end in the off season. We just started last summer, and we've got a lot of really exciting things coming up, including, and we're going to have to try and maybe get some guests on for their opinions afterwards. But we've got the biggest one this offseason, I think, for us is the question everybody asks is the talent versus opportunity. We're going to have a whole episode about it, full research to try and finally see if we can answer the question. But we just check us out. I'm at Dallas FFO on Twitter. I'll let Jay plug his stuff.
Yeah, and I'm Pick on the Block on Twitter.
Yeah, it's the most suiting name.
Who was that? You? Who picked? Who said that? Was that you? Yeah.
I said you change your name to Pick on the Block. This is interesting. We've never talked about this all day. Steelers kind of just tweeted this. This is interesting since you guys both play fantasy football, like all of us, obviously. But so Matt Canada was just promoted to the Steelers offensive coordinator from quarterback coach. It's been announced pretty much. So he's been promoted from quarterback coach to offensive coordinator, and he was the offensive coordinator at Maryland when Anthony McFarland Jr. was there. So that's interesting. I don't know what'll happen with that necessarily, but
that's a hey, I coach this kid, draft him to give him an opportunity in the league because he's a good guy, but we're still getting somebody else because McFarland is not about to be your RB1.
I mean, he's not the GM or anything. I'm just saying he's the offensive coordinator, so it might be good for McFarland because he knows how to generate.
I think McFarland will keep a job around because of that. But as for any kind of relevance,
I think
relevance, I doubt it.
I'll go trade for him just to find out. Trade him for a third.
Yeah, trade a third for him and find out.
And then as soon as the offseason hype heats up, make it a second.
Yeah.
Flip before a first. If I'm doing that, let's go.
No, I don't read too much into that. I was very upset by the news this morning with the Steelers. Honestly,
Why?
I was ready for them to move on.
I mean, I was too, but I mean, Randy Fichtner and this guy are a lot different. They just hired him this offseason. He's not like a guy who's been in the system forever.
I just think Ben doesn't look like anywhere close to the quarterback he used to. I just think they should move on. But the defense is good enough. I understand why they're trying to capitalize on seeing if
I mean, I get it. One last ride, try to go in one more time and see what happens. So.
I don't think they keep Juju though, regardless of Ben's opinions.
Well, Ben wants him to.
I know they do. I just don't think they do. I just don't think
he's not
they
that
have the money
good
for it.
though. Juju's not that good.
He's good on the outside, but they've been playing him in the slot. I honestly think for Juju, the player, I would want to go somewhere else where they would play him on the outside.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying he's bad,
deal, but
he's, I don't know. Give me Deontay, James Washington, and Claypool, and give them money to somebody. I mean, you know what I mean? I'm not a Juju hater. I just don't think he's worth the energy that.
Well, you're about to have to pay old TJ there on the defense too. So
and Minka in a couple of years.
Y'all aren't gonna have the room for Juju. I think it's gonna be we love you. You're one of the best, personalities on the team. Ben loves you, but sorry, go be a Texan. We'll see.
You can run the social media manager for the team now.
Oh God.
It's probably Luke's dream job.
Oh, it is. Dude.
Play for the Steelers, probably.
A guy who works for Dynasty
now to run their social media.
He kind of coordinates a little bit with the Steelers. He does some work, and he runs social media for the Steelers. He's on the team, and he consults with Dynasty nerds a little bit to help them out every once in a while. And I hit him up one time and asked if the Steelers were hiring any interns for stuff, and he was like, they don't hire kids and they don't hire college interns. They only hire interns after you graduate. So maybe someday. But
they hire people that are qualified for the job that they don't have to pay.
Yes, basically.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Smart
Keep
business.
working, man. You'll get there. Remember when Luke started? He was just a little young kid, and we were teaching about fantasy football. Now look at him, big time.
He's killing it, man.
Telling people. I remember he was giving people tips. He's like, "You should definitely make that trade." I'm like, "Look at little Luke trying to be all big time, giving advice to people."
Yeah, it's funny. It's we all used to do trade talks in our group chats and Sleeper and stuff. So
yeah, that was genuinely that's how I reached out to Jay. Is that's genuinely what I based it off of. I was like, I've never met somebody better at trading than I am. And then Jay came around. I was like, dude, I don't know how you do it, man, but your stuff. Let's do this. And that's kind of how it started.
It's all a lie. They just say that to try to make me not make trades, so people don't believe me. I'm not that good at trading.
And then he turns around and gets friggin' Christian McCaffrey for a bag of Cheetos and 3 Mountain Dews.
I look forward to joining a league with both of you guys. We got to make it happen at some point. I've heard all these stories. I need to see it.
I think I have the best 12 team in fantasy football ever created. I think possibly.
Well, then why didn't you win this year, Jay? No excuses. I don't care how many people
I remember at one point I literally told him, I was like, "Can you please drop Ezekiel Elliott?" And he's like, "Why?" I was like, "Because every single one of your running backs is getting injured, and I don't want Zeke hurt."
And he did end up getting hurt for one game, but he did get hurt.
I think it was like the James Conner effect from last year. It's he was there, but you hurt yourself by starting him, and so I just rather would have him been actually out so you could comfortably start Pollard without even worrying about it. It was probably smart of you to save us for last because we all knew this was not gonna.
Oh no, I completely knew. Yeah, and I was honestly hoping that it would go over.
Yeah, that last
hour.
Right,
here's my team just to send it off. Okay, so my Superflex. My quarterback is Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson and Cam Newton. Those are my main quarterbacks. My running backs: Ezekiel Elliott, Nick Chubb, Christian McCaffrey, Saquon Barkley, Joe Mixon. Those are running backs. My receivers, those are my weak point. But Keenan Allen, Allen Robinson, Justin Jefferson, Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin.
Yeah, real weak point.
Yeah.
Jerry Judy. And then my tight ends are is Kittle and Hunter Henry.
I think that might just be the best team ever.
Every time I thought I made a trade to be better than him or at least match, He turned around and make another one. I'm like, how does he keep getting these people? Because like I have freaking Kamara, Josh Jacobs, and then my receivers are Adams, Hopkins, Diggs, was DJ Moore, and Kenny Galladay, and Lamb at one point too, and then Patrick Mahomes and Dak Prescott at quarterback now, and tight ends are just a rotation of Hayden Hurst and Johnny Smith. That's why when he got Kittle, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. I was like, what do I do here? And I was like, my receivers are ridiculous, but then I think the two most ridiculous trades, I don't even remember what they were, but it was both, I believe they were both with Tate, or the second one may have been with T Green. I don't remember, but the Kittle trade was one of the dumbest trades I've ever seen.
Oh,
Because like,
with
no, when Jay got Kittle, I was like, are you kidding me? He just gave up.
He paid me 3 first-round picks for Kittle.
Oh, dude, that's the thing with Tate. Like, if you have a player that he believes in, he'll overpay and he'll be happy about it. Like, he will defend that even now. And that's why I always like. I can't remember what I talked to him about. It was he was a big before Cam Akers started doing well, which I still don't agree with it, even though Cam Akers is doing well. He was a big like Antonio Gibson is not better than Cam Akers. Give me Cam Akers all day long over Antonio Gibson. I was like, man, I wish there was just one league we were in where I had Gibson, and where I had Akers and you had Gibson, and I just sent it to you straight up. And it's like, and nobody felt that way. I don't know about now. It's probably a lot closer now that.
I think I would still rather have Akers than Gibson.
Oh, I'd rather have Gibson 100%.
I'd rather have Akers. I'm a huge Gibson fan. I would rather have Akers.
I just don't think they'll use him the way everybody wants them to. I really don't.
I still don't believe in.
Watch TV. Have you been watching?
Yeah, no, I have been watching it because they're making a playoff run right now. And then when they come out of nowhere next year and for some dumb reason keep Malcolm Brown around or Henderson, and everybody's going to be like, well, it's still Cam Akers' backfield. And then they get out and Cam Akers fumbles like once or less the quarterback gets sacked, and then you got the same rotation crap again. Like I like Cam Akers. I just don't like where he's at.
Jay, you were gonna say something?
Oh no! I'm out on Cam Akers. I watched a bunch of his film from me, and like he's not my guy. He'll probably end up in that Miles Sanders lane. That like is possible that he'll have a couple good years and he'll be good, and people are like, oh, you should have got Cam Akers. But any draft, any league, I'm not getting Cam Akers. I don't think he's terrible. He's just not my guy. So that's I'll let everybody else have him.
He genuinely thinks Miles Sanders is terrible though. I don't know, man. But it's more ridiculous than how I am with Chubb, because I at least admit Chubb is really good. I just don't like that style of running back on my team. But he just straight up, Miles Sanders sucks. He's trash.
I picked up an orphan league one time, and I had Miles Sanders on the team, and I said, I'm trading this guy for the first decent offer that I get. And I traded him within like 3 minutes. I think it was a first, second, and third. Because I just don't like.
That's a good return.
Yeah, I'll take that. But I mean, it's one of those things where I'll die in the hill. It's like he's just not a guy that I believe in, and like you know what, I might be wrong, but I believe in the guys who I have around him a lot more.
Right.
And you know, we said before one of our podcasts, it was like there was guys who I was all in on that I just kind of didn't commit to. I was just kind of like, well, I think I really like. I mean, Jefferson, like a few guys I did. Like I was all in on Jefferson, all in on Lamb, all in on Dobbins. But there were so many guys that I was like, I think they might be great, but I just wasn't bold enough to just go all in on them and commit to them and pick them up. And so I regret not sticking to my guns, even if I'm wrong. Because then if you're right on the stuff you're right on, you feel really good about it. I let kind of the market lead me too much to try to go scratch. And if you go scratch, that's fine, but you're probably going to end up in the middle because everybody's going scratch. So you can either go all in for what you believe in the guys you like. And so, I mean, that's how I've kind of approached my leagues in the last months or so. And guys I don't like, I just don't like. And it's like you'll be right on some things, you'll be wrong on others. But if you're doing your research and you're actually paying attention, for the most part, you'll be right. And if your guys, you know, I was shooting on Keenan Allen this year, and he had it because and it felt great. I mean, it was like this is my guy, and I had him everywhere, and that's a much better feeling than saying like, oh yeah, I drafted him fourth because everyone mocked him fourth or whatever, and maybe they don't. And so it's kind of one of those things where it's much more fun to me to just say I got all my shares of so and so. And they crush, you know, and Luke had CH this year at Gibson, and he's like, I'm all in on these guys, and they had great games for him. You could tell it's just that was his guys. And then same thing with like Dallas. I know when like Dak's playing well or CeeDee's playing well, it's like, okay, these are the guys I'm all in on. And just, I mean, the opposite shoot, like Miles Sanders,
he's just not my guy. And so I never dog people for drafting him. I'll never be like, you're a dummy for getting him at RB, whatever. That's your team. He'll just never be a guy that I get. Unless it's just kind of like if there's a trade offer out there, it's just not my thing. So I don't know. It makes it more fun for me to play that way, and you just go get your guys, And so all my Jefferson shares and my A-Rob shares and my Dobbins shares and now my Chubb shares will be grateful because it was like, all right, this is the guy I really like, so I'm gonna go get him everywhere I can.
Yeah, that's what I hated myself for, was like going back and watching the film on the rookies and like falling in love with Higgins and then forgetting that I fell in love with Higgins when the draft rolled around. I didn't get him anywhere. I was like, and then he started killing. I was like, oh, I remember making a personal note that he looked really, really good on film, and then I just let him slide. I didn't grab him anywhere. But it's like he said, you just gotta secure who you want and don't let all these takes sway you away. That's why I've been sticking with Dobbins regardless of the Jonathan Taylor hype.
I love it.
One that killed me was Justin Herbert. I honestly, we kind of talked about it before after Oregon. They were like, he's going to be a great pro, and I was like, man, that guy, that'd be really like, I kid you not. I'm like, it'd be really funny if like Herbert, even though he's from Oregon and kind of iffy, ended up being like better than Burrow and Tua. And I was like, haha, yeah, Jordan, that is kind of funny. And then I read all the reports and did all the Burrow and Tua and and I was like, oh, that's silly. You shouldn't think that. Like, I had a conversation in my head because that's not what everyone else was mocking. Everyone else had them ranked, so I put it aside. And then Dallas was talking about one day we were watching him. We were watching the combine, or I think was it the combine he was throwing?
Yeah, it was
and
the
how
combine.
Good Herbert looked. Yeah, and I was like, yeah, I remember Herbert being pretty good. But then I was like, but he's at the 110. He's not Tua. He's not Burrow. And I just let the norm, whatever, talk me out of him. And it's like, man, I could have had all kinds of Herbert shows. I mean, there's so many times I've passed up Herbert at the 108, who's just sitting there. And like, had I been thinking like, oh, I do really want Jerry Jeudy because but it's like, no, so my thing is I rather
talked you into believing he was a bust. I feel like that happened with a lot of people. I actually was lucky. I think I have one share of Herbert. Yeah. The league I left, so doesn't matter anymore. So I have none now. But I turned on him during Hard Knocks. I've said this a few times during this day, but I was watching Hard Knocks, and he was on Hard Knocks, and all of his teammates were like, "This guy has a nice ball." Yeah. And if your teammates are hyping you up, you know the kid's talented. So, Jay, you're a Chiefs fan. Did you see that Tyreek Hill thought Mahomes was trash when he first came?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah. I remember an interview a while back. It was like him and some guys like NFL legends or something. And it was like somebody asked him like, "What was your first impression when Mahomes came around?" He's like, dude, this is the guy we drafted. Like, I think he's kind of trash. That's what he said. He's like, they call him trash.
That's awesome.
Mahomes tweeted it and was like, that's funny.
Ironically enough, being a big OU fan back in OU played Texas Tech, and I was watching the game in 2018. I think they highlighted it now because it was Baker versus Mahomes. They 2018, and the game was 66-58. You know, Big 12, how we do in Big 12. We don't play defense. And I remember watching it. It started at 7. It wasn't over till midnight. I remember where I was watching the game, and I'm like, this guy for the Texas Tech, he'll never. I remember saying this. He'll never be successful anywhere outside of Texas Tech. Like, this guy is not. He's got weird shoulder pads, and he's not going to be that good. And now here we are. Probably one of the big home fans I know, but had I been playing fantasy football at that time, in the same way that I am now, I would have been wrong about Mahomes. I would have probably faded him, But
that's one thing I like, that I don't pay that much attention to college. I support the Longhorns, but I mean, they're so hard to watch most of the time anyway. So I don't really watch it. Jay loves it because Sooners fan, Longhorns fan, and then he's a Chiefs fan. No rivalry with Cowboys other than the fact that the Cowboys are there to hate. That's all we exist for. We've sucked for 20 years.
You don't have rivals. You just win. Our rivals are the teams with more Super Bowls than us.
The worst part with the Chiefs, though, is they're so good, and I'm happy about it. I'm not ever upset about the Chiefs. I love the
Chiefs. They're so fun to watch.
Exactly. It's the opposite of the Patriots. The Patriots do nothing but win, but I couldn't stand them. But then I found out this year I just hate Tom Brady.
Yeah.
Well, I found myself rooting if you didn't know, Jay, so you can risk them as much as you want.
No, I did. We earlier in the you guys were talking about which team.
What fan base is the worst?
the worst. Yeah. And that was the Patriots game.
The Eagles.
Yes.
What the hell? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So long ago.
Yeah.
I gotta love here, man. It's still a trap. But yeah, no, some of the Patriots fans that I met when I went to now, of course, the last year was the AFC Championship game with the whole laser and the whole offsides, and that game I was at, that was miserable. It was like 7 degrees, and we lost Super Bowl. But the Patriots fans that were there were just like super, terrible. And now this year, I rooted for the Patriots so many games this year. Also, I had like 8 million
Cam Newton.
Cam Newton shares. Who's the guy I was all in on?
Which honestly, before he got COVID,
love Cam Newton.
Yes.
Before he got COVID, the take was perfect. So you may genuinely have an argument for that. Like the whole COVID.
He was killing it, man. He had he was leading the league in rushing touchdowns for. I mean, it was just like they were crushing it.
And that's how I found out. Like I found myself rooting for the Patriots this year multiple times because of Cam Newton, and that's when I stepped back and realized I was like, no, I hate Tom Brady, not the Patriots.
That's one of the biggest what ifs of 2020 for me. You know, Cam Newton came in, and I remember watching that first game, especially the second one. We lost to Seattle.
Final score: Bills 17, Ravens 3.
Wow. Shout out to the Ravens. Good season, but they're one piece away. But back to the Patriots. I remember watching the Seattle game, and Cam Newton made me believe. Cam Newton made me believe that we had a chance at making a run. That's how good he looked that day. And I remember the game was well out of hand. It was the fourth quarter. They were two touchdowns down. And I remember thinking, if Tom Brady was here, I'd probably be a lot more invested in this game because we'd come back. And then Cam Newton gets a touchdown. I'm like, oh, well, he made it respectable at least. Gets the ball back, driving down. We're right there, 1 yard line, and he gets stopped. And it was devastating, but watching the team and how hard they were playing for Newton made me really think that we had something and that maybe Newton was the answer for a couple of years. And then COVID happened, and that just changed the entire course of the season.
Knowing Belichick, though, like, once he went down and he knew he was out for, 3 games, I could easily see Belichick being like, all right, guys, let's just wrap this year up. I'm trying to get good picks and start this over.
I was hoping he would because I think with Newton, they might have had a chance. That Chiefs game, you can't convince me that with Newton on the team, they don't win that game. The defense was tip-top shape, great game plan, just Hoyer couldn't execute at all. Newton would have. And it's a shame. It's a big what if. I'm being a homer, obviously, but I really, it's a damn shame that Newton didn't get a chance to really show what he had left in the tank. And it's a shame that Edelman got hurt and he had no viable weapons, really. You know, is he the best quarterback in the NFL? No. Is he top 10? No. Is he top 16? Yeah, I think so.
That's like my Cowboys. You hit that same point with me with when the Cowboys went to play the Bengals. I was like,
right.
All right, right now we have the 4th pick. The Bengals have the 3rd. Test out your guys that are young. Just figure this out. Let's just ride the rest of the season out and end it. And Red Panda comes out and wins a game, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. And they start making a push to the playoffs. I'm like, we don't need this. We need a better pick. What do you just want to get clapped in the first round? Like, what are you guys playing for right now?
Exactly. Yeah. And the Pats went for it, and that's, what separates Bill Belichick from other coaches. He still believed that they had a chance, even though the entire defense opted out and there were no weapons on offense. He still believed.
He'll believe.
He believed incorrectly, but he believed, and I appreciate him for that. But now it's really weird because where do the Patriots go from here? Do they draft a quarterback? Yeah. Do they try to sit him out for a year? I hope not, but they might.
I hope
you should get Sam Darnold,
honestly.
Sam Darnold on the Pats would be good. I think that would be a fantastic fit. I really do.
Dude, I want the Chiefs to beat the Browns so bad so we get the Chiefs-Bills AFC Championship game.
Chiefs-Bills would be incredible.
That'd be great.
What happens when the Browns win and make a run at the Super Bowl?
Here's the thing about it, though. Browns win the Super Bowl. That'd be insane.
Wait, what's up, Jay?
But Dallas, you know my story, Dallas. You know where does my fanhood root? Where does my fanhood lie? Where is it in my blood? Not in Kansas City. This is my Sooners.
Oh,
who is my Sooner?
Yeah.
So if the Browns, I told people, like, if the Browns win, I'm not mad. Let's go, Baker. That's my boy. Let's go.
Okay.
You know,
So it's a win-win for you.
I'm not. Yeah, I mean, if I moved to another city and I live there for 5 years, I'll be a fan of that NFL team. I mean, but like, I'm an OU fan through and through. I was born in OU Medical Center. Like, that's my onesie was crimson and cream when I was born. So like, I'm a root for Baker for whatever. So I mean, I assume the Chiefs will win. If the Chiefs win, I might go to the AFC Championship game because that's cool. So I'm rooting for that. I'd rather be here than in Buffalo, right? Yeah, in Buffalo, I guess.
Yeah.
So, but yeah.
I was born into being a Cowboys fan. It's literally my namesake. I'm not kidding you. I wasn't born, like, I'm from Texas, but I wasn't born there. I was born in San Diego. And genuinely, they were going through names for me. And my dad wanted me to be a third. And my mom was like, no, that's not happening. So my mom suggested Austin. And my dad was like, shoot, let's just do Dallas because the Cowboys, diehard Cowboys fan. And so literally my namesake is the Cowboys. And the funniest part is I still tell my dad, like, he jinxed us because I was born in 96. What was the last year the Cowboys won the Super Bowl?
Was it 96?
And then, yeah. And then here I come.
I wasn't born either.
That was a lot.
I said, and then here I come, this child named after the Cowboys, right after their Super Bowl, and we have been mediocre since. Like, that's what's funny about it. Is like, I make that joke all the time. I was like, I don't know why everybody hates the Cowboys. Like, we've sucked for 20 years. Like, I don't get why we're still the most hated team. But it's the Laker effect, the Yankee effect. It's the same thing.
Oh, my gosh, the Laker effect. Boo! Get out of here.
Screw the Lakers.
It's literally
Luke, you better put your head in front of that banner right now.
It's the most popular fan base, so everybody hates all their fans.
The Lakers actually won something. Within recent memory.
I love that he adds the within recent memory. How many people do you know that's not Lakers fans that like the Lakers? I mean, honestly,
I love the Lakers.
Before LeBron, let me correct that. Before LeBron showed up, if you didn't like the Lakers, you hated them.
I love the Lakers.
I've been a diehard Lakers fan my whole life. So.
Well, yeah, so you should know how many people hated the Lakers.
People only hated them when Kobe was around. Every time when Kobe left, no one cared anymore.
No one cared anymore. Yep.
Well, yeah, that's my point, though. It's like the Yankees, same thing. You're also a Yankees fan. How many people hate the Yankees?
Everyone hates.
If you don't know who Chris Mim is, you're not a real Lakers fan. Those are only the real Lakers fans.
Yeah, the real Lakers fans watched Robert Sacre starting center.
The Kwame Brown days. They know Kwame Brown.
Oh my God, man! Xavier Henry, Ryan Kelly, Robert Sacre. Williams back when he was on the Lakers.
The true Lakers fans know why Kobe scored 81.
Yeah.
Kobe, that Mamba mentality.
Yeah, with baseball, man, I tried so hard to get back into baseball, and then my favorite team made a freaking crazy run. It was awesome. I was super excited, and I found out we cheated to win. I was like,
oh, Houston.
Oh God!
I was like, I finally come back to baseball because I found out the Astros were good again. They sucked for so long, but that's how they built this team. Like, now that I know the backstory, like, they just sucked and got a bunch of picks and were able to build from the draft. And I was like, man, this team's killing it. Supported them the whole playoff run. Back into baseball again, and it comes out they cheated to win. And I said, well, I gave it another shot. Baseball, I can't do it.
They haven't sucked for that long. Do you not remember the Billy Wagner, Jeff Bagwell, Craig Biggio years?
Yes, that was like 9-10 years ago.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah,
that's more recent than the
like
Cowboys.
8 years. That's why I quit watching it, because I grew up baseball. No offense to anybody who likes baseball, I loved playing it, but I can't stand watching it on TV. Like, I can watch it in real life. I love going to a baseball game.
Yeah.
But, like, watching it on TV is just, I cannot sit through a baseball game. And I genuinely would rather watch soccer, and I have no ties to it. It's just more interesting. But
Dude,
like,
you're not wrong. I would rather watch a soccer game on TV than a baseball game.
Speaking of baseball,
it's a really good baseball game.
Yeah, like if there's playoffs and there's something on the line, there's storylines have been built, I can watch baseball. But like the 700 games they play a year, and then you factor all that in with just most of them don't mean anything. It's like I can't sit through and watch it.
Yeah,
whereas like there's stuff on the line.
Too. It's like even with the NBA, I miss a game or two because the season's
long. Yeah. I miss all the games because my team is the Kings and they're never on TV. So.
Oh yeah, that sucks.
I literally can't.
Real
watch
quick,
them.
when it comes to baseball, when it comes to baseball, I don't know if you guys watched this. Probably not. No one here's a Red Sox fan. But in 2018,
hey,
the World
wait,
Series.
whoa. before I moved to Kansas City, I was a Red Sox fan.
Oh,
I didn't have a baseball team.
Really?
I'm from Oklahoma, and so okay. I don't want to cut you off, but here's my quick story. My great uncle was just a mean dude. But he was just mean to everybody, but super cool to me. And we used to just hang out. He played dominoes and just yell at people and stuff. And he's watching a baseball game, and I was sitting on his rocking chair with him. And he's like, I'm like, who are we watching? And I used to try to he was a big Cowboys fan, funny enough. And I was like, who you like? And he goes, not those Eagles. I'm like, go Eagles. And just to kind of mess with him.
Yeah.
And he's watching baseball, and he's like, what team is the team rooting for? And he's like, oh, I root for the Yankees. He goes, what team do you not like? And he's like, those, whatever, Red Sox. And I'm like, cool, that's my team. And I was like 3. So from 3 all the way until like I moved to Kansas City in college, I've been a Red Sox fan. So I got you in the Red Sox.
I appreciate you. I appreciate that story. I love the fact that you did it just to spite. That's amazing. Those are my favorite type of fandom fandom origin stories.
But, I had 1 year of being a Sooners fan.
That's amazing.
That's awesome. It was the year Sam Darnold was the quarterback, and not Sam Bradford was the quarterback, and they went and lost to Tebow in the championship year. Like, that was the year I was a Sooners fan for 1 year, just because my dad made me mad. I was like, you know what, screw the Longhorns.
That's incredible. But just to go back to the Red Sox.
Wait. We got to hear Angel's story.
Luke doesn't want me to prosper, man. The Red Sox story real quick. I don't know if you guys remember this, but there was a Dodgers-Red Sox World Series game. I believe it was Game 5 that went over 8 hours or something like that. Something crazy.
I remember that, actually.
Yeah, so what I was going to say was I feel like that game, just watching 8 hours of baseball is the equivalent of doing like a 24-hour live stream. I feel like that game.
Being said, like, ironically enough, because the game, like, everybody's trying to figure out what happens, I'm pretty sure I stayed up to like 3 a.m. watching that game. Like, when it went off, and like, I don't watch baseball at all. Somebody's like, this is just headed into a ridiculous inning that's been going on forever. I was like, let me see what's going on. And I sat way up later than I should have, just watching to the end of that game, because that was interesting. And it's like, there's something there to it. But I remember, like, I'd walk away and I'd go get something to eat, and I'd come back and I'm like, don't be over yet. And then I'd see him like, okay, we're still going. No, nothing's happened, but this is interesting.
Do you guys remember that LSU A&M game from a couple years back that was like 7 overtime?
I remember.
I heard of it. Yeah, I didn't watch it, but I saw the highlights.
I'll never forget. I was on Reddit at the time, and then my I was getting ready to go to bed, and my wife was like, "Are you coming up?" Yeah, I'll be up in like 10 minutes. This game is almost over. Flip the game on. It's the end of regulation. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, cool, game's almost over. And then it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that. Well, finish the game goes to tie overtime. The game wasn't over for another, like, she's like, I mean, it was another, like, it was 7 overtimes. So it was another, like, 2 hours of football. And it was, like, midnight, because I was like, oh, yeah, I'll be up in a minute. The game's almost over. And I just remember seeing, like, watching the stream of, like, people on, like, the chat of just, like, oh, yeah, I should have gone to bed 2 hours ago. Yeah. But it reminds me, like, you just got – and I just turned in the game on. I wasn't even planning to watch it. But it's crazy watching stuff like that to where you didn't plan on it, and then it just keeps going and going and going. You can't –
And then you look at the clock, and you're like, I'm committed to this. Like, I have to see what happens.
Got to finish it out.
I see his comment there, Luke, and he's 100% right.
Yeah, Dallas, I was about to say, like, De'Aaron Fox, he said De'Aaron Fox is the most underrated player in the league.
Dude, he is, man. I think he's an absolute, like, killer out there. But we'll see. I mean, he's going into his 4th year now, finally got paid. And so, like, I was literally waiting to buy a jersey of his because I didn't know if they were going to keep him or not. Like, because,
players too.
They cleaned house on, like, they should have cleaned house on the coach. But they got rid of the front office GM, president of basketball operations. I was like, there it is. They're rebuilding. They're not going to pay Fox. Fox is probably going to end up in Miami with Bam. So we'll see what goes on, which is funny because I grew up a Heat fan. Like, I was 6 years old, and I started liking the Heat because – and it's 2003. I started liking the Heat because they were red and black and had flames. I thought it looked cool. And then I watched Dwayne Wade play, and I was like, I fell in love. Like, and so Dwayne Wade is my GOAT. Like, Dwayne Wade, all-time favorite player. And so I was a Heat fan for like 11 years. And then because I don't have a look – I couldn't jump ship to the Mavericks because the Heat played them twice in the finals. So I'm like, that's been established. I can't cross that road. And so I was trying to figure out what to do because then Wade went to Chicago. I became a Chicago fan. But then he went to Cleveland. I'm like, all right, I can't justify that one. I'm gonna have to try to find like a backup team for when this ends. And so that's when I'm a Kentucky Wildcats fan in basketball, diehard, born into that too. And all my family's from Kentucky, and so if you're from Kentucky, you're almost always a Wildcats fan. And so I was born into that. So a lot of us Kentucky fans, they just follow the players into the league, which is half the NBA now. Almost every team's got a Kentucky player on it. So Fox was my favorite player, so that's how I established my fandom for the Kings. And so that's why everybody's like, so you're a Cowboys fan and a Longhorns fan and a Astros fan, but your favorite basketball team's the Kings? And I'm like, yeah, that's it. It's a long story, but it was the Heat for years, and so it's still one of the saddest things ever. I don't know if y'all seen that commercial after Wade retired, or was going to that jersey commercial where like they had the Gatorade one.
That was one of the best commercials I've ever seen in my life.
Oh my god, dude, that was so rough for me, like, because I was so tore up over him like being done and retiring. His mom came out and telling us, I was like, oh man, I can't handle this. Like that was, I don't know if y'all watched that or not. That's such a good commercial.
That was easily one of the best commercials I've ever seen in my life.
I don't know what that one is, honestly.
Go look it up. It's Dwayne Wade Gatorade jersey commercial. Because if you remember his last season, he swapped jerseys with everyone. Like,
oh yeah.
And so Gatorade, his mom, and some it got like, cause he was a big supporter of that school down in Florida that had the shooting, and like one of the kids that died, he was his favorite player, and like his sister like in the commercial brings him his jersey, and like just as a thank you for everything he's done for the, like it was. Dwayne Wade is one of my favorite people like on the planet. Like I love Wade.
He's probably one of the most genuine people that has ever played any sport ever.
Yeah.
Just
Dwayne Wade is like probably out of all sports my favorite sports player of all time. Like I mean, and the Heat, I was a bigger Cowboys fan. I was a Heat fan, but like individual players are so much bigger in the NBA than they are football. But Dak Prescott's probably right there behind him too. That's why I said I'll have a really, really, really hard time staying a Cowboys fan if they don't pay Dak, just because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna put up with Jerry if they don't. Like he drives me nuts, man. And so we'll see what happens there.
Jumping ship, Dallas. You have to be loyal.
Well, I mean, Cardinals have been my second favorite team for 10 years, so I mean, I can jump ship.
You can't be doing all this second favorite team bull crap.
If you grow up a Cowboys fan, you have to have a playoff team you support.
Oh my goodness. Dude, the playoff team's the Cardinals.
Well, 10 years ago it was when they lost in the Super Bowl to the Steelers.
Shout out, now that you mentioned him, shout out to Dak Prescott and just the person that he is.
Oh, God. That's
I remember in this, I don't like just ragging on anyone, but when Dak Prescott came out and made those statements about mental health and how he had struggled with them, and just how he was trying to raise awareness around it, and Skip Bayless came out and flamed him for it. That's when I promised myself I would never watch another Skip Bayless show or clip again.
I was a daily watcher of Undisputed, and I see clips every now and then because I like Shannon so much, but I don't watch the show at all anymore after that crap. I was
for me, it was
so ridiculous.
I understand it's a gimmick. I understand that his entire persona on television is to be a jerk to a lot of people. But
there's a line you don't cross.
Yeah, there's a line you don't cross.
And one thing that I'll always respect about Dak Prescott is he took the high road. He never went low on him. He never insulted him. He went high. He cares about mental health. That's who he is as a person. Yeah. And I think, as far as I know, he's really the first NFL player to really go out public and just make that a forefront issue. I think Hayden Hurst is right there. I'm not sure.
I was about to say Hayden Hurst is there too, because which is funny because Hayden Hurst is like, I'm the leader of that train. Like I love me some Hayden Hurst, and he liked one of my tweets, and I sent it to like 40 people. I was like, oh my god, did you guys see this? Freaking out over it, but like Hayden Hurst, man, I love me some Hayden Hurst, and that's what I was hearing. Apparently, him and Dak are going to be working together to try and get something out, or if they have already, I haven't seen it yet, but they're doing something together because I think Hayden Hurst's mom has something to do with it as well. So
that's amazing, and I really think that sports have always been such a catalyst for change in our community. Just throughout history, it's always been. Sports do something and it becomes a trend because sports are important, and a lot of people like to rag on people who are big sports fans and, people like us who spend hours investing into it. But in reality, we're not just investing into the sport, and we're not investing into the entertainment. We're investing into the people in there. Because most of the people that play sports are really, really good people. And, there are obviously bad apples. There are players who...
Claypool, that trash talking.
Wait, what happened?
I said like Claypool.
Exactly. No, kidding. But, it's at the end of the day, we're all in it for each other. We're nearing the end of the live stream, so Luke and I are going to have to make some closing statements soon. But just one thing, well, you guys are here. You guys were our last guest. Good thing, too, because we knew it would go over. But we knew. But over the past 11 and a half hours, we've had more than a dozen guests. We've had people, I've met people that I'd never even talked to before, just through Luke. We had people come on, talk about their podcasts, talk about their own lives, their hobbies, their interests, talking about mental health. And to me, as someone who, I don't want to say doesn't have much clout, but as someone who doesn't really post as much on Twitter as he could, just seeing people gathering around this cause really tells me a lot. It just shows me how much our community cares about connecting people together and about creating a better world.
There ain't a better community than the fantasy community, man.
There's no better community. Shout out to Angry Him, Her Sports. Like I said, one of the first people I talked to about this idea, mid-November, I talked to a lot of people, and the idea was simple. Hey, our community is the best in the world. Talk to 3 people about it. Let's see if we can get an event together. And, some people did. Angry Him, Her Sports. Oh, my God, they've been so supportive. Others,
I've had them on the books for months.
Yeah, and
we didn't even know what we were gonna do. We came up with the 12-hour live stream back in like December.
I told you in December. I started talking to people about it in November. The idea.
I know we wanted to do something with the charity stream, but we wanted to do like a Madden tournament.
Yeah, and that will happen eventually, I'm sure. We talked to a few people. Quentin versus Luke is a matchup I want to see. But again, it just started off with an idea. Our community is the best in the world on Twitter. Everybody cares. Fantasy football cares. Shout out to Scott Fish. So let's make something good happen. Let's connect people. Let's talk about mental health in an age where A, mental health needs to be destigmatized, and B, let's help the future of our world.